JB, good morning to everybody out there. Thanks for coming in, chiming in on the morning roast to Payday Friday / 50 Cent Friday / Game Day Friday. We got a couple games. We got Bengals and Niners. We'll get into that. Of course, we'll get into that. I'm not sure Brock Purdy's not going to play. We'll get into that. Steve Wilkes talked to the media. Another thing we'll get into. But we got Warriors and Kings tonight as well. The rematch of the first-round series, 7-game extravaganza from the season to go. We'll dive all into that with Kenny Caraway at some point during the show. Good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? We appreciate all the participation on Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, as well as the Comcast Business text line. Good morning to everybody. Spadoni, Lutman, you, Shasky, all the kids listening. I was thinking about Disney with Dad. We may have to get into that because Disney on Ice last week was pretty fun. And the Elsa songs, man, Frozen.
Well, it's funny that you brought that up.
She's got bangers.
Because in honor of Halloween week, and there's going to be a lot of Halloween parties over the weekend, we've got a little Pandora's box cooked up for you today.
Oh, little spooky version?
A spooky version. And this one's going to be easy. I put a couple on a tee for you, okay? Whoa, so you got batting practice coming up here. But there's a couple that are mixed in that have Halloween-like headlines that I think you're going to miss. I also think today, I know we go re-ready. We just lost the last game when we did we-ready.
We do re-ready all the time.
I know, but I'm thinking for a Friday, we need a little jolt. I need a little jolt. How about you? Do you need a little jolt? It's been a long week.
I don't know. I need a jolt because Baby Chaz got up at 2 in the morning.
Oh, yeah?
It's just nothing like having a scattered sleep from 2 to 4:30, and it's like, yeah, I'm not getting on BART today. I need another 30 minutes.
Good for you.
5 a.m. train's leaving. I'm on the couch trying to get up to take a shower. I even get my coffee that was in the French roast or my French press. I even had time to put the boiled water in there. It's like, no, I can't let it steep. I got to go. That's why I need a jolt. Thanks, Baby Chaz.
Well, I know we do 50 Cent Fridays here. Guys, I'm sorry. 50 doesn't fire me up the way this artist does. I want to switch to DMX. Oh. When I hear DMX, okay, I got X is going to give it to you in my headset on my, you hit shuffle, and then the playlist comes on, and there's just something about, let it go, X gonna give it to you. I was jolting. I mean, walking over zombies, walking over cardboard boxes, urination, defecation, whatever the heck is out there. I was in a mood this morning. Hey, I'm going to be honest with you.
DMX does bang, though.
He does.
It does bang. Like, DMX will get you ready for anything.
Thank you.
See, you know what I'm saying?
Let's go. Come on.
See, here's a problem I have with DMX.
What's my name?
Look, this is my problem with DMX. It's not even a bad problem. It's just when he comes out of the car, your miles per hour goes from 60 to about 95.
Red foot?
Because he's got you ready to roll. He's got you ready to run through a wall. You think you can just drive. You can just float. And I'm like, yeah, let me turn this down. I can't play this.
Okay.
The CHP, they're looking for me.
I've got a question for you this morning. 3 in a row in the NFL is tough. But if there ever was a team, as in losing 3 in a row, if ever there was a team that has deserved, earned the benefit of the doubt, it would be this version of the 49ers where the majority of the guys that are on this roster and that head coach, who we all think highly of, have proven multiple times they can have a bad stretch of football, be it at the beginning, middle, or end of a season,
right,
and figure it out and get to where they, and not the ultimate prize, but pretty damn close, okay? Now, at the beginning of the year, it was all about focusing on the number 1 seed. I get that. Things have changed a little. Obviously, got to make the playoffs. That's the number 1 priority. We can worry about seeding once we qualify for the playoffs. But why do I this morning feel like this Warrior game against the Kings, for the Warrior psyche, for the fans, for the camaraderie component that Draymond keeps alluding to, that Steph Curry keeps alluding to, that Steve Kerr and Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy and all of them are alluding to? Why do I feel like this night's game against the Kings, in a weird way, feels bigger than the Cincinnati Bengal game? Because they got to get off to a hot start on the road, get a win, shut up the naysayers, kind of just stabilize things. Not that the Niner game isn't huge, because there's so few NFL games. Losing 3 in a row would suck. But looking at the schedule back in, June or July, this felt like if you're a Niner fan, even at full strength, this was going to be a tough one.
No doubt.
Right?
No doubt.
When I look at the Warriors, you got to start stacking some of these wins. Am I tripping? Am I prisoner of the moment? Is it me just wanting to beat the Kings?
I think it's you wanting to beat the Kings. It's a personal game. This was a just exceptional 7-game series. It was fun. It was the first time we ever seen the Kings and Warriors in the playoff series together. They had never been in the playoffs at the same time since they moved to Northern California. Since the Kings moved over from Kansas City. The Kansas City Royals moving to Sacramento in the mid-'80s. The Warriors and Kings had never been in this postseason at the same time, simultaneously. It's hard for me to say this is a big game because it's game number 2.
I know.
I understand where you're trying to go. I understand what you're saying.
Like psyche-wise.
I understand what you're saying because 7 of the next 8 are on the road. And we all have PTSD from the road woes from a season ago.
Exactly.
And we all don't know how this thing is going to work with Chris Paul and Klay Thompson. And there's no Draymond Green tonight. Steve Kerr announced on Willard and Dibs that there's no Draymond Green tonight in Sacramento. So how do you slow them down?
Mm-hmm.
How do you slow them down without your best defender? The Kings, they want to make a statement. They made a statement in Salt Lake City on Wednesday, and they beat down the Jazz. I'm not sure tonight's a must-win. But I understand what you're trying to say here, that they need to get off to a better start. It's imperative for the Warriors to make everybody feel good psychologically, make their own feel. Because at some point, when you keep talking about connectivity, camaraderie, that goes out the window if you don't win basketball games. And so, is it a must-win tonight? No, hell no. Is it the end of the world if they drop to 0-2? No, it's not. There's 80 games left. But I understand that you want to be able to put your best foot forward and play well. And you want to show the Kings that, hey, we're still the better team. There's a lot of people comparing the Kings or saying the Kings could challenge the Nuggets for the West title. Now, the Kings are hungry. De'Aaron Fox, who just signed with the Curry brand, is looking to go at Curry. That was really cool.
Can we stop for a second here?
That was really cool. Did you hear him say, I look at it different ways. I'm wearing his shoes, and some people's like, oh, man, you're wearing Curry's shoes. He goes, well, I'm wearing Curry's shoes, and I'm going to bust his ass with his own shoes. I was like, damn, that's pretty gangster.
I really like De'Aaron Fox, and if there was a player that I kind of misread, I think it would be De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
When he got the mega deal, I remember going really?
Yeah, we went back and forth on that.
Really? A mega deal for him?
We went back and forth on that.
And you know what? He's one of my favorite players. He's won me over. And it's not just the style of play. To me, it's the leadership. It's what I hear him say. It's how he conducts himself.
How about him embracing Sacramento?
Absolutely.
How about him going to Deuce and Mo?
Box.
He went to Deuce and Mo's house to record a podcast and hung out with them as they were just friends. That's what he does.
Yeah,
De'Aaron Fox is the Steph Curry of Sacramento. And he has a chance to elevate that franchise with the way he plays. Him taking on the challenge of defending Steph Curry one-on-one. It's not the best thing in the world to do, but, Sacramento's got a good team. They got things rolling up there, and that fan base is on a high now after last season.
Similar to, Burrow, and I want to talk about Cincinnati in a second. I look at you more when you're a guy that goes to a decrepit organization like Steph Curry, and you want to be that team's leader, and you want to stay there. You don't want to sulk and cry and get out of town. I don't know. I hold you in higher regard. I do. Like when you stay in one place instead of, trying to. This is why Dame got elevated for so long. He stayed in Portland, wanted to stay in Portland.
By the way, Dame Dollar last night?
39.
Yeah. If Middleton can get right with that knee, yes, then Milwaukee's going to be a championship problem. Dame Dollar looked really good.
Wait, you're telling me a team with Giannis and Dame is going to be good?
Right. I mean, Middleton's the X factor. You want to talk about championship, but that was a fun game to watch last night.
I agree.
And Philadelphia, for Philadelphia, I know we're getting sidetracked here. You're Philadelphia. Try to get James Harden out of there now. Try to match a contract. Get a deal.
Bronte.
Go get somebody for him.
Who is sitting here going, gotta have Harden?
Yeah, I don't know, but you got to go find a sucker somewhere. Get him out of town. I'm telling you, send them to the Beijing Ducks or whatever their name is, the Beijing 92s.
Like in Mr. Baseball?
Yeah.
You trade him. You got traded to the Dodgers.
Dude,
which one?
Send them to.
What is it? Not the Tokyo.
Send them to Dubai. Send them to Saudi Arabia.
The Dragons, or was it the Dodgers?
Send them to Saudi Arabia.
You don't know the Mr. Baseball reference? Donnie, you're looking at me cringy. Tom Selleck? Are you kidding me?
Never seen it.
It's pretty good.
You've never seen Mr. Baseball?
Early 90s movie, though.
It's a classic.
It is a classic, but you know.
Tom Selleck is a classic.
More of a rookie of the year kind of a guy.
Tom Selleck, one of the few guys who played as an athlete and it looked believable.
Yep.
You know what I mean, B?
Yep, he did look believable.
I'm sorry.
I always got Tom Selleck mixed up with Burt Reynolds, though. I did.
Did you?
I did, because of the mustaches.
Yeah, I could see that.
The mustaches. I'm like, wait, is that Burt or is that Tom? Is that Tom or is that Burt?
My favorite Burt Reynolds portrayal is in Boogie Nights.
Boogie Nights.
Boogie Nights classic.
Yeah,
it's a who's who.
That mustache is hardcore.
Oh, it is.
Both those mustaches are hardcore. But no, I hear you on the Kings. You want to set the tone. I see Manuel Rodriguez in the chat. The beam will be lit tonight. They're waiting for this game. This is their home opener coming off a special season a year ago. Now, special, they lose in the first round, but that team hadn't been to the playoffs in damn near 20 years. So I get why Sacramento, they want to stack wins. They want to get to 2-0, and they want to make sure, hey, Mike Brown knows how important this is to keep the Warriors down bad until they can find their rhythm here. That's the other thing, too. And without Draymond Green, they're just so small.
Yeah, they are. Tonight's not the end-all, be-all. Look, you can't compare one game in the NFL where there's 17 games. You know, it's basically a fifth of the season in the NBA to one game in the NBA. That's an absurd statement.
Right.
But I do believe for this Warrior team, even though they're veterans on the team, there are a lot of young guys. And I think things are fragile. Like, I'm not saying that, like, right now they're in an inflection point and the sky's falling. I'm just saying, like, early season indicators can swing this thing in the right direction.
So Chris Paul had a good debut. I thought Sarge played well, even though he missed a ton of layups. Wiggins, where's Wiggins going to be at?
I
want to see him.
Very interested to see how much, a lot of people questioning his love for basketball, which I think is
that was
a
wild.
Little
that was
strong.
Wild. Yeah, I'm not gonna,
early in the year.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. I don't like when we do that. I really don't like when we
go inside a person's heart.
Yeah, I say, hey, this guy don't really love basketball, and no, I'm not gonna do that
unless you have a body of work like a James Harden, where you've done dumb things at every turn. Then we can question you, Wiggins. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, his dad played hoops. The guy's been a hooper his whole life. Now, did he just play hoops because he had God-given talent and he was gifted everything? I don't know, man. I'm not gonna question his dedication to the game, especially after last season. I'm not gonna do it. But to say that the psyche of the Golden State Warriors could be fractured off a loss to the Sacramento Kings. I'm looking at it like this. I see the team down in Santa Clara.
A combination of losses.
I see the team down in Santa Clara. And this team in Santa Clara, the San Francisco 49ers, they have Super Bowl aspirations. And you're coming off that defeat on Monday Night Football. And we don't know if Brock Purdy's going to play or not. He may play. Like, that's what I thought. We kind of brought it up yesterday. We're so hyper-focused on Sam Darnold. But Shanahan did mention it. Hey, there's a chance he passes through concussion protocol and he could play because he played last year in Seattle without practicing. So Brock Purdy may play. And if Brock Purdy plays, there's no excuses for Sunday. You got your starting quarterback, all right? You're playing a good team, but you're at home.
You're flirting with danger.
And Cincinnati gives up a lot of yards on the ground, especially on the road, nearly 175. So if the Niners lose 3 in a row, going into a bye week, not only the psyche of the fan base, but the psyche of the team, because you got to come back out and you got to play Jacksonville after the bye week. And that's another Super Bowl contender. So I would say, it's hard for me to say game number 2.
I know.
It's going to fracture the psyche to go to State Warriors, because on Sunday you should be able to get right against your Houston Rockets. You know? Wow. You should be able to get right against your Houston Rockets and Dylan Brooks.
When you win 11 road games the year prior, we can have all the reasons why. I think you need to earn back the benefit of the doubt on the road. And so until I see otherwise, I'm going to be very skeptical on the road. And I think that they've earned that.
But don't the Niners, have they earned that benefit of doubt? We're talking about a championship core with the Golden State Warriors.
Well, you're talking about, what, 4, 5 guys that have won championships together?
Steph, Clay,
as
Dre,
primary players.
Wiggins, Looney.
As 5, primary players.
And you got your championship coach.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, that's damn near.
Top 5 of your 8.
Yeah, that's damn near 50% of your team.
It's a good point.
The Niners.
We act like the Niners haven't won anything. No, they've won a lot of big games.
Well, they haven't won the big one. They haven't won the big one. And I know that's hard to do. They've been in a lot of good games, but they haven't won the big one. But to me, if they go into the bye week losing 3 in a row, and the question marks surrounding Steve Wilkes, and we'll get into his presser yesterday, and Shanahan throwing him under the bus, and I saw Eric Crocker's tweet yesterday saying he was not happy with Shanahan calling out Steve Wilks. A lot of people, and I get both sides of it.
Did you hear what Shanahan said on an interview on another station?
No.
He admitted that, I'm on the headset. I should be able to call a timeout and change that. I heard it, and I should have done something about it. He took a little, Shanahan did, took a little blame and took, and which is what I brought up yesterday to you. Like, hey, you're on that headset.
Right.
If you're the ultimate guy,
right,
you need to be able to step in there. That's just
don't throw him under
my
the bus.
opinion, not being a head coach.
Right. Don't throw your D coordinator under the bus. You got the power.
Retconned it.
I mean,
he retconned it. As we retcon everything.
So I just think the Niners are in a fragile spot. They lose 3 in a row. And their psyche saying, you know what? We were just 5-0. Now we're 5-3, and we're not in the battle for number one seed. We're in a battle for the NFC West. Now you got to battle. You got to worry about winning the division. Yeah. We thought the division was wrapped up through the first 5 weeks of the season. So look, the Warriors could lose tonight. How does it look? Now if they get blasted by 30, you're like, oh, what's going on here? Let's say they lose by 5 to the Sacramento Kings. Some late free throws. Not worried about it.
Yeah, I'd still like to beat them.
No, we all want to win. I want to win every single game.
Yeah, I know.
I want to go 81-1, but it's not possible. The Niners need to win on Sunday, no matter what. Darnold, Purdy, they have to win because that psyche of that football team. Now, they've been down bad before, 2-4, 3-4, going 4-4, going into the bye week, and they're still in a good spot. But damn, you lose 3 in a row, and then you lose at home in front of this fan base going into the bye week. We're going to be down bad as a fan base, and this team's going to have to look themselves in the mirror saying, are we really a Super Bowl contender or are we front runners?
Well, they're really banged up right now. I mean, really banged up. We don't know about Trent. We don't know about their starting quarterback. We don't know about, what's going on with Dre Greenlaw. I mean, these are important players.
But Dallas can say the same thing.
Debo's out.
Dallas can say, hey, man, we're missing some offensive linemen.
Oh, there's no question. You absolutely can.
Like you can't make excuses now. Debo, we know he's not here. Somebody needs to step up. Like Monday Night Football against Minnesota. Sure, they missed Debo. Yeah, plenty of opportunities to win that football game. That one play before halftime didn't cause them to lose the game.
It was a bad play.
It was a bad play, but you didn't lose the game because of that bad play.
No.
You had 2 opportunities at the end of the game to win it.
Here's what I would say, and especially when we talk Steve Wilks. It's the totality of what I'm seeing, situational football, third down adjustments, first and second half. What does your scheme look like early on and as you adjust as the game starts to change? Are you taking away what another team is doing to eat you up? It does feel like right now the offensive coordinators are a slight step ahead of the Niners.
Yeah, it does. But listening to Steve Wilks yesterday, he was discussing, look, man, this is a new defense for me. I'm learning a new defense. This is not the defense I'm accustomed to running. So I started thinking.
Did they make the right hire?
Right. If you didn't bring him in to run his defense and you're teaching him your defense, and he's like, well, I don't really know this defense. I think they do things like this. That's a tough position to be in. Well, and then maybe you made the wrong hire. That's not fair to Steve Wilks.
But this goes back to, it's really hard to hit on 3 consecutive DCs.
But this is why maybe just promoting Chris Kocurek, and maybe they try to. But I would have just promoted Chris Kocurek, say, hey, you run a defense.
I want
somebody who's in building already. All right, let's break here. We'll do that. We'll continue to talk about that. Let's open up the phone lines, 888-957-9570. Hopefully the phone lines are good today. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. The segment was also brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. I'll reveal the guest list after the break, and that's what's coming up. Brought to you by Comcast California Region. It is a Warriors game day brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports.
Tune in.
seen ghosts.
Take it away, Bonte.
888-957-9570. A lot of excitement for Warriors and Kings. A lot of excitement tonight at the Golden One Center. I wish we could go do a pregame show from up there, Sacramento. I do want to do that because Golden One is nice.
Yeah?
It is very, very nice. It is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. 888-957-9570. We got Kenny Caraway coming up at 8:30. Kenny Caraway, our sister station, ESPN 1320. And James Rapian, who does Locked On Bengals. He's all over the Cincinnati Bengals. We'll go behind enemy lines at 9:20 with James Rapian.
Can you grant me 2 minutes to defend Daryl the Guru Johnson?
2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Why 2 minutes?
Well, you can do more or less, depending on how quickly I can get through this.
What happened with
yesterday? I was driving around, and I was listening to Crosstalk, and they were all coming down Guru's road because they're saying that Guru's going to get hurt playing with his son. And on some level, I understand what everyone was trying to say because Guru still likes to play with the young guys and get up and down the floor. And look,
I'm not mad at that.
To each his own. That's my point.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that.
And let me tell you, I have a theory in life. Whether you're the best, worst, or somewhere in between player at any given sport, if there's something that brings you happiness, you do it. You pursue it. All right?
So wait, so Willard, Dibbs, and Steiny were getting on Guru for playing with his son, thinking he's going to get hurt?
Well, Steiny keeps saying, you're like the Warriors. You're eventually going to get hurt. You're too old and blah, 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 blah. And, I want to defend Guru here for 2 things. Number one, I just know in my life, there's so many things that bug me, that I have to do in life, whatever they are, right? When I go play ball or I'm coaching or whatever, that's my peaceful moment of just playing. And it brings me so much happiness. And I know Guru feels very similar to me. Whatever it is in your life that you like to do, walking, listening to music, whatever. There are a lot of things that that's my peaceful serenity time. And I get a lot of enjoyment selfishly out of those things, right? And I think it's good for your soul. I will say this until I'm blue in the face and buried 10 feet deep. Not 6, 10, because you got to keep burying me because you know your boy's going to want to come back like Wolverine.
You may get hurt trying to climb out the grave.
Play until they rip the jersey off your dead hands.
Well, here, because I didn't hear it. I don't know what the context was to it other than Guru, and I see him and Lil Daryl all the time.
Yeah, and I think it's special that he's playing ball with his kid.
Dude, he should.
I'm really proud of him. He's a good dad.
That's what being a father's all about.
Thank you.
Play with your son. His son is probably enjoying it more man, I'm playing with my pops out here.
Well, I don't even think his son might even know
he might even
point,
know.
But he
not
will
at this
as
point,
he gets
but
older.
he will. Was my pops is out there balling with me.
Yes,
that's special. So I don't. Maybe they were just joking around.
Well, I
don't
get what
know.
they were saying.
I didn't hear the context of it. I don't know the tone of it. I just look. That's cool.
It is.
When I'm sitting last night, and my daughter's going to start Montessori school on Monday, and last night it was just me and her, and then went to some admin awards downtown San Francisco, and it's just baby Chaz and I. She's like, "Papa, draw with me," and she has me drawing on the iPad for her.
I love that.
Papa, 1, 2, 3. Those moments. Well, no matter whether it was basketball, drawing on an iPad, baseball, golfing. No, that's cool that Guru does that. I love that Guru does that. And you know what, man, quietly, we get on Guru about a lot of things, but I'm proud of him because he's a black man, and he's got his lovely wife, Mia, who, does a lot of the grunt work, no doubt about it.
She's the backbone of the family.
She's the backbone. But they sent 2 kids to college.
Exactly.
One to Santa Clara University, one to North Carolina A&T. That's special, man. That's special. Coming from a black household, and I don't mean to make it any household, but, it's a struggle for black folks out here. And to see Guru and Mia send 2 kids to college.
I'm proud
That's
of Guru
special.
Too.
And he's able to continue to play basketball with his son and still be there for his son and still hang out with his son. That's cool, man.
Look,
there's no shame in that.
No, there's not. And look, again, we'll get off this in a second, but to all the dads out there that are playing ball with their kid in the backyard, the moms that are out there kicking the soccer ball, whatever sport it is. My dad had a recent health scare, and I've said this, and we'll get back on the softball field at some point. We'll get back to playing golf. My favorite foursome is my grandpa, my dad, my brother, and me. or my cousin, my dad, my brother, and me, or whatever the combination.
Special.
My uncle, my brother, my dad, and me. That's my favorite golf foursome. My favorite time ever on a softball field. My dad's pitching. My uncle's at second. I'm at short. My cousin Joe's at first. My brother's out in the outfield. I live for those moments. And having my dad go through what he went through, it made me realize if your family is there in your life and they're willing to play ball with you, man, soak that up until every last drop. And if you turn an ankle, if you tear an ACL, so be it.
Just play.
So be it. Part of being an athlete is playing through the injuries and getting hurt. Guru, I love you and I'm defending you. I'm done.
Yeah, no, I didn't even hear it. Now I got to go back and listen to it. But I'm sure it was just all love and all jokes.
I know. I just wanted to defend my man.
Yeah, I don't know why they always coming down Guru's road, man.
You know why?
Why?
Because they're jealous. Goose still getting up shots, running up and down the floor, jumping as high as he jumps at his age, even though he looks way younger than that. All right? I'm proud of Goose.
Insecurities, huh? Insecurities.
Well, I just think that people get, whatever. They get up in their feelings. Let my man fly.
Yeah, I don't get why that's even a big deal. Like,
be sure to visit Goo, too. San Francisco Zoo tomorrow, by the way.
Oh, he's at the SF Zoo
He's
tomorrow?
doing the Boo at the Zoo, and he's judging costumes.
No way.
Really?
Yes, visit Goo.
What
Go say
time?
hi to him. I will confirm that. I think it's 12 to 1, but I will confirm it.
Are you doing the family costume thing this year?
Well, we did one yesterday for Jade's work. They had this whole little event and stuff like that. We'll probably do something this week. And you got to maximize all the costume wearing. Hey, I spent $40 on the thing.
Yeah, I
wearing
totally
a bunch.
feel you. Amazon?
He's no, Target.
Spirit? Oh,
shout
Target.
out Leonardo, the Ninja Turtle. That's what Benny is.
Oh, yeah.
Baby girl, she's Raphael, so it's all cute. We got
Oh,
the whole
nice.
thing.
Are you Michelangelo?
No, I'm Splinter.
It's funny. It's funny. I met a guy.
I like that.
I met a guy. So Chester has ballet class on Thursday, so it was my turn to go, and it was out. So I was doing the ballet with her, and I was flapping my wings and toes. Yeah, it was
They're like Joe Montana. Joe Montana famously did ballet to get his footwork better.
I know. But Baby Ted's footwork is a lot better than mine. But we go to this place called Society afterwards, and they have popcorn chicken, they have boba, they have all this stuff, and she plays with her friends in ballet class or whatnot. And those guys are cool that run Society. Matt, he's a big fan of the show. Big Warriors fan. We always chop it up in there, and he's distraught over his fantasy football team because Bijan Robinson didn't play. And he's mad at Arthur Smith. But I met a guy named Luis, and he had his two kids there. One was wearing a Mario costume, and the other was wearing a Spider-Man costume. And so I was like, oh, man, Spider-Man and Mario, man. And Luis goes, what's up, Ate, man? I listen every morning. Good stuff. And so we started talking. He goes, this guy wants to be Raphael.
Oh,
speaking of Ninja Turtles.
I love Raphael.
He wants to be Raphael because he doesn't want to do the family thing with the Mario and Luigi. So it's pretty funny.
Hey, that's a good movie.
It was a very good movie.
I really like Super Mario Brothers. It was good.
Super Mario Brothers and Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, the new Ninja Turtles was bad.
By the way, the Ninja Turtles video game
was off the hook.
Nintendo or Super Nintendo?
Off the
wow,
look at you.
Off the chain.
Such a great game.
Such a great underrated video game.
That's a great call.
It's one of the non-sports games, one of the few non-sports games I played.
My brother and me, way back in the day, we wanted that van that they drove in, and we never got it. We never got the van, the car. You know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly
I got the Ghostbuster house one year for Christmas. Love you, Dad. We wanted the van forever and never got it. The door swung open. Oh, man. Anyway.
Yeah, it was fun, but it was a lot of fun.
Sports.
Yeah, we got to get back to sports. But no,
what's Chez going to be?
And she's going to be Princess Power. There's this Netflix series called Princess Power.
Oh, very cool.
So I thought she wanted to be Ariel. I thought she wanted to be Elsa. Half the day yesterday, she wanted us to refer to her as Elsa.
Aww.
And I had to be Donald Duck.
Go.
So she was telling me, Donald Duck, are we going to Costco? Yes, Elsa, we're going to Costco.
Does that make you Olaf, the snowman?
No, she called me Donald Duck for some reason.
Donald Duck.
She didn't even let me be Olaf.
So we are right. What do they have when two sitcoms do like a crossover?
A crossover.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's what we're having.
But no, Anna was Anna, and she was Elsa. But no, she knows the Let It Go song.
Anna
I'm singing the Let It Go song.
That's right.
Yeah, Olaf. And then we saw a snowman in Costco. She's like, is that Olaf? Is that Olaf? And then there was this Christmas tree, and around the Christmas tree was Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse and Goofy. And she was staring at us like, we got to go.
Costco had the Christmas stuff up in August.
Yeah, it's too early.
Costco's dangerous for me.
Yeah, we ended up spending damn near an hour and a half up there.
And this is the other thing on Costco. Step up the box game. Come on.
Well, the box game was good yesterday for us.
Oh, was it? Okay, good.
It was good for us yesterday. I'm not going to tell you which Costco I go to, although I did meet a couple roasters in Costco yesterday. Shout out to Hector.
Absolutely incredible.
Don't be busting my Costco out.
Here's
Shout out
a
to Hector at Costco.
17-pound jar of peanut butter.
Shout out to my guy Hector, Costco.
I never thought
Costco
we
meat
needed
department.
1,000 rolls of toilet paper right now, but here we are.
Here we are.
Shout out to pandemic.
Oh my gosh! All right, we'll get back to sports coming up here. And at 8-957.
We need to talk sports.
957-0.
Sports.
Kings Warriors. Your thoughts on that? Also Niners and Bengals. Brock Purdy, should he play? That's our YouTube poll question of the day. Should Brock Purdy play on Sunday? We got more Steve Wilkes. We got more Shanahan. We got Purdy, Darnold. We got Warriors and Kings. We'll revisit the first round series. We got all that coming up here on the Morning Roast. And don't forget, don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara Hotel. The Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area. We should go do a pregame show for old time's sake, Shasky. There was no pre and post at the Hilton, like overtime, like the original overtime. That was a party. Robbie, we had Bobby Spang out there, the whole promo team, Alexander Scott. Man, those were great times.
Fried chicken with the barbecue sauce.
Oh my gosh. That gave me my love for radio games. Seriously. I had a lot of good times out there at the Hilton Hotel. Presented by Habba's Law. You've been wronged. Habba's Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habbaslaw.com.
How would you like to shoot baskets on the Chase Center floor? It's the
Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Are we switching from 50 to DMX Fridays?
Go back and forth.
Make me lose my mind. Up in here, up in here. Woo! Come on, admit you're bouncing. You're in your car, you're taking the kids to school, you're going to work, and you're bouncing.
There's one song they don't even talk about with DMX.
Which one?
It's the last song of the Rough Riders soundtrack, Rough Riders Volume 1, where they had Eve, Jadakiss, Drag On, and Juvenile.
Drag On. I have not.
Drag On.
That's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
The opposite of H2O. Jay-Z with Jigga. What's my name? Jigga. But you had DMX. The last song of the album. It was just like, what's going on here? And he's just high energy, and it's the perfect way to end the soundtrack. It's one of the most underrated DMX songs ever. People know what I'm talking about. The last song of the Rough Riders album.
I come to you quiet. And you gave me love. I love when he starts doing all his sermons. Mac Minister tries to give you some of the DMX elements, and it just don't hit the same. And I love Mac Minister.
By the way, I got my phone screen up, so I didn't realize we had some calls. We're going to get to everybody.
Let's rat-a-tat-tat them.
Shout out to Bill the Beast, my guy Bill the Beast, Team Hennessy. Love you. Hopefully Monica and the kids are doing well. But Bill the Beast sent me something here from Hoops Nation. James Harden had a party. It had the club holding up Daryl Morey is a liar signs. Bottle Silver's girls holding up Daryl Morey is a liar signs. I'm Philadelphia, dude. Get this guy out of town. You don't need him.
Pull a Keyshawn and just deactivate him.
Yeah, or that. Yeah. Hold him hostage with the Sixers.
So imagine paying, like, you're the one that has to cut the check to him, the direct deposit.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, like, that would really bug me.
It will bug me, too.
But you signed up for it as an organization.
Yeah, you knew what you was getting into. By the way, Roasters, you have a chance to play some basketball at Chase Center. Would you like to get up a few shots at Chase? 95.7 The Game is giving you a chance to do just that with our first ever 95.7 The Game knockout tournament at Chase Center. Tune into the roast the week of October 30th, which is next week. That is a Niners bye week. And then the following week, November 6th. And make sure you're listening to each show at 7:30 in the morning. Again, 7:30 a.m. to learn how you can qualify each show during that 2-week stretch. We'll be picking one winner each show. Make sure you are locked in the 95.7 The Game during those weeks. And you could have a chance to launch shots from the very same spot that Steph Curry does. Let's go to the lines real quick. Let's start off with, you know what? We got everything here. We got Warriors. We got Niners. Let's start off with Sean in Oakland. Sean in Oakland. Then we'll get to RJ and Nick. Sean in Oakland, good morning, man. You're on the roast. What's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. And I like the story that you had about the little spending time with your kids and stuff, the father stories and stuff like that. That was special.
Appreciate that. You feel that, right? Like it's no knock on really being old and playing with your kids.
Yeah, man, because that's why I coach my son right now, to keep being involved with him and stuff, and keep him knowing that his dad is there.
And he will remember that. He will remember that 25 years from now.
And he'll pass it forward to his kids. And his kids will pass it forward to the next generation.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, man. Let's talk about the Niners whole situation. At the end of the day, they started 5-0. Everybody's talking about the top 5 defense and all this other stuff. But at the end of the day, we paid Bosa. Well, not me, but the Niners paid him. They paid him the money. So your whole thing is, for you to get to the NFL, you have to be like a cream of the crop, right? So now, okay, they paid you all this money, Bosa. You showed all this stuff last year. You did all this holdouts and all this other stuff. Now, what are you going to do for us now? What are you going to do? We paid you the money. I don't want to hear about all this, they figuring him out and all this other stuff. You are a professional. If Charles Haley and all these other pass rushers in your past did what they had to do and still contributed to the team, what's so different about you? So I don't want to hear about all this. And the wide receivers that's hurt, Debo and all them is hurt. Guess what? It's time for the next man to step up. Yeah. You are a professional. You're an NFL. You got picked for a reason. So guess what? Step up. Do what you got to do. McLeod, all you guys, step up and do what you got to do. If you ain't here in the NFL, you're not trying to get yourself better, and you just going in for the money, it's going to show. So let's show what you got. Do what you got to do, and I don't want to hear no more excuses about it.
Well, hey, Sean, good call there. And you know what? I don't want to hear any excuses either.
What do you mean?
About anything with the 49ers. I don't want to hear anything about injuries because every team's dealing with them. I don't want to hear anything. By the way, Jimmy Brown, morning, guys. Happy Friday for the 18th floor. He's on the 18th floor. Hey, good morning to you. How about you come down and visit, or can we come up there? Our key cards don't work. Only works for the 10th floor or the 16th floor, but maybe we'll go to the 18th floor as well. Joey Bosa has signed multiple deals. He's held out. He signed multiple deals. I haven't heard his name all season. All season with the Chargers. You know? And that gets me concerned about Nick Bosa. Once you get paid, and he got paid for being the number 2 overall pick, now you got the big bag. Mm-hmm. What are you going to do from here on out? Because Joey Bosa, would you say that, I wonder if Charger fans feel like Joey Bosa has lived up to the contract extension?
Man, that's an interesting point.
I wonder how Charger, like Evan Giddings, when he walks in, I'm going to ask, how do you feel about Joey Bosa?
Well, everybody always tells me how great that Charger personnel is on defense, and yet they can never get a stop.
They can't get a stop at all.
And they've been blaming Staley for 3 years.
Yeah, he's a defensive-minded coach, and they're getting cooked left and right. But at some point, the players got to step up. Now, Sean in Oakland brought up excuses. And we went back and forth on this. You believe Nick Bosa should have been in camp.
Yes.
You believe that it would have affected him. Look, nobody talked about it the first 5 weeks.
Well, no, every medium person that we had on, right. I just want to make sure this is clear, and I'm not knocking people. Everyone told me, you're crazy, he's a Bosa, he'll be in shape, he'll be ready to go, and blah, blah, blah. It's not about being in shape. It's about being game ready.
Right. Well,
and even Baldy pushed back on me on it and said he should be able to come out. I'm like, and I get where Baldy's coming, but clearly now we've had about 7 weeks. It don't look the same.
But through 4 weeks, through at least the first 3 weeks of the season. 3 weeks. I'll say 3 weeks.
Okay.
Bosa looked like Bosa, right?
I mean, I guess.
Like that second half against the Rebs, that dude was pushing the pocket relentlessly.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, Bosa's back.
All right.
But here's Bosa yesterday, because he was getting peppered with questions.
Yeah.
Here's Nick Bosa about missing training camp and if it had anything to do with the slow start when it comes to sack numbers.
I think a little bit. I think I'm trying to work on stuff on the run this year that I wasn't able to do in camp. So those games that I mentioned, the 2, I think I was thinking too much because I was trying to add something to my rush plan, which is not what I want to be doing during season. I want to be locked in on what I do best and just doing it throughout the whole year. But there's no excuse at this point for that.
I appreciate him saying that. I appreciate him admitting it. But I'll tell you right now, experimenting when I'm giving you $122 million.
That's not.
What are we doing?
No, you know what? That's not good enough for me.
What are we doing?
That's disappointing to hear from Nick Bosa.
Absolutely. You knew what you were getting into. Ever.
You knew what you were getting into when you were going for the contract.
He should have been a hold-in.
Well, T.J. Watt held in, and I understand you. But now that we're past training camp, and we're going into week 8 of the NFL season, I don't want to hear about you missing training camp and how much it affected your play.
It's 2 months in.
No,
we're
it's 2 months
November.
in. And we've given you $120 million guaranteed.
Yeah.
So I don't want to hear about training camp. You should have been working on your pass rush moves. You should have been ready to go in Pittsburgh, and you were. We had nobody brought up anything about training camp up until you got shut down against Cleveland.
Well, I questioned it throughout training camp, but you're right. Bonte, I'm going to tell you this right now. From here on out, as the Niners are paying you premium money, you better be at every involuntary and voluntary and mandatory everything when it comes to the Niners. You want to be a leader on this team, and you want to be one of the great franchise players of all time, you need to set the tone, Nick Bosa. I know Fred Warner's there. I don't question Fred Warner's dedication. Now, I'm not questioning your dedication, but what I am questioning is, are you going to be a leader? Because why don't just pay you to be $125 million man?
You got to be a leader.
Exactly.
You got to be a captain.
You set the tone in practice.
You set the tone for the game. You set the tone
in the weight
practice.
room.
So
in the film study.
And I see you're working with Randy Gregory, and they're picking your brain.
Good.
I didn't hear anything about training camp because we talked about it. He signed. We got through the first 5 weeks of the season. Now, we said the sack numbers are low. The pressures were there. He's getting closer, closer, closer. But all of a sudden, he gets shut down in Cleveland.
Show me the baby.
And all of a sudden, he gets shut down in Cleveland. And all of a sudden, training camp's a problem again. I don't want to hear about him missing training camp.
Well, you can't,
there's no excuses.
You cannot, look at, I'm just telling you, optics-wise, you can't hold out, get paid the most guaranteed money a defensive player's ever gotten, and then say you're experimenting for the first couple of months as the team is going through a downturn in the season.
And you have a new defensive coordinator trying to figure things out. And the defensive coordinator, we'll get to that sound in a second, doesn't even know this defense. It's an entirely different defense. So now We don't promote from within. We hire somebody outside. He doesn't even know the defense.
I'm going to tell you right now, we'll be down bad as a 49er franchise in terms of the fan psyche. We lose against Cincinnati and we don't get home at all?
Yeah.
At all?
Against Burrow Company? Now, we'll get to Cincinnati's offensive line with James Rapian, Locked On Bengals podcast. If you want to know anything about Bengals football, James travels. He goes to practice. He is as tapped in. I feel like I know the Bengals. Feels like they're my second team or something, the way he tweets about the Bengals. But here's also Bosa not trying to equate sacks with success.
I try not to equate them hand in hand because, like you said, it's not an exact correlation at all. I think I've played really good games this year that haven't been sack games, and then I mentioned Cleveland. I got one, and I thought it was one of my worst games. So it's definitely a bigger thing than that. There's a lot of factors that go in, but I think if you just stay the course, they'll eventually come if you're putting yourself in the right positions. So I'm trying to continue to play up to my standard, and I think those will come, and hopefully, I mean, it's a really long year, so hopefully in the biggest moments is when they come.
Well, it's a big moment on Sunday against Joe Burrow and the Bengals. It's a huge moment. Sam Hubbard, Trey Hendrickson.
Have you ever heard Aaron Donald talk about like experimenting in game?
No, that was.
I don't.
That was,
what the heck? Am I kind of like too hung up on that?
Man, listen.
What? I love this player.
Listen.
This year it's been very difficult to defend him. I couldn't defend him in the playoffs last year.
So I'm wondering.
I had a really hard time defending him to you because you know how much I love this player.
I know.
This is I think to be one of the great picks in Niner history. One of the best players I've seen in Niner history.
When I critique a guy like that, it's not because I don't like them.
No, it's because you think he's an all-time great.
And when I critique
all-time great.
Shanahan,
We don't just say that flippantly.
Yeah. When I critique Shanahan, it's not because he's bad. It's because I think he can be great.
Yeah, we don't talk Colton McKivitz for a reason.
Right, exactly.
Right, you know what I mean?
But you know what? This team, all of a sudden they lose 2 games in a row. And I'm not going to lie to you. Some of these comments that's coming out this week out of Santa Clara, they've got front runner written all over them.
Oh, no, I don't want to hear that.
No, honestly.
I don't want to hear that.
I don't think they're front runners. I think they're locked in. They're Super Bowl. But no, all of a sudden things get bad. Shanahan's throwing the defense coordinator under the bus for one bad play. Hey, Shanahan, your offense scored 17 points the last 2 weeks. Hey, Shanahan, your offense turned the ball over 3 times against Minnesota and once against Cleveland. Hey, Shanahan, your game plan wasn't working against Minnesota early on, and it wasn't working against Cleveland. Like, let's stop throwing people under the bus. And then Nick Bosa talking about I'm experimenting and, yeah, maybe training camp has something to do with my slow start. Nobody brought up the slow start in training camp the first 5 weeks of the season.
You know
and all of a sudden you lose 2 in a row, and it's, oh, well, you know what? Training camp. That's front running. That's front running. George Kittle does it too. George Kittle, they get behind a little bit. All of a sudden, man, my hip is a little sore and my shoulder's a little sore. But, it's all good. We beating Dallas 42-10, and let's lift up our T-shirt. F Dallas. F Dallas. Debo. Don't even get me started with Debo. And I love Debo. I wanted Debo here as a 49er. I was pounding the table to draft him. They drafted him. He gets cracked on the first play of the game against Cleveland. Now he's out for a few weeks after starting to brawl against the Cleveland Browns.
This is why.
That's some front running written all over him.
But this is why I love Fred Warner. This is why I love Fred Warner, though, B, because I don't think Fred Warner's that kind of a guy.
No, he's not that guy.
I think that
Drake Greenlaw is not that guy.
I agree. I think those two in particular, I get where you're going.
Trent Williams is not that guy.
I get where you're going.
But there's some elements here
I get where you're
that
going.
has some front running written all over it. Well, it kind of smells.
Is that the worst thing to be? I'm not saying that that's what they are, but is that the worst trait, front runner
Absolutely.
trait?
Absolutely. It's like the Memphis Grizzlies, right?
Well, I was going to say Draymond at times gives me those vibes, and it bugs me. I feel like Iggy gave me those vibes later on in his career, and it kind of bugged me.
And not only that, Bosa's got 2.5 sacks, and he's got the audacity after missing training camp, not getting to know his defensive coordinator, and he's got the audacity to call out Steve Wilkes. I mean, oh my God!
Well, maybe if you were here, right, sitting down talking,
that's what I'm saying. You got 2.5 sacks. Wilkes ain't holding you back from getting the quarterback. This segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams, sponsored by very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. It is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Also, shout out to the Comcast Business text line. We love you. And shameless shout out, 745. Shameless shout out, 745. We'll get to shameless shout out, 745. A lot of good high school football happening and a lot of good high school volleyball, girls volleyball as well.
I know you get on my case when it comes to the money. And look, the majority of the world's problems are rooted in money, right? Yep. We've got countries going at it over land and money all the time. We've got people robbing people in downtowns of Sacramento, San Francisco, LA, et cetera, in California over money because of the lack of money. We've got divorces happening, and the root of most divorces start and end with money, right? And so money is a sensitive topic. And I just know this, when it comes to sports fans, most of us will never, ever, ever, ever be able to ever comprehend the amount, forget the $122 million, game check money, like game check money, one game for the top tier type guys is literally multiple years of family wealth, right?
So I'm not even going to name this player, but he plays for a team in the NFL.
Okay.
And he's a fringe player. He suited up on Sunday. He didn't play much, but he was like, I got $54,000 today. The guy made $54,000 for suiting up in one game.
Okay,
think about that.
And you
2 games, you're getting over $100,000. Yeah, well, some of us don't even make that in a year.
Exactly, and you're going to lose some because of taxes. Right. So do us. But I guess that's where I'm going at with this. Your average Niner fan, I'm just saying, average Niner fan is driving a truck right now. Yep. Like one of my buddies who, and you know, they're sitting here and like a guy gets $122 million, and I get it, it's sports. And so on some level, what they do is not comparable to the real world. But the consumer is looking at you going, I show up to work on Christmas and miss Christmas with my kids to get triple pay. And Nick Bosa can't go to preseason and stand on the sidelines because heaven forbid someone might run into him. I'm not saying that they don't understand. What I'm saying is it's a bad look. And then you show up after holding out the way that you do, and we're paying top dollar to go to these games and buy our kids jerseys and stuff. And then you're out here pointing fingers and saying I'm experimenting in the run game. And we're not stopping the run. And I'm not doing what I'm getting paid to do. I'm telling you, man, the consumer who doesn't make anything is sitting there going, screw you,
They're not happy. They're not happy. Let's go to Vega in Charlotte, North Carolina. Vega, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, Vega? Hopefully you're not on the couch today. Hopefully you're not on the couch after that Cowboys game.
Man, I ain't on the couch. I mean, you know, I do what I do. I told y'all, you know what I'm saying?
Everybody likes your Vega.
Like player, like I don't cheat on my girl. That ain't what I'm saying.
No doubt. But you keep it player. You keep it player. You keep it G. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, I keep it player.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We've been together 7 years. That ain't gonna never break. You know what I'm saying? But yo, I listen to y'all every day, man. If I don't call in, you know what I'm saying? There's not a day that goes by that I don't listen. I'm a roaster. You understand what I'm saying? Yep. I might be in the studio all night, doing what I do all night, writing for probably some of your favorite artists, ghostwriting, doing things for myself. I get up in the morning, take my son to school. Mm-hmm. Sometimes I don't call in, but there's not a day that goes by that I don't listen.
We appreciate that.
And
thank you.
With this, oh man, I'm a roaster, man. I'm a treat y'all and see if I can send out some T-shirts because I do my own.
Hell yeah,
my own merch too. I make some morning roast T-shirts.
Let's go.
There you go.
I'll rock that.
We like that.
Real talk. I tweeted you too, Bonte. I sent a picture of me at the Cowboys game. But as far as like the Steve Wilks thing, you know what I'm saying? I'm not calling for that man's job. That's just unrealistic. You know what I'm saying? And the call that he made right before half was horrible. Everybody know that. But I watched that game 3 times already. And I watched the Cleveland Browns game probably 3 times as well, too. I got a bigger problem with him putting Nick Bosa in pass coverage.
Oh, my God.
That's what my problem is.
Yeah.
If you go back and watch that game, watch how many third downs. It was 3rd and 2. I think the Vikings was on, like, their own 9-yard line. And Nick Bosa is in pass coverage.
It was 2nd and 15.
We paid this man $100 and something million. Not the check wide receivers and tight
Oh, man.
Hey, I'm going to tell you. I have it written right here. 2nd and 15. Check down to Hawkinson.
Yeah.
Bosa's in coverage?
Yeah.
And I highlighted it.
Yeah.
Bosa's in coverage?
That was weird. That was weird.
Hey. We're experimenting with Bosa guarding tight ends now.
Well, here's Steve
what are we
Wilks.
doing?
But here's Steve Wilks on the defense. Here's Steve Wilks. He doesn't know this defense.
I think you have to because it's based off the defense. This defense is a unique defense, and there's certain things that go with that particular defense, and I'm learning that, and there's certain things that you can't sway away from. So as I evaluate and talk to the coaches, most importantly, as well as Kyle, I see those things. So, again, that's why I'm not panicking. I know we have the personnel. I know we have the talent, and I just got to do a better job putting them in position.
Hold on. We got one more on what it's like to learn this defense.
It's always challenging when you've done your own thing for 17 years. It's a little different, but I'm encouraged. I got a great supporting cast. These coaches that are around me are phenomenal. They know this defense. They know their craft. These players are great. So we're all in this together, man. So I'm not hitting the panic button at all.
So he's still learning the defense. Why not just promote from within? If you're going to bring in a guy and he can't run his own defense, and then he's running your defense, and you're still getting mad at him for running your defense. I'm telling you, Kyle Shanahan, he does this. He's a great coach. And again, I can hear Mark Willard in my head right now saying,
great staff.
If he gets fired, there will be a line around the room, around the block to go hire him. I get all that with Kyle Shanahan. But boy, doesn't it always feel? It does feel like there's a scapegoat every single year. It ain't Jimmy Garoppolo. It ain't Trey. Now it's Steve Wilks.
But B, let me just
come on, man.
I'm not saying that you got to fire the guy today.
No,
but can we be? Hey, Bonds. Hey, 2nd and 3rd here. There's 2 outs. It's the bottom of the 9th, and we're down 2. I need you to bunt. It's the middle of the 3rd quarter. The game is still in the balance, and it's a 2nd and 13. This is a passing situation. Right. Hey, Bosa, drop in coverage. Dog, know the personnel. Come on. That's like, hey, Curry, hey, post up LeBron right now.
But now,
what are we doing?
But you know what, though? Eric Crocker said something a couple weeks ago on this show that Kyle runs the defense. He's the real defensive coordinator. He's in the meeting rooms all week long telling them what to look for. And then on game day, you're nowhere to be found. This is on Kyle for hiring Steve Wilks. We're in week 8, and he's still trying to learn how unique this defense is. We got problems, folks. We might have some problems. Nick and Berkeley, Rob, RJ, Javier, we're getting to you all here on the Morning Roast. It's your show today. Kenny Caraway coming up at 8:30, ESPN 1320. Big Sacramento fan. We'll get to Warriors and Kings. Hang on tight, folks. We'll get to every call. I promise you. James Rapien covers the Bengals. We'll go behind enemy lines at 9:20. We got Shameless. Shout out to 745. A lot going on here on the Frisco Friday / Payday Friday / 50 Cent DMX Friday. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Save Mart, Lucky, California.
Oh, man, I'm a roaster.
Hurry, this is your last chance to play in the Monopoly Kickoff.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
You heard Draymond. Like and subscribe to the YouTube page. Like and subscribe. But starting on Monday, your chance to play Knockout. You got to listen starting Monday, October 30th, 7:30, 12:30, 4:30 for your chance to win. That's right. You got to listen. You could take shots. Get up a few shots at the same place as Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Kevin Durant. Who else? Draymond Green. Chris Paul. First ever 95-70 game knockout tournament at Chase Center. It starts on October 30th, which is Monday. And that'll be the start of the 49ers bye week. So you want to make sure you're listening 7:30, 12:30, 4:30. We'll pick a winner each day. And each show will pick a winner each day. We're going to have a lot of fun for the first ever knockout tournament here at 95-7 game. That'll be a lot of fun. Kenny Caraway, 8:30. ESPN 1320. Can't wait to talk to Kitty because we can talk to Kitty about the Niners and the Kings and the Warriors. Kenny's tapped in. He knows what's time. He knows what time it is. James Rapian, he knows what time it is with the Cincinnati Bengals. Locked on Bengals. He's tapped in, so we'll get behind enemy lines. So, yeah, we'll do that. By the way, shout out to YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We got shameless shout-outs in 26 minutes. But in the meantime, Shasky, let's go to the lines. Let's get to we'll get to Nick in Berkeley, and we'll go to RJ. We get to Robin San Bruno, and then, Javier Vacaville. He's tapping in today.
Uh-huh.
Nick in Berkeley. It's your time, baby. What's happening? Good morning.
Hey, man, look, they got to get it together. It's all on Shanahan. You know, first of all, Bochy, shout out to you. Farhan, you're a loser. Bochy's a winner. And let me tell you something. Shanahan, get on Wilkes, and you can't have Bosa running 20 yards downfield. He's not a cornerback or a safety. How about mixing in blitz with Warner and Greenlaw at the same time, dude? And A&D gaps. What are you doing on defense? We're laying back 15 yards off the receivers. Corners jam them up so when the quarterback peeks out there on a blitz, he sees coverage. I mean, it's not that hard, bro. You're a professional coach. What do you mean? You're still figuring it out. How long do you need to figure it out, bro? That you're babbling. I don't even understand what you're saying. Bosa, you're babbling too. I mean, McCaffrey, hold on to the damn ball, dude. Hold on to the ball. Stop squirming for an extra yard and getting knocked out. And Purdy, man, stop just throwing it up looking like this some ridiculous version of Garoppolo again, dude. Stop throwing the ball up for grabs. And I don't even know what was going on at the end of the first half. We had everybody pressing for the first time in the game on the last play of the first half. I mean, it's pure stupidity. You know, Juwan Jennings, get yours. Looney, go up there and throw them balls in Sacramento and Crapramento. Because they ain't talking about nothing. And we don't even care what's going on in Milwaukee. They're hyped out. They're going to fold like they did last year in the playoffs, talking about there's no losing. Yeah, there's losing. And you know what? The Bay is about winning. We're about championships. We need to get over all this jibber jabber and get out there and get some snot knockers and start knocking these cats around on the field. Bosa, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? Experimenting and saying that. I don't even think you're battling again, bro. I don't even know what that means. You're just battling like a child, bro. It is ridiculous. Farhan, man, just bow down and kiss Bochy's ring real quick. Man, I'm telling you, look, we got to go out there and snatch some bags this weekend. We got to go out. I need some Ghetto Boys. My mind's playing tricks on me. You know what I'm saying? You know, we have
Thank you, Ghetto Boys.
A lot of fans are on Halloween. You know what I'm saying? Let's go snatch some bags. Go up there in Sacramento. You know, like Guru said, I'm emotionally invested. Now, my daughter told me when she was 7 years old, I'm going to be a college softball player. And yeah, she did. She went to College World Series, and then she made first team All Big West when UCSD won Division I. And she's coaching with me. And I'm telling you, there's no greater joy than hanging out with your kid and watching them grow playing sports. And if these pro players don't understand that, remember where you came from. Remember all the dog days when you were getting hit in the mud and crying to your daddy, and then now where you paid, now you crying again? Man, get out there and get some wins. Man, if everyone in the Niners play like Greenlaw and Warner, we'll be all right.
I'm with you.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Nick in Berkeley.
I love you, Nick.
I had to give him 3, man. We gave him runway.
There was like 7 droppable drops from his call.
Crapamento.
Farhan, you loser.
Farhan's a loser. Bochy's a winner.
Bow down.
Bow down and kiss his rings. I mean, it's all right. From Nick in Berkeley to RJ Fairfield. RJ Fairfield, what's happening?
Oh, God.
No, hey, I don't even want to go. Can y'all go to Nick and Berkeley? I ain't trying to go right now. There's a lot of little tension going on after that call, man. What kind of coffee you think he drinking today?
I don't know.
Man.
I don't know.
Hey, real quick. So, I mean, you guys are little, y'all ain't talking about the Warriors and this Kings matchup today. I don't know why, but y'all sound a little nervous today. I mean, last time I called in, go ahead, Shaq.
No. Last time you called in, go ahead, RJ. Go ahead, cook. Go ahead. Don't get me started, RJ. You better be careful today.
Microwave, homie.
Oh, no. Okay. Last time I called in, I went on the call and I said Harrison Barnes has done nothing.
Yep.
Sabonis, I said he sucks. And what have they done since? They proved me wrong, guys. They
in one game?
One
game?
Yeah, one game. Hey. Yeah, one game.
One game.
That's the way we started off.
One game is equivalent to the first quarter of the first game of an NFL game.
Hey, I ain't no expert. I don't even care. I'm in my feelings right now. Let me cook real quick.
Go ahead, cook, RJ. You like the beam tonight, RJ?
All right.
You like the beam tonight?
Oh, you gonna see? Hey, yeah, you gonna see the beam from your little Tesla thing or from the BART station. I don't know where, but you gonna see the beam today. You too, Shafky. You probably playing softball out there in the cold weather.
Hey, RJ, you're approaching this game like an NBA Finals game, aren't you?
Hell yeah. You Warrior fans, you guys are the most, oh my God, can I say
I would love to hear what you think of Warrior fans.
What do you think? Go ahead, say it, RJ. Say it with your chest, RJ.
I can't.
Say it with your chest.
Stand y'all, man. I can't stand the yellow, whatever color yellow that is, and whatever blue that is. I can't stand them. My neighbors are Warriors fans. I can't stand. Well, they're wearing blue. I hate the blue all around. I feel like there's a bunch of bandwagon Warrior fans. It's all about the purple, the blue collar. It's all about the purple and black. The blue collar people versus these Patagonia jackets wearing. No,
hey. Bro, you ever own a Patagonia? It's high quality stuff there, bro. Don't be talking down on Patagonia.
Disrespectful. RJ gone. Oh, Nick and Berkeley, RJ.
RJ's in midseason form.
RJ's back. Lee was freaking out over a preseason game last week. Now he's back.
He was ready to hit me with the Malik Monk dunk in my face.
Well, Harrison
Game 2.
I love it, though.
He's back on the Harrison Barnes trade because he scored 33 against Utah.
More irrational. 49er fans regarding the quarterback or Kings fans in general regarding anything Warriors related?
Kings fans. I mean, according to Kitty Caraway, who will join us today, 30 Warrior fans don't watch basketball.
Oh,
Willie watched the Warriors, apparently.
Hey, Kenny, can you hit another note? Do you have a changeup? That joke's played out.
You want to get to Rob and San Bruno? We got shameless shout-outs coming up 7:45. I don't even think we need to talk today.
I know. Hey, Rob, I want to hear from Rob.
You want to hear from Rob and San Bruno?
We got heavy hitters today.
We got the heavy hitters around on the Friday. Rob and San Bruno.
What up, Rob?
It's your time.
What up, dog?
Good morning, fellas. I'm up early, get my testosterone up. I'm in there in the weight room getting it in. And then I'm listening, right? And I'm on Twitter yesterday, going through the line, listening. And I'm reading some from all these, these good 49er, insiders. You got Bosa blaming the boy Wilkes. You got Kyle Schottenheimer, blaming the boy Wilkes. I'm like, hold on. Y'all scored 17 and 20 points the last two games. You know what I'm talking about? Like, if my defense only scores 17 and 20 points, and we got this expensive offense with all these playmakers, and the next Joe Montana is 24 points too much to score? Is that too much to ask for? If we a good team, 24 points would be a bad game for us. You know what I'm saying? But I'm going to say this, though. The reason Kyle Schottenheimer would never win a Super Bowl, because he don't know how to adjust. I'm going to tell you why. We know what Wilkes do. If you watch the NFL, we watch the Cardinals, we watch this whole Wilkes. And if you know the NFL, you know Wilkes, he's going to bring the heat.
Yep.
You know that. He dropped defensive ends all the time. This is what he do. Even on that play with 2nd and 15, the play worked because then they threw it to tight end. Bosa tackled him, and it was 2nd and 13, so the play was successful, right? The Minnesota didn't expect it.
Right.
That's what defense is about, doing something they don't expect. And that was a good play. My thing is this. So you bring in this dude, you know his MO and how he gets down. but you don't want to embrace what he does, but you want to embrace what you do. You draft Trey Lance. You know Trey Lance. Trey Lance film tells you he's not looking short. His first read is not short. His first read is deep, then short. But you don't embrace that. As soon as you feel like, I can't change it to who I want to be, he's no good to me. Let's come in and get him out of here and bring in Darnold. Like, come on, man. Kyle Schottenheimer will never win a ring unless he's able to adjust the way he's thinking and add different variations to his game.
You had something on Bosa. Like, you got a thought on Bosa?
Oh, yeah. Like I told y'all earlier in the season, later last year, that there was some sucker stuff going on in that locker room. And for Bosa to come out here and blame the coach because you're not getting home, because you haven't worked on your skill set, because all you got is a bull rush. I don't see no swim moves. I don't see no Dwight Freeney spin moves. I don't see none of that. All I see is straight bull rush. And one more thing about the Wilkes dropping back. All great DNs drop back. I've seen Vic Fangio do it with Alden Smith. I see it all the time. I see the Eagles do it with their DNs. So it happens sometimes. He's just trying to add something different to the defense, because if this defense was so great, we have a Super Bowl by now, right? Oh. So why not add something to we can do? We sticking to the same game plan, but we keep losing close games. Oh, and one more thing. Where was that defense in the championship game last year? After Purdy got hurt, they quit. Real defenses, great defenses don't quit. I didn't see the Baltimore Ravens defense quit when they had Trent Gilbert throwing dust across the field.
Robinson, Bruno.
They played really hard in that game. Well, I watched that game.
No, that game was closer than what the score indicated.
There were some horrible penalties.
I mean, it was 14-7, horrible penalties, 7-7.
The third down
14-7, but David Josh Johnson is 14-7 before the half. We got the ball, and Josh Johnson can't pick up the snap.
Oh, my God.
I mean,
he got crunched so hard.
I mean, he couldn't pick up the snap. So, man, Steve Wilkes is trying to learn. Here's Steve Wilkes yesterday.
I think you have to, because it's based off the defense. This defense is a unique defense, and there's certain things that go with that particular defense, and I'm learning that, and there's certain things that you can't sway away from. So as I evaluate and talk to the coaches, most importantly, as well as Kyle, I see those things. So, again, that's why I'm not panicking. I know we have the personnel. I know we have the talent, and I just got to do a better job putting them in position.
Nick Bosa.
I think a little bit. I think I'm trying to work on stuff on the run this year that I wasn't able to do in camp. So those games that I mentioned, the two, I think I was thinking too much because I was trying to add something to my rush plan, which is not what I want to be doing during season. I want to be locked in on what I do best and just doing it throughout the whole year. But there's no excuse at this point for that.
And then something that flew under the radar. There were so many things. The 8 men on the field for Minnesota, we didn't run a play. Yeah, 8 men on the field. Troy Aikman goes, I've seen 12, 13, maybe 10. I've never seen 8, and we didn't run a play. We didn't even run a play.
The great quarterbacks run a play on a play like that. Right. That was so obvious. TJ Watt, by the way, just to give you you talk a lot about him. He signed a mega deal.
Mega deal.
He held in.
So
he was on the sidelines, still working with the team in terms of mentally preparing and being there. He didn't practice. He didn't participate. He was still lifting weights and stuff with the team. He was around the trainers. The year he signed the extension, he went out and had 22.5 sacks.
I know.
Now, last year he was hurt. 5.5 sacks. Not a great year. He's backed it up again this year with 8 sacks. 8 sacks in 6 games. And some unbelievable
game-changing plays.
5 pass deflections. He could drop back in coverage.
Changing the game.
2 forced fumbles.
Scoring touchdowns.
I mean, the guy is a monster.
This flew under the radar, Shasky, from Troy Aikman.
And 3 fumble recoveries.
Sorry to interrupt you. But as we haven't even brought up the quarterback. We don't even know who's playing quarterback on Sunday. Could be Brock, could be Darnold. I have no idea. It wouldn't shock me if it was Brock Purdy, because as soon as he clears concussion protocol, Shanahan don't care. He gonna play you. Christian McCaffrey played all day long. We think Christian McCaffrey, not only does he have a torn oblique, but hell, we think he had a concussion against Dallas. He still played. Well, listen. Troy Aikman, during Monday Night Football, dropped this one in, and we haven't touched it all week.
And talking with him about his elbow and the injury that he had last year in the playoffs, he's still regaining his strength. It's not 100%.
What?
That's Troy Aikman on Brock Purdy. Listen to this again. Here's Troy Aikman on Brock Purdy, who we spoke with in the pregame meetings. You know, they had the meetings. Joe Buck talked to us on Monday. They had the meetings on Sunday with Shanahan and Purdy and everything. Here's Troy Aikman on Brock Purdy.
And talking with him about his elbow and the injury that he had last year in the playoffs, he's still regaining his strength. It's not 100%.
So Purdy's out here playing compromise because he knows if he doesn't play, he could get Brock Purdy'd. He could get Wally pipped.
Well, I guess I have a lot of questions about what 100% means. Like, was he 80 in week 1 and then 85 and now he's down to 75? Or is he just, you know what I mean? Like, is he up to 91 from 80 at the beginning of the year? Like,
I don't know.
Because he looked great against Dallas. But this is the thing with the arm that, again, any baseball player, quarterback, anyone who throws a lot understands this. One day your arm feels great,
right,
and the next day your arm doesn't. One day I need a compression sleeve to throw, you know, and I got to take a couple days off.
Right.
A couple other days, it feels a lot good. Like, not every day your arm is going to feel great. And week to week, you know, you're going to build up. I mean, I'm surprised there's not more dead arm conversation in the NFL in general.
And there probably is. They just don't address it.
No.
And they're not going to address it. They don't want to give the team, another team, at a competitive advantage. You know, you don't want the Cincinnati Bengals to know, oh, man, he's not 100%. Well, let's run this coverage because he can't make this throw. A lot of Bosa calls here. A lot of Bosa calls, a lot of D-line calls.
I didn't realize the Bosa thing was that going to get people that fired up. I told you to. Look, can we just – I know. I sounded like a panicked maniac in the preseason. Can we just admit missing the whole thing, not being at the facility? I don't care about practicing, but just not being there –
maybe.
It was a bad look.
Maybe, but here's my problem.
Forget the result. It was a bad look.
The reason why I'm not going to acknowledge it.
Why?
Because you were all over it, and I get that. And a lot of people were all over it. To be fair, had the right to be all over it. But nobody brought up training camp the first 5 weeks of the season when they were rolling and being 5-0. All of a sudden, they lose a couple games. He gets shut down in Cleveland. Gets quieted in Cleveland, and he doesn't get home against Kirk Cousins. And all of a sudden, we're bringing back training camp. We're bringing training camp back up. We didn't bring it up the first 5 weeks of the season.
Timeout.
That's my issue with it.
I get it, but
that's my issue with it.
You have a significant other at home.
No doubt.
They don't forget nothing.
No, well, that's
so
different.
when something rears its ugly head, fans are going to remember as well.
But for Bosa to say that, I don't want to hear from Bosa.
I hear you.
I don't want to hear when you got $120 million guaranteed, straight hit the bank, direct deposit, and all of a sudden you say, yeah, well, maybe now. I'm sure somebody asked you a question before about training camp through the first 5 weeks of the season. Wasn't the problem then? All of a sudden we get lit up by Minnesota, and it's an issue. That's my problem. I don't want to hear about it. You chose to hold out. You got your money.
And now you're experimenting
and
in games
you get your money.
We're trying to win.
There's a lot of people down in Santa Clara saying, boy, we didn't think it was going to cost this much. Well, they gave in and gave you your back. So I don't want to hear about training camp now in week number 8. I don't want to hear about it. You better go out there, and Joe Burrow better have grass stains on that jersey on Sunday. Because I'm afraid. Well, I'm going to be off on Monday. It's Baby Chez's first day of school, but I will be listening. And I'm going to tell you what, I always get on you for calling in on a day off. I will be calling in Monday. I will be calling, especially if they lose. I will be calling the 9 o'clock hour. And Bosa, I'm watching you every single play this week.
Omar's coming.
Joe Burrow better have grass stains on that jersey this Sunday. I don't want to hear anything. No excuses. I'm tired of it. I got to sit here and listen to the head coach throw the DC under the bus. The DC sitting here saying, well, I'm still learning the defense. And now Bosa's talking about training camp in week number 8.
And my quarterback is telling the
Troy Aikman that I'm not 100%. I'm still getting right.
And he's dealing with a concussion situation.
Boy. Oh, we got problems in San Francisco. Oh, my God.
Trent is, who knows? Dre Greenlaw, who knows?
Oh,
CMC off the injury list. Everyone and their moms knows that CMC is not healthy. Stevie Wonder called in and said he could see that CMC wasn't 100%.
So we've got shameless shout outs in 8 minutes. We got full fall lines. I don't even know if we need shout outs. Should wave them off. No shout outs today.
I think we audible on that one.
Shout out to Christian McCaffrey's oblique. By the way, did you see the ISO cam on Christian McCaffrey before the Monday night game?
Oh, yeah.
He was like hopping around.
Yeah.
He was like stretching.
That's what them Vikos will do.
I looked at him and I looked at Anna and I said, oh my God, this guy smelled every salt in the world. He is hopped up off something. Did you see him? He looked like an absolute maniac. And the first time I said, this guy should not be suited up. What is shithead doing? What is shithead? And you got that blaring, and I'm like, this guy looks like a maniac. He should not be playing.
Well, if you've ever had an older family member, my grandma, after a nice glass of liquor, vodka, she likes I call it the pipe cleaner. She can get up and do a little waltzing, but before that, she can barely move. So when you're feeling good, let the Lord lift you up and feel the Spirit. I mean, I'm not mad at that.
Tell me, did you see that? What did you think?
Of course I saw that. I said I see that every morning when I'm walking around Union Square. People feeling the Holy Spirit. High off them Vicos. Fentanyl, whatever the hell it is.
You guys see what I'm talking about with McCaffrey? I was like, this guy should not be playing a football game. What is going on? He's like doing the neck thing. He's cracking every knuckle in the neck. I'm like, geez. Oh, my gosh. Football season. Let's go to Frank in Dallas.
I love how it's an excuse for everything.
Frank in Dallas.
Hey, Frank.
What's happening, man? Now, you guys got my blood boiling.
Yeah. Long-time listener, love you guys, man. I try to hold it down for us out here in Dallas.
Yeah, no, I know, Frank. Yeah, you do hold it down there.
Fly that flag proudly.
Always, man. I just wanted to talk about the D-line. I know we've been getting on Bosa, and I get it, right? It's warranted with how much money he's getting paid. But, I know Hargrave's been making some plays too, but I haven't heard anything from Drake Jackson in a while, Armstead in a while.
Is he even on the team?
Double team. Like, we need to get home. Other guys need to get home, man. I know they get the ball out quick, but our defensive line just doesn't look as good as it did in 2019. I feel like we have more depth. But that's it, guys. I love you guys, and keep going.
Love you too, Frank. Good call there. Let's go to Javier. I'm only giving you 90 seconds. No 5-minute calls
get right
today,
to
Javier.
it, kid.
Straight to the point, Javier. Mr. Hill, Mr. Shasky's doing okay, Javier.
Man, you sound angry already, man. Somebody must have told you not to know. But it's all good.
I'm not angry, Javier. I'm fired up. It's a Friday. I got Warriors at Kings. I don't even know who are you going to wear a split jersey today?
Nah, I know based on all them hating suckers you got in that comment section on Twitch and YouTube and all that other, you know what I'm saying? You got a bunch of cartoon characters always throwing shade at me, but it's good. Like I said, first thing before I get to the Niners,
but you're a Warrior and Kings fan though, right? So I was wondering if you're going to wear a split jersey.
Nah, I'm a Kings fan first because I like the Kings since 1998. My first game ever was 1998 when my mom took me and my sister. But my dad took me to my first Warriors game in 2001. You know what I'm saying? So, we went back with that Nick Van Exel and, Speedy Claxton and all those boys. But, that's not the conversation. Yeah, that's not the point of this conversation. The point of what I was going to make is first thing for the Niners. I got about 50 seconds left. Chasky, man, you're going to have to stop disrespecting and dismissing what we do in Sacramento. We took you guys to the brink. I'm not saying we're nowhere near where you're at. But, you could, despite your face and rolling your eyes to the sky, like, bro, you're not going to bring that energy into the Golden One Center. You can be shaking hands and smiling. You're not going to be acting like that because it ain't nowhere near as acting. You're like, oh, Sacramento, bro. Like, we took you guys to the brink, Game 7. You guys were chipping your toenails with how stressed you guys were. But I didn't call for that, man. But just
what did you call for?
Hey, hold on, man. Give me a second. Like,
I've given you 40.
Bye-bye. Not today, Javier. I told you to get to the point.
Hey,
you talk about the fake haters. Ain't nobody hating on you. Everybody waiting for you to get off the air.
I have a new advanced analytics stat that Farhan would be very proud of. Chris Collinsworth might even put it into PFF. I don't know if you know this year, Bonte. There's pressure rate, there's win rate, podcast percentage right now. Eric Armstead has 4 podcasts that have been released since the season started and 0 sacks. He has a 4-0 ratio.
You know what? Eric Armstead's got to do something.
Let's get into Andre Iguodala territory.
He is.
I mean, listen. Let's not disrespect Iguodala. He's a 4-time champ. Armstead hasn't won no Super Bowls. All right? Iguodala won 4 championships.
I want Iguodala.
Hit some big shots.
I forgot.
Hit some big shots.
I forgot about that.
I can't remember
Ever since Stephen A. banished Max, I forgot about that one.
Hey, listen. I can't remember the last time Eric Armstead made a big play. I can't remember. Can somebody remind me? When's the last time he made a big play?
Eric Armstead?
Yeah.
It's when he got the bag in 2020.
Oh, my gosh. I don't know.
When he took Buckner's money that offseason.
Drake Jackson is even on the football team anymore. Or is he going to be playing for USC when they come visit Cal this Saturday? Fight on. Where's Drake Jackson at?
They said his near sack of Dak Prescott.
Oh, God.
Is that what we're doing?
I haven't seen
Are we serious?
I haven't
Are
seen.
We serious? That can't be a thing.
I haven't seen Eric Armstead rub his belly in a long time.
That is fact.
He comes out with the dog chain. Maybe get that chain to Fred Warner or Dre Greenlaw. Seriously, the D-line, you're on notice. You're on notice this week. Let's get to Vincent in Columbus. Vincent in Columbus, Ohio. What's happening?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, man. Good.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of talk about the Bosa thing a little bit. I don't know if you guys think this. Do you think he kind of got a little, like, complacent with the fact that, like, you know, he won DPOY, so he felt like he did earn the contract, which he did? Because, like, I look at TJ Watt's situation, and I feel like with his hold in, he validated his contract when he got the DPOY.
I don't know what to make of it, quite honestly. I think it's too small of a sample size to make definitive conclusions. I will say this. The truly great players, Aaron Donald, J.J. Watt, like generational defensive players,
right.
Patrick Willis, Luke Kuechly, like pick who you want, Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, they're motivated by continual excellence and winning.
Greatness.
They
want to be great every single year.
Now, I believe when you watch practice, and we've seen Bosa practice, this guy practices perfection. So for me to sit here and question, is he complacent? I think that's unfair. I think the sample size is too small. I just don't know what is he working on. And I think he needs to have some big impact here moving forward. And I think he needs to mix it up a little.
He does need to mix it up.
He needs to mix it up a little. Whatever he was working on, change it up a little.
Well, Baldy joined Willard and Dibbs.
Add some elements.
He cheated on us with Willard and Dibbs yesterday.
When?
Baldy. Yesterday.
That disgusts me. Baldy's my friend. We be texting. Willard has Ornberger. I've got Baldy.
It's all right. We took Pondia. They could have Baldy. It's all right. It's all love.
They took Pondia for us, made it a weekly. Baldy does believe his D-line can take advantage of the Bengals' O-line.
Well, I don't think the offensive line is very good. And so they're going to get a chance to hit Joe Burrow and affect Joe. Now, I think he's much healthier. It was Jamar Chase 3 weeks ago. They came out and said, I'm open. I'm always bleeping open. And he's dominated the league in the last 2 games. I mean, dominated the way very few receivers can. And he truly is always open. And Joe Burrow is healthier, and he's moving much better, and he's had another week to get ready. So you're going to see the best of the Bengals passing game. I'm not a big fan of their offensive line. I know who all the guys are. I think they're set up so that Joe's going to get pushed pretty good here if they play at their best. But if they don't, if they continue to let what Kirk Cousins did the other night where he goes 45 pass attempts and you don't get him to the ground once, like if you play like that against Joe Burrow, he's going to hand your head to you.
So he does believe this offensive line of the Cincinnati Bengals is very vulnerable, but we thought that with the Minnesota Vikings and the Cleveland Browns were missing Conklin. They were missing Joe Bitonio. Did not matter. P.J. Walker had all the time in the world. So they better get after him. Let's go up to Fairfield. Oof, 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 oof. Big Dog City.
Oof, oof, oof. Big Dog City in the house.
Are you in Cordelia or Fairfield?
Cordelia or Fairfield?
Because I have cousins that live in Cordelia.
No, I'm in Fairfield.
All right. Dope.
Right by the Air Force Base,
Yep.
Hanging out. But yeah, I was just calling about that fraud. Bosa, OHIO, anything coming out of the United States, sometimes it's fraud. Just looking at what he's doing. I played D-line in college coming up. You don't practice your craft during the season. You do that in the off season. You do that, when you're at home in the preseason. That's when you get that work in to get ready for the season, and then you dominate. That statement he made just pissed me off, and that's not what I like. That's why I tell people the Max Crosby's in the world, the Hutchinsons in the world, go Big Blue, are beast at DN, and that's what you want. Max Crosby wants to be the best. I don't hear that out of Bosa. He doesn't want to be the Kobe, the Mamba, Michael Jordan. Crosby got that tatted. That's what the attitude Bosa needs for that money. That's what I need out of that guy, to be dominant. So I'll be seeing him this Sunday. See you guys down there at Levi's, whatever you call it now. I'll be there watching that game, and then I'll go to Monday to Detroit to watch 2 great DNs play. Max Crosby and Hutch.
Big Dog.
Get busy. You go Monday night. What a DN look like.
You've been waiting for that moment, Big Dog.
Yeah, he is.
You're going to have fun. I'll see you on Sunday.
That was a mic drop.
I'm going to Detroit, too.
I'm not going to lie. The more I hear Max Crosby talking, these
more I like
athlete pod, more I like him. More I love him. Yeah. What are you talking about? The guy is an animal. He was talking about how the Niners kept chip blocking them and doing this and that, and he was like loving every second of it. Like he's here for all of it.
He's here for the smoke.
His competitive fire is through the roof.
I'm still trying to get over Javier Vacaville.
But that's not why I called.
Oh, the cartoon. He gonna go call our chat cartoon characters?
Give me 1 second. No.
I think you're 60. You still talk about the Kings. How Shasky's gonna go to the Golden One Center and be a model citizen.
I went to Golden One Center and got shamed by everyone for wearing a credential with a jersey.
Did you?
Yeah, a couple people.
Kitty did the same thing. Kitty Caraway joined us at 8:30.
I love Casey.
Frank in Monterey. Let's go down to Monterey. I love Monterey. I love Carmel. I love that entire area. It's the home of Joe Spadone. Oh, not really. No, you're Pacific Grove, right?
I claim it though, Pacific Grove, Monterey, but it's PG.
I'm a Marina guy.
That's like people.
No one's a Marina.
Spadone. That's like people in Sacramento claiming the Bay Area. Yeah, we're part of the Bay. No, you're not part of Monterey. You're PG.
It's 17-mile drive. We're connected to Pebble Beach.
Spadone's a Watsonville guy.
My father-in-law Bob is from there.
You're Salinas
there you
guy.
go.
Salinas.
Are we making
Frank in
box?
Monterey. Frank in Monterey. What's happening?
What's up,
Sorry, Frank.
Good morning, guys. How's everything?
Oh, man, we're doing great. It's a Friday. Payday Friday.
I appreciate. Oh, yeah, fabulous Friday. I know y'all don't know this. I'm a school teacher, so school starts in 10 minutes. So I'm going to make this quick. Is that all right?
Yeah.
What grade do you teach?
I teach 3rd grade.
Oh, nice.
Beautiful. That's awesome.
Nice.
Go ahead, Frank.
And I got my Niner banners all over my classroom, dude.
Let's go.
I got to teach the kids right, you know.
I like that. No, you're doing the Lord's work.
Whoa. Is this Frank Galliotti? Is this Frank Galliotti?
Yes.
Frank, it's Joe Spadone. I used to work with you.
How you doing?
How you doing? Good to talk to you, Frankie.
Good to talk to you too, buddy.
Oh, man.
Okay, so like I said, I got 3 things.
Give
all
it to
right. One is, I think we all, with all respect to everybody's opinion, we all need to just relax, calm down. We need to get healthy because no one's ever won the Super Bowl in October.
True.
So we got to get healthy. We get in the tournament, and then we take it because I purchased a bottle of scotch with Joe Montana's figure on it from Costco recently, and I'm opening it in February when we win the whole thing.
Let's go.
Number two. As for Purdy's performance, I think he did pretty well for most of that game. Yes, he had 2 bad passes, but look, my guy was Montana, always has been, always will be. I do remember a couple times where he didn't play too well in various games too, so just keep that into perspective. Number 3, does Nick Bosa remind you of Rick Vaughn from the Major League movies? Like from the first movie, he was unstoppable, and in the second movie, he went from Terminator to, I need to do the Eliminator, I need to do this thing. And I'm like, dude, somebody needs to get in not only Bosa's face, but the whole D-line's face and say, right now you guys aren't worth the piece of paper that you wrote your contract on. Get out there. We're like that fans in the left field seats in that second part movie.
Right.
Here, I'll show him how to play. I'll show him how to, that guy, that's how we are right now.
You're so right.
Anyway, hey, guys, let's get healthy. Let's get in the tournament, and let's show something because, dude, it's been a long time since we've hoisted it, and I'm tired of waiting.
I totally agree
Frank,
with you.
Thank you.
Frank, that might have been the call of the century.
That was a hell of a call.
He said Bosa is Rick Vaughn. Wild thing. I kind of like where he's going with that.
And he's tired of waiting for a Super Bowl.
Are we paying, like, honestly, is anyone sitting here paying Bosa, hey, we need you to be more creative in run stuffing? Bro, we are paying you to take down the quarterback on 2nd and 15, 3rd and 15. I am taking you to eat up and destroy left and right tackles consistently.
I love the transparency with the 49ers. I really do. The Warriors and the Niners do it right. They're very transparent. But sometimes there's some things that just need to be left unsaid.
Well, I was explaining to my nephew yesterday, there's honesty, and then there's what I would call filtered honesty.
Yeah.
Where you give out what you need to give out. Not that you're lying. You're not lying. But you understand what might trigger someone on the other end, and you do your best to explain something in a way that doesn't trigger the other individual to upset them.
And
it's not lying. You get what I'm saying? I'm not saying that you're lying.
Right.
And I'm also not saying that you're burying the truth.
Right.
I'm saying you're understanding how it's going to land in someone's lap.
And Where does this land?
I think a little bit. I think I'm trying to work on stuff on the run this year that I wasn't able to do in camp. So those games that I mentioned, the two, I think I was thinking too much because I was trying to add something to my rush plan, which is not what I want to be doing during season. I want to be locked in on what I do best and just doing it throughout the whole year. But there's no excuse at this point for that.
That's equivalent to Draymond Green saying, "I don't get up for a game in March." To me, no, I'm dead serious.
That's not a good quote. It's not a good quote. And then you got this from Troy Aikman on Monday Night Football about Brock Purdy's elbow.
And talking with him about his elbow and the injury that he had last year in the playoffs, he's still regaining his strength. It's not 100%.
It's the way he said it's not 100%. Like, as in, like, there's something's up here. Like, oh boy.
Can we be honest? Sunday's a must-win game.
You think?
Fred Warner said it. And I know you opened the show. You talk about the Warriors and the Kings, how the Warriors need to win this game. No. Warriors go 0-5 to start the season. There will be a little panic and we'll be doom and gloom. Niners have to win on Sunday. I don't care if it's Brock or Sam. They have to win on Sunday. By the way, the Niners, they've won 9 straight regular season home games. All right? They've won 9 straight regular season home games. They win 10. This will be the 3rd longest winning streak they've ever had at home. They get to 10 here. You got to protect your home field. You're averaging 35.7 points per game at home this year. All right? Protect your home field. I don't want to hear any excuses. You've talked enough this week. Shanahan, Wilkes, Bosa, I'm talked out. I swear to God.
What does he call himself on the internet? The Bear? Because they do
bear. Small Bear?
No, what does Nick Bosa call himself? It's Big Bear, Big Bear Mauler or whatever.
Bear Baller.
Because when he gets a sack, it'll go, Bear Country, rawr, on the screen or whatever the heck it was. Do not clip that sound that I just made. I don't need Nick Bosa, the Bear from The Revenant. I need Cocaine Bear this weekend. I know we're in trouble and we're not allowed to talk about those things, but that's the guy. I need that Bear from that movie. That's the Nick Bosa I need this weekend. And, hey, dog, go after the quarterback. I don't care about the running backs anymore. Get the quarterback. I'm paying you to sack the quarterback.
So you need a bear that's not dipping his fingers in honey like Winnie the Pooh. You need a bear that's sniffing around.
No,
you need a bear that's... I need to hunt.
I need a ravenous bear.
One of those bears that cause injuries?
Need Cocaine Bear.
There's no excuses, but here's 7 excuses.
It always comes back to the white stuff. The Warriors will be without Draymond Green tonight when they take the court against the Kings of Sacramento. Head coach Steve Kerr made the announcement Wednesday when he joined Willard and Dibs. Green is still recovering from a sprained left ankle he sustained 2 days before training camp. Kerr did hint that Draymond could return during this upcoming road trip. Of course, the Warriors play 7 of the next 8 at home. On the road. The lone home game is Wednesday against Sacramento. 7 of the next 8 on the road, with the exception of Wednesday night when they host the Sacramento Kings. Kerr did hint Draymond could return on his current road trip, so we'll see about that. Maybe it's Houston. Maybe it's New Orleans on Monday. But we shall see. They need Draymond Green back in the worst way defensively. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Kitty Caraway, 8:30. What's your calls? Tim in Livermore, Lucky in San Francisco, Will, Manny. We're getting to y'all. I promise you. Rat-a-tat-tat. We'll get to y'all in this next segment coming up here on the Roast.
When you
As I crack my voice. Oh, baby.
That wasn't bad. That wasn't bad at all.
On the second try.
On the second try. It's not easy. It's not easy.
Size matters.
It does matter. Yeah. Oh, Day-Day. I don't even know when that became a thing. As we say, good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening?
It's our calling card. It's like Mike and the Mad Dog.
Well, I think
I'm Mad Dog. You're Mike.
Yeah, that's true. I'm gonna die on air. Literally fall asleep. I felt like falling asleep last second.
You yelling at Javier in Vacaville?
Well, I try to be cool with Javier, man. He's just sometimes out of control. Now, somebody's parading around like his father said. I didn't treat him like that. That's not my son that I know. 510 Comcast Business Text Line. Tell my son Javier he's making me look bad. He was a Warrior fan first. Sincerely, Javi Poppy.
I don't know if I believe that. He can be a fan of whoever he wants.
Yeah, but Javier's just out of, he's like talking junk and y'all bite the fingernails and this and that. And, you know, he's been calling a lot. I like Javier.
Kings fans are bold this morning.
But no, Javier is just a little too much sometimes. It's like, get to the point. Get to the point. He's calling out our chat. He's calling out YouTube and Twitch and the Comcast. Like, no. You don't call them cartoon characters when you're out here sounding like a cartoon. That doesn't happen. So, Javier, you're in Alcatraz. Call back next month.
Locked up? They won't.
Yeah, he's locked up.
Out.
Call back next month.
Let me out.
Call back next month. You need a month off.
Styles P ripped that one.
He did. Javier needs a month off.
The third most important member of the Locks.
By the way, do not put on Charmed right now. As we say good morning to the overnight strippers. Charmed.TNT.
That's when you know it's NBA season. Hey, crank it. This, I don't care what anyone said. This was a hitter. Akon might have got canceled. Akon got bangers.
Akon got canceled for what?
Stuff happened at a concert. It was very questionable. He has a song, Blame It On Me, kind of explaining the situation.
Well, maybe we shouldn't play him. We should play.
Wait, give it to me. Gosh. That's what you do to Burrow. Turn it up. Bosa, if you're listening to me. Smack that quarterback. Oops, if they put my song on. Eminem hasn't been good since. Am I wrong?
Boy, a lot of people are on Bosa's head.
I can't believe it.
Oh, my gosh.
I can't believe it.
All it took was him to say what he said.
I can't believe it.
Wait, listen. What's crazy? What's crazy about this whole situation?
Purdy has gotten zero criticism.
Exactly. This guy threw 2 interceptions in the fourth quarter.
He jumped and got destroyed, Bonte. Watching that replay, honest to God, they're lucky he didn't get hurt worse. No, I'm serious, dude. The quarterback sneak failed, number one. Then they did it again, and we have been watching the tush push, whatever you want to call it, for 2 years now. And no one can get a clean hit on Jalen Hurts. And 2 consecutive QB sneaks after Jimmy Garoppolo, the greatest QB sneaker of all time, second to Tom Brady. My guy almost got his head decapitated. And it's not funny.
No, it's not funny.
Serious. He got destroyed. His head got snapped. Dude, he got crushed.
And not only this,
he got crushed.
And Troy Aikman had to talk with him about his elbow.
And talking with him about his elbow and the injury that he had last year in the playoffs, he's still regaining his strength. It's not 100%.
Troy, man. Troy just tells the truth. And then Baldy, Joy, Willard, or Dibs. And they asked him about Shanahan's comments, or basically about Shanahan throwing Steve Wilks under the bus. Here's what Baldy had to say about that.
Well, if I was Kyle, I wouldn't have said that. But it's hard not to already know it. I mean, it's not like you have to come out and say it.
Stop it right there. I'm going to play that first part again. You stop it. Play the first part again. As soon as he says that, I want you to stop it, Spinoni. Here's Baldy on Shanahan's comments on Steve Wilks.
Well, if I was Kyle, I wouldn't have said that.
That's a drop.
If I was Kyle, I wouldn't have said that.
Possibly.
And y'all thought I was going insane yesterday. See, I thought at the end of the show, I said, I walked out of here, Shaska, we did our little photo shoot, and I drove home, and I said, boy, man, I had a bad show.
What an adorable photo shoot we had.
We did. But I thought to myself, I said, I had a bad show. I let the Bay Area down.
Why?
Because I was doom and gloom. I was on Shanahan's line.
No.
I thought it was just me. And then I see Eric Crocker on Twitter, and he's like, really, Shanahan called out Wilks? What about your offense that scored 17 points? What about your offense that turned the ball over 3 times? What about your decision-making? What about your DB who let the ball hit him in the chest before halftime and let Addison snatch it out of his hands? But Baldy, who we all respect, he's appointment radio, Tuesdays, 7:30 on the Morning Roast.
Or when he's with Willard and Dibs.
He's appointment radio. I see him on TV, and I'm like, I got to stop what I'm doing and listen to what Baldy's talking about. The players. Who's he, Javon Phillips? Don't mean anything unless Baldy makes it a breakdown. And he opens up his answer with this.
Kyle, I wouldn't have said that. But it's hard not to already know it. I mean, it's not like he has to come out and say it. It was a horrendous call. And it was so un-49er-like. They're never a max blitz team. They're never a blitz zero team. Never. Like, they might add Fred Warner to a blitz. They might bring the slot defender off. But they rely on their front four. That's what they've done under Saleh. That's what they did under D'Amico. And that's who they are. And so to see them even line up in that, especially considering the circumstances, 16 seconds ago, no timeouts. I mean, even if you get home, so what? The half's going to end.
Right.
Like, you're not going to do anything. Like, it just didn't make – like, you just play an umbrella. Let them complete a ball if they want. You tackle them in bounds. You're all running into the locker room and getting orange slices. Like, it's just that simple. To give up that kind of a play in that situation, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say it's unforgivable, but it makes no sense.
Makes no sense.
What did I text the group thread seconds after that? Because we're all watching it, and we have a group thread. What did I text the group thread?
I don't know. What did you
I cannot believe Steve Wilks sent the house in that situation with no timeouts. And if you let them complete a ball, they get down, you pray that they can't spike it or whatever. At worst,
Jasky,
you let them force a ball down the sidelines and they're going out of bounds. You cannot allow an over-the-top touchdown in that situation. You just can't.
Troy Aikman said, wow, they sent the 6-man blitz. That's a little weird. Then I went back to rewind it because I don't look at my phone. I try to wait because I'm on a little bit of a delay here through streaming services. So I rewinded the play and said, what exactly happened? So I'm getting ready for halftime. I'm up and, wow, wait, is there a flag? What's happening right now? You rewind it and you're thinking, oh, yeah, that was dumb. Everybody knew it.
That's all.
They don't have any timeouts.
That's like grooving a pitch to Aaron Judge after he played you in free agency.
Right. I mean,
that's how dumb that is.
Well, I don't think Logan Webb was trying to groove it.
No, but I would have hit him.
Still smoked
every at-bat of the whole series, but I hear you.
But, and Baldy saying I wouldn't have said that. That's all my thing is. We all know it was a terrible play call by Steve Wilks. Steve Wilks explained it himself. Here's Steve Wilks on the blitz.
I got to be honest with you. By the time I talk to you guys, win or lose, mentally, I'm on to the next game. I know there's a lot of questions about the call right before the half, so I definitely want to address that before I move on to Cincinnati. Take full responsibility for that call. I have to do a better job in putting the guys in a better position. We have good players. I know that, and can't really press the issue. And with that, moving forward, it's my responsibility to do that. So, wish I could take it back, but again, I gotta do better.
So he knows he has to do better. We all know he has to do better.
I respect him wearing it.
Yeah, no, he wore it. We all knew it was a bad play call the minute it happened. But let's not act like that play call cost the 49ers a football game.
No.
I'm not going to do that.
No, I don't think
you guys are crazy. Some people are insane.
It was bad momentum.
Terrible momentum. But you know what? You bounce back. Right?
I would agree. There's a whole 30 minutes that we understand that, but it's one of those things. And I think to me, what he didn't say there, and I'm sure he knows this, but what I would have rather heard is man, that's just a horrific situational football call.
Yeah,
that's all.
I take full responsibility. Yeah. That was a bad play call. But for the head coach to act like he's never had bad. How many times did we talk about the NFC Championship game and his decision to give it to Kyle Juszczyk on third down and get stuffed, and you had big Trent Williams who couldn't even walk straight.
I mean, we spent
going in motion.
Yeah, we spent you and I at least spent an offseason. I critiqued the crap out of it.
But Shanahan acts like he's perfect sometimes, and he's always looking for a little. I'm not saying he's looking for a scapegoat, but
it's convenient.
We scapegoated Jimmy. He had no problem with it. He had no problem with it. And now we got Steve Wilks, who's getting scapegoated. The defense only gave up 6 points in the second half. You're going to give up yards in today's NFL. You're going to give up yards.
But
it happens.
Here's what I would.
But they held him to 6 points in the second half and gave Shanahan's offense not one chance, but two chances to win that football game.
Look, you're talking about the game. Let's talk philosophically as an organization.
Situational football, that's dumb. That's dumb play call.
I agree,
we all know that.
But let's talk philosophically. If I'm going into a situation and I'm accustomed to doing X, Y, and Z, now I understand, but I have enough emotional intelligence, even though my bread and butter is, let's just say, I'm an Android guy and I'm coming into an Apple facility. Well, I'm not going to force everybody into an Android conversation.
Right.
The 49ers have been a top-tier defense for
no doubt
since Robert Saleh's third year, which is Shanahan's third year, and they have won a very specific way. And it's not like these are young players. Fred Warner's been in the league for quite some time.
Right.
Obviously, Bosa, Armstead. They've all been in this system a long time. This is a well-versed team. I, as the coordinator, can introduce tiny elements of what I like, but the base of what I do needs to be the principles of what makes these guys successful. And so I guess my big issue is I'm I'm seeing them run a lot more wild blitzes that aren't what their game is. Their game is getting pressure with 4 and playing zone.
But you know what, though? That hasn't been a staple of Steve Wilkes' defense. And Shanahan knew that when he hired him.
It might just be
it might just be a bad fit.
It might be a bad fit.
Listen to Steve Wilkes here on a unique defense.
I think you have to because it's based off the defense. This defense is a unique defense, and there's certain things that go with that particular defense, and I'm learning that, and there's certain things that you can't swear away from. So as I evaluate and talk to the coaches, most importantly, as well as Kyle, I see those things. So, again, that's why I'm not panicking. I know we have the personnel. I know we have the talent, and I just got to do a better job putting them in position.
So when Steve Wilkes got the blitz a little more in that second half against the Rams in week number 2, it worked. It flipped the football game. The Rams could do nothing on offense in that second half. That blitz generated a lot of pressure. Now, that's what Steve Wilkes does. He's been in this league for so long, and now he's got to come into a situation. He's like, oh, okay, I got to run what you run. Well, Crocker, again, who joined us a couple weeks ago, but he joins us all the time. Eric Crocker does a great job on 49ers Lockdown Podcast. Croc Time said it. Shanahan's a real defensive coordinator. And if Shanahan's got the headset on, you hear that play, you're like, whoa, call a timeout. 0 blitz. Yo, stop it. Stop it.
We talked about that yesterday, and Shanahan on another station admitted that he should have done that.
No, one thing we didn't talk about is the defense missing 20 tackles over the last 2 weeks.
That's not on Steve Wilkes.
Steve Wilkes needs to tackle now?
No, that is not on Steve Wilkes.
Steve Wilkes needs to go rush the quarterback?
No, that's on the players.
At some point, players got to play.
I agree with that. It's never all on one guy.
No doubt. Let's go to Lucky in San Francisco. We've been on hold for a long time. Lucky, he's
what
one
up,
of our
Lucky?
favorites. What up, Lucky? Sorry about that, man.
Luciano or Lucky?
What up, Lucky? What's up, Lucky? What's going on?
Man, I just wanted to can I give a quick yell to the whole 49er fan base?
Yes, sir.
Can I just shoot out a woo? Look, man, everybody needs to relax, stall out. It's only week 8. The defense played horribly from one game. Yeah. Just think of our record last year, 3-5. We're 5-2 this year. That's a 2-game increase. So relax, man. We got this game that we have to get. It's a must. And to all these haters and fair weather 49er fans, man, you guys either get on the pot or get off, man. Because we don't need you. We need real 49er fans. I don't care if you're 50 years old, 10 years old, 20 years old. You ride with your squad no matter what.
No doubt. Lucky.
Thank you, Lucky.
Good perspective. We are riding with them. Let's go to Manny on the Dumbarton Bridge. Manny, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, fellas. Happy Friday.
What's
up, brother?
Hey, I was watching you guys on YouTube this morning getting ready for work, and you was talking about old school video games, and I got one that comes to mind. We all played it. Mike Tyson's Punch-Out.
Oh, yeah.
In that game, there was a character named Glass Joe. And you know what? This 49ers defense, this 49ers team right now, Bonte, you on to something about the front running. They are showing that they have a glass jaw, and they got to correct that because you know what? In the first 5 weeks, when they was rolling and they was hot and they was beating on people, man, they was pumping their chest. They was king of the world. The minute they got punched in the mouth by P.J. Walker and now by Kirk Cousins, they are backing into the corner. And you know what? Old school 49ers were never like that. When Ronnie played, when Charles played, Bill played, hell, Matt Millen played, it was day in, day out, play in, play out, snap on, snap out. They was on fire, and they got to like that again. Man, they're better than what they are. We all know it. And, you know, I know, Vontae, you mad about what the coaches have been saying. I'd be hot, too, because you're right. You shouldn't have thrown them under the bus. But I've coached and played with coaches that threw me under the bus in front of players after or during the game. It's all in the heat of the moment, baby.
No doubt.
But here's the thing, right? When I called a couple of weeks ago and I mentioned that there's something fishy about this Niners defense after that Cleveland game, we all agreed to a man that they was good enough to win.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, if you look at that Minnesota game, this is why I say that they have a glass jaw. The minute CMC fumbled, the minute Moody missed the field goal, and the minute that Ward gave up that touchdown, we was basically sinking.
No doubt. No doubt, Manny. No doubt, Manny. Good call. Look, we're all hyper-focused on the defense. Again, they gave up 19 points to Cleveland. You had a chance to win the game. The kicker missed a kick at the end of the day.
And they can't run the ball.
Who, the Niners?
Yeah.
Oh, they can't run the ball right now. Yeah, offensively. Offensively, we got
no
problems.
one wants to admit that.
Kyle's offense has problems. Kyle's play calling. Again, I said this yesterday, but Kyle called 3 pass plays with under 3 minutes left against the Cleveland Browns up 17-16. He called 3 straight pass plays. Not Steve Wilkes, not Joe Shasky, not I. Kyle did that.
If they lose this game, it's Cincinnati. And on schedule, looking at it, before the season started, you would have said, you could lose to Cincinnati, and no one will lose their minds. But in the context of losing 3 in a row and all this other stuff that's going on, it's going to be one of the longest bye weeks of all time.
Yep. It will be. A long bye week.
If you think the psyche is bad today,
that's what I'm saying.
You wait till you see a true franchise quarterback in Joe Burrow on Sunday. And again, going into the year, this doesn't, you lose to Joe Burrow. Hey, you lose to Joe Burrow. Like come on. A lot of teams are going to lose to Joe Burrow this year. But in the context of a 3-game slide with injuries and turmoil and the defense talking smack about their coordinator and the head coach throwing the guy under the bus and the quarterback saying he's not 100% and having a concussion.
And then Baldy saying, I would not have done that if I was Kyle.
And it might be Darnold. You might have more quarterback stuff. I mean, there's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on. That's why when you open the show saying, I think it's a bigger game for the Warriors and Kings, I think 2.5 hours later, we realize.
Yeah, I've come over to your side.
Yeah. This game 2 in the NBA. Sacramento could go pop champagne today. I don't care. But boy, oh boy.
Well,
the Niners
I do
lose.
care.
Oh, I care. I want to beat the Kings. Trust me.
I really don't need to see another Casey video of him popping whatever liquor it is. I
got to join them later on the show today.
Smugly looking at the Instagram and like doing his little smile, looking dapper as hell.
Oh, D'Lo
with a perfectly trimmed beard.
D'Lo has had this game circled the minute the NBA schedule came.
So was he wearing Gucci capris?
Oh, they could be wearing their birthday suits. No doubt about that.
Isn't a birthday suit naked?
No, a birthday suit is like, when you get dressed up for your birthday. You go get that one fit for your birthday. You're thinking of 2 Chainz.
That is definitely not what the birthday suit is.
You are. I think you're
birthday
off
suit's
on
when you're naked.
No, see, that's a different definition of my code. When I grew up, it was like when we say, when I see it, like, for example, Warrior games, right? You see these ladies, they all dressed up. They're dressed down to the nines, right? I'm like, oh, man, it's like their birthday.
Well, dressing up for your birthday is different from birthday suit.
I've never heard of that. Maybe I'll stop saying that then.
It's like,
I thought y'all was going 2 Chainz. It's your birthday. It's your birthday.
No, that's different.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, birthday suit means naked, I thought.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's like saying, like, hey, you're showing tears. Okay, tears.
Oh,
crocodile tears are fake tears.
Yeah,
right?
I know that.
So, like, the word at the end matters or in the front matters.
I swear to God, I didn't know that. So I'm like, oh, man, they're dressing like it's their birthday or something. It's like, oh, yeah, they're dressing like their birthday.
Hey,
okay, all right.
Everybody come over. Wear your birthday suit.
Yeah, no, I didn't know about that. Damn. All right, never mind.
If you wear the birthday suit around town, you'll fit right in downtown San Francisco.
Okay. Eric and Hayward.
Size matters.
He's a Bengals fan.
Oh, who dey?
Who dey? Who gonna beat them Bengals? Who dey?
Cincinnati Skyline Chili.
Who's gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody.
Where's Charlie Walters at? Chuck, where's Chuck at? Go ahead, Eric. Go ahead, get your flex on.
First of all, Bonte Chasky, I wanted to thank you both because you both make my morning commute so much more manageable and enjoyable.
That means a lot.
I appreciate listening to you and driving in.
You sure it doesn't give you anxiety?
Oh, it sure does, but that's the fun thing about it. I mean this sincerely. Like, y'all are one of the few morning shows I've listened to around sports where you can tell you're both fans, and it's just so fun to listen to as a result.
Oh, I appreciate that. It means everything to me. Thank you, man. Seriously.
Totally. Yeah. But secondly, so I grew up in Cincinnati, but I've lived here in the Bay Area for 10 years now. This is the first time since living here when there's been a Bengals-Niners game out here, and both teams have been legitimately good.
Yeah.
And I'm going to the game on Sunday.
Nice.
And I can't wait to experience the atmosphere. So
it's going to be fun.
Where are you sitting?
Is it 170 or 130?
You got prime time seats.
Good seats.
Yeah, you got big
a
money.
wristband too? Are you going to get Are you in the NBNY?
Levi's Club or something?
Yeah.
Or
Levi's Club?
Yahoo Sports Club?
Yeah,
I don't
you
know.
got the good seats. The good.
God, I don't think so. But our good friends are season ticket holders, and that's the only way I'm sitting this.
Are you
friends
confident?
with Steve Jobs' family?
Are you confident in the Bengals winning this football game? That's what I need to ask, Eric. How you feeling about your Bengals?
God, that is such a good question. So, Shasky, I think you made a really good point about how, like, before the season, it's like, as a Niners fan, you would see this and say, if we lose to Joe Burrow, it's not that big of a deal because he's a dog, right?
Yeah.
But, like, start off the season 0-2 and have played decent ball. I mean, Joe Burrow's hopefully going to be healthy, legitimately full tilt this Sunday. So am I confident? Yes. Am I cocky? No. I could see this game going either way.
There it is. Oh, Eric, sorry, we had to cut you off because we had a break.
Hard
really
network
tight on
out.
the breaks. Sorry, Eric. Call us back on.
Yep.
I'm going to miss Monday. Don't call Spadoni. Call me on Tuesday.
Chase in this game. Let's go to break.
Yeah, let's go to break. Sorry, Spadoni. You know
I could use calls on Monday. Thanks.
No, you're going to be fine. But I love what Spadoni fills in for us, man. Spadoni did a hell of a job last time he filled in for you, Shasky. Really good. Thursday, Friday, lines were lit. Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Whole Foods. Our favorite, Kitty Caraway, ESPN 1320.
How would you like to shoot baskets
Place to hear the Warriors basketball is 95-7 the game.
My boy Dario.
Did you hear what he said?
Hey, it's
Sabonis about to be locked up. They won't let him out.
Well, Draymond's not playing tonight, so he might not be locked up.
Well,
we'll see.
Draymond don't lock up nobody. He steps on you, dog.
Don't give Kitty Caraway material, man. ESPN 1320. You're not supposed to say that. That crew neck is pretty hard, though, that D-Lo KC.
Draymond was ready to give him the Hollywood leg drop.
I mean, Kitty's so big time, man. I call him. He don't even pick up no more, man. I was like, man,
is that what he's doing?
Dude, he the mayor of Sacramento, man. He done got married. He's got the little beautiful baby girl. Sacramento Kings are rolling. They going back to the playoffs.
Here's the best
he don't
part.
got time for us no more.
Here's the best part about KC. This is why I love him. Not only does him and Damian take 7 hours to get ready for every single show, but now he's got the big-time money with the white shelf backdrop with some books like he's actually reading, and I kind of love it.
I mean, who are you now, Kitty?
You know, I'm getting my Adam Schefter, my woes on real quick with the books in the background. Shout out to IKEA though. It's not so much what you make from it. You know what I'm saying? IKEA has this something real nice, put it together. All of this is from the wife. Like all the get up and everything behind me. That's all the wife, man.
Yeah.
She's the boss. You guys know that.
Yeah, we know that.
Kenny.
We know that. But hey, what fit you wearing tonight to Dakota One Center?
Yeah, exactly.
Because a lot of Kings fans acting like it's game 2 of the NBA Finals.
I'm expecting you to go in like your YG in the cover of that song with him and Mozzie with one of those leather Jodeci vests. I've told you that before.
I'm waiting for the playoffs for that one, man. I'm waiting for the playoffs. It's going to be lit at Dakota, man. It's going to be lit. You look, man. It's about the Kings out here, man. And we've been waiting for months to get back on the floor. It didn't matter if they were playing San Francisco State, let alone the Warriors. Whenever they opened up the door to the Golden One Center, it was going to be a party. So it just so happens that it's the Warriors, and that puts a little oomph on it. You know, like Jagged Edge said one time, that puts a little oomph on it, and now we ready to go. We're ready to go. Tonight's going to be a movie, baby. It's going to be a movie. One Center, baby.
Kitty Caraway may be the only dude I know could get away with wearing no socks with dress shoes. I can't pull it off. I mean, him and Damian Barley was at the Odyssey part. I was like, these guys, dude. I can't get enough of them.
Both
seriously.
of you guys can do it. Both of you guys can do it, man. You know, you just walk around, you own it. You know, you show a little Achilles out there, you know, with the dress pants. And you guys got it done. You damn,
Casey,
man. You got it.
Casey, if I show a little Achilles, mosquitoes are going to be coming all over my ankles, and I'm going to be itching my ankles for 3 weeks. What are you talking about? Show a little Achilles.
No, we're not doing that.
What the hell is this guy talking
we
about?
light skinned. He's white. I mean, come on, man. What are we doing here? Hey, listen, man. We'll get to the Kings and the Warriors in just a second. Because you are a big-time Niner fan, and you're tapped in. You used to do the pre and post up there on ESPN 1320. I know you got Madsen up there. So I'll talk a lot of Niners. I guess we start with Bosa and his comments. And I know you heard the comments saying, I'm experimenting early on and maybe training camp. I don't want to hear it. We weren't hearing it the first 5 weeks when you were 5-0 and beating up on the Cowboys 42-10. I don't want to hear it now after 2 straight losses. What's your thoughts on Bosa and some of the recent comments he's made?
I mean, I agree with you guys. I don't want to hear it. You guys, we talk about the first 5 games. Joe, I'm with you. You should have been in camp. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of this stuff, and I know that's not how negotiating goes and all this other stuff, but a lot of this stuff, I think, and especially with Bosa, John Lynch, how they treat Bosa, you could have, in my opinion, you could have came in good faith. You know what I'm saying? They were always going to take care of you. You know that. They were always going to take care of you. So you could have came in good faith and whatever process you have as far as like getting ready for the season and experimenting with stuff, should have done that in camp. Nick Bosa is still one of the most pure defensive players in the game today. But Damian said it the day he signed the contract. It's different when you on the rookie contract and you're trying to get ready. Once it's 128, 130, whatever the case may be, we expect production that got you to that point every single time out. And he hasn't got the job done. You know, I've heard you guys talk, all week. I'm always listening. And, there's a lot of blame to go around. Kyle Shanahan takes a lot of it. Steve Wilkes takes a lot of it. But at the end of the day, the players got to play. Yep. That call by Wilkes was awful. It was awful. But Trevor Schwartz, you're right there. Make a play.
Yeah.
Make a play.
Yeah.
The ball goes through your hands. The ball goes through the hands. You make the play. You got in position to make the play. I don't know what that looks like. You pick it off. Maybe you get it back to like the 38. Maybe they can kick a field goal to in the half. So at the end of the day, I'm talking about the D-line as well. Got to make plays, man, and that's what I'm looking for these guys moving forward and coming into this game against the Bengals.
You sound like a coach.
There's nothing to worry about. Yeah. There's nothing to worry about.
You sound like a coach. You sound like my dad. Somebody out here make a play. Like he says it all the time. Like, could someone come out and just make a play? Like, come on, get us out of this inning. Get us through this quarter. Someone make a play, right? What are your thoughts on Purdy right now? Just all of them.
I love Brock Purdy. He's that dude. He's a hell of a quarterback. Made a couple mistakes in that game on Monday night. I mean, hell, he was probably seeing 32 Vikings out there in retrospect with everything that happened with that. With that hit.
He got popped.
Yeah, that was a vicious hit. So who knows what he was seeing, but he was out there. So I expect him to make. So he made some completions. So he needs to make those other completions as well. But in totality, I'm a big believer in Brock Purdy. He's that dude. I think he's perfect for that system. And, those guys are fine. With Monday night, I don't know if I told you guys or I told Kyle. I know that the 49ers defense only gave up 22 points, I think it was. And they didn't, on the scoreboard, they didn't play a bad game. But that was a game with no Trent, with no Debo, with the banged-up McCaffrey, that I expected a top-5 defense to bring them home in that one. And I know the point total wasn't there, but what kills me, and you guys will understand, is what was Kirk Cousins on third down?
Yeah,
I need you
9 to 12, 183.
He was Johnny Unitas.
First downs.
That's what he was.
Clean pockets. Yeah, no, it was a problem.
And that's the thing with a bit of a limited personnel on the offensive end. You have to give them every opportunity to score the points that they need to score. If you have everybody there, maybe it's like the Arizona game where they're just going to score.
Right.
They're going to get the ball 5 times and they're going to score touchdowns 5 times. But that's not what it was. They might have needed 9 possessions in that game to get 26 points or whatever the case may be. And because we couldn't get off the field, we didn't give them the possessions needed. So I expect a lot out of that defense. I think that's a top 5 defense. And in that particular situation, I wanted them to lock down the Vikings and they win that game and bring it home. So, at the end of the day, nobody expected 17-0. Nobody expected 16-1. You know what I mean? They're going to lose another game or 2 this year. Yeah. I still think this is one of the top. When healthy, when all together. Monte, we talked about it. Yeah. I know you're talking Philly. When healthy, I'm taking this team anywhere against anybody. I think they got the goods. We just got to get healthy again, and they got to get right. Like you said, I don't want to hear nothing about, we're trying to get ready. Yeah. And, I'm trying to learn this defense and all this other stuff. I ain't trying to hear all that, man. Like, it's time to win.
It's go time. And you got the Bengals right in front of you on Sunday, and they're coming in rolling right now with Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins is back. And then you get off the bye week. You got to go down to Jacksonville, play Trevor Lawrence, and they're hot right now. They won 4 in a row. So no more excuses. Just go win some football games. We'll switch over to Kings and Warriors here, but the defensive line, through 6 quarters, KC, when you factor in the Cleveland game, you factor in the first half against Minnesota, they're giving up over 5 yards of carry. Over 5 yards of carry. Minnesota, who don't run the ball at all, was averaging 5.7, 5.8 yards a pop in the first half. That was a problem here. But the Kings, we brought you on to talk Kings Warriors tonight. Up at the Golden One Center. How are the Kings better this year than last year, Kenny?
I think the experience of going through that 7-game series against that Warriors team, even though wasn't the best incarnation of the Warriors team, but the mystique was still there. Steph Curry's still there. So going through that battle with those guys mentally and emotionally, I think they learned so much in that series, and I think they're better in that respect. When you talk about on the floor, some of that coincides with that as well, because I think De'Aaron Fox became a better player because of what he experienced. He was on the stage of the postseason prime time, every time you turned around in that particular series, ABC was picking up the games left and right. And he was up there with, a guy who he, looked at probably as a mentor now with the situation going on. He was right there with Steph Curry. It was a battle. It was them going back and forth. So if I'm De'Aaron Fox, I know we're talking about this game tonight in particular, but I'm talking about the season in general. I went head-to-head with Steph Curry on one of them stages. What is Trae Young going to do to me on a Wednesday in November? You know what I'm saying? Nobody guarded me out here. So I think particularly for him, it was good to see. And you get a guy like Keegan Murray to get that experience as a rookie and what he's going to be able to take away from that. Yeah, what he's going to be able to take away from that. So I think, as a experience-wise, they gained a lot from what they went through all last year. Player-wise, I like Sasha Vezenkov. I think he's taking some time to get used to the NBA game, but he's a dead-eye shooter, and that's more shooting on a team that has shooting all over the place. So I think he's going to help. And JaVale McGee, man, I'm not saying JaVale McGee's a savior, but he's been through the wars. He's won championships with the Golden State Warriors.
He's good for that locker room, man. He was a really good locker room piece for this Warriors team. They really loved him. He only played 9 minutes a game, but they loved him.
Right. And he's good for that. And, some of the rim protection issues that they had last year, they're hoping that he could help out while Sabonis is on the bench or anything else like that. So I think this team is better mainly from the experience because they didn't really add a whole lot. But just going through it, having a whole year there, and more importantly, they got a guy in Mike Brown that's going to hold them accountable and let them know, like, there's more to it than what you experienced last year. That's supposed to be just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah. 423. Well, man, do you remember this? 423, 2023. I want you to just listen.
What a finish to this game. Win or lose, it'll be talked about for a long time. Barnes will throw it in. Slaps the ball. Fox goes to the backcourt to get it. He's not in a hurry. Dribbles it up. They're going to try to get the ball out of his hands. Fox dribbles at the logo. Spins on. Runs into Draymond. Pass over to Barnes. Barnes for three. No good. Buzzer sound. The Warriors escape with a win. Final score. Golden State 126. Sacramento 125.
You were so close.
I'm innocent.
So close.
That wasn't my call,
If only Harrison Barnes could hit a shot. I mean, we don't know anything about that. You were so close. And then you gave him another $45 million. But so close to beating us 6 months ago. How long has the 6 months been for a Kings fan? Like, keep it real. Keep it real. You guys thought you had us in that moment. As that ball was in the air.
Oh, I thought they had
Harrison Barnes, because I did too. But then I realized, that's 40 shooting the ball. I mean, come on. Of course he's going to miss this. This is the playoffs. I mean, this is in February. This is April. So how long has this 6 months been for you?
It's been a while, but, we look at it as the beginning. You guys are looking at the end. You know what I'm saying? We're looking at this thing as the beginning, of what we got going. And no shade to what the end of what you guys got going on. You won 4 championships. You had one of the great runs in the history of the NBA. But make no bones about it, it's the end. You know what I mean? Make no bones about it. This thing is over. You guys talk about you trying to get 5 Lacob on here. You guys get Joe Lacob. That's big time. Let's not sneeze at that. But you get Joe Lacob on here. You talk about we trying to get 5 to Tyler. It's over, Joe. It's over.
Hey, Kenny.
You guys are out here second round at most in these streets. Man, it's done. So, it's the beginning for us. It's the end over there.
I love it. It's the beginning of you guys wearing our players' shoes on their feet. That's what it's the beginning of, as De'Aaron Fox signs to the Curry brand. But here's what I would say. It's really cute. I'm rooting for you guys. It's fun, in the words of Mark Willard. But the best part about this is, yes, we have 4 championships. Can you guys get 4 wins in the playoffs before you say you've arrived? Get 4 freaking wins. It's been 3 decades.
Showed up.
Get 4 freaking wins, for Christ's sake. I mean, Jesus. The longest offseason in Kings history, you give $200 million to a big stiff who got stepped on and can't guard a trash can, and then you give $50 million to a guy who was on the end of the bench when we won a championship and did nothing to help us repeat the following year. I mean, give me a break. I do love Keegan Murray, and I love De'Aaron Fox. But let me tell you this, there is a target on your back this year because people know you're coming. You're not the last leg of the California trip for all these teams around the league. You are on their radar, KC. Congratulations.
We didn't worry about that. And if we're talking about off season, y'all went to the Louis store and spent more on an expensive backpack. That's what y'all did. Y'all signed up for an expensive backpack for another 4 or 5 years. That's why it's coming to an end, to be honest with you. And you know, Joe get emotional with this thing. See, Bob wasn't getting emotional. Bob was like, we got things to do, man. We trying to extend this whole thing. And Joe was like, no, I love these guys. I love them. Let's sign them to forever. You're going to sign Clay, who's going to end up being an expensive backpack. And you already got one expensive Louis backpack out there that you signed for another 4 years. That's why this thing is over. Okay? That's why this thing is coming to an end.
Bet.
Kuminga can look as good as he wants to look. It ain't matter. He ain't going to be on the floor at the end of the game because you got a backpack out there that you got to carry around for the whole damn season. This thing's done.
All right.
I love this.
Personal bet. We're doing this. Dinner for you and your wife paid for by me. At an appropriately priced place. All right, I know. And I don't know how many 5 stars you got up there in Sac, but I'm looking at it. I'm
talking Mastros.
I will peel off a couple hundred. I will peel off a couple hundred and some change. All right, $250,000 for you and your wife to go wherever you want to eat. If the Kings go farther than the Warriors when it's all said and done, that's it. We're not doing regular season because we don't care about the regular season. You know, we've got different goals here. There's levels to this. And so I am offering you the deal of a lifetime. $250 for you and your lovely wife to go anywhere you want if your Sacramento Kings go farther than my Golden State Warriors. Do you accept?
Absolutely. It's a bet.
All right.
Bet. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the Kings out here, like I said, this is the beginning. The Warriors, you know, these old men, they're going to be out here looking like Paul Pierce getting wheeled off the court in a second.
Hey.
These old men, they ain't going nowhere.
Hey, Kitty, you coming down to the dental office next Wednesday?
Man, you know what? The funny thing about it is I'm not. I was hoping you guys had a weekend game.
Yeah.
The weekday games are a little crazy. You know, we got the 102.5 show nowadays, too.
Yeah.
I want to get to the dental office. I do want to get to the dental office.
No, you need a feeling, man.
I don't know if it's going to happen this year.
I know you need a feeling.
Look, man, I don't know.
I know you got some cavities.
Hey, man.
Don't get bipped in that all leather Gucci gear that you got showing the Achilles, dude.
Hey, Katie, you know what though?
Those slippers might not fly when you're dodging urination on the streets.
Frisco Shasky's reappeared.
I'm on fire, dog.
Listen, Kitty.
I told you I listened to DMX on the walk.
Hey, listen.
I am in my bag.
I wish this Shasky was around last April. Sausalito Shasky was happening during the whole first round.
Guys,
where's this energy back then?
Because I know Damien's going to clip this whole thing and try to make it go viral to go against me.
And he loves that. He does want to go viral.
Nobody is slicing my words up more than Philadelphia than Damian Barling.
I'm going to tell you like this. I got my beautiful little girl, little 11-month-old little girl. You know what I mean? And she wakes up every morning at about 2 o'clock, maybe 3 or something like that to eat. I'm a little sleep deprived. I need to get to the dental office, a.k.a. the Chief Center, because I need a good night's rest. It's quiet in there. You know, it's a nice little quiet place. You know, I could get a little cot somewhere because it's nice and quiet in there, and I could get a good night's sleep there. So I need to get to the Chase Center as soon as possible, to be honest with you.
KC, man, you're one of a kind.
Hey, I'm
man.
really happy for you guys' success.
I just let Sean go at it. That was great.
Fun.
That was great. I didn't even have to say anything.
Your Linsanity run in 2023 was fun to admire from afar.
Hey, I get to walk into 916 now because of Shasky. Wow.
Go.
He's now the most hated guy in Sacramento. Thank you, Shasky. Hey, real quick, 20 seconds or less. Bo Mail, did I do anything for you? Because it does nothing for me.
The firearm's still there.
Yeah, there you go.
And if you want to go even higher, what's the name? Charles Johnson's still there.
Yeah.
I got reservation. You know I love the San Francisco Giants. As long as he's around, which it doesn't look like he's an owner. He ain't going nowhere no time soon. I don't know what's going to happen with this franchise, to be honest with you.
D-Lo KC.
See you, buddy.
Show for
Great
all things Sacramento Kings.
By me.
ESPN 1320. They're basically the less cool version of the Morning Roast. They dress better than us. They dress better than us. The Chatty House is cool.
Hey, Stacy with us.
She is with you guys. Hey, Katie, I saw her at the summit in San Leandro last week. I said, oh, well, what do you know? Look at Sacramento Stacy. She did not like that. She did not like that. And Kimmy, she didn't like that either.
And we getting Kim, too.
Oh, y'all got Kim. Y'all got Kim wrapped up. Yeah, they don't even come down here. They don't even care about us no more. All right, Kitty, I'll talk to you later on today.
Y'all talk care, man. I love y'all, man.
All right, man. Kenny Caraway, ESPN 1320.
I think
man.
I'm
That
done
is
for the
the
week.
show.
I think I'm done for the week.
Yeah, that is the show in Sacramento. If you're not listening to them for Kings and Intel, Niners Intel, they are the show in Sacramento. They are the show.
All right, so did I hold it down?
You did.
I had all the jokes.
Listen. I've been waiting for the Shasky to reappear for almost a year.
That was, honest to God, that felt like...
That was old Butcher.
That was Joe Montana, 2-minute drive against the Bengals in the 89 January Super Bowl.
That was old Butcher Boy. I can't believe it.
Did you know what?
What? Evan Giddings, get your butt back in the studio real quick.
You know what's funny?
Get your butt back in the studio.
I heard JT O'Sullivan already did a breakdown on it, and he had big anticipation on every one of my jokes. That's a big A right there. Big anticipation.
No, Shasky's back. I love it. That was Butcher at his best. I wish we had that in the playoffs, but you know what? I'll take it for game number 2 tonight.
I told you I'm ready for the Kings
now,
tonight.
We've been talking a lot about Bosa. We got Bill in Spokane.
Yeah.
I see TC in Sacramento's calling. I see a lot of lines being lit. And we were talking about Nick Bosa. Because a lot of Niner fans are down on Nick Bosa.
I'm shocked at how much, people are pissed.
During the half sacks in the last 12 games. No sacks last postseason. And Lane Johnson kicked his ass in the NFC title game. It is what it is. It's just those are the facts. All right? Joey Bosa has held out a couple times with the Chargers. He's got the bag. He told somebody in Philadelphia that they were broke. Leave me alone. Remember that?
I was here for that, honestly.
Yeah, I was here for that. But Evan Giddings is the only Charger fan I know. Go figure, folks. We've got a Cowboy fan.
Him and that woman that they keep showing.
Oh, and Brad and Sells.
Well, no, that woman.
Oh, yeah, the woman. Yeah, but she's a fake Charger fan.
Actress.
She used to be in Minnesota. Brad, who runs the sales department, and we got Evan Giddings, who's a Charger fan. Now, Evan, how do you feel about Joey Bosa? Because I haven't heard anything about Joey Bosa all year long.
Yeah, neither have I really. Somewhere around the time he got that big contract is about the time that his reluctance to show up on third downs along with any real important downs tend to transpire.
That's E-Dog, Evan Giddings, on Joey Bosa. And then we got Nick Bosa. Basically referencing training camp as a reason why he's starting slow.
Oh, my God.
I think a little bit. I think I'm trying to work on stuff on the run this year that I wasn't able to do in camp. So those games that I mentioned, the two, I think I was thinking too much because I was trying to add something to my rush plan, which is not what I want to be doing during season. I want to be locked in on what I do best and just doing it throughout the whole year. But there's no excuse at this point for that.
I mean,
there's no excuse, but here's 5 excuses.
Yeah,
on
5
the front end.
excuses.
I mean, come on. I love
5
Nick,
excuses. Nobody brought up training camp when you were pushing the pocket against Matthew Stafford. Nobody was bringing it up when you sacked Daniel Jones in the end zone, which I thought was going to be a safety. Nobody brought it up when the Niners beat the Cowboys and destroyed them 42-10. Nobody brought it up against Arizona. But all of a sudden, you get shut down in Cleveland. You got shut down. Shut down. I mean, wow. Who's that big man, number 79, right tackle for Cleveland? Jawan Jones, shut him down. And all of a sudden, we go to Minnesota. Kirk Cousins throws the ball 45 times. It throws for 378, and he has a clean jersey. And all of a sudden, we're going to bring up training camp now? Nah, can't do it. Will not do it. Nope.
Who are the athletes? And we're not here yet. We're not here yet when it comes to Bosa. But if we have a couple of years of this, best believe people are coming. Like, you have to get 15 sacks a year if you're getting paid $122 million, period. I don't care who's around
Double
you.
digits.
What?
Double digits at least, right?
I mean, do you want me to pull up Aaron Donald's stats?
No,
and
I know his stats.
Who he's played with?
I know his stats. There's no excuses for you not winning one-on-ones.
That's what I'm saying. So, Aaron Donald has no one around him and consistently produces. It does not matter. It does. Aaron Donald, by the way, in his career, 105 sacks. You just look at the sack numbers. 12, 13, 12, 20, 11, 8, 11, 9. With nobodies.
Yep.
On a team that's getting the crap kicked out of them every single week. So I need him to ball. But B, when I think of athletes who got the bag and underperformed, the top of the list is Zito, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who else?
Zito,
Nate
Derek
Clements?
Fisher, Nate Clements, Jonah Jennings, Gabe Wilkins, Antonio Langham.
I mean, you're going way back with some of those names.
I mean, there's some bad contracts. Some very bad contracts. Weston Richburg was a bad contract.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Malcolm Jones was a bad contract.
Smith, yes.
Malcolm Smith, excuse me. 5 years, $25 million.
I mean, but Zito was $130 million for 7 years. The highest paid player
and some people forgive him for pitching one game. Literally one game.
2 games.
Well, World Series game one, he went 5 innings. And
Jordan
that
Poole?
that was the game of Pablo Sandoval. That was his game, not Barry Zito.
Jordan Poole? Even though the contract hadn't kicked in, he got the bag, and it felt like he regressed.
Well, we know. Well,
I'm just saying. I mean, we rode Jordan Poole as a fan base last year. Fair or not.
We did. Got clocked.
And to me,
around the world.
I hold Nick Bosa to a much higher level of scrutiny than, you know why? Because Jordan Poole came kind of out of nowhere.
Right.
And Jordan Poole, I never thought could lead a franchise per se. I thought he'd be a really good second or third piece at his most optimal. Nick Bosa is a guy I expect to be the leader of my defense for a decade. Honest to God, I expect Nick Bosa to be in the Hall of Fame someday. And I don't say that lightly.
Well, you better pick up the sack numbers. You better pick up some pressure. And you better get to Joe Burrow this week. You bet to get to Joe Burrow this week. We're going to talk to James Rapien, Locked On Bengals. He knows everything about the Cincinnati Bengals. We're going to break this game down and go behind enemy territory. How the Bengals view the 49ers, what they need to do to beat the Niners. You know, Joe Burrow, you look at him, he's been sacked 14 times on the season. And we've seen games where Joe Burrow's been sacked 7 times, 8 times. Doesn't matter because he'll still go pull those games out. Think about the Tennessee divisional round game.
Absolutely.
Think about Arrowhead last year. I think he got sacked 5 times in the first half. It was like 4 or 5 times he got sacked. And next thing you know, Cincinnati still had a chance to win because Joe Burrow gets hot and he throws dimes. And now you got a D coordinator who's still learning our defense. You got Nick Bosa throwing him under the bus. You got Kyle Shanahan throwing the D coordinator under the bus. And you got Troy Aikman saying this about Brock Purdy's elbow.
And talking with him about his elbow and the injury that he had last year in the playoffs, he's still regaining his strength. It's not 100%.
And it's the Friday before game day, and we don't even know who's going to start at quarterback on Sunday. Brock Purdy could get cleared today. He can get cleared tomorrow.
Who do you want to play on Sunday?
I want Brock Purdy to play.
Okay.
I don't want to see Sam Darnold.
You're not worried about lingering concussion issues? Because if you get 2 in a short period,
look, man,
that's serious.
Very serious.
He's out 4 to 6 weeks. So to me, because I believe in Brock so much, I think if the doctors clear him, I get one to play. This might be one of those circumstances where you just say, take the week off. We got the bye.
Is that Shanahan's nature?
I know, but it's your head.
Is that in his DNA?
It's his brain.
We think Christian McCaffrey suffered a concussion against Dallas.
This is my quarterback. And I'm not trying to make it like I care more about one position over another.
No, I hear you about the quarterback. But look at how he's treating the most important player on offense. Let's be real.
No, that's a good point.
Christian McCaffrey's the most important player on offense.
The game is inherently violent, so I struggle with trying to pin it on a coach for utilizing players that are available. You go with who you think is going to help you win.
Well, this is a great stat right here from Lubman. When Joe Burrow is sacked 4 more times in the game,
the
Bengals are 2-10-1.
Wow.
So the magic number's 4.
Wow.
Get 4 sacks, you have a great chance to beat the Bengals.
I mean, outside of week 1, they haven't had a lot of games with, multiple sacks.
Yeah,
they
play well.
I'm looking at just how they've built their team, Cincinnati. They're very different than the Niners. Now, they've done good things in free agency, but, it all starts with the Burrow #1 overall pick in 2020. They got the quarterback first, and then they got weapons around him to grow with him. They take T. Higgins in that draft, other defensive players, Jamar Chase the following year. Whereas the Niners were we're going to draft everything around and hope that our, veteran quarterback can supplement what we've got around here. But we're led by the team. The quarterback's a part of that. They're the opposite.
No.
We're led by the quarterback, and the team supplements the quarterback.
It is the quarterback. It's all about the quarterback in Cincinnati. And they've been waiting on this guy, and they gave him a big back, a huge contract.
He's everything you want to draft when you draft. When they took Trey Lance, they're hoping they're getting a Joe Burrow type.
Right.
And they didn't even come close.
No, they didn't. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and HD1. San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget, You can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch stream, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 9570 Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. It is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Niners sacked Joe Burrow 5 times in 2021. Remember that overtime game in Cincinnati?
It was a great game.
Great game.
Jamar Chase, by the way, is the guy I fear the most.
Didn't Robbie Gold miss a field goal before the end of regulation in that game?
Jimmy was good in that game.
Jimmy was really good in that game. George Kittle was good in that game.
Might have been one of Jimmy's better games that we don't talk about.
Jimmy had a lot of good games. We just have revisionist history. Let's go to Bill in Spokane, Washington. Been on hold for a while. Bill, thank you for the patience. Thank you for sticking with us. The floor is yours, my man.
I love what you guys do. You bring the faithful up. You keep us grinding. Thank you guys so much, first and foremost. Thank you to the faithful. I don't have to go to church anymore because I'm faithful. I got this. That being said, Nick Bosa is leaving us out in the rain lately. You can say all you want about the defensive play calls. I'm there. We need Wilks to step up. He's an NFL-level coach, and he's still coaching college ball. We need him to step up in a different way. But when Wilks is making bad calls, who do you rely on? You guys said it early. Players got to play. We gave him a bag worth more than anything we've given anyone else as far as defensive line. And why do we have Randy Gregory, our rental, stepping up and making him look like a B-lister? Nick Bosa was supposed to be there and make sure that those calls came through. Nick Bosa was supposed to be there and make sure when Wilks is making bad play calls, his talent shows through, that Kirk Cousins sees Nick Bosa in his nightmares. That's what we pay him for. Instead, Nick Bosa didn't show up. He wasn't there, and that leads that whole cascade. You know, we can talk about offensive play calls and the run was shut down. I'm there. We have a new offensive line, or new-ish, and they have a process. That process is get on the field, develop against the defense, get that blitz tired, and overperform in the end game. That's what we've done all year. And when you take away Nick Bosa, getting the offense back on the field, getting the offensive linemen a little bit of momentum to where they can start making those reads. They can start making wide holes for McCaffrey to be excellent. Because look at what he did on the outside. Or McCaffrey was awesome once he got outside the line because, honestly, they couldn't get their heads straight because they were on the field less than half of the game. So, but if Bosa starts seeing a little bit more of the quarterback, and honestly, the line in general, I'm not going to go against Hargrave. I think he had a middling game. His problems weren't the problems I see. It was defensive play calling. But honestly, you can tout that all day long. At the end of the day, we pay millions of dollars for top tier talent to cover our buns in the situations that we expect Bosa to be covering us. Warner was there. Ward was there. Heck, Greenlaw was there. Bosa didn't show up.
I'm so with you.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you,
great
Bill.
call.
Thanks for the call.
Bonte,
that was an awesome call.
Bonte,
he's so right.
I've been listening to sports talk radio for 25, 30 years in this market. I used to drive around with my dad when he was in the truck. My dad was a plumber. He'd go from this, he was doing side work, this house to that house, and he'd have the little radio. We'd be in the truck. I've been listening to sports talk radio almost my whole life. I'm not pretending like I've been a broadcaster that long, like Dan Dibley or some of the other people in this market, and that I have respect for. The last time I can remember Niner fans as a whole raining down judgment on a defensive player this way was Nate Clements, and that was 15 years ago. And even then, it was like, well, there's this problem, and then there's also the quarterback, and there's a whole show dedicated to going at Bosa like this from the fans. I think it's telling.
No, it's
the Bosa holdout. We can't it doesn't hit people. Now it is.
Well,
now it is.
Well, it's not even just a holdout. I think that's a backdrop to what's happening. It all starts with the contract.
Yeah.
It starts with the contract.
Yeah.
The holdout stuff, it's done. He got the bag, and he was able to play against Pittsburgh. And once the Pittsburgh game happened, nobody said a peep about him missing camp for 6 weeks. So as far as I'm concerned, was it a problem? Could it have been a problem? Absolutely. I'll buy, hey, he missed camp. This is why he started slow. Okay, I'll buy that. However, the first 6 weeks of the season, nobody mentioned anything about missing training camp. So the number one thing when it comes to Bosa, when you don't have this level of production and you go through a postseason with no sacks, because I was saying, you hate Bosa, Bonte. No, I'm just, if you're a premium player, you're a premium player. But you show up in the big games. he did not show up in the playoffs.
But I want you to think about, like, what are the topics as a whole that you've heard and talked about? You've been in this game a minute. It's quarterback. It's offensive coach.
Point guard.
Kicker. Yeah. Right? Like,
right.
When it comes to defensive Niner players, we've been really, like, lucky. You know, obviously we talked about the off-field stuff for Aldon Smith. Right. Patrick Willis, we never had questions.
Yeah.
We didn't doubt the effort level of Navarro Bowman. We doubted whether his leg would hold up after he came back. No. But we didn't dedicate. People are legitimately, like, this is quarterback level scrutiny on a defensive player. I can't remember the last time we've done this as a fan base.
Well, when he says that, I'm experimenting and I'm working on things. You heard from Big Dog City. I had a long conversation with Big Dog yesterday. Said, no, that's unacceptable. So what it has to do is, the backdrop is missing training camp.
Yes.
That's the backdrop.
Yes.
But I think more people are fired up about Bosa is because the money he was paid.
Yeah.
He was paid the largest contract in NFL history for a defensive player.
And you got to show up.
And we're watching TJ Watt with 8 sacks. Returning fumbles for touchdowns against the Cleveland Browns.
And we've watched Aaron Donald in division not skip a beat year after year of getting paid.
We just watched Myles Garrett. And we've seen the last 2 weeks Myles Garrett has put together.
Also making quarterback money.
Making quarterback money, but he's playing like it.
No, and I'm saying, like, and he has been under scrutiny.
But he's been under scrutiny, but they ain't talking about him now.
No, he's balling.
They're saying this guy should be the MVP of the league.
Yeah.
How about Micah Parsons?
When he gets the bag, when Zeke got the bag, what'd they do to him? Scrutinize the hell out of him. And when Parsons gets the bag, they will scrutinize him.
Mad Max Crosby, he got a bag, right?
Yeah, half the bag of Bosa.
But Mad Max Crosby is playing every single snap. Every single snap. So, I'm not bashing Nick Bosa, but we need to start seeing something.
That's
enough of the experimenting.
That's what
and don't bring up camp. It's too late for that.
Yeah,
if you wanted to bring up camp the first 2 weeks,
it's Halloween.
Okay, fine.
It's Halloween.
You want to bring up camp as an excuse the first 2 weeks? Fine. Now's not the time for that. Yeah. After you lose 2 straight and you get shut down by DeJuan Jones and the Cleveland Browns. What was the last game
he absolutely wrecked?
Probably sometime last year.
Raider game?
I mean, they dropped 30. Dude, what? The quarterback was amazing. Stidham looked good. What are we talking? What?
So it's been that long. It's been that long since Bosa's wrecked the game. And we just paid him all-time money. Oh, boy, this contract better age well. TC Sacramento. It better age well. Oh, boy. TC Sacramento, what's happening?
Good morning, Bonte. Joe, what's up, bro?
What's up, baby?
Hey, yeah, man, it's going down tonight. That's going to be a nice game, man. It's going to go down, man. Y'all get ready. For sure. Hey, but look, man, hey, I'm with y'all on Bosa, though. I got a few points on the Niners. Look, man, Bosa got all that money. Look, hey, he got to show up. There ain't about camp or none of that. That's what we was talking about on the offseason. Like, bro, show up. If we finna give this dude his money, you got to show up, bro. When the last time he had a sack? That's enough on Bosa, though. But Bosa got to show up. And all the scrutiny against Bosa, hey, it's warranted. And another thing on Shanahan and Purdy. Hey, to be honest with you, I'm probably a Leonard Lombo. I want to see Sam Darnold because I want to see Kyle fall on his face with Sam Darnold and let the world see that was a mistake by keeping this dude, period. And if Brock's the dude, he's going to have to get it together. If not, then, hey, what's that say about Shanahan and quarterbacks?
Dude, yeah, you're right. TC, real quick before we go to break, what'd you think about Shanahan throwing Steve Wilkes under the bus?
Hey, man, listen, man, that was hideous. Hey, that just show you how Kyle is, not a leader of men. Listen, I've been telling y'all about Kyle, and everybody want to defend this dude, and then he get up there and throw his DC under the bus. Come on, bro. Kyle's a joke, bro. Listen, hey, y'all better start realizing about this dude. And if he ain't right about Purdy and this next Steve, man, that's all I got to say, Bonte. Y'all better get it together with Shanahan.
TC Sacramento.
Hey, I don't got to get ready for the Kings game tonight. I stay ready.
He's ready for the regular season game. Couldn't get this guy ready for a playoff series.
I got my fingers on the Twitter buttons. I keep the thing ready.
Oh, man. Pre and post, don't forget.
All in the dough.
Pre and post game show begins at 6 o'clock. NBC Sports Bay Area, our first broadcast on NBC Sports Bay Area. You get a little Fitz, you get a little Bookie.
I can't wait to see Steph crush their souls tonight.
What is going on here?
I thought you couldn't wait for Bob Fitzgerald.
Oh, I love Bob.
That's stupid. Don't say that again.
By the way, King of the Hill, we're skipping it. We're skipping it this week. It's brought to you by West Coast Men's Health, successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. We got too much to talk about with the Niners.
I want to know about the Bengals.
Right. I want to know about the Bengals with James Rapien. He's going to join us. Lockdown Bengals podcast. That's what's coming up on the game. Presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
This is the Lunch Rush at your local deli. Orders.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's GP2 here. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasty is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
Last multi-sack game for Nick Bosa was against the Washington Commanders last season. He had 2.
What week?
That was late in the year, December. Chase Young came back that game. He had 3 against Miami, the Dolphins. Ever since then, he's been pretty quiet.
Yeah, that's unacceptable from someone who I am paying quarterback money.
Yeah.
You can have a couple of bad weeks. You can't be that quiet.
The Eagles had no problem blocking him. The Cowboys in the playoffs had no problem blocking him. But you know what? The Bosa thing is overshadowing what's really important. What's really important for the 49ers this Sunday is figuring out who's playing quarterback. Should Brock Purdy play?
We're in reruns?
We're in reruns.
8 years in. We're in
8 years. It's the Shanahan way. 7 years in, we still don't know who the guy is. We think it's Brock Purdy. But think again, we got Kyle Shanahan as head coach. You never know who it is. You don't think Kyle Shanahan is looking at Kirk Cousins right now thinking, boy, that's what I could have had right now.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm uncomfortable. Again, I'm not him, and I'm not pretending to be some football player. Seeing what happened with Tua Tagovailoa last year, I'd be very uncomfortable playing Brock Purdy in such a short period. I don't care what the degree of the concussion is.
A lot of people would.
If you care about the young man and his health long term, man, we talk so much about safety and this.
You know what, though?
Ah, gosh.
You know what, though?
There's no guarantee it doesn't happen 5 weeks from now. Like, I get all that. Knowing what we know.
But Shanahan, and there's some fans out there who believe if he's cleared, he's ready to go.
No, I understand
and go play
that.
ball. And if you're Brock Purdy, you're probably thinking, I need to play.
I understand that.
Because I got somebody behind me who wants to take my job. That's how I got my job, through injury.
You're right.
So, anyway, let's get to James Rapien. James Rapien has done a great job covering the Cincinnati Bengals. I don't know when we started following each other, but all of a sudden I see all this Bengals content. I'm like, man, this guy's pretty good. I need to get him on the show. Well, the Niners playing the Bengals on Sunday. Bengals are rolling, and James Rapien, I believe, is going to come to the Bay Area. He's one of the most plugged-in names when it comes to Bengals football. James, good morning, man. Welcome to the Morning Roast. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill, here on the West Coast on 95.7 The Game. How you doing this morning?
Oh, well, thanks for having me. You know it. I'll be in the Bay this weekend, no doubt.
Can I ask you right off the rip? We all believe Joe Burrow is a franchise quarterback, okay? If he suffered the same kind of concussion that Brock Purdy suffered this week, what would the sense from you as someone who's, part of the team essentially here, what would you want Burrow to play on such short rest, or would that not cross your mind if he was medically cleared?
I think it certainly crosses your mind. We dealt with it. It's completely different, obviously, with the calf, but long-term versus short-term and what he means to the franchise. That was a big debate as he was dealing with that and the ramifications that can come from it. So concussion, it's a head injury. Obviously, it's much, much different. And yet I think Burrow, I think the Bengals, it would be the same. If he's cleared, he'd be ready to go and want to go, and they would play him. At the same time, I do think that there would be some saying, short week.
Right.
Is it worth it? It's probably not worth it. So especially because the 49ers are 5-2. They're not 3-3 like the Bengals trying to claw their way back.
And James, you make a great point because I was following Jamar Chase saying, hey, sit Joe down for the first few weeks of the season. We need him later, not early on. And there was a big debate, and he didn't look right. Hell, even on that Monday night game against the LA Rams, he didn't move out the pocket. It was a great game plan by Zach Taylor, but he stood there, got the ball out quick. Now where is he at with this calf? Is Joe Burrow as healthy as he was coming into training camp this season, James?
I don't think he's there. I'm not sure he'll be there the rest of the way. He was. It's funny, guys. My big takeaway the first day of camp was, oh man, Joe Burrow looks better than I've ever seen him, and just the way he was throwing, the way he was moving, and then that second day, halfway through practice, he suffers the injury, and he looked great up until that point too. So I was like, man, it's wild to think that he might have been on pace and been able to do everything that we expected him to do, at least in Cincinnati, which was like be an MVP front runner or be in that conversation. He's just not going to be there now. That said, I do think he's the healthiest he's been since the injury. and moving around more in practice. And he's not wearing a sleeve on that calf, and he looks more confident. And so we'll see. It's going to be quite the test on Sunday against that defensive front. If he can move, he's going to have to be able to move if the Bengals are going to operate the way they normally do on offense.
Yeah, and I think most people who are football fans are playing fantasy, and they're like, oh, my God, Ja'Marr Chase. Oh, my God. We watched on Monday night this guy Addison, who's a rookie, just absolutely light up the 49ers, and we're all obviously seeing that Ja'Marr Chase just had a great game after saying he's open all the time. That's the matchup. How are they going to stop this guy? Because this guy feels like a dynamic playmaker. I'm very worried about Ja'Marr Chase. Give us all the Ja'Marr Chase thoughts that you got for this team.
He's such a weapon. I mean, he's as versatile as any receiver in the league. You can play him anywhere, and I think some compare him to Debo a bit, and I don't think he's as physical of a runner from a running backfield standpoint. But I think after the catch, it's very similar, where he can turn a 7-yard gain, make two defenders miss or break a tackle or two and turn it into a huge play. So they're going to line him up all over. Obviously, the 49ers are going to cloud him and double cover him and do everything they can to take him away. And so I think the storyline, of course, is Ja'Marr Chase and how the 49ers stop him. At the same time, the Bengals need someone not named Ja'Marr Chase to show up. And whether it's T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd, someone else, they're going to need production from one of their other top skill players for sure.
James Rapien here on from Bengals Locked On. He's tapped in when it comes to Cincinnati Bengals football. We're going behind enemy lines as we get ready for a huge Week 8 matchup between the Bengals and the 49ers. Of course, the Niners on a 2-game losing streak hosting the Cincinnati Bengals, who are Super Bowl contenders. No doubt about it. They lost the AFC Championship last year. They're starting to get on a roll here at 3-3. But this offensive line, you brought up the Niners defensive line. I don't know if you've been aware, James. We've been ripping the defensive line. They have not gotten the job done whatsoever. Can they start to figure it out against this Bengals front? I know you guys went out there and signed Orlando Brown Jr. Where's this offensive line at? Where are they at in terms of protecting Joe Burrow and giving up sacks?
Yeah, I know there's some heat on the 49ers D-line. I think that there's still some pressure on this Bengals offensive line to show up because of the past 2 weeks. And knowing that the 49ers defensive line can be contained a little bit like the Vikings did, certainly like the Browns did. I think this Bengals offensive front, they're better pass protection-wise than they've been in recent years. Orlando Brown Jr. is a big part of that. Obviously, that will get tested again. But part of their struggles, if you want to look at them as struggles, has been not knowing what Burrow is going to give them on the move. And so it's really hard to pass judgment on the offense as a whole because we haven't seen it whole, even though Burrow's played all 6 games. So I think it is going to be interesting to see how they look against a good defensive front, even though there is some criticism right now and probably fair criticism. At the same time, their biggest issue has been run blocking and opening up holes for Joe Mixon and struggling in short yardage situations. It's not like Burrow's been hurt and playing through it and they can lean on the run game. That wasn't the case. He threw it 49 times on that Monday night game, like you mentioned, which I was shocked about, but I get it. So we'll see. But, yeah, this offensive front, I think they're better than they've been in recent years, but they're hoping to be much improved following the bye week.
No one ever talks about your guys' defense. Yeah. I feel like it's so slept on, and yet they always seem to be like a bend, don't break type of a defense. Give Niner fans a preview of what are your strengths and weaknesses as a defense, because, like I said, most people have no idea what the Bengals defense can do to this 49er offense.
They've had some transition on the back end. Jesse Bates signing with the Falcons, Von Bell signing with the Panthers in the offseason. So they have 2 new starting safeties. Dax Hill is going to lead the way in that safety room. We'll see him on George Kittle maybe a decent amount on Sunday. But they'll rotate, of course. Kittle crushed the Bengals in 2021, the last time these 2 teams played. So we'll see. But the biggest weakness, I would say, for this defense thus far has been giving up big plays and tackling issues. And so 2 things that they've gotten better at recently over the past couple of games, but we'll see if they can continue that against a Shanahan-style offense. And the element that they really bring to the table, I agree with you. They don't panic. The bend, not break is a great way to describe it. Their last game against Seattle, they gave up some big plays and came up with multiple red zone goal line stops with the game on the line. There's no Nick Bosa on this defensive front, but they're really solid front 7-wise. and led by Trey Hendrickson, but DJ Reader, Sam Hubbard. There's a bunch of guys that 49ers fans should know and be aware of, certainly.
No, B.J. Hill's solid in the middle, number 92. Yep. Logan Wilson is linebacker, number 55. He just makes plays every time I see him. And this D coordinator you guys have, I thought he'd get a head coaching job. Lou Anarumo, I thought he'd get a head coaching job by now. He hasn't. He's still in Cincinnati. So is this defensive line one of the most underrated D-lines? Because you're right. Since Seattle was getting into the red zone, 4 sacks on Geno Smith, that he was under constant pressure, James.
Yeah. They found a way to get pressure on him, and it's credit across the board, because it's not like they were all clear wins from one defensive lineman. It was multiple guys. B.J. Hill got the game-clinching stop, essentially. The secondary made multiple big plays. They were good in coverage to give Trey Hendrickson time, or give Sam Hubbard time to get pressure. So it is very much a collective effort, and it does start with Lou Anarumo. And he just usually finds a way to figure out the opposing offense, whether it's Andy Reid's offense in matchups against the Chiefs or any of these other offenses. And that's what I think is probably the biggest storyline I'll be watching on Sunday, Kyle Shanahan versus Lou Anarumo. That's going to be a heck of a chess match, and just because one gets the upper hand early doesn't mean it's going to continue that way, because they both are obviously great coaches. So I'm excited to see that coaching matchup for sure.
Real quick, how do you see this game playing out? What's your prediction?
Does Brock Purdy play? If so, I'm rolling with the 49ers by 3. If not, I think Darnold makes one more mistake than Purdy would make, and the Bengals win in a one-possession game. So I think it'll be tight.
I like
and I think because some of the conversation in Cincinnati has been how big of a difference is it from Purdy to Darnold, and I think there are some differences, not many. The 49ers offense could still be functional, but I think Darnold would make one more mistake than Purdy would make if Purdy starts.
Interesting stuff there. James Rapien, Bengals Locked On Network, does a great job. Bengals podcast will be Locked On Bengals podcast. He's tapped into Bengals football. I've been following him for a long time, man. He's good at what he does. Have a safe flight out here to the Bay Area. Hopefully we run into each other. We sit in the sections. We sit with the fans. We don't go to the press box, James, so we may miss you. But enjoy your stay in the Bay Area, man. Keep up the good work. Thanks for the time today.
Of course. Yeah, thanks for having me. And just know, fellas, I'm rooting for Steph to drop 60 tonight.
Let's go.
Wow,
let's go. Where are you from, James? Are you from Cincinnati? Real quick, are you from Cincy?
I am, but I'm a huge NBA fan, and I might be one of the only Steph Curry supporters in Ohio.
Really?
But
yeah, that's dangerous.
Yeah, certainly. Hey, I was rooting for them against the Cavs every single year they played. So,
well, let me give you a little ammunition for Ohio. I have a little thing. The most under-talked about by the media, obvious thing that's ever happened in the history of sports. LeBron James has been on HGH for 25 years. And he cycled off. He lost about 30 pounds. He was blood doping or whatever the hell he was doing. Like he was a bicyclist this year. I'm telling you, it is so – the guy's forehead – we talk about Bonds. We had no problem talking about Bonds. LeBron has clearly been on – that's the ammunition.
Rich Paul's listening. We don't need to get sued. James, get out of here, man.
I'm not a Cavs hater either, by the way. I just really like Steph. So I appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me.
Glad you agree with me.
Anytime. James Rapien here on the Morning Rush on 85.7
Why are people uncomfortable to question that?
What? LeBron James been on steroids? Because, well, I don't think anybody's afraid. I think people have known for many, many years. Look at a guy who played at City College, Rayshawn Hairston, back in the day. Light-skinned brother, I think he was from North Carolina, maybe from Ohio. But he remember we were going to a game, I think Foothill College. And he's like, man, LeBron James been on steroids. This is like 2010, 2011. But nobody. I know. Do you even care if your athletes are on steroids?
No, I don't. Barry Bonds is my favorite player of all time. I don't. But I do find it interesting how we pick and choose who we want to pick on when it comes to this stuff, and it's kind of absurd.
By the way, Rich Paul sat down with Shannon Sharp, and he's like, "Oh, I can shoot with Steph and Reggie." This guy was just lying to lie.
That guy
lying just to lie. It's like, Rich Paul, maybe it's best you just chill, not talk about basketball.
Absolutely incredible.
Handle Clutch Sports. You're doing a great job with that. And move on.
Are they? They put out a crap movie. What are we talking? Let's see. Why do you feel the need to? They're doing a great job. Are they though?
Yeah, their athletes are getting paid. Their athletes are getting paid.
Yeah, but their movies suck.
Yeah, well, their movies may suck, but in the business of basketball,
thinks their movies suck.
Their players get paid. He looks out for his client. That's why I respect Rich Paul. He looks out for his clients, just like Don Yee looked out for his 3 clients.
Hey, let me
right?
tell you something. Newsflash. I could have got Anthony Davis paid.
You could have got Jimmy G paid, like Don Yee.
Well, Don Yee's done a great job.
Is Sean Payton?
Oh, he's milked it. I'll give Don Yee his credit.
Oh, you want to set something off here.
What?
So we got a couple calls here. And all the elements, we're going to do a Pandora's box. We're going to do King of the Hill. We're going to do overreactions. That all went out the window. You know why? Because we, Blue 10, Omaha. We audible.
Oh, yeah?
Right? And now this call coming up.
Red 18.
This
Red
call
18.
coming up may
That's the
set some
Niners.
things off around here.
Okay.
It may just set some things off. It's JC in Sacramento, and he has a take I haven't heard all week, and I'm sure some people may agree with him. JC in Sacramento, you're on the roast. What's happening?
I told y'all, called it 2 months ago, man. I'm not saying Bosa is a bad player. He's not. But I said, I would have traded him in the offseason, got my 2 first-round draft picks, and fortified my team. I told Grant Cohn this, the same thing I talked to him. I said, he's a great player, but I believe he's maxed out his body. He's not like a J.J. Watt or like a Von Miller, like really athletic freaks. I believe he's a product of his father and his brother, good nurturing, good resources to get to the NFL. Yes, he's a good athlete. I'm not saying that. But do I think he's a legendary all-time trend, is he going to just go to the Hall of Fame? I just don't necessarily agree with that. I don't see that. Like Baldy said, he's hitting people with one move, and he's trying to bull rush them, and it's just not working. You know what I'm saying? As far as Kyle Shanahan,
JC, 1 second. I'll let you finish. I would believe that if it was like 1 year of production. I mean, he's got 4 kick-ass years of production, and he averages 1 sack per game played, essentially, which is rarefied air through 50 games played. Like, rarefied. That is Hall of Fame trajectory. He came into the league at 21 years old and threw 32-year-old grown-ass men like Villanueva from Pittsburgh on their butts. Like, I get what you're saying. If it was a 1-year wonder, he's got too much of a body of work to say that. Like, come on. You got meet me in the middle a little.
I hear what you say. I'm not saying he's not good, but this is what I'm saying. I believe he's maxed out his body. I believe there is nowhere else to get better at. I believe he is what he is, and it's only going to be downhill. How long can he stay at this DPOY plateau? That's the question, because I don't see him getting better from a just pure athleticism standpoint. I don't see he has that. He has the techniques. He has the skill set. He eats right. His body's, everything's right. He came in the league having amazing resources from his family. So he was already NFL ready. I got that. I'm just saying, the DPOY, how long is he going to stay at that plateau? Me personally, if I were the GM, I would not have been willing to gamble that. And that's all I'm saying as far as Nick Bosa. Now, with Kyle Shanahan, I think it's a BS move to call out your defensive coordinator. Like, I don't know too many defenses that can overcome 3 turnovers and a missed field goal in a game and only give up 22 points. Like, he's not perfect, yes, but nobody's perfect. Your offense has only scored 17 points in 2 games. The Baltimore Ravens is looked at as the greatest defense in the history of organized football. They didn't go undefeated. Why? Because their offense wasn't producing enough points. So to sit here and call out your D coordinator, yes, maybe it was a bad timed call, but let's say if that call happens in the 4th quarter, right? I personally don't like zero blitzes because in crucial situations over the years, the safety rarely gets home in the zero blitz. I personally don't like it, right? So let's say that happens in the 4th quarter. Does he call him out again in the 4th quarter? Because he can sit there and say that the butterfly effect always happens. If you stop him at halftime, who's to say? The whole football world watched that game. Why didn't Minnesota go for some of those 4th downs in the 4th quarter, right? If they are losing, maybe they do go for those 4th downs and maybe
Good
they
point,
get them.
JC. You got to run, JC. Good call. He believes they should have traded Bosa. Believes he maxed out his body. I'm not going to agree with that.
I push back on that.
I'm not trading Nick Bosa. I don't think he's maxed out. But, boy, we're going to be watching to see if he did max out.
Did Justin Smith max out his body?
I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he wasn't a physical freak. How about the other Allen, Jared Allen?
I don't even know what that means.
Now, we could talk about like swim moves and different.
That's a
like,
problem.
Spin move, like okay, I'll listen to that.
But you're not trading Nick Bosa right now.
Like Michael Strahan. Okay, Michael Strahan had some ups and downs in his career. We all agree he was a monster, almost the exact same size as Bosa.
No,
and he was not a physical freak per se. A really, 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 really good football player with some incredible numbers. Had some ups and down years. And, like, it was not the burner on the edge. Bruce Smith, Reggie White, bigger dudes. They beat you with power and they beat you with moves and things like that. Some of the greatest ends of all time, like, I don't know, man. They came into the league like freaks and then evolved into guys that could beat you with more technique. Bosa is in his 4th or 5th year. He can add technique.
It was a good call in the sense that he stuck with his take. JC in Sacramento stuck with his take. Hey, I remember him saying that 2 months ago. They should have traded Bosa, and I remember saying at the time, "You're ridiculous."
It's really hard to hit on those draft picks that you trade, though.
Well, and you can't, and you're not going to trade Nick Bosa.
You're not.
You're not
trying to win
that.
now.
I don't know what maxing out the body is, but I definitely agree with him when he says Shanahan was wrong in throwing Steve Wilkes under the bus. I do believe that. That was not right to do that publicly. You could have done that behind closed doors. You don't have, like you said earlier, you don't have to answer every question. You don't have to lie about it. You just like, hey, man, things happen in the football game. We try to overcome it. There was 30 minutes left in the game. We act like that one play.
That would have been a better response.
Right.
Hey, that was a big play, but we also had 30 minutes to overcome that.
Right.
And, we worked on it internally, and we're going to try to not put ourselves in a position to be down 10 again.
That one play didn't lose the 49ers game on Monday.
That.
Now, James Rapine joined us moments ago. Locked On Bengals podcast does a great job for them. We talked about their defense. The Bengals give up a lot of big plays, but they stiffen up in the red zone. They've done that over the last 3, 4, 5 years since they've been relevant. Their defensive line is good. They are physical up front. They are. Trey Hendrickson, Sam Hubbard, DJ Reader, BJ Hill. This is a very good D-line. They got Joseph Desai coming off the bench. They've got some players, man. They do. This front's good. It's going to be a challenge for the Niners because the Niners have not run the ball well the last 2 weeks. I think that's the key to the offense. The offense has to get back to running the football.
Do you know what Zach Taylor's record was prior to getting Burrow?
Oh, they were terrible.
6-25-1.
Yeah, they were terrible.
Isn't that kind of crazy?
You need a quarterback.
I mean, man. I actually really like Zach Taylor. Really like Zach Taylor.
I warmed up to him.
I think a lot of people were skeptical, which rightfully. I mean, who is some random dude who's from the McVay staff? I think a lot of people thought, because he's a white dude with blonde hair and he's standing next to McVay, that was the in vogue thing, and hire that dude. He's done some really good things with them.
He has done some. And the defense, I'm telling you, Lou Anamaro has done a great job with this defensive unit. This defensive line is really good, and I think that's the key. We keep talking about, first of all, we don't know who's playing quarterback, whether it's Brock or Sam Darnold.
Who do you want Brock?
I want Brock to play.
Okay.
I need Brock to play. I don't want to go through Sam Darnold. I don't want to be driving down to Levi Stadium thinking, boy, Sam Darnold. What if he does this, and what if he I want to see Brock play. This is his team. Possibly. He's the captain. I want Brock to play. But I also want the Niners to be able to run the football because they have not done that the last 2 weeks.
Well, you know who else?
And you see that. They're not a drop back, let's pass the ball 40 times a game. That's not their game.
Do you know who I think we're sleeping on coming into this game? Is their running backs.
They don't run the ball well, though. Joe Mixon, he's 2 yards in a cloud of dust. He reminds me more. And look, I know Joe Mixon has family around here. I love the Mixons.
We have not stopped the run.
Yeah, but they stopped the run in the second half. Joe Mixon, Trevion Williams, Chase Brown. I'm not scared of them.
This will be the week they all step up.
Come on, Joe Mixon's 2 yards in a cloud of dust.
I worry about it, man.
Why? They don't run the ball well at all.
I think they're going to set up the play action to go after Jamar.
No, they're gonna come out throwing.
You think so?
They're coming out throwing that thing around the yard. You don't think they just watched that film? They sat back during the bye week, and then on Monday they practiced, and then they got to watch Monday Night Football, and they were like, "Oh boy, Jordan Addison, KJ Osborne, T.J. Hawkinson." We got Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, and boy, they're going to come out throwing that thing. They're going to sling that pill, as some people say in the streets. They're going to be slinging the pill. So, Joe Mixon, I don't worry about him running the football. I really don't. I'm not worried about their running backs. I'll be shocked they're running. Joe Mixon's averaging 3.8 yards a carry. He's got 96 carries.
I mean, that's almost 4 carries. It's not bad.
It's 61 yards a game. It's okay.
That's 1,000 yards with the 17-game season.
Yeah, that's not good.
I'm just saying, it is.
That's not good. 1,000 yards in 17 games? Just 1,000? It's not good.
Well, 66 yards a game in a 16-game season is
61 yards a game.
Yeah.
I'm not.
On a team that's pass happy, it's not bad.
It's all right. But their D-line, can the Niners get back to running the football? Even with Darnold or Brock Purdy, can you run the football? They haven't done it in 3 weeks. And really, they didn't run it well against the Cowboys.
No, they threw like They threw amazing balls all over the field.
Right. So they really haven't run the ball well in damn near a month. And if Trent Williams doesn't play,
was he at practice yesterday?
Limited.
The World Series starts tonight. And just a brief aside, I've got a stat of the day for you guys. Would you like my stat of the day?
After Federico and Rodeo.
Well,
go ahead.
All right. Here's your stat of the day. The highest paid Arizona Diamondback in 2023 is Madison Bumgarner, who hasn't pitched for them in 5 months.
You think he's watching the World Series?
He's probably, what was it, Rusty Bum? What was his nickname as a Cowboy Wrangler? Well, remember that
Mason
when that was
Saunders?
What was it?
Mason Saunders. What is Bumgarner doing right now?
Watching Sopranos.
They cut him and they took off.
Probably riding his dirt bike right now.
I thought you'd get a good laugh out of that.
That is pretty funny.
That's your stat of the day. I might do that every day. Give you a random stat.
All right. Make sure 4 times out of the 5 days you do it. It's football or basketball related.
I got the D-backs winning the World Series. My D-backs. Mine. They're mine. Just like they're my Pistons and they're eventually going to be my Orlando Magic.
No, they're not your Orlando Magic. Orlando Magic's been mine from day one. That's my Orlando
Magic. Houston Texans.
Yeah, everybody in the chat knows they were my Orlando Magic.
So this is like the shotgun rules. You call shotgun, it's front seat's yours, right? You can't take it.
The Orlando Magic are my team.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of baseball, my Braves, my Orioles, they lay down. They lay down.
I've correctly predicted every series, so I'm going to get this right.
You picked the Phillies to lose to the Diamondbacks?
Absolutely. The bullpen for the Diamondbacks is elite.
Really?
Yes.
Maybe it got lost when you were like praising Citizens Bank Park for having the greatest home field advantage in all of sports.
He timed all these predictions when we were moving buildings, so I don't have any of the audio, unfortunately.
I do have the tweets, though.
You picked Diamondbacks over the Phillies? I'm happy about that.
I did.
I sent Philly Zoo a picture of the Diamondbacks.
I told you the Orioles were going to lose. I told you the Braves
I knew the
were
Orioles were going to lose. They didn't have the pitching. They didn't have the pitching. I didn't make predictions on the playoffs this year. It's the first time in a long time.
I was surprised.
Usually I'm on the money when it comes to baseball. I know my baseball.
12 years ago today, it was Game 6, Rangers, Cardinals, when David Freese won it.
Oh, Nelson Cruz?
Nelson Cruz jobbed in the 9th. Yeah.
Poor Ron.
That's one of the greatest games ever in World Series history.
David Freese, who refuses to go into the Cardinal Hall of Fame because he's not worthy enough.
As he should.
Fake humble. Like, if Bonte was awarded, Bonte, you could go into the Radio Hall of Fame. I'm not worthy.
I would say that right now. No, I don't deserve it. By the way, speaking of Radio Hall of Fame.
I need 3 more jobs, then I'll be worth it.
No, I'm not worthy. I've done nothing in radio. Done nothing. Bob Butler. Shout out to Bob Butler.
Why?
He recently got inducted into the Bay Area Radio Hall of Fame.
Bob Butler. Shout him out.
Yeah, my guy Bob Butler retired from KCBS.
Very cool.
He joined us what was that? He joined us a few months ago.
By the way, you know we're in the toy department of life. When you look into that KCBS studio now that they've all moved in, they are seriously working on real stuff. And we're over here goofing around talking about Brock Purdy, concussions, Nick
real
Bosa.
stuff. I see Langford looking over there. He's playing backyard baseball. Come on.
Yeah.
But he does the sports, not the news.
I wonder if radio hosts, if that matters to them, if they get into the Bay Area Hall of Fame, or if they get a Marconi Award, or because like I got awards when I was a writer at City. I won Best Game Story in Northern California. Seriously, and like I don't think nothing of them. I was like, oh, awesome, great, somebody recognized my work. But awards does nothing for me. I get to do this for a living.
You know what I want? I told you what I want.
What do you want?
I want a field or a court named after me. Yeah. Here in the city. That's all I want.
Give me a street.
For the Shasky family.
Give me
Not
a street.
just me, for Grandpa and Dad. That's all I want.
No, give me a street.
Park and Rec, if you're listening.
I want a street.
Like E40?
Yeah. Every inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale.
It is.
We don't have that drop, so I got to do it on my own.
We need to rename Waller Street. Well, actually, I go by the Waller Street Hustlers. So
shout out Darren.
Mind. Keep it Waller. Just put.
Can we get the Hillside Gang?
Bonte Hill lived on. Federico.
The King was Hill Street.
Did I say that right? In Rodeo?
Fidencio.
Mamma mia.
Fidencio.
The Gabagool.
What's up, fellas? What's up, fellas? How you guys doing?
Are you hanging out with your Guma tonight?
Nah, I'm actually Mexican.
Oh, my bad.
Hopefully you have fun with a senorita tonight. Hopefully you have fun with a señorita tonight.
I'm so sorry.
Señoritas with the Coronas and some enchiladas.
Oh, my God. I'm El Pollo Loco.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
My bad, bro.
And no big deal, man. It's all right. It's just that name is not very common. Like
I know. It's unique.
I like it, though. It's very unique.
I just want to agree with you guys on that. I need Brock to play tomorrow, but that's not really what I called for. Excuse me, I'm just taking a little walk too.
Oh no, it's all good, man. It's all good. It's all good.
You sounding like me on
you
the
walking the dog? Are you walking the dog, or what? Are you just walking by yourself?
Yeah, walking the dog right now too.
Okay, all right.
You ripping
but
that?
anyways, I just want. Huh?
You hitting it?
Hitting what? Oh, hitting the weed?
Yeah.
Oh no, walking the dog, hitting the weed. It's all good.
No.
No, I mean we're a drug-free show, so.
Say I'm 55 years old. That's all.
Oh yeah, see, yeah, my man, get his steps in.
I just lost you guys.
Oh, you got us? You got us now? You got us now?
Yeah, I got you back.
All right. What's the take?
Just real quick, I don't think it's Bosa. I think it's the scheme of the defensive coordinator, and that's just the honest truth. Because if you think about it, his whole product it's just fallen off ever since this guy came on. What do you guys think about that?
Maybe get away from the wide nine.
I just want to know, like, my guy, is he walking uphill? Because them hills in San Francisco will get you.
Well, he's in Vallejo, right?
Oh, he's in Vallejo? Is that where he's at?
He's in Vallejo.
The Valley Joe?
Valley Joe. They got hills in the Valley
Is
Joe,
he
right?
crest side or hillside?
I don't know. We should have asked him.
Little blue side?
I just met him. I just met him. I thought he was Italian. He's Mexican. I don't know. Call back. Where you at? Crest side, hillside. You know? Or you by E40 Way.
Yeah, man. Magazine Street. Ugh.
Oh, man.
On the hillside streets of Vallejo.
What a show, man. So, we've got a lot of things happening.
Mob.
You know what?
The mob.
888-957-9570. We got a couple minutes. Rapid fire if you could get in right now. Who's got a bigger game on their hands? Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, Jonathan Kuminga,
oh my God,
Nick Bosa,
oh my God,
Kyle Shanahan, the combination of Purdy and Darnold, or Steve Wilkes,
or TC and Sack,
or Javier Vacaville, who's locked up for a month. Don't you call us back in a month? You're in Alcatraz.
Oh, my guy Federico climbing Mount Kilimanjaro as he's calling us.
Fidencio,
my bad.
Fidencio. Who's in a bigger game for? Who needs a game in a worse way? This feels like a breaking point for the Bay Area. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yes, TV Bonte will appear tonight. Warriors game be by 30. Oh, it's just the second game of the season. Hey, it's Bonte Hill. Toyota Warriors post-game.
The best
live.
part about tonight is that they had an opportunity to rest both Steph, Clay, and CP3 in the fourth quarter.
Glass half full.
And they're ready to go because really this was a scheduled night off in the second half.
Well, Sacramento really took the game seriously. They're acting like it's a mid-game.
Oh, you know who this is the biggest game for? Your boy Draper.
Oh, Kyle, did you hear his call on the Malik Monk dunk?
Yeah, I know. Hey, I wanted to tell Drapes, it's game one, bro. Save something for game 60.
I'm not mad at Draper. I'm not mad at Draper. What'd he say? Swiper. The buck. Oh! He brought the house down. Look at everybody here in Salt Lake City. Draper. I love Draper, man. He's something else, dude. He's unbelievable. Fast five.
It's time for the...
He throws... I'm going to start us off. Andrew Wiggins. Earth to Andrew Wiggins.
Oh, my God.
My guy, I know you've been floating in space for the last year. I don't know what's been going on. I really don't care. All I care is that when you are suited up and ready to go, I need you to be on this planet emotionally and mentally. I need you to be locked in. I cannot have you playing the gravity man like you're George Clooney flying off into the abyss, okay? I need you locked in, my guy, all right? I need you to play tonight. I need you to focus, and I need you to attack the hoop. Otherwise, I'm going to tell you right now, you will be the trade piece that we trade off in this show 75 times between now and the trade deadline. And if you think I'm lying...
Just listen to 10 to 2. Steiny and Goo. They certainly already traded him. I'm kidding. James Rapie said, if Brock plays, the Niners will win. If Darnold plays, they will lose. Well, That may be true. But my final thought is, hey, number 97, Nick Bosa. You going to be Big Bear? You going to be Small Bear? Or you going to be Cocaine Bear? Which one is it? Which one is it? Because I need to sniffle, baby. Let's go. Get after Joe Burrow.
And I need Eric Armstead to go. You got some for me?
All right, we are a drug-free show.
I mean, if we're comparing Nick Bosa to any Bears, probably Winnie the Pooh. Just their voices alone are very similar.
My God.
And I enjoyed the Winnie the Pooh ride.
Christopher Robin?
That's a great point. Probably Kyle Shanahan at this point. I mean, he's pretty. I mean,
they say 10-2 is Wicked Slander Radio. So we move from Clay to Wickeds.
That's good.
Pick your poison today.
PSA. I'm doing a PSA this weekend. Halloween parties are probably going to be popping.
Yeah.
Friday, Saturday. Just be safe out there, people.
Yeah.
Have fun. Be safe. Be responsible. It's going to be crazy. Everyone's going to be dressed up, all the different costumes. I might dress up here or there. Just be safe is all I'm saying. All right? There you go. Have a nice weekend.
There it is. Love it. I'll be baseball related.
I got 2 things here, neither one of which are actually baseball related.
Oh, wow.
Shocker.
No Bochy thoughts?
No. I mean, good luck to Bruce. I will be rooting for you in the World Series. But no, the big thing, guys,
Bruce hit it.
big
Nick
day
Berkeley.
tomorrow for my Miami Hurricanes. Virginia coming in. Whew, I will be tapped in on ACC Network watching that sort of maybe on my phone.
Not
Probably
to cut you off. Trap game in Wake Forest. Trap game for my Florida State Seminoles. Early game, 9 a.m. Wake Forest.
Trap
Winston-Salem.
game for the Wake Forest
Demon Deacons. That's a sneaky game.
They lost their quarterback.
I agree with you. They're sneaky. They could be very sneaky. My other thought, though, is roasters, callers today, way to bring it. Every single one of our callers, minus Javier, really brought their A game today. Very proud of the callers and the roasters today. Give yourselves a hand, roasters. You guys make this show. You are the 5th host on this show after the other 4 of us. Really proud of them today.
Nick and Berkeley actually set the tone. I thought our phone lines were locked. They opened up. I seen the full phone line. I was like, hey, let's see. And
what do you think Nick and Berkeley does after he calls?
I don't know. He said his daughter played college softball, was in the College World Series.
Sorry, I'm just looking at you, Bonte, because you could do the whole Chris Paul Wake Forest theme. I'm just imagining Bonte on Sunday or Saturday night. Oh, we're joined by Chris Paul here. He had a triple-double. Chris Paul, his Wake Forest Demon Deacons beating the Florida State Seminoles yesterday. That's just exactly what I'm picturing you doing. He has to be thrilled about that.
Zena Kata's Wake Forest Demon Deacons. She went to business school there.
Oh.
Zena's a smart customer. Yale University, Wake Forest. She's not going to be with us at NBC for too long. She's going to pull a Kendra Andrews on us. Anyway.
Slide my resume over to those people.
We will not.
It's Joe Shasky and Monty Poole here at Dubs Talk Live.
Sam Lubman even asked me, hey, is NBC hiring? I was like, absolutely not. I think they had 10 openings since they want to see Lubman at NBC. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I wouldn't hate on you like that. I never hate on a man's pockets. That was Fast Five. Brought to you by
Except Bosa.
Except Nick Bosa. You better do something this week. $120 million, dog. Let's go. It's time. No more training camp excuses. Steve Wilkes, how many shots are going to bet on him? Brought to you by Next Generation TG Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Guru. Have a good weekend, everybody.
I'm actually Mexican.
Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Good morning, everybody. Get situated here. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson.
Don't bury the lead.
Give it to me.
Our first Payday Friday in the new joint. Yeah, baby.
Is it?
Yeah, this is our first Payday Friday in the new joint. Or you know what? It might be our second. Evan will let me know. Yeah.
We got in here on a Thursday.
There you go.
So, nevertheless, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
I'm excited. We got football.
Give me some volume here.
Yeah, we got football.
There we go.
And we also got a Warrior game tonight against the rival Sacramento Kings, and that's what I'm calling them. And Steiny, you know what? Just before we get to Brock Purdy and the Niners, I feel like Sacramento, and I like what they're doing with Mike Brown. Warriors took him out last year. We know that Game 7. Curry went for 50. But I feel like they're where the Warriors were when Kerr took over. What do you give me for that? Like, they're young right now, relatively young. They got some pieces. They're going to be running up and down, and we got Chris Paul methodically bringing the ball up, so the styles contrast. But I just feel like with De'Aaron Fox and that King team, they're yearning to kind of duplicate what the Warriors did when they started their run.
I mean, yeah, I think that's what they're looking to do. They got to take the next step, though, this year. And
the next step.
Can they win a playoff series? That's the next step for the Kings. I mean, the Warriors, they got to the second round, and then they lost in the first round, and then they won it. So,
but they won it the first year under Kerr.
Correct.
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah, Mike Brown.
So yeah, that's what's happening tonight. So you're making it official. Before we get into the 49ers, you're making it official that the Kings and the Warriors are a rivalry.
It is a natural. It's bloods and well, I shouldn't use that one, but yes, Donnie, because of where the locale, the logistics. We've been waiting for this rivalry to pop off. When Weber and Peja and Christie were doing their thing, the Warriors were a laughingstock. Now the Warriors and went and did what they did, but now I feel like both teams made the playoffs last year. Let's fertilize that. And you think the Kings ain't waiting in the weeds tonight at home opener for the pain that Curry put on them last year in Game 7?
I think that I think the Warriors are going to walk into a buzzsaw tonight in terms of the fans. I don't know what's going to happen in the game, but that place is going to be jumping tonight.
Look at you.
Because of what happened last year, of where the Kings think they are. And this is one of those Warriors better be careful games, because I could see emotion running high and the Kings playing with a lot of enthusiasm tonight. Warriors will be obviously without their most enthusiastic player, Draymond Green.
No doubt. I'll say this. All hands on deck for the Warriors. Wiggins, he knows what's up, Stoney. You need to show up tonight. They need your athleticism. All that you possess needs to be on display tonight in Sacto.
All right. Brock Purdy is still in concussion protocol, but participated in some aspects of practice yesterday. And I'm starting to think more and more that he's going to play. I'm talking about Brock Purdy, but maybe he won't. And I guess here's where I'll start with you, Goo.
Okay.
Are your expectations the same or different if Purdy starts or Darnold starts? In other words, what do you expect if Purdy starts, and then out of Purdy, and then what do you expect out of Sam Darnold?
Okay, I'll take the first one. With Purdy, if he's cleared, I'm not going to be upset. That's too strong, but there's something that is just dirty about it. And when I say something that's just dirty about it, I just did a hit with our guy Sal Castaneda on KTVU about 9:35, Snotty, and we talked about concussions, and we talked about what we've witnessed with Tua Tagovailoa and the multiple concussions. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but Stan, if he's out there, it's on the table, because you don't know what's about to pop off Sunday if he's under center. But if he passes the test, I expect Brock Purdy, the good Brock Purdy that we've seen a majority of his starts, to end this losing streak of 2 games. Now, if it's not him and it's Sam Darnold, there's a different excitement or eye test for me. I'm going to expect nerves. But from a team component or standpoint, if Sam Darnold starts, there could be some cobwebs and maybe, a throw or throws to get away from him, to where I think that bodes well for Cincinnati to try to pull off an upset.
Yeah, I think if Purdy plays, the expectation is what it always is for Brock Purdy and the 49ers. I would but I would think they're the favorites to win the game. They're at home. They've won 9 straight games at Levi Stadium. Man. They'll have their starting quarterback back after a tough game in Minnesota. And I would expect Brock Purdy to bounce back and the Niners to win the game. If Sam Darnold's the quarterback, then I think it's a Malcolm X game by any means necessary.
I'm going to give you early, too.
If you're Sam Darnold or you're any backup in the NFL and you're going to play a game, all you got to do is win it. That's the only thing that matters, that Sam Darnold, if he plays, the 49ers win the game. That's all Darnold has to do. Purdy, obviously, is going to have to show he's the same guy that we got to know for the first 10 games of the year.
Sam Lubman and our guys in the morning put up a poll because I need you to help me real quick here, Stoney. 3 hours ago, should Brock Purdy play on Sunday? Not if he's cleared or not, just should he play? 634 votes. Stoney, 50% say yes, 50% say no. I know you're kind of John Wayne because that's how you were when I left out of here on this topic. But again, I don't want to feel like I'm doing too much, but I care about the player. And in this instance, it's Brock Purdy, the NFL, and all that garbage they fed us about head injury. You did not get another gift. But my name better be on there. Stoney, all you care about is if he's cleared, is he's got to play.
If he's cleared, play. If he's not,
why
don't.
am I like, why risk that? Like, why? I guess I'm just I'm not heartless. I'm not calling you that or anybody that feels the way you do, but that don't sit with that sits right. That sit rights with you. The fact that he got a concussion on Monday and you would run him back out there Sunday. Let the head rest.
Yeah, this is one that I don't spend a lot of time thinking about.
Shout out vehicles, headrest.
I think it's cut and dried. I heard John Lynch talking. He said Brock's in protocol. That's about it. He'll either pass all the protocol or he won't. And
all right,
this is one of those things where if he plays, that should mean that he cleared protocol.
What if he got dinged again?
I don't know.
You wouldn't be. Would you then just by yourself, a quiet moment, say, you know what, maybe they should have sat him out?
But
I guess that's how I'm looking at this thing.
But what would sitting him out do?
Give him more time to heal.
Because
there's a bye coming up.
But that's the point. If he passes protocol, it means he's healed.
Hey, man. All right. So your thing is protocol is fear. Why would you have fear if he passed the protocol? But we know the protocol really ain't the protocol, Stoney. Nobody knows the protocol. Really. These head injuries are real. So my whole thing is if I can get hit or risk getting hit on the head, like you talked about your concussion, Shasky did today, why would I even have that on the table when I can give my player rest from even taking any contact? Well, that would be the adult thing to do. But I know there's a game to win.
Yeah, like I said, I don't. If he clears protocol, then he's healthy. And my understanding, and this is what John Lynch was talking about. He said, the league is heavily involved in this in protocol when guys are concussed, and so he's going to have to pass some tests. Some of them are on the field. I guess some of them are off, but he was back on the field, and. I mean, if he passes all the tests today and he's showing no signs of a concussion and he's 100% or he's feeling healthy, I guess at that point I'd say, why wouldn't he play?
Okay. And I'm not mad at that, partner, but I know how I feel and it's about to come out now, hearing you say that. Stoney, I guess I got an issue with the protocol and the test because he's not going to be on the field with live guys coming at him trying to hurt him. That's the ultimate test, right? And what you said yesterday when you said, Goo, those, after the 6 minutes after he got dinged up, look at what transpired on the field, you may have something. But, Stoney, I guess what I'm saying is you cannot duplicate what he's going to be facing in a game. To me, I'm not a neurologist, but rather than follow my finger, how many fingers I got up. It's like a big crock of you-know-what to me. Like, the real test is him out there and guys coming at him.
If he's completely healthy, what's the difference between him facing a real game Sunday or 2 weeks from Sunday? I mean, I could make a case that it's like...
I don't have that answer.
I can make a case it's like riding a bike. I mean, you'd probably get back up on that bike as soon as you're healthy. After you fall down. I just don't think it's that complicated.
Well, I'll tell you what. We're up here talking about the quarterbacks, and rightfully so. I'm being real. I don't know what's going on with this defense and Steve Wilks being called out. I heard his presser yesterday. It wasn't odd. He tried to just get past it, and the reporters wouldn't let him, and rightfully so. They wanted some more explanation. But, Stoney, what if I told you, I'm being real here, I'm more worried about this defense than I am Brock, whoever's under center?
Yeah, I'm not.
Wow.
I mean, the defense is good. We know that. If they're not good, you're not going to go anywhere. I mean, Bosa's good. The Warner and Greenlaw are good. And as bad as they played, they have not given up a lot of points. To me, I think the defense is fine. It's going to be fine.
Okay.
Because are you worried about Bosa? Yeah, I'm worried about Bosa. Okay, what are you going to do about it? I mean, you go ahead and worry, but he's going to have to get himself right himself.
And I believe that's going to happen.
Okay, so then there's nothing to worry about with Bosa. And the defensive line is their strength. They haven't been playing up to par. To me, it's one of those things that if this is how they're going to play, then they're not going to win the Super Bowl.
No, well, yeah.
So they got to come around. But I don't know that I want to. I don't know that I want to start Sam Darnold in a game that is going to be a tough game and we need to win.
Yeah. Well, you know what, Stoney? I'm going to say this to that. Kyle had to have that on his mind when he chose Sam Darnold as his backup quarterback because, I mean, we could be talking about a championship game or a Super Bowl where you got to come in and relieve the guy for whatever reason. So, I'm thinking about what Kirk Cousins did point-wise. It wasn't bad. But over 70% on third down, you got a young Kirk Cousins coming in here with some weaponry on the outside. And you just think of Ward, Lenore, Steiny, the flags, just where everybody's at. And Warner was out there. Greenlaw was, he was gimpy, but this is not going to be, and I know Goo is the NFL. Steiny, this is going to be a hell of a test Sunday.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. And Burrow, if he does to the 49ers what Cousins did to the 49ers, then we're going to be talking more about the defense and the lack of a pass rush because they got to get to Burrow. They can't let him do what Kirk Cousins did last week.
And it's interesting, before you move on, Stoney, it's interesting that the defense, let's just say, has looked regular after the beatdown and domination of Dallas, where they were making the ball come out of Tony Pollard's hand, and they looked like Mike Tyson in his prime. So, again, you're right. It is a good defensive unit. It's been referred to as one of the best defensive units, but after the Cowboy game is when this kind of start surfacing. So I can't wait to see, again, the quarterback, the offense without Debo. I'm asking you, I know you're not the reporter, any word on Trent Williams?
Today's a big day.
All right.
According to John Lynch.
Okay.
They don't typically do a lot on Fridays, but they'll get a sense for if Trent Williams can play.
Look at my man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Are you playing Brock Purdy this weekend against the Cincinnati Bengals, whether he passes protocol or not? Even if he passes protocol, are you telling him to sit out, wait 2 weeks before he can play? Or does he not pass protocol and you go to Sam Darnold? Does he pass protocol and you still go to Sam Darnold? 888-957-9570. And then my question is, if it is Sam Darnold, do your expectations change? Do you give the 49ers less of a chance to win? Do you think that they become kind of an underdog with a backup quarterback? Or is it a game that you think they should still win with Sam Darnold or without? 888-957-9570 is the number.
Yeah, Stoney, I'm going to tell you, you know how I think about Sam Darnold. Physically, do I want to use the word, I want to go courthouse and say superior, but he's got the physical traits that Brock Purdy has. Now it's just about when he's in there, if he gets the shot, can he read and react like Brock Purdy does? But as far as physical standpoint, there is no drop-off. You can make the argument that he's actually more talented when you talk about his arm.
Yeah.
But now it's his mind.
We'll see. We'll see.
If he gets the shot.
Michael Blake is paying $4.99 for his
early
super text on the YouTube
They got paid.
chat.
It's payday.
Serious question. Why do 49ers fans and media act like Sam is Nathan Peterman? He's put some good tape out there. If he hadn't, he wouldn't be here.
Count it. I don't think nobody said he's Nathan. That means he sucks.
Okay.
He's not. We know what Darnold was supposed to be, and maybe he'll be that if he ever gets a shot here. That could come as soon as Monday. But I've always thought you are a product of your environment. And any quarterback, John Tom, what a name. Any quarterback that's in this 49ers system with Kyle Steiny, you're going to see the best version of them, I believe.
What if the best version of him is Nick Mullins?
Then the Niner fans got problems.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go out to Travis. Travis is in Oakland, wants to jump in here on the 49ers and Brock Purdy. What's up, Trav?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing well.
Hey, I had called a while ago, and at the beginning of the season, I was like, the floor for Brock Purdy just has to be Jimmy G. And I wondered, do y'all think he broke that floor in the last 2 games?
I'll say no for the last 2 games. But before that, and I know you didn't ask, hell yeah. But the last 2 games, I'm going to say no. I don't know what Stoney thinks.
Before that, well, I mean, he was doing real well before that. But my thing is that Brock Purdy's a soldier. I mean, he just came back from surgery. I mean, I had 2 ACL surgeries in college when I played at City College of San Francisco. Shout out Monte Hill.
There you go.
University of Cincinnati. And, I came back at 8 months. Like, you come back from a surgery like that, like, you love football. And, to me, I think you should get some respect. And I hope, when you mentioned Nick Mullen, it made me think about it. I hope that Brock Purdy don't transition to Nick Mullen. I mean, he's, 13 games of success or 12 games, whatever it is.
No, I meant Sam Darnold. What if Sam Darnold? All right. Thanks a lot, Trav.
Darnold's already shown.
Oh, so you were saying that Sam was Mullins?
Yeah.
Okay,
not Brock Purdy.
Okay, gotcha.
No, I meant what if Sam Darnold quarterbacks and the best version of Sam Darnold is Mullins or Beathard for Kyle Shanahan? Like, we don't know anything about Darnold under Kyle Shanahan, and this would be a tough test for him to come right in.
I can't wait, man.
What is that, 105?
125.
125? Okay.
Best game on the docket this week. Not last night, Buffalo and Tampa. Nice.
What?
This is kind of
boring. Are you ready? Buffalo's done?
No, they won.
Yeah, but still, they didn't win by 22.
They didn't cover.
Yeah, they didn't. They only won by 6 points. So, you ready to declare them finished?
Also, should have lost. There's a flag in the end zone.
Dude, what?
The
Why?
refs are gutless.
This is why I love you guys.
PI on the Hail Mary, Steiny. They're too gutless to call.
They were too gut. You could tell. Like,
please
look at you.
Quit begging.
You and your
Godwin got tackled in the end zone. I guess it's okay to tackle people on throws downfield.
Nothing to see here, Spadoni.
Nobody's begging.
No, we want it officiated correctly.
Yeah, well,
most important play of the game, and they don't do anything about it. They don't even care.
Baker has.
They want to go home.
Listen, I've been the one saying that about the NFL forever. You better get used to 3 or 5 plays that you like, that you're going to hate, or that you hate, that you're going to like.
It's more like 8 to 10.
Okay.
3. I saw that too.
If you hate the refs so much, then you stop watching. Did they ruin the game for you last
night? Just hold them accountable.
That's all, Spadoni. That's all, Stoney.
But they do. They do. Like, you realize these are the best officials in the world.
So Philly didn't commit an infraction in the last game against Miami on Sunday night? I'll wait. Come on, Stein.
It's so funny.
See, come on now. That was Philly. Look at you. You got your green on.
This is so funny. This is so funny.
Not one flag.
We go from, you guys are such hypocrites. You can call a flag on every play. We wouldn't want that. Then there's a game with no penalties. Oh, that can't be. What do you want?
Well, there were penalties on the other team.
Evan, you know what they want? They want, okay, refs, we're going into the game, and you're allotted 5 penalties apiece on each team. It's like sometimes a team doesn't commit penalties, and sometimes teams commit more. The referees are not there to make the same amount of calls for each side. They're there to enforce the rules. And you know what? NFL refs, how about this? They stink. They're terrible. But you know what? It's not like there's good refs sitting beneath them waiting to make all the right calls, but they're being frozen out. No.
You hate to see it.
The NFL officials stink. But you know what? They stink less than all the other officials out there.
Well, if they
on
use some of
planet
that
Earth.
$1 billion money and invested in the refs and paid them like they're supposed to be paid.
Tell Roger Goodell. Don't tell
who's
me.
getting more money than anybody.
Tell your boy Roger Goodell.
I don't like him.
Who you continue to support day in and day out.
He's stealing.
Shout out Pittsburgh.
Now, you don't know that.
That's what Evan, that moves me.
What do you mean?
I said he's stealing. He said, shout out Pittsburgh.
That's terrible.
Steelers?
That's awful. That's a 0.
You just hate the Steelers.
Right. Dude, come on.
That's disrespecting Mac Dre right there. The Pittsburgh I know don't got no Steelers. Come on, Steiny.
This is my guy, Mac Dre.
By the way, I got some sound on the other side that I'll bet you.
Uh-oh.
Guru's going to go, wow. And then he's going to go, Steiny, that's not good. That's my prediction.
Oh, boy.
Let me get some cut sheets out here. I got some. It doesn't feel like a payday Friday to me, Goo.
Did you check your balance?
Not yet.
Oh, I do it at like 12:01. I did it in. Yeah, it must be nice.
All right, don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged? Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. Also, that segment was brought to you by Comcast California.
I'm trying to guess your sound, the quote you got for me. Why am I excited?
I don't know.
But the way you set it up.
It's good sound.
Right.
It's good sound. 888-957-9570 is the number here at, what is it, 85, Kearney?
Dude, people been talking to me about that, like your boy tripping.
What are you talking about?
Don't you never tell people where you lay your head.
It's not where we lay our head. It's where we come and punch the clock. Like Steph Curry punches a clock at Chase Center. We all know
and
that.
They have security at Chase Center.
Okay, they got security here. You see our doorman?
Mike, what?
See Clarence? All right.
I love Clarence.
Apparently,
he ain't about that life.
You don't know that. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Play Purdy or rest Purdy. Can they win this game, the 49ers, with Sam Darnold at quarterback? You tell me, 888-957-9570. We'll be right back.
That's stupid. Don't say that again.
What is going on here?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Fitzy! Fitz! Who is this right here, Steiny? All right, who is this right here rapping this beat?
Oh, this is Maxwell.
Isn't that an R&B?
That word that you just, that's great. No,
Okay,
it's
no,
Fitty.
it's Da Baby.
No.
25 pence.
Da Baby.
Yeah.
D-A Baby.
It's 50 Cent. 50.
Okay.
What Curry did to the Kings last year in Game 7. Went for 50.
Gotcha. Hey, we have the best listeners in the world. And sometimes they send us stuff. And if you're on the YouTube chat, I got to open this thing right now. Our main man, Skinny Bob.
The man.
Has delivered again.
Look at him, Steiny. I got my bag still here.
He told me the Pro V1s are mine.
Golf balls.
Dude.
Guru, he said
I got the color ones. Oh, that does something to me.
Look at these.
Look at
Skinny Bob separated them. He separated them.
We got to have them come in.
There's your colored ones.
All right, I'm going to grab them.
All right. And it looks like, oh my gosh.
This is dope,
these
man.
Those
are all white.
These are the Pro Vs.
Woo!
We'll set those aside.
I get.
I'm gonna be golf ignorant.
Here's
here.
a bunch of other ones. We'll keep those.
Guys, what are the difference in
look
like
at
the
this.
Pro Vs and what I have? Do some
You're
go,
fine. The ones you
do
have.
some go further?
Yeah, they're good for you.
The humidor golf balls?
It's like
actually, when you're starting out, you do want the colored balls because in case they go left or right, or
that's true.
You got to be able to find them.
They're easier to find, the colored balls.
Like deer hunting.
But the color, the ones
animal.
with color, it's like the Caddyshack where, hey, we got a pond and a pool. Pond and a pool. Pond will be good for you.
Oh, Skinny Bob, you're the man. We got to have him come in, man.
Man, Skinny Bob getting it done.
Again.
Yep. Do you know I went about
We're going to go hit these this weekend.
I went about 6 months without buying golf balls this year because of Skinny Bob. Thank you, Skinny Bob. And they're very expensive, too.
I was just about to say how much you save, but you save something.
I mean, honestly, you get Pro V1s. They're like $4 or $5 a ball.
Come on.
It's like $12, $14 for 3 balls. Uh-huh.
I'm showing the YouTube.
There you go.
You ain't said nothing about my haircut.
I didn't know you got one.
I guess I'm fly every day, so.
Yeah, I mean, I remember we got our pictures taken yesterday, and you were disappointed you hadn't gotten a haircut.
I was like a prima donna. Delay it.
Yeah. I could tell you're not real comfortable in front of the camera.
Sal said I did a good job this morning. That's all I had.
Hey, everybody's favorite defensive end, Nick Bosa. He's only got 2.5 sacks the last 10 weeks.
Boy.
2 of those sacks coming when he was completely unblocked and an assignment was missed. So, Nick, how come you've stunk this year?
I think a little bit. I think I'm trying to work on stuff on the run this year that I wasn't able to do in camp. So those games that I mentioned, the 2, I think I was thinking too much because I was trying to add something to my rush plan, which is not what I want to be doing during season. I want to be locked in on what I do best and just doing it throughout the whole year. But there's no excuse at this point for that.
End it like that. No excuse. He knows what he knows there's guys like you out here going back to last year, guys like me saying, you know what? Bosa didn't get a sack in the offs. But Steiny, they need it Sunday, man. They need him. They need this D-line. This is the staple of who you are. Huh? You got paid. Somebody said, why he not get to the quarterback? I think it was Shasky. I told him, his pocket's too heavy with all that money.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
It's like they said about Bob Costas. He's 5'8", but he's 6'2" when he stands on his wallet.
That's an 8.
Steiny makes comment about Guru not being comfortable, and Steiny twitches on camera, no doubt. Yeah. I tease Goo about that because there's nobody who was worse on camera than I was.
I tried to find that footage, man. I YouTubed it. Evan wasn't even you weren't even. Was Evan or born?
It was
Evan. You weren't around.
I was in middle school when Steiny was.
Well, no, that counts. Your hair had to be great.
It was a halftime.
I was like, who the hell's this guy?
It was a halftime in Denver where I was doing something and they had to take the camera off me.
Why?
Because I'd forgotten what I was going to say. I was sweating profusely.
You should have smoked the J like hours before.
That makes me forgetful.
Well, me too.
By the way, what are we talking about?
You and the camera. I will say this before we get back to it. It's Payday Friday, Steiny.
Yeah.
The old boss or our current boss had audio. This is incredible, Evan, of you at a round table. You were with Barnett. I forget who else. It wasn't Sports Channel, NBC. Before it was NBC Sports Bay Area. Yeah. And your twang, your East Coast twang, hearing you talk about, Evan, the Warriors and what they had. It was incredible. You don't sound anything because you Cali raised now, but Steiny, you sounded like you was from the East for real. I go, that's my partner when he was young. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't.
I got it. Oh, my God.
I was with Barnett?
Yeah, you guys were at a round table, and you were breaking down the I want to say when Joe Smith got drafted. It was around that time, and your draw was Eastern Coast. I was like, wow, he sounds nothing like
the Jurassic era.
What boy?
You want to take Adam in San Jose? Or you want to keep belittling me?
Let's take Adam.
Yeah, let's do that. Adam in San Jose. What's up, Adam?
What up, fellas? Good morning.
Talk to us.
Hey, so concussions, like every other injury, has levels to its severity, right? So for Brock to finish that game on Monday and not get taken out by the guys upstairs watching for injuries, probably says that the concussion isn't too serious, although all head injuries are serious. But, for them not to notice anything and let him continue playing, for himself not to take himself out the game. And if we play him on Sunday and lose the game, we'll say, damn, we should have just rested him. And if we play Darnold and he doesn't play well, then we're going to say we should have just played Purdy if he was healthy.
A lot of truth to that.
I personally would go ahead and rest him just because if he gets hurt again, then we're just opening up a whole other can of worms. You see what happened to Tua in Miami last year after he suffered 2 concussions back-to-back. The league started a whole investigation on the Miami Dolphins and whatnot. So I would just play it safe and rest them. And if we go 5-3, then we'll just get better after the bye week.
Thanks for the call.
Beautiful.
Appreciate it, Adam.
Like, why even open up the other can of worms for him to get just another a hit in the head, and then he's out? You know what I mean, Stoney? That's like,
I actually don't. Like, and maybe we need Panja on here. Or Panja on here.
Yeah, he's the man.
Because if you're cleared.
See, that's our issue. Go ahead, finish.
Well,
I'm with you.
If you're cleared today, 2 weeks from now you'll be more cleared? I don't get. You're either cleared or you're not.
Okay, call me the dumb doctor for this real quick if I can jump in.
Yeah.
If he's not going to go get hit and nobody's going to tackle him in full pads, to me, I'm the dumb doctor, Steiny. That's the real test.
But why doesn't
not waving the finger or whatever? Let me see your pupils.
In 2 weeks? He's still got to go step
maybe
on a
blood to the brain, all that stuff that takes.
He wouldn't have passed the test if he.
See, and that's what I'm shooting holes in is the test. Well, if the test ain't seeing how I respond getting hit, then you ain't really tested me, and then we might have a.
When do you come back from a concussion?
Oh, see that when the guy says I'm good. I'm not seeing what you and Shasky said.
When the guy says you're good, the player?
No, when you talked about your peripheral, you couldn't see anything.
Right.
Or you're not feeling groggy.
Right. You have to.
I would love to know what the test is. Maybe that's what I need to know.
It's all
on the player.
No, it's all on the doctor. Like they're not going to. I don't. It would be like him.
It's like the boxers telling the ref when they're getting their ass kicked, I'm good. Well, you're really not good. You passed the test to go get more damage.
Listen, you're not a doctor. I'm not a doctor. If somebody tells me that you get cleared from concussion protocol,
all right,
but there's still more of a danger if you go play football the next day as opposed to a week from then, okay, well, then I think the rest component for a week is valid. I don't know that's –
all right.
I don't know. Like,
I would love to know what
I have
consists
no idea.
Of the test, what that test consists of, but I hear you.
Steiny, time is best. Cleared to play is baseline. Okay. The longer he's out, the better.
For the brain.
Really? Okay.
Long term, not I know how to get home, I forget, not that stuff, Steiny. I'm looking at it long term.
Okay.
Because these concussions are brain injuries.
Okay, what if they didn't have a bye? Next week.
I know you think
would we play him next week?
No.
Would we play him next week?
I personally would feel better knowing we gave our players 7 days off
Okay, so you would play him next week if they had a game.
No doubt about it. If he told me he was good.
And I just don't understand.
I can't run you back out there.
I don't understand the monumental difference when a guy is cleared playing the next day or playing 7 days.
Okay, how about we do this? The caller brought up the Tua situation. He passed all those tests, Steiny, and they caught hell for it. Okay. Well, what type of test did you give him? When did you give it to him? So, this is very delicate is all. It's the brain. And I'm with you on, okay, when is it a go? But when you want to look at this when he steps back out there, like, you know what, we kept him out a week.
Okay, well, a week's a magic number. It's a magic number a week. Like, that's the part I don't get. I mean, if a guy's cleared to play, why would you not play him? Unless you acknowledge he's cleared protocol, then say that. He's cleared protocol, but we're going to give him an extra week or two.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Man.
Fine.
And I thought when Willard broke the news, and then Adam Schefter came in saying he's most likely not going to play, I was like, nothing to see here. And then now he's practicing, his prerogative. I'm like, Steiny, you telling me we're going to sit down 1:25 or 8 in the morning when we get all the news of who's in and out, and he passed the test? Wow, that would be a 180 for me.
And here's Uncle Loon. Concussion's like a brain bruise. More time off makes sense. It gets better. Okay, I get that, Uncle Looney. But doesn't the brain bruise have to heal before you pass concussion protocol?
Not necessarily. I think it's just if you're showing symptoms of a concussion, that is basically how you clear it. But to Uncle Looney's point, and from what Doc Pondia was saying earlier in the week, the great Doc Pondia, basically you're just more susceptible to getting another concussion the closer you are to the previous one. Like the brain swelling hasn't gone down enough, or it could go down more.
You can pass a concussion protocol test with the brain abnormally enlarged from a previous concussion.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you're concussed, it's going to take a certain amount of time to heal completely, but you
Symptoms
can still pass.
Might be gone.
Yeah, you can still pass the test.
Okay.
Good stuff. Look at us. Look at Evan. Got a future.
That's why they wear helmets.
Dr. Giddings.
I mean, I don't. Then
I can see Evan a doctor.
Okay. Then honestly, what's the sense of the test?
That's what we're saying, Steiny. That's what I'm saying.
Don't even give him a test. Just don't play him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, that was the boss in the background.
Speaking of which, his wife had a great Halloween outfit. She was Taylor Swift. That is just remember I hate Halloween, but when you do it at work, it's
a Halloween outfit. It was her normal jacket.
She had a Kelsey jersey on. She told me, "Hey, Goo, it's Taylor Swift," and she had her microphone. Don't make it more. You are something else. It was her regular out. She had a KC 87 jersey on. She said something about Kelsey. I can't tell the boss.
What?
Dude, all the women like him.
Who?
Kelsey.
All right. Kyle in San Mateo. What's up, Kyle? How you doing?
Hey, so I just want to touch bases on the concussion stuff. So I've had multiple concussions, and they'll even if you go to the hospital, there's no real test. Actually, I was told that the NFL, it kind of went off of what they do. Kind of like if you feel good one day, and then if you feel bad the next, then you take the time off. You just stop being active. And my concussion went on for 3.5 months.
Oh, so, man.
One day could be good, the next day could be real bad, and you just got to take it lightly. That's kind of all you can do.
How did you sustain yours, if you don't mind me asking?
I got hit in the head when I was riding my motorcycle. A car kind of hit me from the side, and it wasn't a huge impact. It was just good enough to just kind of, rattle my brain.
Oh, man. Glad you're all right, buddy.
Appreciate the call, Kyle. Appreciate the call.
Man.
I mean, and while I appreciate the help in answering a question, if he's telling us he could pass concussion protocol, but he still had symptoms for 3 months, well, I mean, then how do you decide when Purdy should play?
I mean, it sounds like if he passed the test, he is going to play. I guess the question just is
it the right thing?
Yeah, is it best long term for Brock Purdy? The answer is probably no, but then again, that's the game of football.
No doubt, Evan.
If you're telling me that by resting him 2 weeks, it will significantly improve the chances that he doesn't get a concussion the next time he plays, just that one time, right? Then I would rest him. But I didn't understand that's the way it goes. You know what I mean?
Well, it's kind of like the McCaffrey thing, right? It's like, he could get his bell rung first play of the game against Cincinnati or in 3 weeks against Jacksonville. Either way, and I think to your point, Sonny, that's probably why he would play, is because the risk of getting a concussion is something You just simply have to accept when you play in the NFL.
No, that I get. I'm just wondering if Brock Purdy, why? Hey, if Brock Purdy has a bigger chance of getting a concussion Sunday rather than 2 weeks from Sunday, because something in his head heals better.
Yeah.
Well, then, yeah, I would,
and that's how I feel like we're looking at it. But Steiny, you're right. These are what are they? Evan just said it. These are barbarians. These dudes are risking a lot. We know it. So that's why I was saying to you, it's bigger than just a concussion test or passing it. It's just, you know what?
Well,
Steve Young, Jimbo said this on YouTube. Steve Young still having concussion systems.
Let's put the rat on
years after football.
Let's put the rat on the table.
Okay. Brought to you by
Thank
Atco.
you.
Yes,
it's your account.
I'm looking at Taylor Swift. Go ahead.
If Brock Purdy, here's a question for 49er fans. Forget about what you would do. If Brock Purdy is cleared, is Kyle Shanahan going to play him? If Brock Purdy's cleared today or tomorrow, will Kyle Shanahan play him?
I have my answer.
Give it to me.
A double hell yeah.
Okay, why?
He's a renegade.
Why?
He ain't into all that. He's about who's available. Like, what's that, Laverne and Shirley? Where'd they work? At the assembly line. That's what these guys are. It's just, they're ready, go play. I ain't worried about tomorrow. I got to be honest, Donnie, I don't know Kyle. I like him. I like that he likes rap and Lil Wayne. I don't like that. I don't like that Mayoko asked him about McCaffrey, 400 touches. I ain't looking at that. Like, wow, it's just, can you play and help the team win?
408, play the backup truck for Steiny. Go ahead if you want to.
No, you got more information.
Yeah, I'll play
Uncle Looney sold you, though.
Play it. I still want to hear, you can play the backup, the truck.
Well, it's been a minute.
Oh, they don't have it.
That truck is
you hate to be in the new studio.
Yeah,
I was all ready to work. I was all ready to take my loss, but now it goes down as a draw.
Best YouTube quote of the day. This might be ever. Shout out Skinny Bob for the golf balls. Steiny and Goo got balls. Yeah. Never go full. Thank you, Evan. That's pretty damn clever.
Yeah, if we're in 7th grade.
Wow.
First time I saw you on television.
Dude, I want to find those files.
I guess.
You got some, Steiny? Break them off. Let me just study you.
You can Google crap on YouTube. I'd advise you to Google the post-game interview, though, with Baron Davis after he beat the Celtics on a buzzer beater. It was my finest hour.
Home or away?
Home.
Wow.
It was really good. It's about a 3-minute interview. You know how much I talked?
How much?
About 9 seconds.
No, that's what it is. Yeah, you ain't no Ahmad Rashad.
Speaking of which,
or Jim Gray, who I love, but
we had a little issue yesterday, and it kind of went under the radar with Lorenzo Neal.
Oh,
speaking of questions, brief questions.
Right.
So, you do know you set a record yesterday.
Oh, I thought this was about Lowe.
No, it's about you. Yeah, you set a record yesterday. Now, you didn't set the single question record.
Is Evan in on this?
He is.
Oh, my goodness.
Now, you didn't set the single question mark.
Oh, it's when I gave him love and talked about how
for longest, but you did ask 2-minute-long questions in the same interview.
Steiny, you also asked a near minute-long question.
Near.
It was a very rare occurrence.
Near minute. Notice I get out inside a minute.
That's the reverend in me, man.
Let's go to Nora. Nora's in Oakland. What's up, Nora? How are you?
Hi. How you doing? Okay. I know you've moved on from the subject of concussions already, but I just wanted to say that as far as I understand, they cannot tell how much damage is done to the brain until someone's dead and they do an autopsy.
Well, you are.
I'm getting a thumbs up from our producer, Nora. So,
but Nora, the whole point is we don't want it to get to you don't want it to get to that juncture. You know what I mean? You want to proceed with caution and be delicate because for so many years the NFL was lying to players and us, saying you're okay, go back out there. So now it's about not the end result because you don't want it to be over, but you want to do the right thing. And if Brock had a concussion Monday, if it were your kid, would you want him out there Sunday to just risk getting another one? I wouldn't.
Yeah, it's a really tough issue. I don't know. I don't know why. It's so risky. It's so dangerous. I think it'll be outlawed soon, so we should enjoy it while we have it.
Wow.
Hey,
Troy Aikman.
Thank you for the call, Nora. Appreciate it.
Remember, Troy was saying the game would be extinct.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just heard Nora say, yeah, it's a really tough decision. Actually, it's not for Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, you're right.
It's pretty cut and dry, right?
He's about production.
It's pretty cut and dry. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Goo with you. Brock Purdy is in concussion protocol, and it's as simple as this. If he passes concussion protocol by kickoff, do you play him? Is it just as simple as that? Pass the test and play. I mean, that's kind of what I thought, but if there's more risk, then...
Don't worry about me in my 80s.
If there's more risk playing Sunday than playing 2 weeks from Sunday, well, then I think you got more to consider, obviously. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. By the way, you want to play basketball in the Chase Center court? You can, and the contest starts Monday, October 30th at 7:30 a.m., our show at 12:30, and then Willard and Dibbs at 4:30. You get 3 chances a day to play knockout at Chase Center. We're going to give out 10 slots on all the shows. Contest is going to run for 2 weeks. So the bottom line is listen to our show at 12:30, and I think what we're going to have you do is answer a question about what we were talking about, and if you can get that question right, you're going to have a chance. No, you'll be on that floor. You'll be on that floor. Again, contest starts Monday, 12:30 our show, or 7:30 the morning show.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
The needs of modern business.
What's your favorite animal?
Deer.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Why is that fun? I thought about it last night.
It's
a
so
deer
fun.
is an animal.
No, it is. It is. But remember the context.
The zoo.
We're talking about what you're doing Saturday. By the way, dial the Guru Johnson if you want to meet him in person. Get an autograph and a handshake. Just go to the San Francisco Zoo on Saturday between 12 and 2.
Look at my guy.
He will be judging a Halloween contest. He'll be judging the costumes. And so get out there at the end of Taraval or wherever.
Yeah.
Nice and foggy.
I'm going to dress up. I've been throwing eggs at Halloween, but I'm going to dress up.
Wear a raincoat. It's always wet down there.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, So we were talking about the zoo.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, Goo, what's your favorite animal? Expecting you to pick a zoo type of an animal, not the type of animal that you've decimated over the years.
Dude, it was Bambi. Yep.
I want to get back to this sound from Nick Bosa, but first, let's go. He's been waiting a minute. CJ's in the city. He wants to talk about Brock Purdy. He thinks Brock might be pushing himself. What's up, CJ? How you doing, man?
CJ.
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up? Happy payday. Happy payday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think Brock is pushing himself, man. I think, first of all, when he had his surgery, he came back a little too fast. Troy Aikman was talking about before the game, Brock was telling him, my arm's not completely there. So the first 5 games, his arm is completely there. The last 2 games, his arm is not there. I just think that he's paranoid about losing his job because this is the NFL, next man up. If Sam Darnold were to come in and have a great game, not miss that many reads, show off the good arm, I don't see a scenario in which Brock will come back, especially if Sam just keeps rolling. That's all I got. I think Brock is just paranoid. Enjoy your payday, man. Thank you.
Thanks, CJ. Appreciate it. Well,
it's more than just that. He's come on, just like you guys told me yesterday when I backed myself into that corner, saying, was one game, would that suffice? Would that be enough for Darnold to overtake Brock? Hell no, Stoney. I don't think he's rushing it, but I am surprised he's out there at practice. This is going the other way. Usually it goes player out, concussed. Adam Schefter, I keep going to that. Now all of a sudden,
Schefter's just a guy, Goo.
But he's got sources.
Yeah. But we can't put men who are like you and me on pedestals. They're just like us. You know what I'm saying?
So he got it wrong.
He may have.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
He got to remember Mac Jones wrong.
Troy Aikman, here just to get you a little more worried.
And talking with him about his elbow and the injury that he had last year in the playoffs, he's still regaining his strength. It's not 100%.
That's Troy Aikman talking about Brock Purdy.
Well,
Go ahead.
No.
Tell your hero he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Listen, I do love Troy, but we've had other doctors say the overthrows against the Rams was because
we're fans.
No, I thought that was a doctor.
No.
No, I was not thinking. It was somebody in the field.
It was a Twitter doctor that said maybe he overthrows because his
brother was working it out.
Exactly.
Well, come on now. I mean, he's making the throws on the sideline to Ayuk and Kittle. Every time you look, you just wonder why Kyle goes away from that.
Because Kyle likes to spread the ball around, unless it's McCaffrey. McCaffrey, the foundation, and then everybody else gets the scraps. Let's go to Joe. Joe is in San Jose. Hey, Joe, what's going on?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but Kyle Shanahan missed that call in the NFC Championship against Philadelphia when the guy dropped the ball. Wait, hear me out.
No, we are.
Hear me out.
We are.
And so now my question to you guys is, how do they prevent that from happening again? And the way that they prevent it from happening again, then why did it happen in the first beginning?
This is my guy. Question. Let's do dinner. Like, those are the thoughts I have. But, lift your head back up. You're just on an island like Gilligan. People think about that stuff. I think he's learned from that.
Really?
And if he was put back in that situation, it's worth losing the timeout.
We
taking that 7 off the board.
Yeah, take the 7 off the board, and the Niners win 38-10.
Everything's different.
Who was that? Was that C? No, that wasn't CJ. Who
he was in
that?
San Jose.
Joe.
Joe, you're banned.
Yeah. No, you're not.
Yes, he is.
You don't got the power to ban it without my word.
You can't bring up a play if it's more than 5 months old.
But you put it
no,
under
it's more than 2 years old,
you
for
put it
God's
under the,
sake.
You put it under the, it was not even a year. You put it under the umbrella of Kyle's growth.
You know, there's something about Guru saying, well, Kyle's growth makes me want to just throw a brick at him. What do you know about Kyle's growth? I hope the same thing happens and he doesn't throw a flag again.
I'm going to be honest with you. That was some of what I saw in the 19 Super Bowl. Like indecisiveness. Like sometimes just throw something to get in sales. My sales back.
Oh, here we go.
Throw stuff against the wall.
Yeah.
Sometimes when it sticks, it's the best sale you ever had.
Right. What about when you throw an interception? What about when you get humiliated?
That's
what about when you get the door slammed right in your
That's what happened
noodle?
against Philly. That all happened after you didn't pull the trigger.
Well, fire him then, Goo.
Yeah, I would
he
never.
Stinks.
Stop. He's a made man, like Farhan.
Well, now. I want to get back to this Bosa sound.
let's go.
What do you know about Kyle's growth?
Dude, that was fast.
That was fast. Nick Bosa. He's got, I don't know if I've mentioned this, but he's got only 2.5 sacks the last 10 games dating back to last year. 2 of them came while he was unblocked. So he's having trouble getting to the quarterback, but is he still effective? Hey, Nick, I mean, how important are sacks? We need them from you, buddy.
I try not to equate them hand in hand because, like you said, it's not an exact correlation at all. I think I've played really good games this year that haven't been sack games, and then I mentioned Cleveland. I got one, and I thought it was one of my worst games. So it's definitely a bigger thing than that. There's a lot of factors that go in, but I think if you just stay the course, they'll eventually come if you're putting yourself in the right positions. So I'm trying to continue to play up to my standard, and I think those will come, and hopefully, I mean, it's a really long year, so hopefully in the biggest moments is when they come.
He sounds like a struggling deer hunter when you don't see that for so a long time, so hopefully they'll come.
I've never, that's what they call an incongruity. A desperate, did you say desperate?
Oh my gosh, we've got people we used to hunt with that don't get a deer for 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, right.
That's what they talk. Yeah. Hopefully they're over here. We'll go road hunt and do this and that. Hey, just get out to the quarterback, son. Don't overthink it. But they need you Sunday. And luckily Burrow is not a fleet of feet. So it ain't like he's Lamar Jackson.
Well, neither was Kirk Cousins. How many times they get to him?
Man.
Burrow can run better than Kirk Cousins.
Man. Steiny. That was
Daniel Jones. He's been ruled out for a 3rd straight game. I wonder if the radio stations in New York City are crying about injuries.
Well, they want him out. They want Jones out. They don't want him back in. Taylor might. They just paid him.
They want him out? Injuries are part of the NFL.
I keep my ear to the street, New York, Steiny. It's toxic in New York. You think it's toxic here? The fans, they don't play. New York.
And it's Jets-Giants this week, too.
Oh, my. Where the old unis? Phillies, Kelly Green, did that do something to you?
No.
It was the prettiest green up, except the A's. The A's got the pretty green, but, man, bring those back. The old Giant helmets. Wrong guy.
Yeah, that's a fact. Evan, Giants uniforms, bring them back.
Evan's waiting on the Chargers throwbacks.
The old school ones, yeah. No doubt.
Bring back the powder blue of the Chargers.
Also, I like the old school navy blues, the LaDainian Tomlinsons, the Lorenzo Neals.
All right. Low Neal.
Which managed to
Who put the clock on the question?
3 1-minute questions.
Since we're talking.
Evan put them on both.
But
both questions that you
It
asked.
was Evan's idea to like, you know what, let me check. Let me put the timer to that.
No, the timer just goes off. I mean, basically, you start asking a question, you just make note of it. And then a minute and a half later, you circle back and say, are we at a minute 20, 15, or 30?
We actually have a physical timer back here that we click for every question. And
I'm not the longest question asker. I ain't throwing nobody under the bus.
No,
it's not a bad thing.
Yeah, you are.
No, I got 3 names. They'll remain anonymous. Yeah.
Guru Johnson? What are you talking about?
Nice. Yeah, it's a good one, Evan. That's a 5. That's a 5. Just a little. It's fine.
Now, every question you ask from here on out, I got the clock on you, buddy.
Go ahead.
So when is too long? 90 seconds?
Yes.
Before then.
Yeah, I mean, there's a key. Okay.
It's nuanced. Sometimes you want to set up stuff.
No. You want to leave it open-ended so that, like here, let me do it to you.
I was in sales. I know. There was
let me interview you, and I'll show you how it's done.
All right.
Well, let's welcome in Daryl the Guru Johnson. Guru, what's your role at 95.7 The Game?
I'm a talk show host.
What sports specifically?
All of them.
Who's your favorite team?
Dallas.
Why?
My dad was raised in Bullard, Texas, in my first football game because we used to go to Texas from California every year as a youngster. And it was a preseason game between the Cowboys and Steelers, and I saw Terry Bradshaw, Lynn Swann, and Roger Staubach, and I fell in love with the star.
Yeah, see how that works? I asked why, one word, and you gave a
But
very
there's no doubt the question you guys in this instance have is when I gave Low love about our relationship, and then I said him and Evan do a good job, so that was a whole paragraph. So you guys did me dirty. It wasn't one question, what's your blood type?
Just,
I'm not going to work on it.
No, you can. You can. Oh, by the way, should we get
That's on me!
Should we get the...
Oh, boy.
Here we go. Let me just play something for Goo and let him go. I'm just going to let him go. Take a listen to the sound. Defensive coordinator Steve Wilks.
I got to be honest with you. By the time I talk to you guys, win or lose, mentally, I'm on to the next game. I know there's a lot of questions about the call right before the half, so I definitely want to address that before I move on to Cincinnati. Take full responsibility for that call. I have to do a better job in putting the guys in a better position. We have good players. I know that, and can't really press the issue. And with that, moving forward, it's my responsibility to do that. So, wish I could take it back, but again, I gotta do better.
Everybody happy?
I'm not. And the reason I'm not is all you owed was your boss, Kyle Shanahan, that answer. You didn't owe everybody that answer, but everybody knew they could come at you sideways because Kyle threw you under the bus when he said it was a bad call, basically calling it a stupid call, which it was. But damn, Wilks, he was so uncomfortable. And then some say Saleh never did that. D'Amico Ryans, they never had something that egregious. I feel like all I owe is my boss an explanation and an apology. But he had to go out there and just get neutered.
Well, let me some stuff, practical stuff here. He speaks every Thursday, right? The defensive coordinator.
Well, I ain't heard a word from him up until now.
No,
but okay.
How do they decide who? Because Shanahan on Wednesday said, "I know you're going to talk to Steve tomorrow." So Steve Wilks is available at least every other week. I would assume just maybe they go offensive coordinator one week, defensive coordinator another. But
cut a brother some slack. Damn. What? You didn't have to do me like that in public.
What? It was a terrible call.
Right, but you didn't have to. Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Let me say that to the people.
Who's me?
Steve.
Well, you just said Steve only owes Kyle.
Right. What are you? I'm Steve. That was all about the circus that was yesterday was a byproduct of everybody basically laughing at Wilks getting called out.
Right. Or the
Kyle
call
couldn't
itself.
have just checked him and buffed him in private.
Well, he was going to get asked about that call, whether Kyle called him out or not, because Kyle said, you're going to have to talk to Steve about that. You have him tomorrow. So you can ask him about it. But
I'm real.
Yeah, but I don't know why that would bother you so much.
Have you guys ever heard Kyle Shanahan take ownership for a particular call the way that Steve Wilks just did?
Well, he's the boss, Evan, so I would say, no, I haven't. But no, sometimes he said, I messed up, that's on me, more than a few times. But he's the head honcho, so he doesn't know. Nobody's coming down this road but the owner, and the owner's not going to get involved in that.
The answer is pretty much no, Evan.
He said he's messed up many a games.
You know what he said? Like the Trey Lance thing. He's running the ball to, and stuff. And then at the very end, he'll be like, obviously, if I knew he was going to get hurt, I wouldn't call a play. Okay. That's his accountability. Well, if I knew that I shouldn't have called up, of course I'd like to have it back. So, but Evans, I think Evans on to a little something there. Red Eye on the YouTube chat, no, Shanny makes excuses. Kind of true.
Well, what does he say about the debacle that was Trey Lance? He did just what you said, took all accountability.
Did he?
Yeah, he said it was messed up. You came in here, we did a show, and you were like, "Goo."
Okay, so
let's move on. He
oh yeah,
it.
that's right. That was the one day everyone's like, "Oh, it's a contrite Kyle Shanahan. Yeah. It's a new leaf."
Right,
Kyle. Yeah, it wasn't. It was one day.
All you can do is
putting on a show.
Yeah,
it was one day he put on a show.
But Nahegan, who's going to check Nahegan? Even if you wanted to here, nobody, because that would be dumb. You don't check. The boss runs the ship. You might whisper to your coworker, but nobody's going to come out.
There's nothing weak about a boss saying he was wrong.
No, I'm saying you wouldn't come out and say the boss was wrong. That comes.
Who are we talking about?
I'm talking about Evan's point was, has anybody come down on Kyle?
Exactly.
Nobody comes down on the head honcho.
What are you talking about? We always criticize a head coach. What I'm saying is, why wouldn't Kyle say, I made a mistake?
Bad about Kyle Shanahan publicly? A player.
I'm talking about something totally different.
Well, radio, I'm talking about player.
No, I'm talking about, when has Kyle Shanahan ever taken responsibility for a mistake that he made? Hey, I messed up.
Well,
zero. Very seldom.
Yeah, there's a bunch of options we could pick from.
Very seldom.
I'll tell you this: you giving it a one-off. He did that with the press conference they did for Trey Lance when he was traded, saying I messed it up.
I'd like to get that sound because I don't think he said I messed it up. I think he said a lot of things like, we wish it would have worked out better. We love Trey. If I would have had, he never said if I had to do over again, I wouldn't have done it, because he can't say that. I don't know.
I think he admitted to letting Trey Lance down. I don't know if he ever took ownership for the pick or for trading up or for it not working out. I think he just admitted that, he let Trey down, which is a different tone from Shanahan, to give him credit.
Yeah. 7 years, one time. That's pretty good.
But like when someone asks
2030, we'll expect another one.
Well, because, Guru's got the file on him, right? So the challenge, the overthrow. I'm sure there's other instances you could call to, Goo, but if someone asked Kyle Shanahan about those particular plays, because yes, he's the head coach, but he's also the play caller, just like Steve Wilks is the play caller. I can't recall a time where a media member has asked him about a specific play and he's ever taken the tone that Wilks did yesterday. Maybe he hasn't messed up that badly, but I can't remember a time, personally.
But you have no problem with him calling the court the way he handled Wilt, saying it was a dumb call out loud.
I mean, it's not the most tactful, but he's not tactful.
No, do you have a problem with it, yes or no? See, that's who you are, and I love you for it. But you can be so decisive when I say something. No, you're so definitive on my answer.
No, you
said,
I'm
not mad.
No,
but
you
your
said
whole thing.
No.
You're on the fence. It's
well, on
so
the fence
easy.
isn't against you.
It's got to be nice.
On the fence isn't against you.
Me, but
you said you liked it, or you didn't like it.
If you lived your life how you respond to my answers, you would own the world. Let's just put it like that. The world, you would be.
You said
it's just amazing. I asked you, and you went.
I know,
and that's fine
because I don't have a strong opinion about it.
Let something come out my mouth. You are old boy.
Well, you're arguing against yourself now.
No, I'm not arguing
because
against
wait a minute.
I'm giving you a compliment, but telling you another thing on the other hand.
You just said that you didn't like what Kyle did, right?
Yeah.
Calling him out.
And I asked you yes or no, and then make the noise you made.
I don't know. Yeah. Or, Right. But you're portraying me as saying, oh, Guru didn't like it. No, I like it. I like it, Goo. I think I like it.
Earlier, you were hitting that like it wasn't the worst thing for Kyle to call out. I said he got neutered up there. He could have just did it behind closed doors. And you were like, what's wrong with him? What he did, Kyle?
I mean.
And that's why I brought Nahegan up about, on a worst day, if you're mad at your boss, you don't say it out loud. Well, you might on the radio, but it's playful. You know what I mean? That comes with the territory. People got to whisper about your mess ups when you're the man.
Right, and that's why it can be empowering when a boss makes himself a little vulnerable.
I totally agree.
Kyle doesn't make himself vulnerable.
You think that helped his? And some people could be a guru. Nobody cares. You think that endured Kyle to Wilkes? Him doing that? He needs a job, and to get his check, he probably went home. Can you believe this one?
I mean, with all due respect to Kyle Shanahan, I do believe he's arrogant, and I believe he thinks he's smarter than everybody. So the fact that he did this to Steve Wilkes, or whatever, how he handled it, he hasn't thought twice about that. He did.
That bothers me, man.
I mean, Kyle has the same. These guys are commodities to Kyle Shanahan.
But no players ever come out and said anything or alluded anything. I got to give him credit for that. Well, that was just about playing out of position. But you know what I mean, though, Steiny. Would you say guys seem to like to play for Kyle? I would say so. And then the whole Ayuk thing, look now. He could have said some.
What about Bosa questioning the defensive pack? I'm not used to blitzing this much.
Now,
after the game,
I'm gonna be honest, that's valid. That's he can say that. But I thought he did that after he knew it was open season on Wilkes, because Kyle did what he did.
Well, he said that, I believe, after the game, Nick Bosa, that they haven't been playing the way they've been playing in recent years. He said that right after the game. So, I mean, he was questioning something. It might not have been Shanahan's offense, but it was something about the defense, for sure. Let's go to Mazar. Oh, we got to wait on Mazar. We got phone issues right now. 888-957-9570 is the number, and it's Steiny and Guru. Let's go. Okay, we got Rich, actually. Rich is in Connecticut. What's up, Rich?
Hey, boys. How we doing today?
Hey.
Hey, you guys are talking about Kyle Shanahan. I just want to bring up an interesting stat I'm not sure if you guys are aware of. So if you give me a second. Kyle Shanahan. So Kyle Shanahan, right, is since 2017, when he goes into the fourth quarter down by 5 points or more,
0-29.
0-29. That is something to be, reckoned with. Like, I mean, as good as the play caller he is, when he plays from behind, he's just not as good as he should be. Let's just put it that way.
All right, Rich.
That is, I don't know what to do with the stat. Stein, I'm being real. You've played in the Super Bowl. You've been to multiple NFC championship games. And the facts are the facts. But damn, I'll just say this to that. You're doing a hell of a lot of winning, and you're getting damn close. And in the Super Bowl, when you had your best chance to win, you were up 10 points.
Let's go to break. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers play the Bengals, and Brock Purdy is still in concussion protocol. Yes or no? Yes or no? You want Brock Purdy to play Sunday against the Cincinnati Bengals? It is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. On the other side, we're going to talk to the legend. He's a golf ball legend. He's got the best-looking husky in the Bay Area. Skinny Bob on the other side. And also, did you hear what Jay Williams said about the Warriors? You're gonna on the other side.
What did I do wrong?
My fault.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Make a shot. Make a shot, Gary Payton.
My fault.
That's all right.
The second.
That's all right.
You know the corner three is this thing?
Yeah, well, it better be.
Tonight.
There we go. Fix the camera. 510. That 0-29 stat is misleading. How many of those were the quarterbacks? Were the quarterbacks Beathard, Hoyer, Mullins, and I can hear Spadone right now in my ear.
Oh no!
Yeah. There you go. Thanks, Joe. Hey, appreciate it, Joe. I can still hear you. That's all right. I don't mind Spadoni on my show. He's a man.
Spadoni.
That's actually the talkback button one's back here. So you heard me in your ear, but I was not on air. They're a little finicky. Hashtag new studio. So if you hold down the talkback, it stays there.
I heard Evan. He don't know I heard him the other day.
Yeah, that wasn't my fault.
We'll talk later. I heard
Okay, so I did think Spadoni was coming over. I guess not.
Yeah, Spadoni's black.
When was that? I must have been on a day I wasn't
Dude,
here.
I feel like that's artificial intelligence. I didn't say that.
All right, here's what. Tell me if anybody else is with me on that stat. The stat is that in, I don't know,
and Evan has another one. All right.
That Kyle Shanahan is 0-29 when trailing by 5 or more points in the fourth quarter.
Jesus.
Okay. Well, hold on before the Jesus.
Okay.
And you don't F with the Jesus either. The first thing I need to see is what is the record of all the other coaches in the NFL when they're down 5 or more in the fourth quarter? Because you're going to lose 3 out of 4 of those games if you're behind already by 5. So my guess would be somebody like Bill Belichick might be 6-28. Now, that's more than 0. But here's the other thing, and this is where stats can be misleading. I'll bet you that number 5 was picked on purpose for the purposes of that stat.
No, Evan has one where it's greater. If they're down 8 or more,
of course.
You add more to it.
Of course. And you know what? They were down 1 game by 29. They're 0-1 in that game. Like, what I'm getting at, I know he's got another stat, but my point is, I wouldn't be surprised if the 49ers under Shanahan have been behind by 4 points in the fourth quarter and won the game. And that's the reason they use 5, because he's never won, but they went into a game down 2016 to the Rams. They won. Well, Shanahan may be 5-25 in games they're down 4 points or fewer.
Well, I'll tell you what, to that, and I hear you, the last 2 games, they had the ball to come back and win the game. They didn't. Now, it doesn't meet the criteria what the 0-29, but you just wonder, and I'm not going to defend Kyle, but Stoney, I'm the guy and live my life to where I don't need to see nobody else's record. That's a whole lot of games. What I do know is he's never really had that quarterback, that guy. So up until McCaffrey in town, which they've never been trailing a lot, I feel like Kyle maybe doesn't have the quarterback or the confidence in certain plays that are not scripted, that when you're down and you need to chuck it, that's not his comfort level. That's not his comfort zone. That's how I take that.
Beard on the YouTube chat. Now, if this is accurate information, I got to praise Beard. But he could be like me, where every once in a while he just makes up a stat and then later goes, no, that's not a stat. I was just kidding. So according to Beard, these are records when trailing by 3 or more. 3 or more. Since 2017, Shanahan is 1-29. 1-29, sorry. McVay is 3-25. Harbaugh was 4-21. And Belichick 4-25. Beard, you're the man. You're not banned. So, yes, Shanahan's is really bad, but the other ones are just a little less bad.
Yeah, this is from a tweet from Akash Anavarathan. And
sure.
The NFL average is 13.3% in those situations. Shanahan's at 3%.
Gotcha.
So he's below average.
No doubt. I mean, there's no doubt about that. 888-957-9570. Let's go to the legend. We must say thank you.
No doubt.
Skinny Bob in El Monte. Wow. Skinny, thank you so much. We got your golf balls today. We opened them on the air. I appreciate you cleaned them all and you separated them all.
Wow.
You're the man.
Well, I tried to match the personalities with the ball.
Wow, Skinny Bob. You hit it out. You knocked it out the park.
Well, hold on one sec here. Now, great job with Guru getting the pink and the green ones.
Fluorescence.
Yeah. Why would you give Evan the Pro V1s?
Oh, boy.
He's got a brother-in-law that golfs.
This is amazing. He remembers.
Does he do the show, Skinny, or do I?
Wow.
Well, you can have whatever you want, Steiny. You just haven't told me. You hinted you like softballs, so I sent those.
You know what?
Soft.
You're absolutely. You know what? You are right. And I'm just giving you grief. But
Thanks, Skinny Bob.
Skinny
This is
Bob
incredible.
also he put Spadoni, Evan, Steiny, Guru.
He's our guy.
So you know what? I'm giving you grief about the Pro V1s, but I usually don't use Pro V1s. I do use those super soft Callaways or something else. So, Skinny Bob, a sincere thank you.
No doubt. Hey, Skinny Bob, I was telling Steiny, I got a quick request. And, just take your time with it. But maybe one Friday, you got time, you maybe come in the studio and hang out with us a little bit.
Hey, I like that invite, but be aware I don't leave my husky behind anywhere.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It's good.
Here's the deal, though. I got a scoop on Nick Bosa.
Okay.
His golf game. Let me tell you what I found and gave to my buddy's kid. Anyway, I found a golf ball, 49er golf ball, cleaned it up, and guess whose mug's face was on the golf ball? Nick Bosa. So, you think it's his ball or somebody bought 49er balls with Bosa's mug on it?
I don't see Bosa as a golfer, but he's got the disposition for it. Well, I hit into the sand.
No, that's a zero. That ain't
49er golf ball. Fact is, I found a 49er golf ball with Bozo's mug on it. So,
what do you
anyway, guys?
What do you got going this weekend, Bob? Real quick.
Oh, I got well, the Husky every day. I was at Mavericks Point. It's beautiful. Calm ocean. It's gorgeous out there today. And as far as the weekend, whatever I want. Time is mine. That's why I feel like a wealthy, healthy man. And I'll tell you, when you guys can hit retirement, you're going to love it because time is everything. And go into it with good health and a good attitude, and you're going to enjoy it. And you get richer in retirement.
You're the man, Skinny
Bob. Thank you so much for the advice, for the words of wisdom.
Have a great weekend, man.
And for the golf balls. That's Skinny Bob.
The legend.
Wow.
You're a little butthurt, Steiny.
Why?
God, just hating on Evan.
What do you mean?
It's
a bit, guys. It's a bit.
Oh, stop. Evan, and you knew your brother liked golf.
Well,
that's a P1.
Because we talk on the phone.
All right. I do want to ask a golf, because I've really been meaning to do this. Maybe Spadoni knows. I don't know. For golfers out there.
Monterey.
What type of play, for once and for all, okay, Pro V1s, they're the best. They're I'm pretty sure known as a harder golf ball. What type of player should use a harder golf ball, and what type of player should use a softer golf ball? Because I've been using a softer golf ball, and I've been under the impression that it's better for me because I don't take a huge swing. So with the soft golf ball, there's more compression and then more zing, if you know what I mean. I may be wrong. 888-957-9570. If I am wrong, then I am taking those Pro Vs from Evan, and he can have the super soft Callaways.
You're going to have to work for it. Evan's strong, man.
He's small.
He's strong.
He's tiny.
So a lot of it has to also do with club speed, Steiny. So a lot of the pros obviously have a higher club speed than the average Joe like myself.
That's
so they would use harder balls.
Okay.
And then the softer ones, because my swing's not as compact, not as swift as some of these other guys.
Yeah, and that's me. I don't swing as hard. Yeah, okay. I got you.
How about me? I whack that thing. Or try to.
Stick to the pink and the green balls. You'll be able to find those easy.
Dude, that was incredible.
Josh in Santa Clara. Let's go, Josh.
Hey, guys.
Hey, man.
You guys are just like a crack up to listen to when you guys get into each other. Man, it's just entertaining. I just wanted to call about Kyle Shanahan. I haven't really heard, people really crack on him about his play calling in crunch time. He had a minute left. They were at the 40-yard line. They're calling plays over the middle. And, you know, at that time, I think you want to go more towards the sideline, you know, preserve the time. You're at the 40. There's really no rush. I can see you going over the middle, you know, a couple times, but, you know, you got a young quarterback, you know, is really susceptible to kind of make a mistake.
And that he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll say on that interception.
Yeah. Thanks for the call.
Where he threw it to he was looking for Jennings, and he threw it to a spot.
Right.
I mean, Jennings was open, Stoney. But he, you know, that's a dangerous game you play when I'm trusting you to be there rather than I see it or anticipate it. So
the Pro V1 golf ball is a higher compression golf ball, meaning it is not as soft as the Pro V1, a 1X. Only golfers with high swing speeds north of 100 should play the Pro V1X.
This is wild.
As it will allow them to compress the golf ball better. So it sounds to me like regular old Pro V1s would be okay for me. They're expensive, Goo. By the way, get that sound, drop the Guru. I whacked that thing. What? He said about the golf ball.
No, that's sophomoric.
Well, I know, but that's our audience. There's been 9 people on the text line saying, make sure you cut that drop.
Come on. The pull my finger humor. I like that thing. Not a big, whoa.
What?
Yeah, I didn't like it.
Which?
You got to hear it in context. If somebody's driving around, they hear me say that.
Oh, Ed in Petaluma. Let's go to Ed in Petaluma. How are you,
Eddie. Man? Hey, you guys, you hit the right guy for golf ball knowledge.
Cool.
The softer the compression, if you swing hard, the ball will lose distance. So guys who swing faster want a firmer feeling ball, but not necessarily the Pro V1X. The X model of every golf ball just spins more.
Okay.
Wow.
It doesn't necessarily go further. It just spins more. So if you're a player who doesn't generate enough spin, then you would play a ball that spins more. If you spin it too much, you want to spin it less. So you choose a different ball.
So I don't spin the ball great. So which ball should I use?
Here's another thing. People who know how to spin the ball will spin it at the appropriate time. So if you don't know, due to your talent level, how to spin a ball, you may spin it at the inappropriate time, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does.
This is great.
It does. Thanks, Ed. I think I'm more confused.
This is great stuff, man.
You know what the bottom line is?
I almost feel like you should know this.
I should. Dibley knows it.
Okay.
The bottom line is this. This is where my dad comes in, the dad in me. When I'd be like, hey, Dad, can I get a pair of Nikes? No. Hey, can I get a pair of Pumas? No. He'd say, the shoe doesn't make the player. The player makes the shoe.
I've heard that my whole life.
Well,
Norm.
You know what he'd say to this? The golf ball doesn't make the player, son. The player makes the golf ball.
But there's something to it. Wow, you guys. So there's some humidor golf balls in a sense. Some balls that are designed to go further. I bet are allowed or not allowed on the tour.
Well, yeah, they have those, like juiced balls, but no one's using those. Yeah.
Right.
Well, the Giants aren't.
Got him.
That might be an 8. But the Giants. Evans hit like.
What?
Sometimes I think about doing stand-up, man.
Yeah.
After one comes off the tongue like that.
You would. You know what? I would pay to see Guru do stand-up once.
If you took my phone, you might see something at the pepper tree like years back. Had a few in me. I'll get up there. You know I'll get up there.
I know you'll get up there, but you got to be tight. Your stuff's got to be tight if you're a comedian. You got to say joke, and you can't be like humming. Hey, look at you in the 4th row. What's your name? Hey, it's Becky. Hey, Becky, what do you do?
Oh, see, I don't have that.
I work on an assembly line. What's that like? That's not comedy.
Yeah, that's yuck. That's old stuff. I get into it. I wouldn't even interact with the crowd.
I'll tell you what. Welcome to the Improv. Matt Steinmetz, I'll be your host tonight. I'll tell you what, we got a young up-and-comer, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
he will make you laugh your socks off.
Stuff, so this ain't the venue.
Let me what?
You know, this kind of
you're not ready to do it?
rated X type stuff. No, I would do it, but, my jokes are dirty because you got to keep it real. Stoddy, I've been
Don't
up
be
there.
Scared.
Yeah, no, we do a mic every day.
But not in front of people. We're in a room, the two of us. That is a very, very different dynamic than if you were in front of 100 to 200 people.
You don't know off some goose or some drink, I'd be up there. Stoddy,
no, I wouldn't even be close.
A social drink, I can do some jokes. Might not be good ones.
Let's go to City Boy.
But Julian.
City Boy's going to agree with you on this one.
Dude, that's
what's
my
up,
guy.
City? Well, now he is.
What's up?
What's up?
Hey.
I just wanted to make a quick Brock Purdy take, and if you don't mind me just making a quick comment on the Warriors after. But Brock Purdy, to me, there are no protocols for brain injuries, right? I mean, a concussion is a bruised brain. I mean, this dude played ball on Monday, and there's a bye week. I mean, you only lose one start out of him. I don't see how you can start him. I don't really care what the protocols say. I don't care what tests he passes. What test is there to say that a bruised brain is good to go? And we know, and Dibs talked about this, right? It's much more easy to re-injure the closer you are to the initial injury. So he, because of the bye week, I think he gets around 20 days off if you from getting hit. So I mean, you give him the 20 days. He misses one start. You hope Darnold, you let Darnold get in the fire. You want your backup to play a little bit anyway, and see some live bullets, and you get a look at him and see how he does. So I think it's kind of a win-win. Now, do they lose the game because of it? They might. They'd be 5-3. They'll still be okay. And boy, Shanahan, the way he threw his DC under the bus too was terrible. I mean, the dude made one mistake. Yeah, it was a pretty bad mistake. They've given up 41 points in the last two games, both losses. Who are those losses on? Those losses are on the offense. I'm sorry.
I'm with you there.
The D-line hasn't showed up, but Shanahan needs to look in the mirror, man. I mean, come on, man. And can I make a Warriors comment?
Give it to. I was waiting.
So I was very optimistic at the start of the season, and I still have optimism. I mean, pretty much everybody had a terrible shooting night, and they lost by 4 points to a very good Suns team. So I mean, I don't think the season is shot. I think they have a great shot to have a good year still. But answer me this: when we got D'Lo, everybody knew it wasn't going to work because you have no point of attack defense. You can't have two small guards that can't defend. Okay, when Monte Ellis was with Steph, we knew it wouldn't work. Why can this work? Long term for the whole season. I think they're going to probably have to try and flip Chris Paul. I just don't see. And tonight is going to be a great test because we're going to see Malik Monk and we're going to see De'Aaron Fox attack those two at point of attack. And I mean, I see them having a field day. It doesn't mean the Warriors can't win in a shootout. If the shot is dropped, then the Warriors can still win. But I'm actually a little apprehensive more so now than I was about the Chris Paul situation. And how does it differ from D'Lo? I don't think it does. When obviously Chris Paul is a better player, but even at 38. But anyway, that's my thoughts.
Good stuff, man.
Hope to see you guys soon. Take it easy.
Thanks, City. Appreciate it.
Just so much.
See, I think
so much there.
I'm coming around to that way of thinking, exactly what City Boy was talking about. So if Steph Curry plays 30, we're all worried about the non-Steph minutes. That's been a theme of Steph's entire career.
They were +5 last game. I know it was one game, Steiny.
Yeah, so if Steph Curry plays 32 minutes, okay, Chris Paul gets 18 or 16 right off the bat because that gets you to 48. So Chris Paul, pencil him in for 16 minutes a night as Curry's backup. That's great. I think the issue is going to be, what about the other 16 minutes where they play together?
No,
those are the minutes that we've got to kind of begin to assess.
Okay, I'm not mad at that. And then also, what about this? The Warriors last year were number one in pace. I know they were number one in turnovers. But that game the other night, and I got to give Phoenix some credit, Stoney, they weren't Swiss cheese on defense. It's just one game. There was no Draymond. But I felt like the offense, again, I keep using the methodical word because they were going at Chris Paul's pace. And tonight, I'm with Julian. It was City Boy. It will be a test because Sacramento is going to try to run these dudes And as we get further down the road, you find out who and what everybody's going to do or try and do. I'm not throwing shades, Donnie, real quick here. Chris Paul had 15 shots.
Right.
I don't think he was brought in, and I'm not saying that was his goal when the ball tipped, I'm going to hoist up 15 shots. Some of those shots were almost like, we want you to try to drive. You got a three-point play. But more often than not, I don't want Paul shooting any more than 8 to 10 times. Almost by default, get those assist numbers up. And I know you had 9 assists, okay, but I'm talking about I'm not blaming him for Wiggins, but you told me you were going to unlock others, and I'd rather see that more than field goal attempts.
So you're picking on the new guy, Chris Paul.
See, it's not pick.
Yeah, you
it's
are.
to what Julian's just down the road. What's his, Stoney, I see him coming off the bench, man. I hope
he's
that's
going to
how
come off the bench probably. But he's still going to have to play with Steph Curry at various points.
Devin Booker who can stop him? But if Curry has to guard more often than not, all of a sudden, and your boy Clay's going to be on fours or down low, my gosh, he'll be in foul trouble tonight trying to guard Fox.
Play zone. Very
Lakers
simple.
tried it last night for a little bit.
Lakers.
They won.
Who'd they beat?
Suns.
Oh.
Kevin Durant went Brick
Without
City.
two of their 3 big boys.
Wow, dude, I could. NBA. What does it stand
No
for?
Vanderbilt for the Lakers, Steiny. It's a big piece.
Nobody balls anymore.
That is just, boy.
Phoenix Suns, no Booker, no Beal.
Oh, I'll tell you who balls.
No Vanderbilt.
Hold on.
No Draymond.
The Kings play. They don't play that stuff.
Okay.
Mike Brown has them ready. And I'm one win closer to winning our King bet. One win last night.
It was 2 nights ago.
2 nights
they
ago.
won.
Still a win.
Who'd they beat? They beat
Utah.
Yeah.
Somebody said I'll start my stand-up with, why'd they call Bird Bird? Why? Because he looked like a bird?
I think most comedians want to come out with a belly laugher. And that one's going to be like, what does that mean? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. What is it, 12? We got 2 more hours? Okay. Hey, you want to play on the Chase Center floor? You can, starting this Monday, October 30th at 7:30, then during our show at 12:30, and then during Willard and Dibbs at 4:30. You got a chance to play Knockout at Chase Center. We're going to give out 10 slots each show, and your first chance to win Monday, October 30th at 7:30, then 10, then 12:30, and then 4:30. On the other side, I teased it before, but of course I forgot. Not next time. Play for you what Jay Williams said about the Warriors. It's very interesting.
I whacked that thing.
Since first opening its doors in 1964,
What do you know about Kyle's growth?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. Is this Eyes Without a Face?
It's actually two
Silly
people.
Human Man. No?
This is Oakland
Depeche
on
Mode?
Drew Down. Can you feel it?
Who is it?
Drew
Is it Big
Down.
Boy?
No, Drew Down. Yeah. Not Drew Down on the YouTube chat, but the real Drew Down.
I got you.
Then it's the Fat Boys back in the day.
Fat Joe.
No, he's Skinny Joe now because he's really skinny.
Yeah, but Fat Joe
Yeah,
was
from
the
New
lead
York.
singer for the Fat Boys.
We didn't send the memo out.
What do you mean? He's not?
Oh, stop. I talked to Myers last night.
Meaning you texted with him.
I
That's
didn't
great.
say that. Why does the origin matter in life?
Because you texted him. You didn't talk to him. All right, what'd he say?
Something about get me on first take. I told him I'm available if he needed it. Yeah, that came up.
You got to go.
I would be on, what they call it, a red eye.
That's
Put it on there.
inside. That's inside baseball. Guru, you got to go. Oh man, great little practical.
He's been on fire.
I'm talking about James Kincaid.
Oh, right.
Over at the Warriors. If you don't know,
No,
we were
that-
over at the Warriors on Monday.
Set my tone
And,
for my week.
Daryl the Guru Johnson, of course, before the show, bumps into Steph Curry.
Crazy.
Takes a picture with Steph Curry, which you're really not allowed to do if you're a credentialed
It was outside.
media
Yeah.
member, nevertheless.
It was outside.
And so James Kincaid, a Warriors official, walks up to Goo and said, "You took a picture with Steph?" And Goo goes, "Yes." And he goes, "You got to go." And Goo started packing up his stuff.
Oh, boy.
It was harmless. Now that to me is a funny little thing. Nobody got hurt.
If you're on the other end of it. But if you're me.
How'd you get hurt? By
For
that?
40 seconds, I was like, EDD. Like, oh, boy.
That's fun.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Got to cut the cable off.
Hey, Warriors Kings tonight.
Let's go.
Keep wanting to call it Arco. Golden One Center. Jay Williams.
I like him.
You think he knows ball?
Oh, he knows it.
Oh, does he? Well, this isn't gonna. Hey, Jay. What? I know the Warriors season just started, but I mean they're gonna probably win a title again, right? They got a shot to win this whole thing, right, Jay?
The Golden State Warriors will be in the play-in tournament. The only player, we all agree, that Stephen Curry has to be the finals MVP for this team to win a championship, correct?
Yeah.
Correct? Can you agree upon that? Okay. He's turning 36 years old in March. The only player 36 and older to win a finals MVP, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. All right? First off, their age, on the wrong side of age. The NBA median age in your prime is 28 years old. Clay, Draymond, 33 years old, turning 34. Also, you talk about CP3, 38 years old. That's a big thing for them. Age.
Okay.
Age is a major thing.
Uh-oh.
No, it's just one guy. I get it, but you play the games. I hear him. He's out. And then Stephen A., who a couple years ago was saying the Warriors can win it, and he was right. He was like, yeah, I got them maybe. I don't see them winning the chance. Like, he's backing off. Like, and City Boy might be right, Stoney. We may be embarking and buckling up on something to where the Warriors do something at the deadline to change their team if they need to. Obviously, you don't want that. But stylistically, I just don't understand how you're going to be small, how you can't run. Not that you're not going to run with Chris Paul. This is just, it has the ingredients for just a head scratcher.
The game tonight or the season?
The game tonight is scaring me because I feel like the older legs against the fresher legs. Now, you're going to say, oh, Guru, it's game 2 for both. But still, last year I felt different. I felt like the Warriors had that pedigree. They still do. But now they're just... Where's the money coming from, Steiny? Well, how are the guys going to shoot? And this also is the first road game for the Warriors, which ailed them last year. So I'm thinking, you know what? They're probably on that bus if they're not already in sack now. Like, we're about to show everybody that was a fluke last year. Let's get the first one against the Kings on the road.
The question I have for Warrior fans is this, and I'm going to ask Guru the same question in a minute, because I've been giving this a lot of thought about the Kings. Kings won 48 games last year, more than the Warriors. Kings pushed the Warriors to 7 games and lost in Game 7 when Steph Curry had 50 points. There was some bad blood in that game. Draymond stepping on Sabonis. The fans, obviously, geographically. So my question is this. Is this a rivalry between the Sacramento Kings and the Golden State Warriors? Are we looking at a rivalry, ladies and gentlemen?
I'm going Marshawn Lynch, and I mean this, yes. And 80% of that yes, Steiny, is logistics. It's the fact that these two teams are pretty much, to me, in the hour away. So, to me, it is a rivalry. Has it been dead? Yes, but now the water has been sprinkled on it, and it started last year, and now you talk about the bad blood. No Draymond tonight. Steph Curry still, top 5 player, not wanting to relinquish that. But, man, we might see 4 California teams in the playoffs this year. Clippers, Lakers, Kings, Warriors.
I think we've got a budding rivalry for sure. I really do. And I know this is some of your all sentiment. It's not a rivalry. They have to beat us first. Okay, well, they were better than you last year. They had a better record than you last year. And here's the other thing. I do think it's a rivalry because there's no doubt. I mean, yeah, the Warriors have 4 titles. And the Kings have none. That's 2 years ago. I'm just going to go by what happened. Okay, what happened last year? The Kings were better than the Warriors. Then they had a hell of a 7-game series, a great 7-game
right.
series. And now they play at SAC to open up SAC's home schedule.
Man.
I think Golden One Center is going to be a zoo tonight.
Okay.
I think the Warriors ought to expect the Kings' biggest punch tonight or best punch tonight. They're going to play hard. And if the Kings beat the Warriors tonight, then I think we got more of a rivalry and more of a rivalry. But I do think at this juncture, I get it. Warriors have 4 titles, but right now where these two teams are, yeah, we're on the verge of a rivalry. 2 pretty evenly matched teams.
Yeah.
Who play close to each other. So, yeah. I know Warrior fans, some don't want to consider it a rivalry, but
you giving anything to me about just the fact that I know it's been dead forever, but these two teams are pretty much in the same market almost.
Yeah, that's a big part of it.
And the K Diddy, I didn't hear him today. D-Lo and K, he was on with the Morning Rose. Like, that's good. That's good for the game. But, Steiny, I need your help here. Chris A. on the YouTube chat. It just dawned on me, and this hurts. Guru is more negative than Steiny.
You know what?
Now that, seriously, that will stick with me at dinner.
Let it.
What could have come out of my mouth? And you don't make that gap up in one show. Right? That takes years and months. Come on, Chris. That's material.
No.
Since we talking stand-up, I believe that's material. I'm nervous about this Warrior team.
Okay, exactly.
The 38-year-old is not what left out of here, and the 23-year-old with Jordan Poole.
Right.
We already know. I know why that happened. But that's scary to me, man.
Let me just poke a little good-natured fun at you. 'Cause I love you.
Yeah.
I just think it's funny the way all offseason after Poole got traded, you were like, Steiny, who's going to make up those points? Who's going to shoot those shots? And then the first game, Chris Paul takes 15 shots, and you go, he can't shoot that much.
He wasn't my answer.
He can't shoot that much.
Right.
Oh.
He wasn't my answer. So I'm going to watch that tonight. Not CP3, if you're listening, not I don't want you to shoot, but that ain't your thing. Your thing is to be, getting everybody, And that's what
and I got to fight you on this.
Okay.
I'm just taking a guess here. But I'll bet you overall, I'm going to say this. I'm going to need some help looking it up in a hurry.
Okay.
Overall, you said you don't want Paul to shoot. I got to believe. I'm calling it.
Okay.
I'm calling this right now. Overall shooting percentage for their careers is Chris Paul higher than Steph Curry.
Now,
Overall
okay.
percentage.
That won't floor me, but I feel like Steiny.
No. Not from three. We know what that's going to be.
From the field. Listen.
I'm talking about
I
overall.
feel like that can go 15 rounds,
the
but
field.
it's not that now. He's 40 years old.
38.
Yeah,
and
but
Steph's 36.
No doubt.
Nope.
Yeah,
Close?
But even
They are
then,
very close.
Very close.
no doubt, because Chris was a baller, and he still technically is.
But you don't want him to shoot.
No.
He's got to be a threat out there. He's got to be. Much more of a rival. This is from the 510 on the Comcast Business text line. Much more of a rivalry with Sac than with the Memphis Grizzlies, even though the Grizzlies want to be a rivalry. I kind of agree with that. I agree with that.
Even with Draymond getting thrown out in the playoff game and Memphis eliminating you in a play-in game, I don't know about that one.
Marcus Coffey for the YouTube. Can Steinmetz definitely say that Sac was better last season if they lost to them in 7 games? Roles reversed. What he'd say? No, Marcus Coffey. That's a good point, but that's who I am. That's who I am.
Well, we win regular season.
Yeah,
they had more wins.
The Kings were a 3 seed. The Warriors were a 6 seed. The Kings won 48. The Warriors won 44. Then they played a great series, and the Kings lost in 7 games.
Remember that game 6? We sung our asses off on that show, and they came in and kicked the Warriors' tail.
925 from the Comcast Business text line. Guru's worrisome attitude creates negative energy. Therefore, he is more negative than Steinmetz. Mm-hmm.
Oh, please. And they put the
Yep.
Yeah.
You know
I'm
what?
positive, Pete, man.
He's got a point.
No.
He's got a point. Your worry does create stress and that toxic stuff that First Five California talks about.
Anyway, and they got a game Sunday, Houston.
Yeah, and there'll be a game.
The
after
Rockets.
that.
Our own Evan. Let me just tell. Hold on. Let me set the table. Evan will be doing Warriors pre and post Sunday for the Rockets game, while JD covers the Niner game.
Nice.
Yeah, look at our guy. Yeah.
You think you can handle it? You want me to come on? Make it an easy transition for you?
Now, some people, they don't call you an ass, but they say words that mean that, and I defend you.
Oh.
But just about our trip over to Chase, I'm going to just tell the people something that happened. So I'm sitting down, it's break. Big honcho for the Warriors is in the room. Steiny gets up, initiates conversation about our own Evan Giddings and just how good he is and talented at play-by-play. And you didn't know I was melting. Like, that's family stuff right there. I'm rubbing off on him.
That's who I am.
I didn't tell you thank you, but I appreciate you, bro.
Well, I did it for Evan.
But I know why you did it. You got a heart.
But I agree, I do. But like, this
you
is
hate
weird.
that I'm giving you credit.
I don't need you to thank me for what I did for Evan.
I just it was a good act.
Don't
it had
tell
nothing
me that.
to do with me.
I don't need your approval. I don't.
It
need
ain't
you
approval, bud.
I know it was a good act. I don't need you.
You
to
are
reinforce.
boy. Oh my Richard, for real.
Yeah, I go way back with Brandon Schneider. The
he was
COO.
great. He's been here for.
Don't you get it? I'm a conch.
I was gonna say a tool.
I'm a conch. Yee. Evan and I were going at this last night. We were thinking about, what are we going to call the Warriors? Because they're getting old. And I was like, we can't really call them the Shells.
Okay, hold on. Last night,
Shells,
not on the Vine.
No, at the cafeteria.
Oh, you guys made a stop.
Yes, we did. Oh. Yeah. And so, we can't really call, the Warriors shells, like they're shells of themselves.
Yeah.
You get it?
Yeah.
But then I was thinking, what else is like a shell? And you have a conch or a clam.
This is for the WNBA?
No, this is for the Golden State Warriors.
They're warriors.
They're shells of themselves.
Stop.
So they're mollusks. What about a mollusk? They got a big shell, right?
I cannot wait for the night, man.
Kind of like hermits. Hermit crab?
That's not bad. What's the oldest animal known to mankind? That's
the
still
bear.
around. Woolly mammoth, probably.
The bear.
Woolly mammoth dates way back in the day.
They're extinct, Steiny. Those don't exist.
I was just.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Somebody is Google.
I I would check that. I think
you keep seeing that they're trying to like clone one. They might try to do that, but they are extinct.
Well, listen, there used to be a bunch of them in Yellowstone, but now
great series on TV too. Yellowstone.
They're in northern Siberia near Minsk. They do have woolly mammoths. It's like 10, 20 degrees below freezing there, and of course the woolly mammoths' fur can keep them warm.
Ming the clam is 507 years old. It is now deceased. That was the oldest
just like
animal.
The Warriors.
That ain't even funny.
Oh, you laughed.
Because you don't believe it. You don't. They got the chef.
Saber-toothed tiger?
Greenland shark, Jonathan the tortoise, and bowhead whale.
Let's go to Mike in San Jose. Let's talk about the Kings Warriors.
We're getting a lot of action in San Jose this week.
Yes, we are.
San Jose is a happening spot, fellas.
There you go.
You guys
Mike,
need to come down here and do a show.
I would love to. I would.
Just make it happen.
Santana Row's the spot. Put you guys out there, the whole place would show up.
Mike,
wow,
you know what though, Mike?
You travel well.
We've heard a lot about San Jose, and a lot of people think we're more San Pedro Square than Santana Row.
I love the Row, Mike.
They might be Steiny, but you're Santana Row.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it.
Yeah. So, hey, just about the rivalry talk, as, you know, a huge Warrior fan, love the Warriors, but I don't think they can ever be a real rivalry. I think it's the fans that are the rivalry. You got Steph signing Fox to a shoe contract. They love Mike Brown. A rivalry is you hate each other. They're never, the players won't. The fans, probably the best rivalry they have, but I just don't think it takes over from the players' point. That the reason that Memphis is a rivalry is they can't stand each other. You know, it's that you just have to have, like, you know, when you live back east, I lived in Boston for a while, and, you know, they hate the 76ers. They don't just dislike them. So I think you have it on the fans, but I don't think on the players. Just my 2 cents. That's all.
Good stuff, Mike. Appreciate it as always.
That's interesting.
Veggie Delight says, I agree with Mike. The more fans rivalry.
Which is okay, though, Stoney. Dude, this thing got turned up 10 notches with what went down. I don't know if you own social media, Stoney. King fans were hot, even when they had the lead, and they were up early in that series. They were feeling some type of way. I guess what I'm saying to you, partner, the players change, but the fans don't. Now, they get older, but they never retire. So there is a proudness.
I'm going to push back on Mike and everybody regarding, yes, the fans are a big part of it. And I agree that the players don't hate each other.
Thank you.
After last year's 7-game series, and then after the preseason game this year, where the Warriors went, they tried to win it. Both teams tried to win that preseason game. Again, I think Mike's right. I don't think they hate each other, but there is a little more, we want to beat these guys more than a lot of other teams.
No doubt.
So that's what I'm.
And nobody I'm going football, Stoney. This is fraternity-esque all across the board now. All these guys are brothers.
I know.
Vacationing.
It's a band of brothers.
Pretty good show.
Matt Damon.
Look at my guy.
Thank you.
No, that's Saving Private Ryan.
And I just give him.
Who's the
Band of Brothers is Donnie Wahlberg amongst many other actors.
Boy.
James McAvoy. Michael Fassbender was in there as well.
He's young. He got 2 kids too, and he got that memory.
Yep. Woolly mammoths.
I said that.
What?
How it was one of the oldest animals.
Somebody said they're absolutely trying to clone him. He's having a hell of a night. He really is.
Were you watching the game?
That's a good question.
Dude, it's going to be, I'm going to find out what uniforms they're going to be in.
Goo, I got to tell you.
I'm going.
I got to tell you, you're really helping me out today. I'm a little off.
I can't tell. You're good.
Well, I try. I
Your hip hurting?
I have a lot of young people out there that ask me for advice, and
I can see
ask me questions and want to know all about me and what I do, and I try to share it with them. And they say, Steiny, We love you, man. First, they say that. And then they go, what's the toughest part of your job? And I know you always say, oh, it's a kid.
I believe it.
Yeah. The toughest part of our job, my job, is not bringing something from outside the studio inside the studio. Like if I worked in an office, I could keep my mouth shut for 4 freaking
Go
hours,
on your break.
and I could stew about what's going on at home.
No doubt about it. Here you got it. Go ahead. Let me be quiet.
Here, it's one of those where we start doing a show, and then I remember, oh, that's right. I got crap going on at home.
See, and I'm doing a bad job because when I come here with that stuff, this is the compound. I forget about it, man.
I know. You can compartmentalize a lot better than me.
Except the day I walked out.
A lot better than
Spadoni threw me under the bus on this morning show. Oh, boy.
I want to take a listen to a little more of this Jay Williams.
Yeah. Well, tell
Sides. In the fourth quarter, Stephen A., in the fourth quarter, at the end of the game, they had CP3, Gary Payton II, and Steph Curry on the floor together. What the hell is going on? Kevon Looney's the tallest player. They have a 6'9". That's not going to be good. They're going to get banged up.
Oh, man. I mean, come on. And you know me, I've been Looney's.
No shade?
No, just what the hell, Looney? I don't like that. That's too little.
Draymond Green and Joe Lacob say it's less about size than length.
Okay, until they start getting hammered. They were minus 17 on offensive rebounds last game. What's going to happen tonight? Who's going to stop Sabonis? Well, Looney can handle him.
Sabonis.
Looney can handle him.
You know what? You're right.
Can I see Jackson Davis? Can we see him and a little Pajinski?
First of all, if you're going to...
the young people.
Again, do you want to win tonight or not? You want to play rookies against a 48-win team? They'll clean your clock. They'll clean your clock.
Keegan Murray played last year as a rookie.
Yeah. You can't play 2 of them. And you know what? How did he play in that series? My recollection is he had one.
Oh, no, he was, lemon booty. Oh, he was, it's not, he was. Yeah.
How do you know?
I watched this series.
Okay, what about the game he had 30?
That was one game.
Okay.
But I'll tell you what.
Let's get off it.
Yeah, he's gross.
I was telling Evan, this is where I've gotten a lot better, and you're still working on it. I don't want to get into that. You know what I'm saying? Lemon booty.
What part of that?
It can't go anywhere positive.
But I don't have you thinking about what's going on at home.
Possibly.
See?
Also, Jordan Poole. Last year, 23 years old, averaged 20 points per game. He was the energy and scoring off the bench. They don't have depth, even though they average 38 points per game off the bench. 6 of their 7 top scorers off the bench are no longer on the team.
Damn, Jay.
But they do think their bench is better than last year. The Warriors do.
All right. We're going to find out. They had 30 points off the bench in game 1, Stoney. So we'll see. Again, that's Chris Paul in the starting lineup, but I want to see it when Dre comes back. I wonder if Dre will be back for Houston. They play Houston Sunday. They got a lot of games in a lot of days. We're about to find some stuff out, man.
Steve Kerr said it's possible he could play against Houston. I think they have Houston Sunday, then New Orleans Monday. Then they come back Wednesday against the Kings to chase. Okay. And Steve Kerr said it's possible Draymond will play on one of the games in the road trip. I think Tuesday's game or Monday's game against the Pelicans will be interesting to see who plays and who doesn't.
Well, Zion, he's been out there.
I'm talking about the Warriors because they're old. They're going to play. They're going to play Sunday in Houston. So how many of the older guys are going to play Monday in New Orleans?
And who's eligible? How many are eligible for this new?
Well, Clay's always eligible.
He didn't qualify
to SAT because
wow.
So
big night from Clay tonight, I believe.
You're just guessing again.
No, I feel it.
Right. And you also said
it's an opportunity. ESPN game.
You also said oh my God. Yeah, it's a big game. It's you know what? It's Clay's 290th game on ESPN tonight.
Oh,
I think he may have some butterflies. Yeah, those are. What do you want me to do here, Evan? Go to break? I'll go to break. 888-957-9570. You heard Jay Williams talking about the Golden State Warriors. He basically saying they're too old, and he doesn't think they're athletic enough. They're going to Sacramento tonight. Are you starting to feel like maybe Jay Williams is on to something with the Golden State Warriors? It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com.
What could have come out of my mouth?
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a health.
97.7 The Game.
All right. Little Stray Cats.
Man, who is this?
Stray Cats, I think.
I think this is the ska.
Oh, wow. Reggae.
Just trying to stretch out that upper thigh goo. Steinmetz and Guru, you know who we are.
I'm having a bad day off the court, off the field.
Why?
No, I'm just saying I am.
No.
Well, you heard me talk to Evans, that part of it.
Right, but see, but last segment I was telling you that I was having a bad day.
I had to.
What are you trying to do here, Steele?
No, not at all.
You're fine.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Back in high school.
Kings, Warriors tonight. Times that thing starts? 7?
They're the second game. I want to say 7:30. We'll double check.
All right. You want to talk a little matchup?
Let's do it.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about the Warriors.
Who's guarding De'Aaron Fox? Who you think starts on him?
Chris Paul. I got the matchups all right.
Oh, okay.
All right
Go ahead.
Oh, what I would do. And 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the Warrior
7
conversation.
7:00 starts, Sonny.
7 o'clock. Steph Curry's going to be on Kevin Huerter. That's not going to be a problem. Boy, I'm down on Huerter. Oh, boy, was he bad in that series last year. Wiggins is going to take Keegan Murray.
I like that.
Klay Thompson can guard Harrison Barnes. And
who had 27 at the half in his debut the other night.
And Sabonis and Looney will guard each other. I don't mind that for the Warriors.
But the pace is my problem. Like if Sacramento's able to get out
slow
and run,
them down. We're going to be able to slow them down.
Okay,
good.
that's what I want to
see.
see.
We want to play in the half court. We want to keep the game in the 80s.
Now look at
like
you.
the old Knicks.
I was about to call you Pat Riley.
D-Lou, the boss, says, make Fox a volume shooter. Yeah, how do you do that? You got to keep him out of the paint.
And man,
that's hard to do. Easier said than done. Wiggins has to get in the game.
That's everybody's watching, man. It's early. It's body language too, Steiny. He does have to get in the game. De'Aaron Fox, 33 minutes, 18 shots last opening night against Utah, 6 of 18. Only had a pedestrian 18 points, but plus 14.
That's all that matters. The dub. And the Warriors didn't get one in opening night, and the Kings did. Bennett Roth on the YouTube chat says GP2 will get plenty of assignments on Fox.
All right. He can do his hands, man.
Yeah, but
from behind,
Fox, I think Fox is a little too quick for him.
I think he's the fastest guy in the league right now. I mean, he's a problem.
Steiny, what's the trade value for Wiggins? That's yeah. Okay. Yep, Veggie Delight Wiggins has to show up.
Man.
You going?
Yeah, I'm going.
With who? Lil Darryl?
Lil D.
He's not back at school?
Yeah, he is. I'm picking him up right after.
From here?
Yep. And then we got a birthday party. The reason he's coming home, nobody asked. Tomorrow, big birthday party celebration for his one of his cousins.
Nice.
And then I'll leave Monday morning before I come here from Sac to Santa Clara to here. I've done it before. A lot of driving.
Oh, Santa Clara.
Yeah.
So you'll take him back to school Monday.
Yeah.
Monday morning.
Like 5:30.
Before the show.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. No, I've done that 9 times.
He'll be ready to go Monday.
Hey, Evan. Why is it Evan? I've done this thing 90 times.
Evan,
you guys,
get your rest Sunday night.
I've done this 900 times and you didn't even know. I don't like putting my baggage on you.
I believe you'll be ready, Gil, but no, that's a lot of driving,
That's
man.
Evan, and the caddy saying that. A lot of gas. I need an electric car.
7 a pop.
Hey. Steiny cracked me up the other day when you said GP2.
Oh, boy.
22 minutes. Can we get more? And Steiny response one. Okay.
What did you say about GP2? Yeah, pay that off.
I think I said make a shot.
Oh.
He's got to, I mean, look at this guy. James Harden. Your guy. Now the NBA's investigating him. Now they are. For missing the
team.
Missing the season opener.
He did what they told him, show up.
No, but he missed the opener. He missed the opener, then they wouldn't let him on the plane.
This is embarrassing, man.
So the league is telling James Harden that we need to look into why you missed the opening game and it was on national TV.
And what do you think he's going to say? I was told to stay away?
No. He'll get fined.
Wow. He's got it.
Yeah, he certainly does. What's funny is we got into it yesterday about, like, do you give Purdy the benefit of the doubt? Do you give, who's the other guy we said?
Wiggins.
I compared. Yeah, Wiggins.
Okay.
We got a little off track, but I was telling Evan at the cafeteria, to me, the subject's a great one. It's a great one. Why do you give players certain breaks?
Mm.
And why are you tougher on, not you, why are people tougher on other people? For example, if I say, we got to give James Harden a break, what would you say?
I feel like he's had 8 breaks.
Right.
And even I consider the teams bowing down and giving him his trade demand, like those are breaks to me. So I wouldn't have any sympathy. But for a guy like, I just keep going to Wiggins, his demeanor, forget if he's stellar or he's playing good or bad, you kind of feel like, you know what I mean? Like, I guess the word is believe him, Steiny.
Believe who?
Like whatever was going on with Wig, you get that benefit of the doubt just almost by your demeanor. I know it makes no sense.
Okay.
But that's what I went to.
Admit that.
Yeah, well, that's what I went to with Wiggins. Like the Andrew Wiggins, I think I know, the quiet guy on the court and off. I believe that's, he really was dealing with an issue.
Oh, I think he was dealing with an issue too that was very, very important to him.
Wow.
But what did the others feel about how important it was?
So we can go down here and not being negative. I told you this. I really believe there can be some of that if, let's just say, everybody wasn't on board in the locker room.
It's possible. It's possible.
And who gets the benefit of that? Real quick, who get, like, Evan, you or I? How do you decide? Well, we've been around each other for a long time. The benefit of the doubt, I guess. Like, what's on Steiny's calculator for somebody to get the benefit of the doubt? Even in the workplace. So we can rule out just, I know them 18 years, like you know Dibs. Okay, he's going to get it. But I'm talking about somebody that you ain't known that long, but you're around every day.
Well, let's throw some guys out there. Who's been talked about being moved? Like Damian Lillard.
Yeah.
He forced his way out of Portland. Okay. Are we mad at that? Or it's Damian Lillard. Maybe it's okay because you're from Oakland and he's from Oakland.
No, he finally did it. He tried to be loyal at a fault to where I criticized him. Yeah, so that one was the golden child here, finally. But you stuck around a longer time than James Harden or any other guys would have.
Yeah. See, I mean, that particular move, I will never praise him for, backing out of Portland. I don't think I'll hold it against him. That's what some players do now.
But you gave him love for not
giving him love.
No, but you had given him love for being one of those.
Yeah.
Loyal.
So
that ain't gone all the way down the toilet.
Pretty much. Damn. Like, he gets credit for staying with Portland for 10 years or whatever it was. Now he's left Portland. He's back to square one. I mean, look.
That's amazing.
Can we put the rat on the table?
Brought to you by Echo.
Guy said he wanted to retire in Portland, and then he forced his way out. Why can't we just look at it the way it is? Oh, well, but it's Dame, and he can do that.
Well,
and
relationships do erode, Steiny. Yeah. So when he did say that, he probably meant it.
And when Kyrie said he was going to stay in Boston for his own life.
Now that's a whole different thing.
What do you mean?
This guy, I don't think he gets the benefit of the doubt.
I know, but they all did the same thing. They all forced their way out of. What about Durant? To me, I put them all in the same boat. That's me. Let's go to Pat. Right. Pat's from Foster City.
FC.
Hey, Pat, how you doing?
Good. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Yeah, real quick, you were talking last week about Klay Thompson and his contract deal, and it got me thinking about, age and how it relates to performance in the NBA. And being a stat guy like I am, I started doing some digging around, and you guys are probably aware of all this, but maybe some of the listeners maybe aren't as much. But, if you look at, and I've started digging into this stuff, and in terms of age, the typical NBA player is at their prime at about 27.8 years. That's when they hit the prime. That's stat number one. Stat number two, we haven't had a league MVP that's been older than 28 years old for 15 years. The last guy to do it that was over 28 was Kobe Bryant. That's stat number two. In stat three, I found really interesting. I saw a distribution of plus minuses of all the players in the league over quite a long number of years based on age. And if you look at the distribution, and these are people that played so many games and whatnot, if you look at that distribution, once you get past like 32 years old, the plus minuses start to plummet. I mean, they kind of go off the chart. They're down at 0, -5, -10. I mean, it gets really negative. So the point is, once most players get to 30 years old, they're definitely on the downside of their career. And I started thinking, how many Warriors do we have that statistically their very best year ahead is this season? Not next year, not the year after, but Draymond Green, Clay, Steph, Corey Joseph, Chris Paul, what's his name? Even Peyton. I mean, Green. So many of these players are, so it does make me nervous about some of these long-term contracts, and that's why I'm glad they're kind of hitting the pause button on Clay, because you can only have so many guys. Maybe they'll be the outliers. I don't know. But they're not all going to be outliers. So it makes me just a little bit concerned. I'm a big Warrior fan. I hope they do great, but I thought that was kind of interesting.
No, it is.
Go ahead, Pat, you're speaking my language.
Is Pat still there? What about 2022, Pat? I know Chris Paul wasn't here, but that makes you more appreciated more. They defied all odds.
But
Tom Cruise against all odds.
I told you.
I get it.
It doesn't matter anymore.
Well,
what they did 2 years ago doesn't matter anymore.
To you, but to them, they know they can.
To whom?
The Warrior players, they probably feel like with a break, maybe they think that Chris Paul moved. I think they're going to take the floor tonight, and even before.
And treat it like the Game 7 of the NBA Finals.
No, feeling like we ain't mincemeat. Jay Williams is wrong. Because Jay Williams is not the only one saying the Warriors don't have a shot. And there was that noise in 2022. Now, you didn't have an older 38-year-old. You had a youngster in Jordan.
And you had a 33-year-old Steph, not 36. And Clay is worse than he was now, probably, than when he's coming back. And Draymond's not the same player.
I heard Kerr on with Willard and Dibbs, and one of the guys asked him about, I'm paraphrasing, Steiny, like, when do you know what you got or the trends? And I want to say he said, and I could be wrong here, 20 to 25 game. When are you going to be? Like, tonight's only going to be the second game. When I see you Monday, they will have played 3. When are you, like, Goo, I think this is a trend more so than, it's early.
Let me tell you what I think is a trend. They're old.
Well,
that's a trend.
Yeah.
Like, that's not going away. Every single game I watch the Warriors, age is going to be an issue. Just like their three-point shooting's an issue. Just like their on-ball or their point-of-attack defense is important. They got things they got to overcome. Doesn't mean they can't, but age is one of them. Nick's in Clayton. Let's go to Nick in Clayton. Hey, Nick.
Hey, guys. How you doing this afternoon?
Hey. Doing well.
Hey, you guys were talking about something earlier, and Guru made a very astute point, in my opinion, about when you give players the benefit of the doubt in terms of what's going on, and Guru made the point about based on their demeanor, your subjective idea of whether or not they have credibility in whatever you're trying to figure out with them. And though I do believe Wiggins and well, I think what that demeanor is a lot of times is the guys who keep their nose to the grindstone. And while I think it's beneficial sometimes to look at that, there are guys out there who definitely get their nose to the grindstone and seem like they're credible, and then all of a sudden they're not who everyone thinks they are. I remember when the first thing that came to my mind was when Marvin Harrison had the thing in Philly where he had with some gun, and it might have had some. And I was thinking Marvin Harrison, he's quiet, nose to the grindstone, in sync with Peyton Manning. Oh, he must study his playbook all day long. Nah. But this had me thinking about that too. Nothing. I don't think anything nefarious about Wiggins. I really do think he was going through something, and everyone needs to respect it. But just a little throwing a little caution out there, I think, is probably a good way to go.
All right. Appreciate the call.
Good stuff.
Nick, appreciate the call.
You know what he's referring to? I always had Marvin Harrison Stein as quiet and, reverend-like. He didn't say that's who he is, but that was his persona. And he's blasting cats or shooting gun battles at the car wash in Philly.
Yeah, he shouldn't do that.
No doubt.
I'm looking at the Warriors roster right now on Basketball
What are you looking
Reference,
for? All right.
And I don't see Draymond Green. It's
Day.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
What you looking for?
You know what I'm looking for? I'm looking for some people who will acknowledge common sense, and it's this. I don't believe 4 of the top 6 Warrior players. 4 of the top 6 Warrior players. Steph's going to be 36 in March. Chris Paul's 38. And Draymond and Clay turn 34 early next year. That's why I don't think the Warriors are going to win it. It's that simple.
So the opponent is not their biggest foe. It's Father Time.
Well, sure, if you want to put it that way. But that's what happens with Father Time. The young guys become better than the guys who are getting up there. Mystic in San Francisco.
Mystic, this is first call of the hoop season.
What's up, Mystic?
What's up? Hey, fellas. Hey, man, I think everybody's missing the point on the Warriors. Like, I understand that some of the best players are older, but I think what people are leaving out is something that Steiny didn't want to acknowledge last year, which is Kuminga is ready to take a bunch of minutes off of a bunch of people, and I don't think Chris Paul is going to be starting all year. So you have Draymond, and you have Chris Paul, and you have Clay, and Kuminga and Moody will take up a lot of their minutes this year, and Kerr needs to adapt to let that happen. You can keep these guys fresh to the end of the game, the last 5 minutes, that's fine. But having them play heavy minutes, we know that's not going to work. But I don't really think that's the plan, guys. I think they're looking at their young guys and saying they can play.
Appreciate the call. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, Kuminga had 20 minutes.
You want him to play more? What's he going to do when Draymond comes back? That's the issue.
What's Chris Paul going to do when Draymond comes back? Like, there's a lot of stuff still on the table.
Speaking of coming back, per Nick Wagner of ESPN, Brock Purdy is participating again during the early open portion of Friday's practice. So same as yesterday, out there with pads on, participating. We'll learn more from Kyle Shanahan in about an hour as to whether or not he's got a good chance to play or not.
And Evan, I think just by you saying he's out there in his pads, we may know, Charvarius Ward, Beard on YouTube said he was asked what was the difference between the drop-off with Brock Purdy and Darnold. He said, there ain't no drop-off. We're good. So that's confidence in both guys. But it seems like, man, all systems might be a go for Brock Purdy. I wouldn't do it, but I'm not a coach. And this will be interesting Sunday morning when we find out who's under center.
He's going to play.
No doubt.
Purdy.
Looks that way.
Kenny Pickett, hold my beer.
Yeah, would be the first player this season.
Oh, that for sure.
Yeah, it would. Let's go to Alex is in the city. What's going on, Alex? How you doing, man?
Doing great, guys. Appreciate taking my call. I just wanted to say one quick thing and then one longer thing. One quick thing. A lion does not concern himself with the opinions of sheep. The Warriors do not consider themselves rivals with Sacramento, whether they consider themselves rivals with us. Enough said. Also, real quick, when everyone's kind of harping on Guru for being negative, but being a Cowboys fan will do that to you. That's just kind of how it goes.
Nice. Stuck it to you.
It's a bummer deal. The thing I really wanted to talk about, though, is the age. Steph Curry's only 3 years removed from a Finals MVP. So those stats you hear aren't necessarily what they are. Those are rolling averages, and those numbers are going up. The average year that somebody's an MVP. So
hey, real quick,
I think the age is.
Can I ask you a question, Alex? What was the thing you said about the lion doesn't concern himself with? That was a good one.
The lion does not concern himself with the opinions of sheep. That was Tywin Lannister.
What about
said that from Game of Thrones?
What about old Lions? What if the Lions are really old?
Yeah, but I mean, look at the Sacramento franchise has won one playoff series in 40 years or something like that. What is that?
Well, no, they've
That's
won
bad,
more than that.
yeah.
They've won more than that. Thanks a lot, Alex. Appreciate the call.
My man said, what if they're old Lions? Doesn't change.
Yes, it does.
You're still a Lion.
No, you ain't. No, you ain't. You're a figment of what you used to be.
But you're still better than the sheep.
Are you?
No doubt.
Are you?
Nah.
Isn't that also what the New York Giants offensive lineman Evan Neal said about the media that was criticizing him in the offensive line?
Oh, man, he was...
And then Don LaGreca absolutely ripped him for like 2 minutes.
Remember he made the popcorn. Yeah, that guy's flipping burgers.
Yeah, no, I insert myself with the opinion of sheep.
Wow.
That's a 4. That's absolutely a 4.
We're going to see tonight.
We'll see one thing. It's just a game.
They did win. You want to be 0-2 going to Houston.
There's 82 games.
Yeah. 81.
Gotcha.
No, he didn't.
They played one already.
I said there are 82 games. I didn't say 82 games left.
We might
you
review
don't
that.
know what I was talking about.
Throw the red flag. You might be on. You might have something.
Got a bunch of lions out here on the savannah limping around. They can't catch any prey. Could get sad in a hurry.
The Serengeti.
Yeah, and now let me tell you something about the Serengeti. It's nasty, just like the NBA. Nobody feels sorry for you because you're a bunch of old guys.
Well, again, Steph is a top 5 player, so he's beating Father Time right now.
Not anymore.
LeBron is.
What?
Beating Father Time. So the special ones do it. Now it's about Dre and Clay and Chris Paul. I don't want them shooting 15 shots. That's not what we brought you here for, son.
If Steph Curry loses 10% of his game, that probably would be enough to mean they can't win it.
You might, and there's no doubt that he's not there.
One more update before the break, guys. Left tackle Trent Williams with an ankle injury is not present at the outset of the early portion of Friday's practice. Has not practiced the last 2 days, so take that and what you will.
Uncle Looney also pointed this out, Evan and Steiny. Jimmy practiced all week with concussions after sustaining a concussion and didn't play. So we'll see.
When was that?
Yeah.
Who said that?
Uncle Looney, your guy. You and him been getting real
Grandy
tight
just
here lately.
fact checked that for us.
Where's Grandy?
Well, we don't. He's over there. He's trying to avoid your.
Relationship ain't been the same since I went public and said Grandy and I get our personal time, and you poo-pooed it.
On the other side, we'll get more. Oh, we got our picks, NFL picks.
Yeah.
NFL picks.
Think I'm in first still.
One lucky listener gets a chance to make the picks. 5 games. Also, if you want a chance to play basketball on the floor of Chase Center, you have an opportunity to do that starting Monday, October 30th, 7:30 a.m. on the morning show. Our show at 12:30, 4:30 for Willard and Dibbs. It's your chance to play knockout at Chase Center. There are going to be 30 spots altogether, 10 from each show. First chance to win again, Monday, October 30th at 7:30, at 12:30 during our show, and then at 4:30. We'll be right back.
How would you like to shoot baskets on the Chase?
About Kyle's growth.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru with you, 95.7 The Game. Here's the plan for the next 20, 25 minutes or so. I'm going to take the call out of Oakland, Big Smooth. He's been waiting. Then we're going to get a listener in here to make some NFL picks for this weekend. I make a pick, Guru makes a pick, and Evan makes a pick, and then we have a listener also make the pick, and we'll tell you our records and all that stuff. Somebody on the text line, we were talking a lot about age, and 415 said, what was the average age of the bad boy Pistons when they won it? Or how about the Parker, Duncan, Ginobili Spurs? All right. So I went up and looked. The Spurs' last title was in, 13-14. Okay. Let me put my reading glasses on. Tony Parker was 31. Tim Duncan was 37.
Ooh.
Manu Ginobili was 36.
Wow.
Does that give you some hope?
Yeah, keep going.
Well, that's when it gets to be a problem. They also had Kawhi Leonard, 22.
Oh, boy.
And they had
this is James Wiseman.
Danny Green, who was 26. Patty Mills, 25. Tiago Splitter was 24. So,
but still, none of those guys were doing the heavy lifting 36 and 30. Wow.
Right,
man.
but the Warrior guys are doing the heavy lifting.
And Paul's 38.
Yeah, that's one thing I'd be concerned about. And the Detroit Pistons, bad boy Pistons, not really even close. Their last title, Isaiah Thomas was 28.
Oh, my goodness.
Joe Dumars was 26. Rodman was 28. So
They were babies,
I'll stop right there.
But the Spurs gave me us a glimmer of hope. Had 2 old guys.
Well, let me real quick.
Kawhi at 22.
Let me look at the numbers that year in the postseason. Just for kicks, everybody. Just for kicks.
Somebody said Ernie Chavez, check 96-97 Bulls. They weren't,
You check it, Ernie.
Hey, that's Ernie Chavez. Put some respect on my guys.
The 4 guys for the whole playoffs, Duncan averaged 6. Listen to this. Duncan averaged 16, Kawhi 14, Tony Parker 17, Ginobili 14. And then 2 guys averaged 9, Danny Green and Boris Diaw.
Wow. Size matters.
It does.
Thanks, Bob.
Yep.
Appreciate it. We get Bob on the call tonight, don't we?
Yeah, baby.
Sweet.
Him and Kalina.
All right. Hey, let's go to Big Smooth. Big
Victor
Smoothie's in
Alexander.
Oakland.
Yep.
What's up, Big Smooth?
Hey. Afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon. 2 quick points. Number 1, this thing is going to end one day, guys. I mean, come on. We should. It's going to happen. So, I mean, why is it even a thing? But listen, this will make Warriors fans feel a lot better. Look at last year's former players and look at their situations. We actually went to the second round with that cast of characters. Look, go check Ty Jerome and Lamb. This guy's not even in the league. JaMychal Green. We actually, I'm impressed that we're able to do something. Go back and look at where those guys are today. You'll feel a lot better. And let me say this. I don't know if it's wrong to say this, but doesn't Andrew Wiggins kind of owe us a little bit? I'm just saying. Nobody's going to say this. But doesn't he kind of owe us, man? We were patiently waiting last year. Nobody even mentioned the situation. We understood that it's life. But come on, Andrew Wiggins, it would help if you would just be that beast that you were. Nobody's asking you to do something you've never done before. We're just asking you to do what you've done once before. Man, go back and tell that. But Goo, I'm going to give you this.
Okay.
I thought this. You just said it out loud. Is he tripping off of the Jordan Poole treatment? I actually thought about that, but he starts saying all the right things, and I shook it off. I said, okay, he's fine. But we got to keep our eye on this.
No doubt about it.
If he wants out, let's get him out here early. Yeah. We can get something for him. But if he's going to mope, the way Kuminga was moping a little bit until Steph had that bust rebuke.
Yeah.
But if Wiggins is going to pout, it's all good. Let's just get him out of here early so we can get something for him. But I don't know, man. Goo, you might be on to some.
I hope I'm wrong. Yeah, I hope I'm wrong. But Steiny, he's speaking our language, man. Like the one rebound, the defensive rebound,
right?
That's effort to me. Like you ain't gonna make every shot. Go 2-19, but let me see the other stuff. The 10, the dirty work. There was none of that from Andrew. No zest. So it was one game, and Kerr talked about it to Willard and Dibbs. But tonight, it's an Andrew Wiggins scoreboard too.
Yeah.
Not just points. Be active.
Yeah.
They need you. You are younger than the rest of the gang. And nobody's in your way, son, of you being all you can be.
Yeah, I don't know what the problem is with Wiggins. He's been this player for 10 years.
I hate you sometimes.
He's been this player for 10
you sometimes.
years. And so...
But is he moping, though? Because we saw that from Kuminga.
How the hell do you even know if he's moping or not?
I look at the boards. That means he ain't playing. Like, he's just out there.
So, well, then he mopes half the time. At least.
Come on, Andrew.
Oh, yeah. And you know what? That might work. Maybe we got to beg him. We got to beg Andrew.
That ain't
Rich is in Fremont. Then we'll start making picks.
Go pest control.
What's up, Rich? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. And when you got pests, you know who to call. Call Atco.
Daddy, talk to us.
Okay, so I don't know, man. I saw that game. I know it's an opener and everything, but to me, it looks like the Warriors going to be looking up at the West. Because, man, I saw the same formula I saw last season.
Ooh, man.
Where they coming down, hitting shots, and then letting the other team come up and hit shots on them, and they ain't playing no defense.
Wow.
You know, the Warriors need to realize something. There's teams in the league now that can shoot just as good as you can. Okay, you ain't the top dog no more. Now you can win the title, but if you do, you're gonna have to work for it. Ain't gonna be that you come down, shoot the three at the last minute, and win the game. That's no, that don't exist no more. Time is going by, and everybody knows nobody's more unbeaten than Father Time. Thanks, fellas.
Well, I'm up there right now. I'm up there right now.
You got a bad hip.
No, I'm talking about like.
I'm sorry.
I'm like, you know, Father Time's undefeated. So are my takes the last couple of years.
Possibly.
Yeah.
No, you got to have a take.
Let me do this real quick. Hey, you know, I got to do some.
I'm sorry.
They call it handling business. 888. Who wants to make picks with the guys here?
Oh my God.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to make picks along with myself, Guru, and Evan. Big money at stake.
Yeah.
And a lot of pride. So caller number 2, 888-957-9570. You get to make some NFL picks with us. By the way, Goo, let's pretend we're in. Pretend
you're an old lion.
No. Oh no!
Did you hit your head?
No, I didn't hit my head.
Oh, darn it.
Okay. Here's Guru in Tennessee on Sports Talk Radio. Oh, hey Steiny, can you believe Ryan Tannehill's not? He's not playing. He's not playing. He has an ankle sprain. Do you think we're just injury bug? Do we? How come we get hurt more than everybody else? Our quarterback. Poor Ryan Tannehill. What do the football gods have against us?
Oh my! I would throw you out of class. That was horrible, and that's a one-off. I've been here, Bud. You've been here. We've all been here. This team is getting injured. I don't want to say more. But it happens every year. It's just a ritual. The running back, the quarterbacks. We ran over. We went Breida, Mostert, Mitchell, McCaffrey now with the possible tear in the oblique. What don't you get? Jimmy, high ankle sprain. Jimmy, torn knee. Come on, man. Now Purdy with the concussion. So it's fair. And our guy Spadoni, on another note, took care of us. That nugget I gave you and Evan and the listeners about Jimmy practicing all week, that was against the Chargers, and he was ruled out day of with concussion symptoms. But don't let him play. And I ain't saying that, Tone, just because I care about a guy after the game, after his life, after the see, you just care about
what about
the
Tennessee's
spread.
quarterback situation?
That's a F. Let me see.
How are they going to win? Why is everybody?
Nobody feeling it. I'm taking it up. But, dude, the Warriors and
Jets don't have anything to complain about this year.
That is your go-to.
Well, yeah, exactly. Because they lost their franchise quarterback.
Dallas lost Diggs.
We're talking about quarterbacks. They get hurt all the time. Players get hurt all the time. All the time, especially in Tennessee. Because
Evan's laughing. I hope he's laughing at something
it's just
else.
unreal.
No, but dude, I don't know what.
You know what's funny is I was looking at this last week on the injury reports. Okay. I went around the league and looked at every team's injury report. Apparently, the 49ers are the only team that has injuries. No other team filed any injury reports. Stop.
Dude, Trent Williams, you better be out there Sunday.
He's carrying too much weight.
That has nothing to do with it. That's his job, is to throw his weight around.
All right, let's make some picks.
And who's in first?
We've got Fu is in Fremont.
What up, Fu?
Hey, Fu, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Doing good. How you guys doing?
We're doing well.
Let's get it.
You ready to make some picks with the guys?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. We go to Evan, our master of ceremonies.
Yes, sir.
All right, gentlemen. I know we took last week off. There's a lot going on at the station, but we are back for
bye
week 8. Exactly.
Yeah.
We had a bye week, week 7. Thank you, Gil. Week 8 around the NFL. Right now, the records stand. Steiny, you are 15, 14-1. So are the callers at 15, 14-1. I am 17, 12-1. And Guru, you are correct. A game ahead, 18-11 against the spread.
Yeah, Daddy.
All right, our first game of the week, as always, is going to feature the San Francisco 49ers at home, 125 kickoff, Levi's Stadium, hosting Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals. TBD on the quarterback, but we do know the line. It is Niners -4.
Go ahead, Goo. You start us.
You know what? I don't know who's going to be under center, but I just know this game means a hell of a lot. Somehow, Kyle and the gang get it done. I'm taking the Niners -4. They can't lose this game at home.
Foo?
I'm going with Goo. Niners -4.
All right. I'm going to take the Bengals. I'm going to take the Bengals just to cover, though. Just to cover.
I will also be taking the Niners in this game. No matter who is under center, I don't think 4 points is a lot for a team like that coming off 2 straight losses. So, 3 versus 1. We'll see if Steiny can pick up a game. Our next features Daryl the Goober Johnson's Dallas Cowboys. He knows that they're hosting the Los Angeles Rams in Arlington, and the Cowboys are favored by 6 points against Sean McVay. What do you guys got?
This is the biggest joke of the weekend, Steiny. I mean this because you know I'm keeping it real. McVay has some of the Kyle Shanahan tendencies in his offense. Not only do you got Puka, what's my guy's name?
Puka
Nacua, but I was doing the LeBron, Puka Doncic, that's what he calls him. And you got your guy in the slot back. I'm taking the Rams +6. Cooper Kupp.
Yeah.
I'm taking the Rams +6. This is a dangerous game for Dallas.
All right. Foo?
I'm rolling with the Cowboys -6.
I'm rolling with the Cowboys, too. I think this is a game where Dallas puts it all together.
Yeah, one thing you can do is rattle Matt Stafford when he gets under duress.
You're
I think that D-line's going to get there enough. And I'm taking the Cowboys to cover by a touchdown, Goo. So you are the only one against your team, per usual.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, my boy, you got
All right, the third game, again, we kind of follow the same teams throughout the year, so we're going to stick with the Eagles, who are on the road at Washington, -7 on the road against the Commanders in a team that has allowed the most sacks in the NFL.
I'll take Washington in that game. Washington's given Philly a little bit of trouble the last few years. So I'm going to take Washington to cover. Washington's getting 7?
Yes, at home.
I'm taking Washington.
I'll go after you, Steiny.
Go ahead.
It's a division game. I believe the Eagles and Jalen Hurts, he's prone for the turnovers. That's too many points for a division game. I'm taking the Commanders.
All right. Foo?
I'm following you guys. I'm going with the Commanders.
Wow.
All right.
Oh, so you're telling me I get the big bad Eagles to pick? Yeah, I'm not going to go against Jalen Hurts. The number that I referenced at the top was the most sacks in the NFL. That is what Sam Howell has been, and I don't think the Eagles are going to buck that trend. So they're going to win by more than 7 points, in my opinion. I'll take the Eagles.
All righty.
All right, boys, game number 4. We're going to stick in the division of the 49ers in what I think is going to be a pretty good game, actually. The Seahawks are at home hosting the Cleveland Browns, who have been hot as of late. Seattle's favored by 3.5 points at Lumen Field. What do you guys got?
I got Seattle, and I'll tell you why. They know with a win and a 49er loss, they're in first place in the NFC West. I'm taking the Seattle Seahawks, who are getting an understanding of the importance of the moment.
You know what? Oh, go ahead, Foo.
I think Myles Garrett is going to show everyone why he's going to be DPOY. And give me the Browns.
All right. Go.
I saw that Brown defense, which I'm fond of. Let Minshew just do whatever he wanted to do in Indianapolis last week. Geno Smith and the incentive that they're still in it. I'm going with Seattle.
All right.
Yeah, I think this game's going to be pretty close, and a field goal, even though Seattle's at home, to me, 3.5 actually is a lot. I could see Seattle winning this game down the stretch, but I think Cleveland's going to cover, so I'll take the 3.5 on the road.
All right. Last game.
And finally, we're going to wait on the Monday night game. The Joe Spadoni Bowl.
Oh, gosh.
The Las Vegas Raiders are heading to Detroit to take on the line. That's my guru, Summerall. The Detroit at home is -8 against the Raiders. What are you guys thinking?
Go
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Foo. Start us off,
Foo, the caller. Go ahead, Foo.
I think this might be the upset of the week with the Raiders going in and taking the win.
Wow.
You really want to do that, Foo? But okay, I'm going Lions. If it were minus 18, they are going to put it on LV.
There's something about Monday Night Football.
Okay.
The big boys like Kirk Cousins come to play. My understanding is Jimmy Garoppolo is going to play.
He's practicing.
I'm taking the Raiders.
Wow. This could get McDaniel fired.
They're paper Lions.
An embarrassing. That's a 4. An embarrassing loss. So he could do McDaniel in.
Yeah, I think a bit embarrassing loss for the Lions is going to spur them because they are not old Lions, and they are led, in fact, by a golden bear, not a lion.
Dan Campbell?
Jared Goff.
Oh.
Marin Catholic.
Yes, sir.
Dan Campbell?
No, Jared Goff.
Oh.
I'm taking the Lions at home -8. I think
All
they'll
right.
get it done by double digits.
There you go.
Take it easy, Foo.
Lock them up.
Well,
thanks, Foo. Appreciate it,
Later,
man.
guys.
Thanks for playing.
Another victory lap. 30 games. Who's in first? Nobody wants to talk about it.
No, you're in first after 7 weeks.
Yeah,
which classic.
So the first week they're in first place.
Take half a lap. Take half a lap because the season's half over.
Well, you know,
now
I'll jog.
Now, there's the opposite of a victory lap, which is when you come out and say, "I was wrong," and I'm going to need you to say that about this player.
Oh, where are you going?
James Wiseman plays for the Detroit Pistons. Well, he not exactly plays.
Speaking of pissed.
He didn't play in the opener. DNP, CD, admit, Guru, you were wrong, and that James Wiseman essentially stinks.
And dude, this is a sore spot for me. I think we don't know something. I don't think this was just Evan, your regular DNP. He's got a nail, a foot, something. You don't just not play him.
Why?
So I need game 2 for him to get a DNP, and you got it. I'll serve it right up to you.
What if he plays 6 minutes?
But he won't. He's their backup center, man.
He might be their third string center.
He's the backup to the back.
Exactly.
Oh, James. Man.
I mean, is there a chance that he will not be in the NBA in about 2 or 3 years? Is that actually a possibility?
I'll tell you what. If you're right, if this was a real, true, straight up, and it looks like a DMP, Steiny, he's staring that in the face.
I'm trying to think. Who are we talking about when we're talking about players like that? I think we're talking about Anthony Bennett. Remember, he got drafted by Cleveland with a number 1 pick.
Chris Washburn, even though he had stuff on drugs, but still, he was out.
But if you look at Washburn's numbers,
that was my guy.
They're very good. His numbers.
What do you mean?
Okay, you ready? Wait, who'd you say?
Chris Washburn.
I'm thinking of Joe Barry Carroll.
I woke up. No, man.
My bad. Yeah. Washburn, I would put in there. What pick was he? Like 7?
Yeah.
Chris Washburn.
They needed him to.
Yeah, he only played 2 years.
Yeah, that's
my bad, Goo. See, it's not that hard. I was wrong. I got Chris Washburn and Joe Barry Carroll
is I admit
mixed
when
up.
I'm wrong.
I just did. What do you want? I just said I was wrong.
We need more of that.
Well, when I'm wrong, I'll say it.
Well, you were wrong yesterday.
No.
With the Wiggins comp. A lot of people contacted me off the air, but come on, Steiny.
Vice versa. A lot of people don't.
Don't use still money. So now you want to talk about it. No, we were fine.
You want to share text? Probably not.
You really have some? I was making it up. I got calls.
Okay.
Shout out Hawk, my boy Hawk in the Yoon.
Well,
who you got? Dan Daly.
No, I don't.
Who reached out?
None of your business.
And who's
nosy?
the guy? Oh no!
Look at you.
That don't get me like
no.
mouth.
It should.
Mouth get that's tiny. Who did you steal it from, Mouth?
My mom.
Dude.
No, my dad. That's my dad.
Oh,
you call
boy.
my brother Mouth.
Hey, Goo, we need you to fight Mike Tyson. Nah, I'm not. But if he called me Mouth, I might get in there.
I broke my back.
Final. Oh,
excuse me.
Bless you.
Appreciate it.
Hey, I went to the doctor, Hayward Kaiser. This is true, Union City Kaiser. People recognize the voice. Evan, I go in to check in. Thank God I didn't have gonorrhea. I go in and the guy goes, Guru? I go, yeah. I go, hey, how you doing? My boy Art and your city Kaiser. But I thought to myself, Stoney, what if I had an embarrassing moment? That's how you get in the tabloids.
Well, that's what happens during the shows most of the time.
I'm going to give you a 1.
Come on, Steiny. Joe Barry Carroll equals Joe barely cares. Yeah, but look at his numbers.
Oh,
they will surprise you. If you look at Joe Barry Carroll's numbers, they will surprise you.
JVC. Absolutely incredible. That's my new one, man.
What?
Straight that drop. Absolutely incredible. Can I tell you?
Sure. No, I'm done.
So X yesterday, the people on X, the P1 they were at me about the drops didn't come from the old building to the new building. So I'm sitting there reading it. And then all the P1s, it was Love Steiny, started just dropping drops from any host here. It was incredible.
You spent another long night on Twitter?
No, dude, but they were just
like fun.
Diddly squirt here. It was great stuff.
Let me real quick, and this is I think I had another good tweet last night.
Make it real quick.
I will.
Evan needs his job.
Why is ESPN trying to jam Rick Pitino down our throats?
Dude,
actually, that was a good tweet.
That is wow.
I don't care about St. John's. I don't care about Rick Pitino.
Brandon Tierney might be
17
listening.
plastic surgeries.
Don't tell me he went under the knife.
He's been under knives.
Is that why he looks like, what's her name? Rest in peace.
He's been under
Rivers.
Edward Scissorhands is who
looks like he's been under the night. He's a vampire.
All right, hey, we got to go now. Yeah. We got to go. Let's see. Let me see what my tease is. But by the way, tune in Monday at 7:30 to play Knockout on the Chase Center floor. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com.
Meet Bruce.
Hey there.
He's a busy soccer dad who's trying hard to learn the game.
Go for the end zone.
Whoops. Luckily,
What could have come out of my mouth?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Ooh, I'm just watching
I saw you dedicated.
A clip of Klay Thompson talking with Anthony Slater, or Anthony Slater posted it. He might not be talking to Anthony Slater.
What was the biggest takeaway?
This is the thing, whether he likes it or not, he's going to get asked about his contract. It's game 2, and he's in another city. He's going to get asked about it in Houston Sunday. Klay Thompson doesn't have an extension deadline, but it does seem like talks are tabled with the season here. Said Thompson, I'm focused on the daily dedication it takes to do this job. I'm not worried about an extension.
Wow, professional.
Yeah, he's saying.
I hear you.
The right thing.
I know you'll love this, you and Evan. The Warriors will be in their traditional home white, and Sac will debut their new black uniform with the purple trim.
They wore those last year.
The black with the purple trim?
Yeah.
I thought they updated it. Like it got, I think they had them, but it's a different version. They kind of added some stripes.
Nah, it's pretty much the same.
Take what I said to the bank.
Yeah,
I can't wait. You don't even know where you're watching. Well, you pickleballing, right?
Yeah, that's earlier.
Okay.
By the way, it's freezing out there today.
Dude.
Don't let me say it's cold in my house, though. Say it's cold in the house. That's going to say.
Inside baseball.
Simmer.
Boy, you are the best.
Never know who's listening.
No doubt. Wow, man, I'm the victim of that.
Shout out Mia.
Yeah, if you're listening, you have to care to listen. So, okay. Hey, Goo, to say something so I can get out of trouble here.
Did we get anything from Shanny, or that's still going?
We will get some. Either we'll get something from Shanny or Willard and Dibs.
Gotcha.
He's speaking at 2:00, so we won't officially know.
But Evan, I'm just asking you this.
Well, Willard wants us to stay till 2:30 now, so we can weigh in.
I still believe it's going to be something Sunday morning if he plays or not, because Spadoni texted us the Jimmy thing that we talked about. He practiced all week and then didn't play.
I think it's going to be Darnold.
Yeah,
but I'm looking forward to that. Yeah,
we should have had that bet on the picks.
Curious to see what he looks like. I mean,
no doubt.
They paid him a lot of money as a backup at the time, a third-string quarterback.
Hey, look, if the 49ers are playing at 125 on a Sunday, I'm interested. Bottom line, I don't care if it's Darnold. I don't care if it's Purdy.
That's all of us. But you're the guy that said, I kind of want to see a couple games of Darnold so we could compare and contrast with what he's did with Purdy.
What is your problem?
What do you mean by that? That's Mike Kapler. What do you mean by that?
Hey, here, I'll throw this one at you.
Right.
And you can throw it at Willard. So,
this is good. You are bad.
Greg Johnson, the big honcho for the Giant.
Yeah.
What do you...
His affiliations, I'm not fond of.
What did I do wrong?
His political still same. You know what?
I can't be responsible for my dad. But you heard the way he talked when he came into the studio.
The apple don't fall far from the tree, but you're right. I can't do that. But come on.
Anyway,
what did I do wrong?
Greg Johnson Jr. Was talking about something, and he's talking about what about future? Hey, how are we going to do that? We're going to get better.
Yeah.
Let's pay some salary. Let's get some free agents. Hey, he said, Greg Johnson, we represent a group that hopefully our goal is to break even. Which is somewhat of a challenge in this business. And then he said, well, winning's most important. Say this again. Greg Johnson, talking about the ownership group. We represent a group that hopefully our goal is to break even, which is somewhat of a challenge in this business.
That's wow. But at the end of the day, his team led by that group, they courted Aaron Judge. They tried to. Dude, we didn't know if news was going to break. They didn't get it, and I'm putting it at Farhan. They tried. Correa probably was the right thing to do. Had a pretty good season.
They might have made the playoffs with Correa.
Yeah, you might be right.
He was +6 in WAR.
But whatever they said.
And how did he do in the postseason?
He was all right.
Yeah.
They didn't win.
That's one of the reasons I heard they pulled the plug on Correa because they realized he was a great postseason player. They weren't going to need him for that.
That ain't better than my golf ball analogy with the Giants.
Remind me?
Earlier when we were talking about the different balls and and I said the Giants aren't using those balls because they don't hit.
Oh, yeah, the juice balls.
Thank you, Evan. Help me out.
Imagine Joe Lacob saying that from the 650.
Joe's a killer.
But imagine Joe Lacob saying that a year after they were a top 5 team in terms of turning a profit.
Man,
which is what the Giants were in 2022 when they pocketed north of $50 million. Wow.
And you wonder why they're empty seats or they're 17th in attendance.
Okay.
Oh, we got mail. Bo mail.
Oh, I actually thought you meant we had a caller that you wanted to get to.
Well, Bo mail. I ain't even mad at Bo mail.
I'm not mad at him either. He just doesn't move the needle.
I think that's the worst thing you can say about somebody's brand.
You know what? I'm going to be honest with you.
I love Bo mail.
No. No manager's going to move the needle for the most part.
Get the players.
Yeah. I mean, look, Bob Melvin's a good manager. There's no doubt about it. But
they won't have a Pasoy problem anymore. How about that? That's what got Kapler, I believe. Like, dude, he got so out. We were losing. I had your back. But you got dudes in here playing poker. I think that's what got him fired, Stoney.
Pusoy.
Yeah.
You said poker.
Oh, right. Same thing.
Well, it's Filipino poker.
Right. Boy, that's my boy.
All right, we better be careful there, though.
Yeah, well, I mastered being careful with that.
You have?
Yeah.
Okay. What do we got? We got about a minute and a half, Goo.
30 seconds, I think.
No, 42 is when we normally get out.
Would your score prediction for Sunday change if Brock Purdy does play?
Yes. Yeah.
Like, how many points do you think he's worth? Like, would the line move to Niners -6, 7?
What's the line now?
It's -4 right now.
And I picked the Bengals?
Yep.
Yes.
That's because I think Darnold's playing. I think if Purdy plays, I feel worse about that bet, if you know what I mean.
And Evan, real quick.
Purdy gives him a chance to not only a better chance to win, but to cover.
What if I told you the best thing for Purdy may be, because we do know he was concussed, maybe just sit a week back, watch it from the sideline, and then come back and get your job back. But if he were to have another clunker, then what are we talking about, Stoney? And let me help you out. It won't be concussions. Like if he were just to have a subpar game and somehow they lose, then what are we talking about?
You mean on Sunday?
Yeah, no, Monday.
Well, then we're going into the bye at 5-3, which is still a much better start than last year.
But how you feeling about Purdy?
A little disappointed, but he's starting that first game back, right?
Oh, no doubt about that.
Well, then there's nothing to see here. You know what I'm saying? Now, if he has, this is what you like to do.
You're playing
Steiny, what about if he has a bad game against the Bengals and they go on a bye, and then he has a bad game, and then another bad game, and then he was okay, but then he has another bad game. Then what? And I'm like, okay, well, how much?
This is when I think you know me before we get to break, Steiny.
No, we got to go.
We're looking at the Eagles.
42.
All right, we're looking at the Eagles. You don't want to have question marks at the quarterback. That's all I'm saying.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms...
I whacked that thing.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game, joined by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
Our guys.
Hey, gentlemen, you're going to probably get a little bit of Brock Purdy news, I think, in the next 15 to 30 minutes.
Could be any second. So while we're talking, I'm going to monitor.
Okay.
All right.
Make sure we see what we see.
And
would you do it? Oh, go ahead, Steiny. You're go ahead. You can do it.
No, you.
No. The whole thing will. All right. Thanks. All right.
No,
What's up, Dibs?
You hang
Would
up
you
first.
do it, though? Would you just keep them out and give them 2 weeks? We talked about what a concussion is, a brain bleed of some sort. Just let the head heal.
Yeah, so we talked about this a lot yesterday, and I fully understand everybody's humanitarian thoughts on this. What I don't understand is why we've decided to only have this conversation when the quarterback of the 49ers has a concussion, because we send people in these NFL games out off of protocol and back into the game every single Sunday, and we don't blink about it. And then when it's a very famous player that we hear about and know about and talk about a lot, now it's irresponsible for him to play. I get that he'd be the first to go into the protocol and play that weekend, and it's off of a Monday. I'm very surprised. I'm surprised. But I heard you guys' conversation yesterday, and Dibs and I did it yesterday too. For me, if he's cleared, he's cleared. Just like everybody else in the league. You're cleared to play, you go do your job.
And I heard your breakdown of the. Go ahead, Tibbs. It was great.
The answer to the first question about us, and at least me, in terms of why would I have a conversation about Brock Purdy and not anyone else? Because I'm doing radio in the city, in San Francisco, and it's 49er country. So if there's a Niner player that we want to talk about, then that's what we talk about. Now, if it's a Cleveland Browns linebacker who has a concussion, we're probably not going to talk about it so much. But for me, you go ahead and play him. If he's cleared, you play him. But if he gets concussed again and he's out 4 to 6, then that's the risk you take.
And that's Tua-like stuff.
Right. And also, if he plays 6 days after getting a concussion, you don't get to erase the 2 interceptions he threw.
Okay.
You can if you want, but I won't.
Yeah, I got
personally.
What if he plays Sunday and throws 4 touchdowns?
Nothing to see here.
They're great. Then his 2 picks from last Monday, they stick. They stick even more.
Remember how
and
you
everybody
were
who's tweeting out, well, 2 of 6 after the concussion.
Man was doing that yesterday.
Right. I know he was.
Yeah.
I know he was. But if he plays on Sunday and he throws 4 TDs, are you still going to look at those 2 picks and go, well, those 2 picks don't count because he had a concussion?
We all know they count.
I
just think there might be a mitigating circumstance.
I just don't know what this Sunday has to do with last Monday.
No, it all counts. Everything counts in large amounts.
I don't
Depeche
know.
Mode.
My point is, I don't know what he could or could not do on Sunday that would then reform an opinion about 6 days prior. Like, I'm in theory, I'm with you. I don't, as I've said to you, I don't know if you can blame the picks on a concussion. He had completed passes after the concussion too.
2 of them.
I have no idea what he was feeling or seeing or whatnot.
Yeah.
To me, that's done. That's in the past.
It's all done.
Nothing that happens in the future is going to either change or shed light on what was going on the previous week.
Of course. I took the SAT as a senior.
How'd you do?
Not great.
Okay.
And you kind of jumped the punchline, but the point is I was up all night. I was out all night, and I got about an hour and a half of sleep, and I went to take the SAT, and I got a 950. And honestly, I was probably more of an 1150 guy, but I got a 950. And I could sit there and blame what I did before, and I don't know if you can call what I had a concussion. It was a brain injury of a different variety, but what you did is what you did, and that's where I land on Brock Purdy. That's all.
Yeah.
And if you want to couch it, and if you want to give him a pass, I'm not saying that you are.
Yeah, no, that's
there
sports.
are many out there who are tweeting, well, pre-concussion numbers, post-concussion numbers. Mm-hmm. Soft.
I think those are fair.
Yep.
It's fair, but it's soft.
Well,
it's my opinion.
It's interesting.
Soft serve.
I think it says a lot about just and not to say which one is right, wrong, or otherwise, but it says a lot about people's perspective. What we try to pin to a player. It's like those picks are yours, but all those touchdowns are the system.
It's all him.
Is he getting credit or not?
He gets credit for all of it, and he gets blame for all of it.
Perfect. And so if that's where you are, I'm fully with you. I just think it's interesting that the national conversation about Brock Purdy, it tends to be one or the other.
So when all this stuff was going on with Tua last year, how did he play? How was he playing when he was debilitated?
Because they broke the rules.
Okay. No, I mean, how did he play? Like,
it was interception. It was bad.
Oh, you think it had
when
something
he
to do?
played?
Yeah.
When he played, whatever he did is how he played.
Yeah, no doubt.
So,
but was he healthy?
I mean, is anyone healthy? This time of year, nobody's 100%.
I actually don't remember, and it's an interesting question. The one that, like, you're talking about the game where he wobbled and left and then came back?
Yeah.
Which game was that, by the way? I don't remember.
Like, to me, yes. Does that go on Tua's record?
Tua didn't remember the play either, Willard.
Of course it goes on Tua's record, but if you're Mike McDaniel, you're probably looking at it and saying, you know what?
Something's going on.
Yes.
Yeah, and then he played the Niners and all open receiver like deer, balls over the head. Like, nobody was saying, that could be the result of, but I'm with you, Dibs. You're not erasing those picks Sunday.
No. Nobody wants to erase those picks.
You don't get to erase it.
That's right. Just like Stafford doesn't get to erase the pick of the dude who dropped the ball right in his hands.
Kyron Williams.
That led to an interception.
No doubt.
That's Stafford's interception.
Right.
But the nuance of it is, man, he put it right there. I mean, it's the receiver's fault. Of course, Stafford gets it, but he put it right where he needed to put it. Like, we can interpret that.
Sure. You can nuance every stat line all you want. Like Christian McCaffrey, he played with a strained or a partially torn oblique. So we're going to go ahead and throw out this game because he had an oblique injury. But if he had a good game, then we don't throw it out.
No, we're not. Nobody's throwing it out.
No, but
why do you say we're throwing it out?
It's nuance, but bottom line is you play, and what happens is on your stat line.
That's right.
That's the way that goes.
I don't think
there's no nuance.
No one's arguing. Of course, there's nuance.
There's no nuance
There's a
to
story.
that.
There's a story to every single day for every single person.
Sure.
So we wouldn't do that if we asked you your life. In fact, you and I were just talking in the other room. You had an unscheduled trip today.
Yeah.
So did that affect your day at all? Did it change your story? Nobody's saying it's going to change your performance today on the show.
Exactly, because I can compartmentalize like my guy Daryl.
Right, and that's fine. But like, if you're interested in the story of a player or a team and how they got there and what they might be dealing with on a given day, then there's a conversation here.
There's always a conversation
trying to change
about
a box
everything.
score. No one's trying to change a box score.
Okay, that's where I was going. You ain't trying to do that because that's why I was asking Steiny.
But
say what you're trying to say with that caveat of after he got hit. He got 2 interceptions. So now you're saying they only happened because he got hit.
I'm not saying that.
Purdy's concussion is no different than Andrew Wiggins' disappearance. We're never going to know. But it's interesting, and there's curiosity.
No doubt.
And something happened there, and we will have to live our lives with only them knowing what the experience was like.
All right, give me this for that.
That's all.
Wiggins left his job, and everybody in the team included missed his absence. So there was something that did not get finished and interrupted. It was Wiggins' season. Brock Purdy finished that game. He finished that game and ended it on a game-losing interception. So my thing is, concussions are serious, but don't come tell me, maybe the interceptions happened because he got hit. You might be right, but the show ended in its finality with no, I need to come off the field. I'm groggy. So when Steiny came in with that, I'm like, so now you're kind of saying the interceptions happened because he got his bell rung.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm not saying definitively.
Right.
Well,
But
maybe
those
aren't coming off the ledge.
Maybe Steve Wilkes' bad call came because he didn't get a good night's sleep before.
Well, this is the way this is the analogy that I would make.
Not too.
Before
I want to bring that
at 1:15, I go out to get my coffee, but I slip and I hit my head.
Okay.
And I get a concussion. But because it's a concussion, I don't really know what's going on. I don't know if I should. And I come in and do the last 45 minutes of the show, and they stink. They stink. Well, guess what? That show is still on my ledger.
Right.
I stunk. But you know what? I think Nahigian might say, I bet he was concussed. Something happened. Steiny, did you fall? Yeah, I fell, hit my head. Okay. We just put that. Okay.
Yeah. It's just part of the story.
Part of the story.
This wouldn't be, I feel like you guys are taking it in a way as if Brock said this. That's when if Brock showed up and went, so I actually couldn't see straight, and that's why I threw picks. Now we've got an excuse and we've got a bigger issue. It is fair to wonder, and that's, I think, all anybody's doing. You're right that we can't blame it on
take
the
him
concussion.
off the ledger.
The same way you can't remove it.
Yeah.
You can't remove it from the realm of possibility.
I don't have to remove it because I watched the game and he threw 2 picks, and that's what happened. So there are many people out there in the media, fans, and those people on social media who are trying to couch it as, well, this is why that happened.
Wow.
And I don't think that to me, you can do that all you want, but I'm a black and white guy when it comes to what happens. And you talked about this before. Football is a very tough game.
Yep.
It's a violent game. And he got hit in the head, and he continued to play football, and he threw 2 interceptions, and that's what happened.
Totally.
That's where I sit.
I don't think anybody doesn't sit
No,
there.
many people are trying to. the pre-concussion.
I'm with you.
Are you seeing that? I'm not seeing that.
I'm seeing articles
it's
written.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Articles?
Yeah.
Send me the link.
All right, I will.
Exactly.
Send me the link.
I got 3 of them. I got 3 of them.
Send them all.
Link.
They kind of pussyfooted around.
Send me
the
the
air for
numbers
the
too.
interceptions
Exactly.
about,
but to me,
he was hurt.
To me, this
come on,
is,
he was.
To me, this is no different than a quarterback who has a terrible game, and you look and say, you know what? That line was so bad, nobody was going to be able to do anything. Well, he threw 3 interceptions. Yeah, I know. And they're there. They're on his record, but
it's a fair
we
point.
all saw that he also got sacked 7 times because their offensive line stunk. It's just something you throw in there.
You've heard it about Daniel Jones all year.
I was just about to say
no
his name.
quarterback could succeed behind that offensive line.
boy.
Well, too bad. It's on the stat line.
Exactly.
So, again, I don't disagree with anything that's being said in the room because I don't know how I would. I don't know how any of us can know what happened. We can know what's in the box
But you
score.
wonder. You just wonder.
I am someone, and some people aren't. Some people don't care. You want to turn the game on, have popcorn, and then leave. I'm interested in the story. I think we're storytellers.
Yeah.
This is one of the things we do.
No doubt.
And I'm always interested in how X got to Y and then got to Z and absolutely every single player is dealing with something different the same way the 4 of us are dealing with something different on every day when we come in, and everybody listening to us as well. I don't know. I'm interested in that stuff. We don't perform the same every day.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Oh, good Lord. We got so many things I want to throw at you. We'll start at the McCaffrey's fumbles. 3 in a row, 3 games in a row. Anything to see here? I told Steiny, I'm not jumping off the ledge, but I do find it, it's happening kind of when you're in the red zone. Well, anything to see here or much of nothing?
I think that because he was playing through an oblique, that he probably couldn't hold the ball tight enough. So I'm going to go ahead and not count that as his fumble.
Why do you think
not a fumble?
Why do you think he does this, Mark? when we've acknowledged that you can't take the fumble away.
He does.
That fumble doesn't count for him because he had an oblique injury. How could he not fumble when he had a tummy ache? It's not a concern. Guru, it's not a concern.
I just try to talk the whole time.
All right, but Willard, seriously, you concerned?
I text Guru the same thing.
Yeah.
How do you do it?
Yeah.
When you call the Warriors core old for the 11th time,
Well,
how do you do it, Guru?
well,
how do you do it?
Let me tell you.
Not
relative to this room.
Wait for the book,
You're
Willard.
15 years younger than all of us. 20 than some of us.
But Willard, you
including me.
concerned or nothing to see here?
With what?
With McCaffrey and the fumbles 3 games in a row.
I'm not concerned about Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey, no,
he's a bad man.
Yeah.
Do you find it odd?
No.
Not odd. I guess is it. I don't even find it coincidental. I just he fumbled. I don't think in his career he's a fumbler, but every back goes through that. They happen in the red zone a couple of times.
That's all I was.
That's very, very unfortunate. But no, I don't think there's some sort of a trend there. If he does it 2 more times on Sunday, maybe we have a conversation.
Where does he rank in FPT fumbles per touch? That's my curiosity because he touches it more than anyone else. So it would then.
Yeah. I don't remember him fumbling as a Niner up until those 3. Like if he did, it had to be 1 or no more than 2.
Yeah.
But I was like, Dallas, which was a fluke one.
Sure.
And then Cleveland, and then we saw last week.
Yeah.
Is that on that website you go to with all the analytic stuff?
I'll look it up.
Yeah.
FPT, fumbles per touch. Yeah.
While you do that, I asked Steiny, we got into it. We had a conversation. Fair or foul, Wilkes being called out by Kyle Shanahan, or is that's price of doing business? You messed up, and the coach kind of told everybody.
That's foul to me. It's bad leadership. I mean, handle that in-house. That's
how
to
easy
me.
would that have been?
I mean, do you need to blast him? Yes, it was the wrong call, but you blast him once and then you blast him again, and Bosa gives you the verbal shrug, and then he's got to come out yesterday and answer to it.
I felt so bad. I didn't want
questions.
to. Yes,
I thought that was bad leadership.
Steiny, Willard, oh boy.
Well, I look at it more in sort of a head-scratching way, which is that I don't get personally offended by it other than to say that I'm very surprised to hear that happen, and to me it speaks to some sort of a larger issue.
Okay.
Because Kyle Shanahan's not new. How head coaches handle questions in front of a microphone is there is a certain way that you handle questions like that, and for the first time in his career he didn't. And I mean, we brought
Saul
this
and
up.
Ryan's never got even
Jimmy Garoppolo never got that treatment.
Wow,
and we know damn well how Kyle felt about Jimmy after certain games, certain throws, certain misses. And so I have a concern about what is going on behind the scenes because I don't think that happens. It's almost like, when you're mad at your partner or your kid or any relationship you have, you don't go public the first time you get mad. You go public the 27th time, and after private measures haven't worked. Now, he did go out yesterday late afternoon and Michael Jackson.
Right.
He moonwalked.
Yeah.
Wow.
Somebody on the PR staff.
But the damage was done already, though.
Corey probably called him and went, Coach, we're coming in a little hot.
Yeah.
We got Steve over here on the microphone having to open up his presser with an apology. We're a little over our skis. And so that's when you got the quote of, I should have called a timeout. I'm in charge. He's trying to walk it back because it was hot.
And I want
to watch the defense now because this,
no doubt,
this feels like something is bubbling.
And
beneath the surface
Bosa made
to
me feel that way with his 2 cents.
I agree.
And now I told Steiny, I don't know if whatever Kyle and Wilkes have, I don't know if it can be repaired. And I'm not Wilkes' wife or a significant other or kid, but Dibs, I'd be like, I can't believe my boss did me like that. And we were 5-0. Everybody was talking about the great defense, and it was a bad mess up.
Hey,
but
Steve,
to do it that way.
Steve, you don't like it? Hit the bricks.
I wonder if that's not the worst. I mean,
see, listen,
it's almost an agitation sensation.
No, Dibley hit it right on the head. There are many aspects to being a coach. What Dibley said was that was bad leadership. And you know what? That is a weakness of Kyle's as far as I'm concerned. Leadership. I don't think he's a natural leader.
Why do you say that?
Because it's what I've observed in 7 years. I think he's a great play caller. I think he's got a million attributes. But, like, if you just break down one of the categories to leadership, like I'm putting Steve Kerr as more of a leader than Kyle Shanahan. It doesn't mean Shanahan's not a good coach. Yeah. It's just maybe somebody's got to work on.
What are the characteristics of a good leader?
To me, got to take some accountability yourself. I think you've got to be respected by your team, which I think largely he is with this strategy stuff. But I do think there is an element where I think some players feel like he does treat them like a commodity. And that would bother me a little bit.
Do you have any examples of that when you felt that way?
Well, like he's going to play Purdy if Purdy's clear.
Right, but okay. And you don't think Brock likes that.
Well, I don't know if he likes it or not.
That's what I mean. Like and I'm not trying to like poke at you. I just wonder when we talk about a good leader or a bad leader, who determines that? I would argue that the people who are being led are the ones who decide whether or not the leader is good, because you need to have success and you need to inspire the room. I could think of some, I don't know.
Jimmy Garoppolo did not think Kyle Shanahan was a great leader.
Anyone named Jimmy?
Jimmy Ward, Jimmy
Garoppolo, but all
threw in Debo.
I think all people not named Jimmy. I think they think he's a good leader.
I wonder about coaching.
I'm not saying again. I just think that when you evaluate coaches, there's a million different criteria, and leadership's one. And I just don't think leadership comes naturally to Kyle Shanahan. I don't. I think he's a little awkward, and I don't know.
I took the L on the whole Brandon Ayuk situation a couple years back, and Brandon had all the opportunity to throw Kyle under the bus. And I feel what Steiny's saying, but at every turn, even the Debo contract, nobody's ever stabbed him in the back. Okay, we'll give you Ward, but he was playing out of position. But other than that, none of the guys that you speak of have went at Kyle or even subliminally kind of said, this dude ain't a leader. And I think sometimes when it's not a good leader or they think the coach is weak, something creeps out. To his credit, nothing's ever. Well, that was after the fact, though.
Does that mean it doesn't count?
It was also before the fact.
It was probably all the time.
And Guru, I wonder if he had more faith in Kyle Shanahan, if he would have, or if he had more love for the leadership, if he wouldn't have strapped it up and been ready to play in Philadelphia. In some way, shape, or form.
I remember him smiling like that. Okay.
So I think that the examples are few and far between, but I do think that this Steve Wilks thing is an example of Kyle as a leader missing the mark.
Brock Purdy, according to Evan, officially listed as questionable for Sunday's game against the Cincinnati Bengals.
Which means
from Shanahan himself.
I think that he will play.
I do too.
Yeah, if he's questionable and he's gone through, if he made it through today and he doesn't have any setbacks, that means he's going to be cleared by tomorrow.
I am waiting for the designation of his practice today.
In terms of what he did.
Full or limited. And I will ride with whichever word comes out. If it is full, I bet he'll play. If it was limited, I bet we're going to see.
I asked Steiny what goes into that damn test. Forget the test. What about the test of it's a brain bruise? They got to buy. Give him 2 weeks before he comes back. Unless you're going to hit him or you're coming at him blitz, that I don't care what the medical test is, because Tua, they did the same thing and thought he was right. But again, this is my 2 cents. I think it's a bad look. If you run him out there on a Sunday after the Monday, he sustained a concussion. If his name was Tony Jones, I would say the same thing.
Yeah, I also think it's a bad look, but if he gets through the game and he's unscathed
4 touchdowns,
and they win, then we'll all forget it. But if he goes out there and he gets hit and he gets hurt, and now
That's on the table, Willard.
Yeah.
Well, it's always on the table.
When you're right to get hurt.
Are you guys keeping this same energy for every other player in the NFL for the rest of the year?
That's for Guru.
No, real quick. The only reason I'm not is because we're not in that market.
Okay.
It's not that I don't care.
Keeping this energy
like
for
I
every
cared
other
about
49er.
Tua. I cared about Tua.
Are we every other 49er for the rest of the year?
Who's concussed? Yes.
If concussed, you skip a game.
I swear to you. He asked me if it was the Super Bowl, I would be thinking different. I would be thinking a different tune.
And that's
I'm a hypocrite?
No, not necessarily.
It's interesting.
Not necessarily. All right.
The Super Bowl. Yeah. Hey, before you go, what's happening at the zoo?
Oh, a Halloween contest tomorrow. I'll be judging.
Which
12-1. San Francisco Zoo. Thank you, Dib. Yeah, 12-1.
Who's dressing up?
Don't throw a shoe at a tiger.
All the people coming.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he asked me my favorite.
Are we going as zoo animals?
No, we can come as whatever you want.
Okay.
Yeah, me and Ryan Crawford will be out there. And Steiny asked me my favorite animal on the spot yesterday. And I said deer.
I was
and
listening.
people are laughing like, what?
Brother, I had to tell you.
It's a deer.
And you're a deer hunter. How can that be your favorite when you're out there killing deer?
You got does. You got fawns and spikes. The ones you can't shoot.
The whole conversation actually made me belly laugh. I'm not kidding. I was driving around belly laughing. It's because the backdrop of the conversation was the zoo. And then you said deer. Which I live in an area where there's a very big deer population. They cruise down the street. I'm still in there. They're beautiful.
They're at the zoo.
They're beautiful
They're
animals.
not in the zoo, but they're near the zoo.
Oh my gosh,
no doubt.
Why aren't there deer in the zoo?
Because the deer will jump that fence, and they're
how about a high fence?
Yeah, seriously.
Like Santa Barbara Zoo's got lions.
Do they have raccoons and squirrels and rats in the zoo?
Why not? I mean, that's what I'm just asking the questions over here.
Yep.
Who decides which ones are appropriate zoo animals?
It's a great
and
question.
Those who aren't.
One thing I don't like is when they cage the elephant.
There you go.
Oh, Santa Barbara. Oh,
Walk
he
it off.
tried to walk it off about an elephant. He's like the elephant in the room. Look at him.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I want to shout out our text line and then see if I can get some corroboration sensation.
That's an early buck.
That's a buck right out the gate. First sentence. But 510 says Brock is a full go at practice, according to Shanahan. I want to see if we can confirm that. And guys, everybody go to Twitter right now and tell me if that is true. Yes, it is. And thank you, 510. And courtesy Matt Barrows. Kyle Shanahan said Brock Purdy was a full go in practice today and is on track to pass the concussion protocol tomorrow. And if he does, he will start.
Okay.
That is courtesy of Matt Barrows through Kyle Shanahan. 888-957-9570. Are the Niners making a mistake?
Well, we'll find out. I mean, you can't possibly know up front if they're making a mistake or not. If he clears the protocol, then he plays. The only way they'd be making a mistake is if he plays and gets hit again, or if he plays and he plays badly. We can't tell right now if they're making a mistake. Now, I can give you my opinion as to what I would do
I would argue
if I was Kyle Shanahan.
The tone of the conversation that we've been having for 2 days is not about the results. It's about the human being being sent out onto the field.
It's not about the human being. And you mentioned this before, and you've mentioned it time and time again. We don't really care about the human being. And does Kyle Shanahan care about the human being? Of course he does, more than we do. If I had Brock on my fantasy team and he was really critical for me in a Week 8 matchup, then yes, I would want him to play. And that's not me caring about the human being. So are they making a mistake? I don't think we can know now. You can ask me my opinion on what I would do. And if I was Kyle Shanahan and I had actual evidence as to how bad the concussion was and how good he is, I could make a more founded opinion. But for me, a guy who played Monday and got concussed late in the game and is going to turn around and play on Sunday 5.5 days later, I would not do that.
Okay, so again, maybe the question needs to be rephrased, because to me what you said is you feel Kyle Shanahan's making a mistake. I'm not pinning anybody to the results of this. In other words, he could get through the game totally unscathed, throw 4 touchdown passes, Niners win by 14. That doesn't change the fact that you can say, I wouldn't have done that. And even if it works out, it's kind of like jumping off of a bridge. Well, you might not hit a rock when you land in the water.
Sure.
That doesn't mean it's not a mistake. It's a stupid risk-reward play to jump off of a bridge. I would tell my kids
it depends on what bridge and what waterway.
I guess, but
as a guy who's bungee jumped in New Zealand, and you
had a bungee.
You do, but bungee cords have broken.
Well, sure.
And so you look at the risk reward, and you're bungee jumping into a river off a 160-foot high bridge in Kawaru, and it's a little bit of a risk reward.
How was that?
Insane.
Like insane good, bad, or both?
Insane, good. There's no bad. The only bad was the part where I had to get over my fear. Once you dive off and you go head first.
Yeah.
So you're plunging down and you're looking at this river.
It sounds terrifying to me.
The most fascinating thing, Mark, is right at that moment where your brain registers you're going to die.
You're going.
In that moment where it's like, that's where you feel the cord go boom. It's wild.
I would never be able to do it.
I can't believe I did it.
I couldn't do it.
I can't believe I did it. It was 2009.
Damn, homie.
Yeah.
I also could never play in an NFL football game, though. And this is part of it.
Right.
Like, I do think that these people are all cut from a certain cloth. I bet, this is just me now, and you can all throw this in or out of the conversation. I bet Brock is this is the biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind.
Thank you, Wesley. I'm playing.
I'm cool and I'm playing. This
Yeah,
is my job.
Yeah.
I'm a quarterback of the 49ers. Some doc said I'm cleared. You want me to sit out against Joe Burrow after 2 straight losses? He thinks you're nuts.
You know what he's saying to Kyle? That's going to be a no from me, dog.
And I love him if he's got the moxie to call his boss dog.
Totally.
You know?
That's enough for me, dog.
Thank you. That's actual audio from Brock today.
Does that matter to anybody? And I know the thing that people do. We got to protect these players from themselves. And they're, to a degree in pro sports,
yes,
that can be true. But does that matter to anybody? If you think that Brock cleared shouldn't play, just for an example and for conversation's sake, Brock thinks you're nuts. Brock thinks you're nuts.
Sure.
If you think he shouldn't play.
Right. And I appreciate that.
Just for giggles.
I'm not the head coach, and I'm not making this call. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to put this on the record now at 2:19 on a Friday, and we're about 47 hours away from kick. If Brock Purdy gets hit in the head and he misses multiple games, I know they're going into a bye, so he does have that 1 week buffer, but I'm not going to sit here and say, I told you so, but I don't know what the more medically sensitive version of I told you so is, but I'll say this. If I was in that spot, I would think twice or I would think thrice about playing Brock Purdy, knowing what I know about the chance for his concussion to happen again and for him to be out for longer. I would err on the side of caution if I were Kyle, knowing that I had the absolute QB whisperer behind him, a guy that I went out of my way to anoint, and you hate that word, anoint as QB2.
I don't hate that word at all. Thank you very much. Oh, good, Lucas. Well, now it's
That's my fault.
It's in the middle. I can reach it. I got one of them.
Lucas, take the rest of the day off.
Yeah. Actually, maybe we will too. All right. I now have
gone.
Now I have. This is like my uniform. For those of you who have no idea what just happened, that'd be akin to a player running out onto the field without his helmet. I needed my helmet. Now,
Thurman Thomas.
Now I've got my helmet. We're ready to go.
In the Super Bowl.
Listen, I get it. Man, we should call Brock's mom or dad. That's who, has the opinion. If this were my kid, I'd be like, no. But I probably would have said that when he went to Iowa State to play. I'm playing football. Are you a crazy person?
Are you kids playing football?
Jude plays flag. He's 9.
Right.
Abe does not have, he's got his dad's sort of like.
He's like Harold Carmichael. 6'4", $117.
Totally.
I got one of those, by the way.
That guy, if he stubs his toe, he's out for 14 days.
Okay.
So, like, that, he is not, and that's how I would have been. I'm not going out there and letting you hit me. Are you nuts?
Little man's a 5th grader.
He's a 4th grader.
My fault. And he's trending toward being Wes Welker.
He could play. Yes, he could play.
What happens in 5 years when he's like, Dad, you know what? I want to play in the slot from my local high school.
We'll talk about it.
Okay.
And we'll think about it. And
it's a tough one because he's got hands. He can run routes.
Yep.
He's got a little wiggle.
He can play.
He can play.
But
I've only seen videos, but
he could probably also play something else too.
Sure.
And so I don't know. Like I'm not swearing off football here.
I get it.
But I do think if you're a parent, this would scare the hell out of you.
No doubt.
And so I understand all the human angles of this. When I look at a situation like this, and it's similar where our conversation started yesterday, I just like to poke around to find where's the line. Because some people, and not so much you, a lot of people, though, came in very high and mighty on this issue. Oh, my gosh, you're an awful human being if you think Brock should play. And I find it hypocritical because we don't have any problem with all the other concussed players who cleared protocol and played. You sat down with popcorn and rooted for them. But now, because it's a quarterback of the 49ers and we're here on sports radio, now we're going to go high and mighty and be like, this is gross. He's had a brain and a life. And people who love him, how dare you put him out there? The NFL, do you accept protocol or not? If he clears protocol, he wants to play. And the Niners want to win. And that's how this works. So I can't have a problem with it unless I go to school and learn about whether or not I actually think the concussion protocol in the NFL is a worthwhile process. I don't have that education.
Sure.
So all I can do is go by that.
Right.
And if he clears it, thumbs up, just like Fred Warner gave it practice today.
Exactly. I saw that.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Let's play.
I'll say this, not having gone to medical school, but knowing a lot about concussions and
injuries you got a lot.
The medical field, the concussion protocol is, in fact, a joke.
Okay.
When it comes to
fair opinion.
So he's going to get concussed on a Monday night at about, let's call it 8 o'clock Pacific time.
Yeah, third quarter.
Somewhere in there,
fourth quarter.
Fourth quarter, let's call it 8 o'clock
Sure.
PST. And now you're going to turn around and Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 3.5 days later or 3 days and 18 hours later, and now he's out there full go and he'll be cleared tomorrow 4 days later, and we're going to put you back out there in a sport where you are more likely to get hit on the helmet than any other sport this side of rugby, and that's okay. I'm not buying it, but it's football. It's pro football. They're all big boys. I'm not trying to cape up for any football player. If Brock clears and they have an independent guy say he's good and the coach says you're good and stuff, then play football.
Play football. And maybe it was a very mild concussion.
Maybe.
That is a thing.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
Concussions are not like ladders. It's more of a fluid sort of gradual thing.
Right. I just, again, without knowing anything about the protocol, without knowing if this was mild, heavy, or anywhere in between, my impression just on conversations I've had with people who have had concussions is you are much more susceptible every time you have one for another one, and that will be true 2 weeks from now in Jacksonville as well. I understand where you're coming from on the 5 days thing versus 15 days or whatever the hell that is. I get it, but I also look at this as a risk-reward play every single time they put their pants on.
Yeah, and the other small piece of this, and I don't know his history, but how many concussions has he had before this? If this is his first.
I don't know.
If this is his first career concussion, then he's more likely to rebound quickly than if this is concussion number 3, 5, 7, 9, whatever it is. Because, the first concussion you get, I think you're more likely, and again, I never went to medical school. I would have if I didn't have a 2.4 in high school and a 13-year college career. I might have gone to medical school, but the initial concussion, you have a better chance to bounce back than if it's concussion number 9.
I'm looking at Draft Shark's Brock Purdy injury history, and it does not say anything about any concussions, but I don't know how far back it goes either. You know what I mean?
Well, my first concussion was when I was 4, so that probably wouldn't show up on the medical.
That's the most Dan Tibley thing I've ever heard.
Shout out Chris Fulton. He hit me with a bat in the head. I told that story.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Night.
I think I had surgery already by the time I was 4. Yeah. Hernia. What are you going to do?
Toddler hernia?
Yeah. It was special.
Brutal, dude.
I've had both. One toddler, one adult.
2 hernias.
Inside.
Sorry,
we'll
Granny.
stop it there. We're sponsored by Caltrans Stormwater Program. And, Filmo, Mike, and Fabian, and Paul, 888-957-9570. We will absolutely get to your calls on this. The Kings play the Warriors tonight. Matty Barrows is going to join us a little bit later on in the show. Football Friday, Niners and Bengals. Let's ride. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Let's change this to that by picking up after our pets, reducing pesticide use.
The day after every game. Tim Roy's Call of the Game is brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You know what I'm seeing a lot of that I would like to address is the comparisons to Tua last year. And I think that's interesting. I see a lot of you, San Jose Jazz fan, who we saw out at the summit recently.
Early.
Great to see you out there.
Early and often.
He doesn't like what I'm saying right now because of Tua last year. And I find literally nothing similar about that and this. And here's why. For two main reasons. First of all, the reason that Tua should not have been allowed back out there. And I'm talking about the within-game return, not the return the following week where he got concussed on a Thursday night against the Cincinnati Bengals. What was odd about the Tua situation is that he wobbled on the field, which is, by rules, supposed to be an automatic removal from the rest of the game, and they didn't. So there was a massive oversight there by the NFL. And then he comes back in and somehow played 4 days later and suffered an even worse concussion. So I fully understand how awful that looked. But what I'm seeing here with Brock Purdy is that protocol's being followed. What I saw there was that protocol was not followed. I'm also under the impression that after the Tua experience, the NFL changed a lot of their, not the rules so much, but their oversight, the way they went about governing this whole thing because of that experience, and that is now being followed by the 49ers, at least to my understanding. So to compare this to Tua, whose knees were buckling as he was trying to walk off of a field against the Bills, returned to the game, won the game, and then 4 days later got thrown out against the Bengals and had his head whack against the carpet and ended up in an ambulance. I don't see this in that. And that does not mean that Brock is not putting himself in harm's way this weekend, as are the rest of the people who will have 49ers and Bengals jerseys on. They're all going to be in harm's way in an NFL game. So I hear you. I understand how awful that Tua situation was. If Brock plays in this game on Sunday, my opinion, this is not that.
No, and I think that you can look at it in terms of no two concussions are created equally. And I just was looking at the video from that play when he gets pushed down. It's roughing the passer, and his head goes ka-slam, bounce, and he gets up, stagger, and he does play. 4 days later at Cincinnati, they lose the game, and it was terrible, and they changed the rule somewhat as a result of that. No two concussions are created equally, and that's why they have an independent concussion expert who looks at each person in each case, and they try to give baseline testing in terms of can the player cognitively clear every step, and every time that you go through a step, you have to have 24 hours of observation and recovery. So whatever he did today, and I'm being told from you and other people on Twitter that he went through a full practice, which means he would be at step 5.
Yep.
And that means tomorrow, if he is symptom-free at this time tomorrow, 1 o'clock on Saturday, he will be cleared. And he'll be cleared to play, and he'll be ready to go on Sunday.
There's a fair question to ask. I don't know who can answer it. How come no one else has been able to do this all year long in the NFL? Nobody else.
Especially on a short week.
Yes, correct. So I understand where you're all coming from there. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. He was concussed, went into the protocol. You and I reached out directly to doctors who have been in the NFL prior to their lives now, and they said it's very, very unlikely that he plays. But here we are.
It's more likely than ever that he's going to play.
Yeah. So I don't know why he's been able to do something that no one else has been able to do. But I guess my next question for people who are against this idea is, do you think something fishy is going on? I'm not saying it is or it isn't. Like
what do you mean by fishy? Like fishy on...
As in like the 49ers are finding a way to skate the rules. Like, again, we call them independent neurologists, yet they're getting a check from somebody to do this job. The 49ers are very, very incentivized to have their starting quarterback available after 2 straight losses especially. And so is that the accusation? If you are concerned about Brock Purdy playing and clearing the protocol faster than any player in the NFL this year, are you calling BS or is it something else?
Well, the concussion testing is not like a multiple choice test. It's more like an essay. So if you and I write an essay on the same topic, Brock Purdy and his rise to greatness, 600 words or less.
I don't think I could fit it into 600 words.
Well, you write your essay, I write mine, Grandy and Lucas, we all write ours, and we don't attach our names. And then we pass it over to Matt Nahigian so he can give them all a proper look. And he reads all 4, and he grades them 1 to 4. Who gets the 1? Who gets the 4? Who has the best? Who has the worst? It's subjective. It's not a what's the capital of Colombia test, which the answer is Bogota. And I know you knew that. But that is a right or wrong test. The concussion protocol assessment is much more like an essay than it is like a Scantron. So you go through, and the independent concussion expert will put you through certain tests, but you can, in that moment, maybe shine more than you actually are shining the rest of the day.
You could, absolutely. Look, no system is perfect. I also see, though, like a lot of our listeners right now, they're accusing Kyle Shanahan of pushing this. And my perception is Kyle doesn't have any say here. Tell me if I'm wrong. Kyle Shanahan has no say here.
He has no say.
The neurologists are watching what Brock's doing, And they're either saying yay or nay. And if they say yay, we go to the next step. It's hopscotch. You hit one mark, you go to the next. Kyle Shanahan doesn't have any say here. Yes, Kyle could step in and be like, I don't care what you say, neurologists. We're not playing him. You could do that. But I just, and again, please correct me if I'm wrong. If Kyle Shanahan can, quote, push this, then I'm wrong. But I don't think he's got any ability to do that whatsoever.
I mean, in terms of pushing it, no.
Like speed Brock through the process. That's what I'm watching a lot of people say. That's not possible.
No.
He's not even the one who's making the calls as to whether or not
and
Brock
in fact,
passes a test.
He was at the forefront, I believe, of reporting this concussion. So the concussion was not so severe that Brock Purdy had to be taken off the field. He didn't leave under his own power. He wasn't down injured. He didn't go in the blue tent. None of us, you, me, Steiny, Guru, or anybody in the audience, nobody thought, oh my God, he's got a concussion.
Right.
We thought, man, those are a couple of bad throws and they lost. And you know what? That's a bummer. That's 2 in a row. We're on to Cincinnati. Even though the game's here, you get the bit. And then it wasn't until the next day where the report came out. So in terms of this concussion, Kyle Shanahan and team actually did more for Brock than they really had to. They could have, if Brock comes to him on the plane and says, hey, Kyle, I got a little bit of headache and stuff. And
here's some Excedrin. Go sit down.
Exactly. Rub some salt on that wound and let's go. We need you on Sunday. But he didn't. They didn't. They took the high road. So I don't buy that narrative at all.
You are wrong about one thing. When I saw those picks, I knew something was wrong.
You're such a liar.
My Purdy would never do that.
My Purdy.
He would never, ever throw bad passes.
My Purdy. Heavy on the purr.
My Purdy.
I just am looking at the protocol, and the player must be examined by the independent neurological consultant assigned to the club.
Okay.
If the consultant agrees with the club physician that the player's concussion has been resolved, then the player can participate in practice and contact without restriction. So,
nowhere in there does it say if the head coach really wants him to play, then he's allowed to?
Independent brain doctor consults with the club physician.
Okay.
So the club physician can say, he or she could, influence the independent
I guess. We're going to slip him.
Boy, doesn't he look good. Man, I've never seen Brock
amazing,
look
right?
Good.
Look at him.
Am
Amazing.
I right? He hasn't thrown a pick since Monday. I'm making light of it only to say that this whole process is very, very subjective to human beings.
But also detailed. It's not, look, you look good, buddy. Okay. It is. It's all day, every day since Monday.
Correct.
Yeah.
But the things you test on, unless you are really wildly out of the scope of normalcy, you're talking about balance and memory, concentration, attention, how quickly you can think and solve problems. I'm sure they're not asking about Avogadro's number and the Copernicus and the rest of it. It's 2 + 2. Brock, go.
Maybe. As he drops back, Fred Warner might blitz him and be like, what do you think about the election?
Dude,
I
totally.
mean, who knows? I don't know what they're asking him to say.
What do you do in a 0 blitz situation?
Oh, God.
Where 3 of the guys aren't actually rushing.
Throw a pick that slips through the defender's hands.
The correct answer is rip the defensive coordinator, Mark. You had that one wrong.
You're right, I did.
But
I didn't pass the protocol. I guess I get the rest of the week off.
I think balance, if he, stand on one leg and put your, it's almost like a drunk test.
Drunk driving.
Yeah, do the alphabet backwards, which some people I know have actually practiced.
Really? That's the one that always amazed me. I'm like, I couldn't do that if I had never had a drink in my life. Alphabet backwards? I'd have been like, Z?
YX.
I'm out.
ZYX.
Everybody knows
WVUT.
The alphabet is rhythmic. LMNOP. I can't do it backwards. You got to have the rhythm. Anyway, let's go to Philmo Mike.
This is my favorite.
Philmo, what are you doing?
Man.
hey, y'all got to be like Bomani Jones. You know, he a black man. He just automatically memorized the backwards ABCs classic moment from ESPN. But anyway, Fox. You know what Fox needs to stop doing? I love Fox broadcasts, but them illustrated players, it's hard enough to get the players seeing how they normally look because they got the helmets. Stop putting up the illustrated people. Just put up the person's face so a brother can make some more money. You feel me? For real. I love Grandpa Daddy. Man. I swear to God, when I grow up, I don't want to be like Grandpa Daddy. I just want to be one of his grandkids. I swear to God, he the truth, man.
Sounds good,
I love
right?
Grandpa Daddy. No, he the truth. And I told you, Willa, like, he be sounding like he fake drunk, but he don't be drunk. He just be, just doing him. The Warriors, real quick, the Warriors need to play Moody and Kamiga more. You feel me? They are the future on some real stuff. And we have to use the Warriors as an example when it comes to the Niners, because what the Warriors do is they always err on the side of caution. You feel me? I would feel, now I want Brock Purdy to play, but if you look at the long term, it's better just to sit him out, because why? You err on the side of caution. You don't know what can happen during this game. You can't take Brock Purdy for granted. Brock Purdy is a baller. With that being said, because we do have Brock Purdy, now hear me out. Hear me out, Willer. Hear me out, Dibs.
Always.
We need to start taking some chances on some offensive linemen to protect Brock Purdy while we have him. You feel me? On a cheaper contract. I understand we try to build up the defensive line, but defensive lineman is harder to pick out. Whereas when you get the certified first round offensive lineman, 7, 6, 8 times out of 10, they pan out via, who is that, Harbor or Singletary, taking the 2 big boys back in the day, Anthony Davis and Iupati. So, like, I understand we trying to build up our offensive line, but we had a Minahu and the other African brother named last year with Hyder Jr. doing it. Yep. You feel me? Ebicom doing the same thing as we got with Hargrave doing. We could have used that on come on, man. You all hear what I'm saying? I'm just saying you got to look at the totality of everything. Why play Brock Purdy now? We didn't came back from being 3-5, 2-5, 2-4,
you know
whatever
what,
it is.
Filmo, I hear that
feel
a
you,
lot.
Filmo.
Yeah, always feel you, but I tell you what, Filmo, thank you. I hear that a lot, and I'd like to push back on it. We were 3-4 last year. We were 3-5.
3-5 last year.
That doesn't mean it's a good thing.
Feel me?
Yeah, I feel you. And I feel we would like to not be that this year, which we won't be because they've got already 5 wins. But
sure.
Do you feel me? That's not good. You don't want that. Go back to 2 years ago when they ended up in the NFC title game against the Rams, and it took a drive with 3 minutes to go in the fourth quarter to win a football game that if they did not win, they don't even go to the playoffs. Let's please stop comparing it to that and acting like it doesn't matter what you are. In fact, don't most of you agree that if the 49ers had played against Philadelphia at Levi's, who knows, that could have gone a very, very different way.
If the quarterback would have stayed upright.
Well, but it's
that was everything.
Yeah, but it's a different game, and it's a different environment, and it's a different everything. And so if everybody feels that way, I just wish everybody would stop the willingness to kick games just because the Niners have a few wins in their hip pocket.
No one's kicking a game with Sam Darnold under center.
No, but but the tone is that. It's keep Brock cause we're cool if it's 5-3. I don't know. That's just me. I'm not cool if they're 5-3. I'm not cool that they're 5-2.
Well, what if
they're better than this?
What if you play Brock Purdy and he gets hit in the head again and you lose and you're 5-3 and you don't have Brock Purdy for 4 to 6?
Always a possibility.
It's more of a possibility now, 5 days removed from a concussion, than it is if you don't play him until a week from Sunday, 19 days removed.
While I hear you and acknowledge that you're probably right, that is for me an uncomfortable conversation because I'm not a doctor. You think that the protocol is a joke. I don't know. I'm not educated enough on the subject to have an opinion as to whether or not the protocol is a joke. But if brain doctors are saying he's fine, that's just me. I got no choice but to say he's fine. So
right.
Let's go to Fabian in Maryland. Hey, Fabian, what's up?
Hey, what's going on? Real quick, shout out to Phil and Mike, but I know we have been good the last 2 seasons with a losing record and making it far, but I think it's about getting that number 1 seed. But to why I called, actually, Div, you made me really think about this. I got 2 points regarding Brock Purdy. If you have him on fantasy, because I do, but I also have Joe Burrow. And I was leaning towards Joe Burrow, obviously, to start this week. But now I kind of don't know what to do. So I'll take your thoughts off air on that or off the phone. But the main point why I called is I'm kind of surprised. And I've been kind of listening to the station all week and, through the day. And, you guys, or a variety of people in the station, or maybe even some of the callers, are kind of like not feeling how Shanahan called out Steve Wilks, and I like that he did, because as a fan, I want to know that he's just as upset, and I think that's the best and kind of the only way. Like, I'm upset at that play call right before the half, and I wouldn't feel satisfied not knowing that Shanahan did, and I wouldn't feel satisfied knowing that Bosa didn't like it. I want to know that he's not happy with it. And I think that's how we get better. And I think I'm hoping to see a better Steve Wilks and a better defensive coordinator and play call.
Fabian, what if we did an exercise with you? What if I asked you to answer the question about the play right before halftime? You be Kyle Shanahan. You see if you can get across to us how upset you are at what happened without pointing the finger directly at Steve Wilks. What would you have said?
I don't think there's a way, but what I have said without trying to point the finger, I think I would have just said, "Hey, you know what? We took a chance and it didn't work, and that's where we're at."
Yeah, I do think there's a way.
That's not what I would have liked.
Yeah, that's fair, Fabian. Thanks. I do think there's a way. I absolutely think there's a way.
For sure. For Kyle in public to handle it differently.
What about that zero blitz call there at the end of the half? Well, look, we hate the result, obviously. That's not what we were going for. I think as a staff, we have collectively talked about this, and we think it was a major mistake for us to do that with 16 seconds on the clock. I don't necessarily have something against the call. Maybe if there was a minute left to go, but there are 16 seconds. We did not correctly as a group account for that, and it was a mistake. Charvarius had a shot at the ball, but we're not going to put our player on an island like that in that situation.
You don't even need to go that far.
Yeah.
I think you've gone too far already.
Okay.
Because what you're
there's
saying
a way.
is...
There's a way, and Kyle's hired to do that. That's what a head coach does.
And instead of burying the defensive coordinator, if you want to bury him, you bury him behind closed doors. And all you have to do is come out and say, it was the call we went with, and it didn't work out and stuff. And obviously we were trying to make a play, and you don't want to give up a 60-yard touchdown at the end of the half, because when the other team scores points, that's usually not good for what we're trying to do, which is win the game. And, we're going to look at the film, and we're going to go ahead and see what we could have done differently there as a staff.
But that doesn't express, like he's saying, I wanted to know that Kyle was ticked. So, express how disappointed you are in yourselves.
Sure.
Plural.
Right. How can you not know that he was ticked? Kyle wears his emotions on his sleeve.
Well,
Kyle wants to win games, and you gave up a 60-yard touchdown with mere ticks left in the first half. To think that Kyle's not ticked?
I would argue that Kyle has often been ticked, and we didn't know.
Right.
Think about how many times
I don't need him to throw his headset down to feel good about what happened.
No, but that's you. This caller wanted to see, Fabian wanted to see that emotion. Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Also, of course, Warriors back in action tonight. We got a lot to talk about with the adorable ones at 7 p.m. Means Warriors Live's going to start at 6. Brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network, made for streaming live sports, and we're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. We will get to your phone calls next. We'll continue with that. Matty Barrows is about an hour and 20 minutes away. 888-957-9570. Sounds like the 49ers are trending toward playing Brock Purdy in this game. Do you think it's the right call or the wrong one? More of your calls next on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, this is Brian Beck.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. This is fair. This is interesting.
Yeah?
Well, it's coming from a PhD who is the founding CEO of the Concussion Legacy Foundation.
Oh, so an actual doctor. Not like me, a radio doctor.
Not you, and certainly not a YouTuber, not a text liner, not a phone caller, not my buddy down the street who once got whacked in the head. Chris Nowinski. And we'll chase him. We'll see if we can get him to talk. Because listen to this. And this is where my mind opens up, for sure. I would have all kinds of questions for Dr. Nowinski. Two things to pass along to you. First of all, and this is where it gets confusing too, because we've been running with this all week. Nobody has gotten concussed and then played in the very next game. Well, they're doing more research beyond this season, and Adam Schefter says, as it turns out, over the last few years, roughly 25% of players who suffer a concussion will return to play the following week when the game is 6 to 7 days away per the NFL. So far this season, several players have returned for the next game. Now, maybe they played on a Thursday the prior week, whatever, but passing through the protocol is criterion dependent, not time dependent.
Right.
So, here is Dr. Nowinski's response to that tweet from Adam Schefter. Quote, "The 6-day return is impossible if the player reports symptoms in the days following the diagnosis. Players know this, so those who want to return in a week know to say they feel fine, whether it's true or not. I hope they understand what they are risking." Now, next one from Nowinski. And this is a response to the video that we've all seen from Pro Football Talk where Brock took the shot to the head. Nowinski, and this was 2 days ago, writes, Brock Purdy is in the concussion protocol, took this hit. According to ESPN, quote, "There is still time for him to clear protocol and start Sunday, according to Shanahan. Shanahan would have to be insane to play Purdy 6 days after a concussion. Have we forgotten Tua already?" Goes on to say, "I hope this is gamesmanship so the Bengals prep for both QBs and not ignorance of the fact that no one fully recovers from a concussion in 6 days. Why put Purdy at risk for a life-altering second concussion in a week? They've got a bye week the next week. Rest him." That is from PhD Chris Nowinski, founding CEO of the Concussion Legacy Foundation.
Glad to hear that from Chris, and it echoes what I have been saying. I'm not saying that I am as astute as Dr. Nowinski. I would never claim that, but that's my fear, is the repeat concussion threat and what that might mean, not only for this season, but for Brock Purdy himself. And I've been doing some research of my own, trying to figure out what the repeat concussion likelihood is. And this from the National Library of Medicine. They did a study on repeat concussions in the National Football League. And I was just going through all the data during the last break and the last segment and whatnot. And the percentage of concussion repeats, like you get a concussion, how likely are you to get a second concussion? Within 7 days, 2.8%.
Okay.
Within 8 to 14 days, 3.9%. Within 2 to 3 weeks, 1.7%. Between 4 and 5 weeks, 0.9%. More than 4 weeks, 89.8%. So you have a 90% chance of getting your second concussion after a month as opposed to within that next month.
Wait, I'm confused. I'm just being honest. The percentages went up the further it went away?
Correct. And I think what this study is telling me is that the frequency of a repeat concussion is not as high in terms of the recency of your first concussion as we might think. This study is telling us that 90% of these second concussions happen more than a month after the first concussion. Now, part of this might be you don't play.
Right. You're in a dark room by yourself.
Exactly. So that is definitely part of this. But I thought myself that the within 7 days, and they also had a same day concussion, which was 0.9%. And this is measuring from 1996 to 2007. So it's a bit of an older study, but it's 12 years of data. And basically what this is telling me is you can get a concussion a month later just as much as you could get one in a week.
That'd be a great question for Dr. Nowinski if we can get him. We're efforting. Would love to talk to him because my first question would be, so Doc, are you saying the concussion protocol in the NFL is bunk? Because that's what it sounds like to me. That's what it sounds like he's saying.
It's a joke.
If you can just talk your way through it, then what the hell are we doing? The other thing, though, and this is intricate with what he said, the 6-day return is impossible if the player reports symptoms in the days following the diagnosis.
Right.
I don't know if he did. Following the diagnosis. If he goes up to him on the plane and says, my head hurts, okay, we're putting you in the protocol. All right. Now, next morning, we've diagnosed you with a concussion. Following that diagnosis, do you report more symptoms? I don't know. Maybe he never had any again.
Probably not.
And probably not based on the way it's played out.
Based on the way he's accelerated through the protocol.
Yeah. Lots of questions, but that it's interesting because here's the other thing about Tua whenever people bring this up. Let's talk about Tua for a second. The quote-unquote life-altering concussion. On the Thursday night against the Bengals last year, I'll never forget this day. I'll never forget this game. It's the night I was at the Giants game. It's the night I caught that foul ball for the first time in my life.
September 29th.
We were watching the game on the phone, sitting and propped it up on the seat in front of us, and we're watching the Bengals play the Dolphins, and we're watching the Giants play the Rockies. And Tua goes down, and everybody's heart is just stopped. And you heard that a lot from people in the next few days, which is this is a life-altering, career-threatening concussion. And then 3 weeks later, he came back and nobody has said another word. He's playing fine. Did he have a life-altering concussion? I don't know. I guess we'll need to ask him when he's 68 how he's doing.
If he makes it that long.
If he makes it that long. Yeah. I don't know if he had one, but there's another question I would ask him. How are we feeling about Tua now? He was given a few weeks off. He came back. He's played football, and now he's an MVP candidate.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
He was 8 of 14 against Cincinnati that day.
Yep.
He threw a pick, and Teddy Bridgewater came in for him, and Tua sat out week 5, week 6, and then he came back and started week 7. He went 21 of 35 for 261 and a touchdown. And in fact, he went 5 straight games with no interception after
that.
The 2-week gap after the Cincinnati game.
He also threw the touchdown pass to win the game against the Bills the previous week, which was the wobble game where he went out and came back in.
Right.
They won the game.
21-19.
They won the football game.
Yep.
Zachary Moeller on YouTube with a super chat.
Oh.
And he says, love the show, fellas. Listen every day. Risk reward is tough. What if they need to do a QB sneak?
Cash me out one time.
It limits the plays they can do. Well, does it? Would Kyle hesitate to do a QB sneak if it's the right play? I don't know. Christian McCaffrey was compromised, and he responded by playing him every single down on Monday night.
Different injury.
Absolutely.
Different injury.
We have all said that these head coaches often feel that this is a black and white answer.
Correct.
Are you ready? Yes. Well, if you're ready, then we're playing football. And this is the way we play football.
McCaffrey played every snap.
Every snap. Everyone, we got to limit his touches. We got to limit. Kyle went, how about every snap?
Right.
How about you ain't coming off the field?
Ever.
And you're getting 18 touches. I mean, I don't know if he would hesitate to do a sneak.
Well,
maybe not.
Honestly, and this is me being a little bit callous, if you're going to play him, then you got to sneak him. If you don't think that you can QB sneak him because his head, then you should not play him.
Then he should not be. I agree with you completely.
Now, I don't think that they should play him. And we have a poll on the YouTube, and it's YouTube/957 The Game.
Yeah, where are we at?
Easy poll. Should Brock Purdy play on Sunday? And it's almost running 50-50.
Little hot on the no side.
Right.
54-46.
It's a yes-no poll. Very simple. And they must have put this out in the morning, and it's a great poll.
Yep.
And
it's a great poll.
It's a great poll. Rack that poll. I'm in the no. I'm in the no camp. I think you're in the yes camp if he's cleared.
Because I don't again, my only reasoning is that I am not educated enough on this to say otherwise.
Sure.
If the protocol says yes, then he's cleared. So
yes, and this is where
a bunch of guys have done this already.
Right. This is where I blush a little bit. What you're saying is absolutely factually correct, but the protocol, and I would love to talk to Dr. Nowitzki about the protocol because the protocol is a joke.
It sounds like he agrees with you.
It's a joke.
It sounds like, I mean, again, if players can just be like, I feel fine, and then you're like,
right,
okay, he feels fine. It's like, well, wait a minute. That actually takes us back to the 70s and the 80s.
How many fingers am I holding up? Remember that?
Enough.
And the answer was always 2.
Yeah.
And there was a whole bit about pro football players, like they would always hold up the same number of fingers, and that way you knew the answer, even though your head was spinning.
How many fingers am I holding up, plus or minus 4 fingers? Go ahead.
Exactly.
I mean, can't get it wrong.
1.
Football Friday. You're in. Get in there. It's Football Friday.
Give hell.
Brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Okay, Paul, hang right there. We're coming to you. Rest of you want to call in on this? Let's ride. 888-957-9570. Matty Barrows is an hour away, and I do want to get to the adorable ones. I do. I think tonight's going to be extra adorable. It's going to be super duper adorable. And so we'll get to all of that. It's Willard and Dibs.
Tune into 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip of every Warriors game throughout the season as we get you.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, glad you're with us on this Football Friday. Make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibbs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. Subscribe to all the shows. Also, great place to go find interviews and specific conversations if you missed them. And then we'll talk later about why you missed them because that's not acceptable. So there's that. Mic on.
Yeah. I don't call you out when you go mic off, but I'll remember that next time.
But you can. You can.
But I don't.
But you can.
Kyle Shanahan can call out his defensive coordinator, but should he? No.
Debatable.
And nor should you call me out. But you're going to do that? You're going to do that to me?
Actually, you know what I could do? I could do it, and then I'll come back the next day and moonwalk just like this.
Well, there was a time issue why we couldn't make that call, and that's without a doubt on me. I'm the one who can stop that, and that's why I hold the ultimate responsibility on everything. But when I was asked 2 days ago about the call, he knows we can't make that off of time, and I messed up not calling a timeout, so we couldn't call it. But I had no problem with the call in terms of what we do. I love all blitzing. It's just not something you can do at that time.
That is a hell of a moonwalk.
It's more of a moon limp.
All right. How about that? It is without a doubt on me.
Right. On Friday. So you get to Friday and you realize, and I know that Kyle listens to our show and stuff. And
hi, Kyle.
Yeah.
It's a whoopsie daisy. He got hot. He answered it the wrong way. It ended up on Steve Wilkes' lap. And
I wonder.
This is his way of apologizing.
How many times, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but Kyle's been coaching now. This is his 7th year.
Yep.
How many times has he called timeout as a head coach when his team is on defense because he didn't like a call?
I don't know. Yes,
I would put the over-under at a half a time.
Oh, you think?
That he didn't like the call? Now, he might...
Oh, I disagree with that.
When Kyle Shanahan calls timeout...
I bet that's happened.
Because maybe he realizes there's 10 men on the field.
You don't, or whatever. Like, you don't like the call. You don't like the alignment. Oh, crap. Hold on. This is not good. Time out. You see it all the time.
Not from Kyle Shanahan. You see it from other head coaches, defensive-minded head coaches certainly. But when I see the defense on the field Kyle Shanahan is usually nose deep in the laminated play sheet.
I saw Sean McVay do it earlier this year.
That's Sean McVay.
Flying down, the offensive-minded head coach. Went flying down the sideline. You got to go get the ref right in his face. Time out, time out, time out. And Sean is good at getting up and down the sideline.
Right.
Sometimes he goes all the way to the end zone and scores a touchdown.
I'm wondering how many times Kyle Shanahan has called timeout on defense.
I don't know.
Because he doesn't like the call. And if you're in that spot and you're locked in and you hear that call come in, and if you're that offended by the call, then you call timeout.
Yeah.
But you didn't call timeout, and the play happened, and it took you until, checks notes, Friday to come out and actually throw yourself on the sword after on Monday night post-game, didn't like the call. Tuesday, had a night to sleep on it, really didn't like the call. And then you get to Friday, well, actually, guys, after further review, that's on me. On Friday, Kyle, I'm not buying it.
He had to clear the self-critical protocol.
Gotcha.
And it took 4 days. And he has cleared all of the hurdles, and he is now able to point finger at self.
Right. Yeah, because it's been now 4 days. So
Listen.
You're not buying it either. And I know you can't say that, but
of course I can say that. What do you mean by not buying it? Here's how I would translate.
I'm not buying that he really feels like it's his fault. I'm not buying that. This feels to me like damage control.
Yes.
After 2 days of people questioning his leadership. And now he gets to a Friday spot where it's like, geez, I need this guy. And you know what? I am the head coach, and it all does fall on me. I need to fall on the sword on Friday.
I think whether or not it's genuine is always an evolving question whenever coaches are supposedly letting us inside their sideline or their heads with regard to what's going on the field. Those people are screaming at each other all the time. Remember when Nick Saban went after Lane Kiffin? Remember that? Like, undressed that bro.
Yeah.
Right there on the sideline. So it happens, and I'm with you. I think Kyle Shanahan, in his heart of hearts, is still like, Steve, what the bleep were you doing? Absolutely. Absolutely. But what I also think is Kyle got 24 hours of hearing how his words got processed in the world and went, that came out a little hot. And so, yeah, we got to go back the other way. And so now I'm going to say, without a doubt, this is on me because you said this right away when he did it. You were like, who does this serve? Who does it help?
Right.
That you just threw Steve Wilks out there. And it's a fair and good question because I don't know. It's why I answered it by going, like, it makes my mind think that y'all are strangling each other in the locker room.
Right.
Because if you're here doing this in front of a microphone, how bad is it where we can't see you and hear you? That's where my mind went. And maybe that's not what's actually happening. Whatever it is, it's another moment, and I think we all go through these, where you say something, and then you get away from it, and you hear the way it's being processed, and you're like, crap, that's not the way I wanted that to go.
Yeah. I've had a few of those on this very show.
We all do.
Yeah.
We all do. And so, again, I'm with you. I think that Kyle still is like, Steve, don't do that. But he's also like, it's not helping us for the whole nation of 49er coverers and fans. It is not helping us right now to have everybody clowning on Steve Wilks all week long. That's not helping.
The majority of Niner fans wouldn't know Steve Wilks from Jamal Wilks.
Oh, I don't agree with that.
Well, in terms of Steve Wilks, defensive coordinator, sure, we know Steve Wilks, but how impactful is he and all the rest of it? And again, the zero blitz call, if Charvarius Ward gets a hand in there and breaks that pass up, none of this ever happens. Nobody ever questions outside of Ted Wen of The Athletic, who breaks things down from an all-22 standpoint. 95% of Niner fans wouldn't have even noticed that they went with a zero blitz if that pass would have gotten broken up. But it didn't. And Minnesota scored a touchdown.
Yeah.
And Kyle Shanahan, hopefully this for him, young Kyle, I hope this is a teaching moment. And I know you're out there listening.
It is.
On your drive home.
He already knows.
Well, he knows on Friday, but the real teaching moment is when you get to the microphone post-game and you get asked about it, You fall on the sword there, then and there. You say, you know what? We as a staff have to be better. I'm the final gatekeeper, and I heard the call go in. And you know what? I should have called timeout. We had 2 timeouts. I didn't like the call. I didn't like it then. I don't like it now. That's on me, everybody. You know, Steve does a great job of making these calls, and our defense is top 5. And you know what? Our defense played a hell of a game. And Steve had a hell of a game.
Oh, man,
Steve called a hell of a game, Mark.
He's going too far.
He called a hell of a game, Mark.
Your defense was crap in that game.
They were not crap.
They were crap.
Did Minnesota put up 50 on you?
Did
They gave you 22 points.
Minnesota ever get off the field on 3rd down?
I'll tell you what, Mark,
that's a game flow
let's
thing.
go to Mark in the back.
The whole 22-point thing?
Steve called himself a hell of a game.
No, he didn't.
And you know what? Our defense played a hell of a game for 60 minutes out there. We fought hard, and we played a tough football game. And you know what? That's on me, Mark. That's on me. I'm the final gatekeeper.
Can you imagine how much?
I'm the final gatekeeper, and you know what? Damn it, I got to be better.
Can you imagine how much we would rip Kyle if he actually did press conferences that way? Oh, we had that was a great defensive performance. No, it wasn't.
Dude, we just missed.
You were awful.
I should have remembered this 2 days ago, but it's been a very busy week. It was the 15-year anniversary of Mike Singletary.
Yeah. He wants winners.
I wanted to play that whole rant because that's kind of what I'm talking about with Kyle Shanahan. And I'm thankful that Kyle does not carry on the way. And that was Singletary's first ever game.
I love carrying on press conferences. They live forever. Jim Mora,
I know,
Denny
but
Green.
I actually do want winners, and Kyle's developing winners. So I'm pro Kyle. All I'm saying is that this should be a teaching moment for Kyle, and he should have handled it like an old ball coach. You know what? That's on me. I'm the final gatekeeper, and you know what? I'm the one who's got to make these calls, and I should have made that call, and I should have called timeout. That's on me.
That would be a total eye roll, but so is this. Why don't we timeline it? Listen to the change.
Are we doing timeline?
Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he knows. You guys, I think, talk to him tomorrow. He knows he messed up on that call. I have no problem with 0 blitzes, especially when people need a lot of yards. You know, if you need to get 20 yards to kick a field goal, I have no problem with the 0 blitz. But I do when there's 16 seconds left, and that's where he lost track. There was no necessary need for that just because of the time. I have no problem with the call. But, I mean, I have no problem with that play call, but when it's that time, you can't do that. It's not an option.
Thursday.
I got to be honest with you. By the time I talk to you guys, win or lose, mentally, I'm on to the next game. I know there's a lot of questions about the call right before the half. So I definitely want to address that before I move on to Cincinnati. Take full responsibility for that call. I have to do a better job in putting the guys in a better position. We have good players. I know that, and can't really press the issue. And with that, moving forward, it's my responsibility to do that. So, wish I could take it back, but again, I gotta do better.
And Friday.
Well, there was a time issue why we couldn't make that call, and that's without a doubt on me. I'm the one who can stop that, and that's why I hold the ultimate responsibility on everything. But when I was asked 2 days ago about the call, he knows we can't make that off of time, and I messed up not calling a timeout, so we couldn't call it. But I had no problem with the call in terms of what we do. I love all-out blitzing. It's just not something you can do at that time.
I love all-out blitzing.
I love it.
Even though it's something that we never do and stuff. And Bobby Saleh never did it, and D'Amico actually never did it. And, I actually like all-out blitzes and stuff when actually all 7 guys rush the quarterback. But in this case and stuff, we had 4 guys rush and 3 guys kind of just chilling. Like it was, I don't know if you've seen the movie Clerks, and they're hanging out at the gas and sip.
Of course.
But, Talanoa Hufanga was kind of like Silent Bob and stuff.
Whoa, Chewbacca! What a Wookiee!
It's a little callback for you.
Anyway.
Anyhow.
Somebody talked to somebody.
Yes.
You can hear it.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
And that's fine.
And there's also a Tuesday piece in there, which sounds a lot like the Wednesday. Or it might have been the Monday piece.
No, Tuesday they don't talk, right?
Monday in the post game. He said exactly what he did on Wednesday.
Well,
basically.
He said we're going to talk. That's something we'll discuss this week. I didn't like the result.
Right.
Is what he said on Monday night.
Right. And I like that he said, and I'm paraphrasing, but he basically said, I'm the ultimate decider of everything. And
Sepp Blatter, World Cup. Let's go.
Seriously.
I'm the president of everything.
I'm him. Kyle Himihan.
Oh, my God.
Is his new nickname. Yeah, he's Kyle Himihan. But he's right. And I'm glad he got to that point. And now I hope going forward, he gets to a spot where he feels like he can call timeout when he hears the call come in that he doesn't like.
Yeah.
Because he didn't.
This turned into a PR thing.
No doubt.
Yeah, but I'm with you that look, is it all on Kyle? Is it all on Steve? Nothing is all on anybody. You're a team. But in the end, Kyle has to sort of stand out front and take the bullet because that's why he gets paid more and that's what he's asked to do. But I'm also with you that inside the walls, that's Steve's call. It's Steve's call and it's Steve's responsibility to have the right call at that time. Like even the way he said it, it's like, yes, you do have the ability to come in, throw the red hanky on yourself.
Right.
Stop. This is not what we want. But that doesn't mean that it's not actually on Steve to make the call. And Steve made the call, and it was a bad call. So there's plenty to share here.
But Kyle let the call exist. Kyle heard the call, obviously, and he let the call go.
But Steve put the call in.
He did.
This goes to everybody. It goes to everybody.
If you and I were to book a guest right now for prime time on a football Friday, and let's just say we wanted to do and I don't want to disparage any local team or any other sport, but let's just say it's a third or fourth tier level sport and a third or fourth tier level guest, and we want to book it at 4:45, and we tease it and we promote it, and we're going to go live with whatever guest we think that we want to go with. It's up to our producer, Lucas, and his boss, look. If they hear that we're going to do something and they don't put a stop to it, it's as much on them as it is on us.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's plenty to go around here.
Right.
You can liken it to anything. You can liken it to parenting. Let's say you got really little kids, okay?
I think I know somebody who does.
Okay, so now she's not moving around like in
You
that.
think?
No, she's moving around, but you know what I mean. She's not like running laps in the street. But if you went to the restroom and you came back and she was on top of the refrigerator, like, yes, that's on you. Maybe it's a bad example because she's 1, but let's say she was 5. And, you know,
she's getting into stuff now,
okay,
Coach.
She's playing, but she doesn't know yet. But let's say you're old enough. How about my 9-year-old?
Okay.
And I get home from work today and he's playing with matches. Well, yeah, this is on me to put a stop to it. It is also on him to not play with matches.
Yeah, he's old enough to know better.
He's 9 and he's old enough to know better. So, yes, I've got the final say because I'm in charge. Doesn't mean that the people living with me can't screw up. And that, to me, is the case here. Steve screwed up, but Kyle's in charge. So somebody underneath him screwed up, and he's in charge of that person.
But the only difference, and I love your analogy, I'm going to give it a solid 3. I want to give it a 4, but
Come on!
You aren't home when this happens, and Kyle was home. So if you're in the living room and you hear in his bedroom, and he's trying to, like, strike a match, and he's trying to light a fire, and you hear it, and you're like, well, let's see how this goes. That's what Kyle did. Kyle saw that there was a potential blaze, and he said, well, I'm just going to wait and see if this turns into a fire and stuff.
I have done that. Not with the matches.
Damn.
I mean, just last
Party
week.
at Mark's.
Dude, it's midnight. I'm tired, and I'm in bed, and I hear the dog, Penny, is at the door of one of my kids. She likes sleeping in my daughter's bed, but my daughter was asleep. You know, scratch, and I go out there and I look at her and I'm like, get your butt over here in your bed. So she gets over there in her bed, and then I lay back down, scratch. Like 2 seconds later, and I'm like, this freaking dog. And what do you think I did?
You rolled over.
Yeah, I'm like, bro, I'm tired, and I'm sure Ella's going to let her in, or she'll stop, or whatever. And then I wake up the next morning, and there's paint chips all over the ground because this dog never went in and sat there. Scratch.
It's a 4 for your penny.
Yeah, for who knows, for an hour. She's probably just scratch. And so.
And you're dealing with first, last, and a deposit.
So I blew it off, even though I'm in charge, and someone who should know better.
Yeah.
Went out there and made a bad call. But I let her. I let her. I blew it off.
So in the morning press conference, you threw Ella, your daughter, under the bus.
I threw them all under the bus. I'm like, this dog has got to go. And we're in touch with rescue clinics right now.
And stuff?
No. Yeah. I'm like, sorry, Ella. Like, I heard her scratching.
Yeah.
And I didn't come get her, and so now your door's got a bunch of scratch marks on it.
Yeah, that's actually a great analogy. I appreciate you, raising your game a little bit.
My bad, and I did not punish the dog either. I fed her breakfast.
No good.
And we moved on.
It's not her fault, and it would be like punishing Charvarius Ward. I'm not saying that he is akin to your dog Penny, but you don't blame Charvarius Ward for getting beat.
For missing the interception.
For basically scratching the paint off the door and missing the interception because, you know what? Penny was doing her level best to do what she's supposed to be doing.
You are correct. And I just got a huge chuckle out of Chris A. on YouTube saying I should have opened up my door and pointed right at Penny and said, that's going to be a no from me. Dog.
That's enough for me, dog.
That's what I should have said.
Yeah.
Don't think it would have worked, but it's what I should have tried.
Right. You couldn't have just opened the door and had her hop in with your daughter?
Well, I didn't know. I didn't want to wake my daughter.
True.
Yeah, I didn't know if she wanted that.
Yeah.
I think she wanted that, but anyway. Yeah.
And Penny would just hop up and nuzzle in.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah. She's been sleeping in there a lot lately, so.
Good.
Yeah, now it's fine, but it didn't work that night.
Yeah.
So it was bad parenting.
And much like the Niners, you're on to Cincinnati.
We're on to Cincinnati.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I look forward to Cincinnati.
It's a hell of a game.
Yeah.
We're on to Cincinnati.
Well, what's most interesting to me about this matchup is actually, obviously beyond who's going to play quarterback for the 49ers, but I'm really curious to see how the Bengals look because from my ear, I hear people who sound like they think the Bengals look better than what my eyes have told me.
Right.
But they're coming off a bye, and I've thought all along what the Bengals just need this season is time because this thing just started at the wrong time for them. Burrow wasn't quite ready to go, and then he re-aggravated it, which you know what that was.
It was a re-aggravation sensation,
It sure
Mark.
was, and so, there's the Bengals kind of limping along. They got to play Arizona. Everybody's offense gets better against Arizona, and Jamar Chase went crazy. And then they came back out and they won the very next week, and people are like, the Bengals are back. And I'm like, they scored 17 points in that game against Seattle.
They had 214 yards of total
offense. So I watched that game, and I'm like, they don't look back to me. They're fine. I'm not saying they're bad, but this group does not look to me like the Super Bowl contender of the last 2 years by any stretch, but the bye was exactly what they needed. So are they going to be coming in healthy and hot? Maybe. And the 49ers are very much not. We got quarterback questions. You got no Debo. You got no Trent Williams, it would appear. He did not practice again today, although listed as questionable.
Yeah.
So the Niners limp in and the Bengals don't. But the Bengals, to me, have not hit their stride, at least not yet.
We like to assign games to people, and I think last week we said it was a Kyle game, or I did, and the week before, I believe I said that it was a Brock game. This game to me, Mark, is a Bosa game. This is a Bosa game. You've got a Cincinnati offensive line that's not very good. You've got a Niners defensive line that has underachieved, to put it very mildly. You've got a Bengal rushing attack that is not very good. This is a game where Nick Bosa and the fellas need to go in there and make their imprint. Because
I agree with you completely.
Joe Burrow has been better, and the offense is arrow up. You're right. They only scored 17 points, and they barely got to 200 yards against the Seahawks in a win. Burrow, Jamar Chase is healthy and legit. Joe Mixon has had a pretty quiet year. You should be able to control this ground game, and if you can get to Joe Burrow, this one should be a comfortable win at home.
I agree with you completely. The defensive line has got to show out. The Bengals offensive line is uninspiring. And it's a group that you would think is a really good matchup for the 49ers, except for the fact that we have not really seen them look like they're supposed to look. You want to know something else interesting here? Remember how the line was 5.5? And then when it was Purdy's going to be out, it went to 3.5. And now it's like, oh, Purdy's going to be back in. And Vegas always knows what's actually happening. They're a day or two ahead of us.
Yeah.
It's still on the board, and it's only gone to 4.
At 4, yeah.
So
still on the board.
If it were 5.5 with Purdy, why is it only 4?
And if Purdy is questionable.
Vegas knows if he's playing.
You think?
Yes.
I mean, they always know. You're right.
Vegas knows.
And based on where the line sits, he's not playing. If it's still at 4, even though it moved from 3.5 to 4,
yeah.
Even at 3.5, it was heavily juiced the Niners' way, so it wasn't that big of a move.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. 2 things coming up next. Want to hear what Kyle Shanahan said when he was asked if he considered just giving the week off to Brock? Want to hear his response? We've got it for you. And then also the adorable ones. Tonight will be extra adorable, but you may not like the reason why. I'll tell you that coming up next. Matty Barrows in a half hour, Willard and Dibs.
The Goodman Eye Center is the proud sponsor of Eye on the Stack.
Really?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
What was the oddest Kyle Shanahan moment ever? Was it when he threw Steve Wilkes under the bus, or was it when he gave the grunt heard around the world?
Really?
Might be the grunt, yeah.
It might have been the grunt.
Really?
Anyway. So, if you are someone who listens round this time, my first question is, the hell are you doing? You gotta listen all the time.
All the time.
But if this is like the way you rock right around now, we want to give a special little notification sensation to you with regard to Monday.
Cha-ching!
So you've been hearing us for some time now talk about that the knockout at Chase Center, your opportunity, your first opportunity to win is going to be to listen Monday, October 30th at 4:30. There's one issue with that. There would be a Warrior game at 5 o'clock on Monday. And so we are going to be knee-deep into Warriors Live by then. So on day one, we will do it a little bit earlier, and it's sort of right around now-ish, maybe even a little earlier than this. So why don't we a little bit adjust on the fly Monday, October 30th at 3:30, not 4:30, your first chance. And then normally we will be doing it at 4:30. The contest runs 2 weeks. But Monday, a little bit early, we got 10 slots to give out, and the first one is going to be on Monday. 3:30 is when we will start this clam bake, and you can find your way into playing hoop on the floor at Chase Center in the form of knockout. Monday, 3:30.
I cannot wait to see who gets qualified, and I know how great this is, having played a one-on-one basketball game on the floor of Chase Center. And looking back, it turned out to be a remarkable day because at the time we didn't realize that in 15 days the world would be shut down. It was February 26th, I believe.
Wow.
2020. And we all were going about business like it was any other day.
I remember the week.
Jolo and Dibs live from the corner. Tim Roy on the play-by-play. Kalena Azubuike was your official for the one-on-one game. Low Neal against Dan Dibley. And Steph Curry was watching from up above. We couldn't see it. Oh, no. Apparently he...
That'd be terrifying.
He apparently pulled an oblique muscle. He was laughing so hard, according to my sources. Because it was all in the in-house monitor. The whole thing was like... It was a big event. And, you know, I almost died, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Double calf strain, and I had bronchitis, exercise-induced bronchitis. And then 2 weeks later...
Or also known as COVID.
Well, I didn't... I mean, maybe, right?
Didn't know.
Seriously. Let's go. Thanks. 2 weeks later, we're broadcasting from home, and, you know, the great... Look, guys... It's going to be just a couple days.
Remember that?
We'll be back.
I remember that. I want to go find the email I got from my daughter's school.
Dude.
I'm going to send them home for the rest of the week.
That's it.
We're planning to be back on Monday.
Of course.
Everything is going to be fine. See you next week.
See you Monday, yeah. See you Monday.
Okay. That went well.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, people are wiping down boxes of cereal like mad with goggles on. I mean, just...
I went from Jolo and Dibs to Kozlo and Dibs to Steiny Guru and Dibs, all from home.
All from home.
3 shows
inside
my house.
Unbelievable. Absolutely
Anyway, Chase Center, knockout. You want to win. It is pretty flippin' cool.
I bet. Yeah, I've never played on the floor. I've been on the floor. I've never played on the floor. That's for sure.
I lost 11-5.
By the way, I think one other thing, I heard that. I
was up 2-1.
Oh, were you?
After half an hour.
Low played from behind. Amazing.
Dude.
Like, I want to mention this out loud to the station as well. This is for everybody, mainly our contest people, our promotions people, Matt Hagian, and everybody involved. Somebody better start writing down the rules. I've heard every show do this. Oh, you're going to go play knockout. Well, how do you play knockout? You're going to get 27 different answers, and I'm telling you, some guy's going to get out there, they're going to miss a shot, and the person behind him is going to shoot, and the person in front of them is going to grab their ball and punt the thing into the upper deck and look at him like, what? And they're going to be like, what are you doing? No, that's how I play knockout. Like, I know all this stuff because the kids play it totally different than the way we play it.
I hate the way the kids play it.
Give away my strategy, Mark. Come on.
I can't stand the way people play it now. It's talentless.
Besides knocking versus no knocking, what other rules need to be laid out?
Bro,
let's talk this out.
Because some people knock differently than other people. Plus,
you can't touch another person's ball with your ball.
So you say.
Well, I'll tell you right now, breaking news.
Are you the judge and jury?
I'll be the one writing the rules.
Okay, so write the rules. How about the one of when you get knocked out, everybody gathers beneath the hoop, and if somebody throws up an air ball and they catch it, they're back in the game.
That's a different sport.
No. Okay,
that's dodgeball.
I'm telling you, I agree with you. I think all these rules are ridiculous, but I'm telling you, this is what is happening on schoolyards now.
I do kind of like that rule, though.
Yeah. They'll do it's like, oh, what about this? Last two people, are they moving to the 3-point line? Do you move back when it gets down to two people?
No.
Okay,
No.
Write it down. Write it down and tell the people. Because I'm telling you, if you don't tell anyone, somebody named Gerald from Hayward is going to punt Sally's ball into the upper deck, and it's going to be over. There's going to be a brawl. And I don't want that.
We'll have a little powwow before it all tips off.
Write the rules
Make sure
down.
everyone knows.
First time I played knockout with my kids, like whacking my ball down the street. I'm like, what are you doing?
Seriously.
They're like, I knocked your ball. It's called knockout.
Turns out
That's
you
not why
can.
It's called knockout.
Right.
It's because I'm going to knock you out.
Exactly.
Of the game.
You can catch your own air ball, though, and it's not traveling, as we learned last night in the association.
Yeah, there's no traveling.
No.
There's no traveling.
Giannis caught his own air ball, kicked it out for a big three.
There's also no traveling in the NBA. That's true, too.
Yeah. You get the gather step. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this knockout competition.
It's going to be funny.
Yeah.
By the way, while we're on the hoops tip, we'll give you Kyle's answer to the big question here in just a sec. And by the way, Matty Barrows, I messed that thing up. I could have called timeout, but I didn't. So anyway, he's coming up at 4:45, not at 4:15. But Matty Barrows after practice today, and he's the one, along with some others, but they've been right on the tip of the Brock Purdy conversation, and right now trending toward him playing. Lots of questions to ask Matty Barrows in less than an hour. Here's tonight, though. In 2 hours, it'll be Warriors Live. We're going to be counting down to Warriors and Kings in Sacramento. And I am sorry to say this, but the Warriors are going to lose tonight. And I fear at times it might not even be close. And there are a number of reasons for that. Yeah, lock it in. The Kings are going to win the game tonight, and the Warriors are going to be 0-2. And that bums me out. But I'm simply sharing with you what I'm feeling going into this game. There are a number of reasons for this. This will be our first look at how much the label we're putting on the Warriors matters. Well, you're old. Well, who's going to test that theory more than anybody? Kevin Durant is also in his mid-30s. He wasn't going to test it. Devin Booker, to a certain degree, and by the way, played pretty well, didn't he? But when you think about in the Western Conference who represents what's been and who represents what's coming, it's this. This is the matchup. And the Kings are having their home opener, and they are all turned up about the Golden State Warriors. It's adorable how much this matters to them. Wait until you see what happens with that lit beam at 10 o'clock tonight, and all the cowbells spill out onto the plaza, and everybody stays for drinks until 1 in the morning, celebrating as if it's 1999. It's adorbs. But it matters to them more. I think it matters to the Warriors, but it matters to them more. And I think that matters to the final score.
I think it would matter to the Warriors more if Draymond Green were playing, because there's a little bit more edge when Draymond plays. And I do think that this one matters. I think it matters more than you think, and it matters more because the Warriors don't want to go to 0-2. They lost to Phoenix, and, not that they shouldn't have lost to Phoenix, but you could easily see why they lost to Phoenix. It's because they couldn't hit a shot. And Guru has already claimed, he's already predicted, rather, that Klay Thompson's going to have a big night tonight.
That'd be great.
Yeah, it's going to be Klay's coming out party.
I hope, to hell, I am all kinds of wrong, and it is mea culpa time on Monday at 2. I hope that that's what happens.
Well, you're banking on the fact that we'll be talking Niners on Monday.
No, I'm not. I'll face this if I'm wrong. It's just how I'm feeling. I think it matters to the Kings more. I do. I love the response where, the Warriors don't want to fall to 0-2. What the hell does it matter what they want? The Niners didn't want to lose the last 2 in a row, but they did.
But in terms of like effort and desire, I do think that the Warriors are going to come out and they're going to try to win this game more than maybe you're letting on.
Okay, the Kings aren't going to match the Warriors' effort? That's kind of what I'm getting at.
I get it, but are the Kings better than the Warriors?
At home? I mean, they're favored. They're supposed to win the game.
Last time these two teams played a meaningful game there, Steph put up 50.
Granted, Game 7, very different playoffs against a bunch of pops. This is the regular season, and this is circled. This is this is a big bleeping deal. I bet, the doors aren't open yet, but I bet that outside Golden 1 right now, it is jamming. Nobody worked to the buzzer in Sacramento tonight. Nobody worked till 5 o'clock. They are wasted in the plaza right now. Absolutely turned up, turned to the side, lit up, whatever you want to say. They are on their ear for this one tonight. And that's the way that arena is. And it's the way this franchise is. They're going to match every effort of the Golden State Warriors. I think the Warriors are going to have to play really well to win this basketball game.
They have to play better than they did on opening night, that's for sure, because they couldn't hit the broadside of Barnyard on Tuesday night at home. They shot the ball terribly, and that's Steph and Klay and everybody. I think that they're going to need Andrew Wiggins to actually try to put his imprint on the ball game more than he did Tuesday.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1. San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yeah, man, listen, this is what I think. I think that the Warriors have an interesting schedule to start this off. I don't think this is going to crater into something concerning. However, it was interesting today to listen to one man's opinion, but Jay Williams was all over ESPN, and there were a couple of things that came up. He talked about who he favors as the second favorite in the West behind the Denver Nuggets, and he said it is the Sacramento Kings. And what I noticed is that when Stephen A. lost his mind and was like, how dare you, said the Sacramento Kings, are you crazy? And then he listed a bunch of teams that he feels should be up there instead of the Sacramento Kings. And guess what I didn't hear? I never heard him say Golden State.
Really?
I heard him say, what are you talking about? You favor the Kings over the Lakers? You favor them over the Clippers? You favor them over the Suns? You favor them over all those teams? He never said the Golden State Warriors. And then Jay Williams later in the show said he says the Warriors are going to be in the play-in tournament this year, mainly because of age.
That's shocking. It's shocking to me, Mark.
Is it?
Shocking that you would put them in the play-in tournament and the odds makers put them in the top 4 or 5 in the Western Conference. And I guess if you're outside the top 6, you're in the play-in tournament. But
correct.
I'd be hard-pressed to find 6 teams that I would absolutely put above the Warriors in the West. And, the Lakers, fine. Denver, sure. Phoenix, I'll give it to you. After that, I think the Warriors are in that group of teams that you would look at and say, absolutely, they're right there. So are they between 4 and 9? I would put them at the top end of that group between 4 and 9 in the West.
Yeah, one man's opinion, ESPN, here it is.
Denver is the favorite. We all know that.
Yes.
Sacramento got the best odds, in my opinion, to contend for a championship more than any other team in the Western Conference other than Denver.
Other than Denver?
Other than Denver.
That's it? Sacramento over both LA squads?
Yes.
And Phoenix?
Yes.
Oh, so you get drug test.
Got a little drug test in there at the end. He needed a drug test. But I'm sitting there going, man, How many more teams was Stephen A. going to mention until he got to the Golden State Warriors?
Right?
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
So I'm not saying I agree by any stretch, and I am certainly not eliminating the Warriors from getting a top 6 seed. I would predict that they do get a top 6 seed, but I will continue to point out what I feel is a very, very fair thing to say. I'm not the only one saying it, so this is nothing earth-shattering, but the Warriors are incredibly old, and that usually doesn't work.
Yeah,
that's all. I mean, I'm not saying that it can't this time. I'm not saying that they can't overcome it. I am saying that if Jonathan Kuminga does not become a very large factor this year, then I don't think that they can win the whole thing.
Are they the oldest team in the association? Have we looked at all the rosters, and are we looking at who is the oldest team? Because LeBron James is old. Right. He's the oldest player in the league.
Right, but that's one player. I don't actually know the data. What I do know is I would find it hard to believe that any team has an older core than the Warriors. The Warriors right now, if you go through their core players, right, and their best player is 36, right, and their new acquisition is 38. And Draymond and Clay have both had their 33rd birthday. And even if, Wiggins is still certainly young enough.
Yeah.
And Kevon is young enough, even though we all think he looks and acts like he's 53. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like that core, there's no escaping it. They're older than all the other cores.
I have the list of the oldest teams in the NBA.
Here we go.
Ready? Game
Let's
show
go
music.
Live to Lucas in the other room.
The Warriors, the Golden State Warriors, your Golden State Warriors, are the 4th oldest team in the NBA.
Oh, geez.
Can you name the 3 teams that are older?
The older teams than the Warriors. Now, can I ask, is that just, you're talking about average age of the whole roster, right?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, God, what would you say, Dibs? You got anything pop out?
The first one that popped into my mind was Miami, the Miami Heat, as being older than the Warriors.
That's a good guess. It's a good guess. Apparently, it's not.
They
correct.
are the 5th oldest team.
Okay.
Good guess.
It was indeed a good guess.
Number 5.
Let's say I'm gonna go with, how about the Chicago Bulls?
Not in the top 10.
Not in the top 10. You got any more guesses?
How about Milwaukee?
Number 2.
Really?
Number 2.
Nice job. Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, I guess we should. The Lakers. How about the Lakers? Okay.
Man,
boy.
Grandy, how's it feel to buzz Mark for a change and not the Dibber?
Not in the top 10, the
Pretty
Lakers.
excited about it, actually. So there you go. LeBron James, the oldest guy.
Sure.
And still not even in the top 10.
Little hint, though?
I give up.
The other LA team is the oldest team in the league.
The Clip joint, yeah.
Okay.
Clippers 1, Bucks
Number
2.
1. Number 2.
Celtic, 76ers 3.
76ers was probably going to be my next guess. Okay.
Number 4.
All right.
And what's the Warriors' average age, Lucas?
They are 28 and a half years old on average.
Which, by the way, I mean, that's getting yanked down by people who are not playing minutes.
This is where...
That's what I'm talking about.
And that's why I was asking you about this very topic, because if you want to talk about core, and you mentioned it, the Warriors core, and Steph, by the way, only 35. Quit trying to age him. He won't be 36 until March.
Okay.
But your point is well served.
By the playoffs, yes.
If you want to talk about average age and you want to throw in Podziemski, who's YTP yet to play, and you can throw in some of the other guys who actually don't play,
and
that
Kuminga,
definitely brings it down.
Kuminga's 21.
But he plays. He's in the core.
Yes, yeah. And Moses Moody's 21. I'm just
plays.
like, he does.
Yep.
He does. Lester Quinones is 22.
See, that's, yeah.
Yeah.
But he certainly brings down the average, but he's yet to play, and I would imagine he'll play in Santa Cruz before he plays in San Francisco.
Do we have any advanced analytics on age based on minutes played? Because I bet you the Warriors win that one.
A little early for that, one game in.
I know.
But that's definitely a good one. You talk about years per minute, YPM. It's a thing. And, yeah, the guys that they have playing big minutes are older than most.
Let's go to Polo in Redwood City. Hey, Polo, what are you doing?
Hey, nothing. Just finished getting me some Starbucks. Hey, I got a quick question for y'all.
What's up?
Hey, do y'all think the Warriors go play Jackson Davis tonight? Man, if they do, that would be really cool because I was kind of worried with the big guy last game where he was just checking the rim and he looked awfully horrible. I think it's Jurkic or I don't know how to say his name.
Oh, you're talking about Saric? Dario Saric?
Yeah. Yeah. It was just stressful seeing him trying to attack the rim and nothing was happening.
Oh, yeah. I thought he had actually some tough luck in that basketball game, but I hear you. Polo, I mean, I think we're all interested to see these guys, but if you're asking me if I think they're going to play, I think the answer is no. No, I don't think they're going to play. The first road game of the Warriors season, and they're going to stick the rookies in when they didn't play them at home, and Steve Kerr, we asked him directly, like, what are we looking at there? And his answer, which I don't have in front of me, but his answer was very, very much like, we'll see if they can play their way in to roles.
Right.
Which I don't think they did in the two practices that they've had since we had that conversation.
Steiny's take was a little bit more direct. He and Guru had this conversation, and he said, do you want to win, Guru?
Yeah.
Do you want to win against Sacramento? Because he was implying that it is fair. It's fair in that, you know, if you're going to get these guys minutes, if you're going to graduate them into the lineup, a better spot would probably be Monday at New Orleans, second half of a back-to-back, where you probably will have some guys getting load managed.
We actually do have Steve Kerr. What about the new guys, the rooks, the draft picks? What do you think?
I think they're both good enough to be in our rotation at some point this year. But I could say the same thing about 10 other guys or, 11 other guys or something. So it's all going to be based on opportunity. And my experience is that opportunity always comes in the NBA. It's just 82 games. There's so much stuff that happens, injuries, trades, whatever. You just always have to stay ready. And I think if Brandon and Trace do that, then they're going to get their chance and they're going to succeed.
Okay, so at some point, followed by a but. Hey, you're good enough to play in our rotation at some point, but ... not now. And he put them in a bucket with a bunch of other people. You know what I mean? Even people who are only on the extended roster, players that the Warriors can access, like the aforementioned Lester Quinones, or what have you, or the roster spot that they still haven't even used that they need to pick up here within the next couple of weeks.
Yes.
So, I don't think you're going to see him anytime soon. But I tell you what's undefeated. What's undefeated is people getting, and I get it, you get excited about rookies and draft picks, and we elevate them in our brain, even though we've never seen them play. Hashtag Trey Lance, hashtag James Wiseman.
Yes, and we do get excited, and it's easy to get excited, and you want to have these guys get in there as much as you can. And, you look back at the history of rookies, even as recently as Jonathan Kuminga, and Kuminga played in 70 games, and he played 17 minutes a night, which was a lot. Moses Moody only played 12 minutes a night, over 52. So you're going to have to pick your spots with these rookies and find the best time to make them play and be successful. You don't want to throw them in and have them struggle and have the team lose.
Sponsored by Consumer Cellular, Freedom Calls. Speaking of calls, we'll take your calls. Shay, you'll be first up. Stay right there, 888-957-9570. And I promised this. I super double promise it right when we get back. Kyle Shanahan answers the question, did you think about just giving Brock the week off? That's next on Willard and Dibs.
Consumer Cellular.
It's in clear in San Francisco tonight.
Weather brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and great shaves start with Barbasol Shaving Cream. Close shave, America. Close shave, Barbasol.
Or on to Cincinnati.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Promise the Kyle comment, so it's coming in seconds.
I love it.
But a quick note that I wanted to throw out there, just for anybody who's sort of like wondered, hey, whatever it was all hot about the A's relocation, and then it just stopped. Like, what's going on? Bob Nightingale, MLB owners will vote officially on the A's potential move from Oakland to Vegas at the owners' meetings November 14th to 16th.
Okay.
So we are just over 2 weeks away from the official vote, and Rob Manfred did speak on it and declined to say where the A's would play for several years until the new ballpark is ready in Vegas, which sounds like he's assuming, and probably correctly, that he's going to get the votes that he needs on November 14th to 16th.
Are you familiar with and this might be before your time, but I think it was Reagan Mondale, 1984.
Yeah. I mean, I was 9, but my parents were into it.
Yeah. Mondale captured one state.
Yes.
Reagan 49, Mondale 1. He held Minnesota and
number 1.
Scene. Yes. Reagan. Well,
yep.
That's my Reagan. It's my one word Reagan. And it was a blowout. And that's what this A's vote is going to be. And they might not even have one state or one club that votes against John Fisher and flaccid Rob Manfred.
It is when I first learned the word landslide.
John, why don't you try Uranus?
Yeah.
That would be a place where you could have the A's play.
Mondale won Uranus. He did. He didn't win any other. And Minnesota.
Well,
those were the two places where he got the votes.
Mommy.
Yeah.
I don't know why we lost Uranus.
Oh.
John, why don't you try Uranus?
You
know what, Granny? The more you play that, the more I'm actually proud of that.
I try to transition out with a read, but I couldn't get through the laugh.
John, why don't you try Uranus? Because you know what, John? On behalf of Sing Tao, the mayor of Oakland, and all Oakland residents, you're not welcome here. And you got one more year in your lease, but you can either go to Las Vegas and play in some podunk minor league park, or I have another idea, John. John, why don't you try Uranus?
Ball flies there.
I think that's the funniest thing you've ever said. Yeah.
Thank you.
Ball travels.
It's so wildly in context that I love it. I love it. Anyway, Mark, some read. You had something? Thank you.
Don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Larry Krueger and Lo Neal. 2 hours before the start of the game. Hilton Santa Clara is the spot. Great food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the entire Bay Area. It's presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged? Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
Hey, Lo, why don't you try the Hilton?
Hey, Dibs.
Doesn't work as well.
Why don't we play for everybody what Kyle Shanahan said when he was asked, hey, why don't you just give the kid the week off?
Yeah, there was a decision. I mean, based off of how he is and stuff. But to me, that wasn't a decision because how he's been throughout this week. And now that's why he's going to have a chance, and we'll see how the protocol goes tomorrow.
Okay, there you have it. If there was a decision and stuff, I'd make it. But there's no decision and stuff, so I'm not going to make it.
He's probably my favorite.
One more time. Come on, one more time.
Come on.
For the people in the back.
Thank you.
Yeah, there was a decision. I mean, based off of how he is and stuff. But to me, that wasn't a decision because how he's been throughout this week. And now that's why he's going to have a chance, and we'll see how the protocol goes tomorrow.
It's perfect.
It's the most Kyle Shanahan response in the history of ever.
So was there a decision or there wasn't a decision?
No decision.
Well, if there was a decision and stuff, then we'd have a decision to make, but there's no decision, so and stuff, so we don't have a decision to make. And if there were a decision, then we'd have to decide on which decision we'd make, but there's no decision and stuff. So, he's going through the protocol and stuff.
That is 10 perfect seconds
perfect
of Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, if there was a decision, I mean, based off of how he is and stuff. But to me, that wasn't a decision because how he's been throughout this week. And now that's why he's going to have a chance, and we'll see how the protocol goes tomorrow.
So what I hear him say is, if he passes the protocol, he's playing. There's no decision and stuff.
Correct.
The decision is not his to make. If he passes the protocol and stuff, he's going to play quarterback on Sunday.
Right.
That's it. There's no decision.
Listen, you can hate this.
I don't hate it.
No. I'm talking to everybody. You can hate this, but this is, and I will to a degree have Kyle's back here, because this is the way that NFL coaches do it. You get a piece of paper at the end of the week, and they're like, here are the players' names who are good. Here are the players' names who aren't good. The people on the good side, they play. They're not going to go start calling people's parents and find out who's okay with what. It's just the culture. It's the way you do it. If you are, and it's why I understand it. I am fully aware of what Dr. Nowinski said. Not Dirk, Chris. I'm fully aware. We read it earlier. Did he not answer when you called him, Luke? He just didn't answer. You didn't get him? All right. I get it. Might this be totally unhealthy for Brock? Sure. Might be. I'm not a doctor, so maybe it is. I know that unhealthy decisions are made in the NFL all of the time. People are getting shots. People are taking shots on the field, in the locker room. They're doing all kinds of things that are very, very dangerous and not good for the body. But the head coach, when it comes to injuries, and doctors and neurologists go, hey, coach, he's good, then he's in.
And there's no decision.
Again, I mean, there is, but not if you look at it that way, and that's how they look at it.
That's how he looks at it, and that's exactly, and we're making light of Kyle and him giving a perfectly Kyle Shanahanian response, but
it's so good.
But what he's telling you is exactly what you're saying, Mark. There is no decision.
Right.
Brock Purdy is QB1, and if Brock Purdy is healthy, he will play as QB1. Now, will he be healthy or not? It's not up to Kyle Shanahan. It's up to the independent neurologist and the team doctor, who will both come to a consensus and agreement. And if they both say, hey, Kyle, QB1 is good to go, QB1 plays. And if QB1 is not good to go, QB2 plays.
It's very
There
robotic.
is no decision.
Right. It's
exactly.
very robotic. It's A to B.
Like it or hate it. And I'm going to take that part of it out of this because that's how Kyle's looking at it and stuff. It's, there's no decision. And if there was a decision, then he'd have to decide. He'd have to choose between the two things, and that would be making a decision. But there is no decision and stuff.
So he doesn't have to make a decision.
So there's no decision.
I need to hear it one more time.
Yeah, if there was a decision, I mean, based off of how he is and stuff. But to me, that wasn't a decision because how he's been throughout this week. And now that's why he's going to have a chance, and we'll see how the protocol goes tomorrow.
Yep. So if there was a decision, I'd make it, but there's no decision, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
And that's, now we can get the next level of it is, do you think it's the right, and it's not a decision.
There's no decision.
Do you think that this is the right course of action? And that, I think, is where the conversation can go, because for me, it's not the right course of action, but I understand why he's going this way.
And that's fine. And there is a third level with injuries, but not concussions. The third level of injuries is you do get to Sunday sometimes, and you haven't been declared in or out. If you have questions about this, all you got to do is go to Rap Sheet or Schefter's late Saturday night Twitter feed. It is the place to go if you've got fantasy questions late on a Saturday night. They will start telling you who's going to play and who's not of all the questionable players. They'll tell you. Why? Because they know. The team knows the night before, unless you do get the situations where they go, got to get to game time warm-ups, see how the injury reacts, and then we're going to make the decision there. And they will tweet that on a Saturday night.
Was that McCaffrey this last week?
A true game time decision. No. Remember, Schefter was on in the morning on McAfee on Monday morning, and he's like, he's in.
That's right.
They did not wait for game time warm-ups.
I'm trying to remember. There was one last week that was a game time warm-up choice. It doesn't matter who it was. I'm just trying to remember. It is rare, though. You're right.
But you can't do that with a concussion. Because a concussion, you've either graduated out of the protocol or not. It's much more clear, black and white, yes or no. So there's no, let's go warm your brain up, and we'll see how it reacts. You're not allowed to do that.
No.
So he's either going to get his clearance tomorrow or not. If he gets his clearance, there's no decision and stuff.
He's getting his clearance. That is, I would put it at like 90%, 95% that he gets his clearance, because he's gone through the steps so far really rapidly, and there's been no hiccups. There's been no we need an extra day for him to get to light workout to heavy workout. And today he was a full participant. So I don't know why he's even listed as questionable, other than the fact that he does need to wake up tomorrow and be symptom free and pass the protocol of, do you have a headache? What's 2 + 2? Is it still equaling 4 in your brain? What's your balance like? Your cognition and all the rest of it.
Kyle Shanahan, last thing that he's got to do, clear one last step. He was a full go today. He's just got to pass that tomorrow. Nick Wagner has the article on ESPN, and Adam Schefter tweeted 6 minutes ago, quote, there is a realistic chance that Brock Purdy will start Sunday against the Cincinnati Bengals.
Okay.
So there you go.
Good luck to you, Brock. Godspeed, and protect that head of yours.
Matty Burrows in 15 minutes. Let's go to Shay in Annapolis, Maryland. Hey, Shay. You're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
I'm an Eagle fan, and the thing is, I'm really watching closely attention to the Niners. And I got to tell you something, man. They don't look like a dynamic team when it comes to throwing the football. And I've watched Brock Purdy since last season. I got to tell you, if I'm a defense, I am not convinced this offense can come from behind if they have to throw the football, if you shut the run game down. Because we've seen the last 2 weeks where teams have shut the run game down and forced Brock Purdy to throw the football. Do you believe when this team gets to the postseason, if they have to rely on Brock Purdy's arm, do you think they can win games?
I personally do, Shay, but my question for you, especially if you're an Eagles fan, is are you overrating what you watched just the last 2 weeks? In other words, did you watch the game on Sunday night against the Cowboys, and did you come away with the same impression that the 49ers are not dynamic throwing the football?
I've been watching this team since last season when Brock Purdy took the helm.
Okay.
And I saw in the divisional game against Dallas. Now, can we agree no team was able to run the ball that game until late in that ball game? And my question is, I think if Dak Prescott did not have a bad game, an average game, Dallas probably would have won that game. But you saw in the Philly game, in the championship game, Philly dominated in the trenches and took away the run game. And also they got up 21-7 and forced the 49ers to throw the football.
Shay, you can't bring that into the conversation. You can't talk about how dynamic the Niners are or are not throwing the ball and bring up last year's NFC title game as an example. They were on QB4. Brock Purdy completed all 4 of his passes, and then he left. So I'm not saying you're wrong, but don't use that as an example.
Far this year, and we have not seen this team trail a lot.
That's true.
Since Brock Purdy is him. I think you said this a couple of days ago, and I think you're kind of a little shaky. If this team gets behind, can this team throw the football to win a game?
Shay, the way I said it, and I'll agree with you. Shay, thanks so much, man. The way I said it, and I will agree with this. My question, and quite frankly, it's the only one that I have with regard to Purdy and the 49er offensive structure. Can they function at a high level when the other team knows they have to throw? Which, sure, that's a part of what Shay is saying, which is if you're behind. And I think that is the fair question. The fair question, because when you talk about Kyle Shanahan's offense, and he's a genius, and it's because of his blocking schemes and all of the things that send a defense in the wrong direction pre-snap, if all of that kind of goes away, where the other team's like, dude, you're down 10 with 8 minutes to go.
Sure.
So you can mess around whatever you want in
Or
the
down
backfield.
8 with 15 minutes to go.
Correct, which is 0-36.
Which is stunning.
It is stunning. So if you're in that situation, and it's like Debo can relocate to the backfield all you want, you're not doing that. So we know. So we're going to hang back here. Can you still function at a high level? I don't know. Not yet.
No, not yet. In 36 games under Kyle Shanahan, where they're down by 8 in the fourth quarter.
Right. I look at each quarterback era as different.
I agree with you.
And so we're here now, and it would be, I guess, what? 0-2?
With Brock Purdy.
How many times they've been down 8 in the fourth quarter with Brock Purdy?
This year, I don't think that they have.
Maybe not at all. Were they down 8 against Minnesota in the fourth quarter? They were down 9 at half. And then were they down 19-10? No. What were they? I'll look that up.
I'll look it up right here. They were down they were down 22-14 after 3.
Okay, there you go. So they're
down
0-1 in the Purdy era.
Right.
In that scenario.
Yeah, and last year you were down by that much against Kansas City, and obviously you didn't come back, but that was Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah.
That was one of the rare Jimmy games late in the season, but the fact that they're 0-36 under Kyle Shanahan speaks to what you're talking about in terms of, all right, you're down by 8 or more. We know that all of your cute little motions and your shifts and all of the other trickery that is so effective in this offense, well, you can't really do that anymore. And also, under Kyle Shanahan now, if you're down by 8 or more and you do have to throw it, you're probably going to abandon the 21 personnel that I love so much with Kyle Juszczyk, and now you're going to a 3 wide receiver set. 1 running back, 1 tight end, 3 wides, and that means it's Juwan Jennings or Ray McLeod or Ronnie Bell. Your wide receiver depth chart is not good enough, or it hasn't been traditionally good enough to where when you go to a 3rd wide receiver, you're going to be that much of a mismatch problem.
Right. And Ayuk didn't even see the ball in the second half of that game.
Right.
Because, as you just mentioned, you look at a receiving core like that, if I'm the defense, what am I doing? I'm worried about Brandon, and I'm worried about George, and I'm not really worried about much else.
Exactly. And Christian, I'm coming out of the backfield.
Coming out of the backfield. But again, I think a running back's role is lessened when you're in the fourth quarter and you're down by 8 or more.
Yes, and he's going to run a lot more of the underneath. And, Juwan had a couple of good catches, and Ray had a catch. But in general, when you do get to that spot and you do have to throw it, like you're talking about, when the defense knows you're throwing it and you know you're throwing it and you're going to 3 wides or maybe even 4 wides, which I wonder if the Niners have even done that at all this year, going 4 wide receivers. You don't have the personnel normally to stack up against defenses.
I will say this. I don't know that means, like, even if we don't like the answer to that question, that doesn't mean the Niners, quote unquote, aren't dynamic throwing the ball. I do think they're dynamic throwing the ball. But it is absolutely a problem and a weakness if we all decide that dynamic passing game only works from ahead. It only works early in the game. We've watched the 49ers run up and down the field on that opening drive this year. It's been a touchdown almost every time. I think it was a field goal against the Giants, and it was a fumble against the Vikings. But nobody has made them punt. They come out with that script, and they are coming at you, and they are having a ton of success. But if game flow gets out of hand and you do fumble, or the other team's offense has got it going early as well, and you get behind, and that changes everything, and we decide that they're only dynamic when they're even or ahead, well, I mean, obviously, that's a massive problem and weakness.
Yeah, and so far it hasn't really been an issue because you've been ahead almost all the time. The first time going back to the Cleveland game that you were actually trailing was for about 1:45 against the Rams. First 5 games, you only trailed for less than 2 minutes of actual football, and then you got behind Cleveland, and he actually did rally them to a spot where you could have won the game, and then the kicker missed.
I think, and I'm just doing this from memory, I think this game against the Vikings is only the second time that Brock Purdy's been down by 2 scores. I think. Can you think of another one?
The Raiders, right?
Raiders were up by 10 in the third quarter, and the Vikings were up by 9 in the third quarter. I can't think of another time when Purdy's 49ers were down by 2 scores, which first for a second is holy cow amazing.
Yeah. Vikings were up by 12 in the third. They went up 19-7, and then McCaffrey with the answer to make it 19-14. Then they went up 8.
Okay. So that was his biggest deficit ever.
12 points.
Against the Vikings.
Yeah, because the Raiders were up by 10.
They were up by 10.
Right?
They're up by 10. And I can't think of, obviously the Browns had a lead, but it was a tiny one. And if you do...
The Rams had a lead by 7.
The Rams had a 7-point lead. And for those of us who do count the Dolphins game, his first game, when he entered in, when Jimmy got hurt, they were down by 4 when he arrived. Outside of that, has a dude ever been down? Has he even been behind other than that?
Geez, I'm looking at his game log from last year, and it's hard to pinpoint a lot of games, if any, when he was down, right?
Well, the Dolphins game, as we said, down by 4 when he entered. The Bucs game was next week. They
crushed them.
Absolutely crushed them. Seattle was the following week with the broken ribs, had a great first quarter, and held on to that one by 8. Washington. Did Washington ever have even a tiny lead against the 49ers? Let's see. No, they did not.
No.
Washington, who lost 37-20, never had the lead.
It's 21-7 Niners and never got much closer.
And we mentioned the Raiders won. They were up by 10. Then there was the Cardinals, blew them out. Then the 2 playoff games. Obviously, Philadelphia down 7-0 when he got the ball, but that drive ended with his injury. And then we know about this year. So by my count, this guy's only even faced a deficit 4 times in his NFL career.
Wow. Yeah.
And a 2-score deficit only twice, and he's 1-1 in those games. So
that's something that he still has to go out there and, quote, prove.
Small sample.
It's a small sample, and I also look at what he did against Cleveland where, he wasn't great all game. He was fine, and then he made the throws necessary. Right. He had a couple of drops, a couple of big plays he made that were dropped.
The Cleveland one's interesting because while it wasn't dynamic, I will say you twice fell behind in the fourth quarter. You were twice given drives to go get points on the board to take the lead, and both times you did it. You got a field goal and took the lead, and then you fell back behind, and you set him up for a 41-yard field goal, and he missed it. But he went on the drive both times that he needed to go on in order to get points on the board.
Yep. Jordan Mason with the touchdown to put you up 17-13.
Yes.
And then you got the ball back down 2, and you led him to a field goal spot, and your kicker missed it.
Correct. Yeah, that's fair. That was much more the defense and Jordan Mason that set up the touchdown to give the 49ers the lead. But still, he made the drive. He did not against the Vikings, but a little early, I think, to say, that means that the 49er offense doesn't work from behind. It is my question. My question.
But the fact that Shanahan is 0-36 when trailing by 8 or more in the fourth quarter,
that's more interesting.
That's not a small sample size.
It is not.
And that is very interesting. And now Brock Purdy's going to be the guy who hopefully can break that streak.
It's a Football Friday, as you can tell, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com, and we're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Okay, Matt Barrows has been on this as much as anyone, and he was the first tweet that I saw that said all signs are pointing toward Brock Purdy being able to play on Sunday. So Barrows will jump in here coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
You begged for more. So now, Blink 182 are coming again.
What kind of question is that?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's a good one, but our next guest, Matty Barrows, better understand. I'll do that. I'll ask questions and paint people into a corner to where they have to come out fighting. Okay? That's possible.
You lead off, so why don't you just come right at our next guest with a hard question?
I will, but I have to say something else first, real quick. It is come to my attention that the World Series is about to get underway between the Diamondbacks and the Rangers, and I have just got two words for everybody: Go Rangers. That's it. That's all I wanted to say. Let's go Rangers. Let's go Boch.
Let's go Diamondbacks. Let's go Mad Bum.
Yeah.
I want to see.
One of them's getting a ring.
Congratulations, Mad Bum. He's a horse. Yeah. You didn't even know the World Series was starting tonight.
I do now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm watching the Warriors and the Kings tonight, World Series. But anyway, until we get there, we'll do that. And also, what'll help us pass the time is this conversation with Matt Barrows, the great Matt Barrows, the Athletic, all over this 49er situation. And so I will paint you into a corner. Matt, what if Brock Purdy was your son, huh? What about that?
Get him.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good question. I mean, not only is it a concussion week, but he got the concussion on a Monday. So fewer days to heal up before the next contest.
Yeah, and I guess that's where Kyle Shanahan's coming from in terms of his comments earlier today about it not really being much of a decision, because isn't it true, Matt, that in this league, if somebody gets cleared, then they play? There really isn't much of a decision when it comes to a yes-no concussion clearance.
Yeah, there isn't, but I mean, I seem to recall a situation, and I forget who it involved, but you know, an in-game decision where a player was pulled off the field for a suspected concussion. He was cleared on the sideline, but Shanahan decided, you know what, let's just keep him out the rest of the game. So, I mean, the head coach has the ability to say, nah, we're not going to start this guy. Sam Darnold practiced throughout the week, so we're going to go with him. So I think there is some discretion there. But I think what Shanahan was saying is that Purdy looked okay, felt okay from Tuesday onward, or rather Wednesday onward, and looked good in the practices, felt good, and so there's really no reason to keep him in the protocol if he's showing all signs that he's past this concussion.
Matt Barrows with us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. I it's so interesting, Matty, because as you're saying, if they're like, hey, the neurologists say we're good, the doctors say we're good, he feels fine, why would we keep him out? But what do you make of the fact that essentially nobody has done this all year long? No one has recovered this quickly from a concussion, and add in, it was not a Sunday game, it was a Monday game. So it's almost like my question is, how is this possible?
Well, I think it's just because he's felt so good and he's reacted so well. And it has happened. I know that Adam Schefter put out that tweet earlier this year. I don't think that was quite right. Most players who get concussed on a Sunday don't play the following Sunday, but there have been a few who have gone through it. John Feliciano on the 49ers did it earlier this year, for example. So it's not unheard of. The Monday situation does make it a bit odd. To me, the real kind of, underlying issue is it's still such a murky issue. It's not, taking a scan of a shoulder or an elbow and seeing that something is fully healed. It's the brain. And I think anybody who deals with that will tell you that it's not, you can't 100% tell when somebody has it, when somebody's fully cleared of it, et cetera, et cetera. So to me, it's always probably best to err on the side of caution. The 49ers are not going in that direction this week.
I like your use of murky, because this definitely feels murky to me, and the subjectivity of the protocol, I think, reeks of murkiness. In terms of the final clearance, it's an independent neurologist and the team doctor. And do we know exactly what sort of testing they do? Is it as simple as how many fingers am I holding up, or is it more elaborate than that, Matt?
No, it's more. That's the 1975 test that they took. This is more elaborate, but you're right. It's the team physician and an independent neurologist agreeing that he's cleared the protocol. So I think there's baseline testing that these guys all take, that's involved in it. I don't know exactly where he needs to go to get that done. And I'm talking like it's a done deal. It's not. I mean, the independent neurologist can kind of decide what we're looking at and think that, okay, maybe it's too early for him to have passed. Any sort of hiccup whatsoever would mean that Sam Darnold's starting. So it's not in stone. I would say that all signs are pointing to him starting against the Bengals, just because the progress has been so steady and so rapid. But it's certainly not been decided yet.
Matt, how's the team reacting to simply what they've seen the last 2 weeks? This is the first time Brock Purdy has played after losses, followed it up with another one. I know it wasn't all about Brock, but what adjustments do they think are being made to stop them, and what adjustments will they throw back?
Yeah, I mean, I think the defensive adjustments are going to be the thing to watch on Sunday. I mean, you got a really good quarterback who looked like he was healed up going into the bye, and then had the bye to kind of further heal that calf injury. And he's got a terrific rapport. I don't know if there's a better quarterback wide receiver rapport than Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. So, I mean, the Bengals have a lot on their side going into this game. And I think it'll be, Shanahan said it. I mean, as plain as day on Wednesday. The pass rush hasn't always been tied to the coverage. Sometimes the pass rush is there and there's loose coverage and the guy's able to hit the target, and sometimes it's vice versa. So I think kind of keeping an eye on that, maybe tighter coverage against these guys. I think that the Jamar Chase, Tarvarius Ward matchup is really the most intriguing matchup to watch in this game. Tarvarius Ward obviously was heavily involved in the most pivotal play on Monday in Minnesota. He would have had a terrific game. I mean, sensational game, player of the game type of outing had he made that interception before the half, or merely just kind of broken up that throw. Otherwise, he was sensational. So I think he's got something to prove. He was angry after the game. He didn't want to talk to the media. So he's got a good challenge on his hands on Sunday. It's going to be a really fascinating matchup to watch when he's matched up on number one, Jamar Chase.
Yeah, and Chase is going to be all over the place in the slot and maybe even in the backfield alongside Burrow. So I don't think it'll be a clear-cut one-on-one all game. Just looking back one more time at Blitzgate, Matt, as I like to call it, the zero blitz at the end of the half. What do you make of Kyle Shanahan maybe throwing Steve Wilks under the bus and then retreating back from that? Where do you see this relationship between Wilks and Shanahan right now?
I mean, I think it's something to watch. If this team loses 3 straight right before the bye, I think it's something to watch. I don't know what the 49ers would do. There have been other instances during Shanahan's tenure where the defense has faltered a little bit when Robert Saleh was the defensive coordinator, and Shanahan stayed the course, was loyal to Saleh and Saleh's units, eventually played really well. So that's how I think it will go. But you're right. I mean, Blitzgate has sort of revealed the cracks, revealed the difficult fit that Steve Wilks has had to make with his team. I mean, that was the whole thing when they hired him, that the 49ers were hiring a guy who would come in and basically wouldn't do a lot to change the defense. The 49ers loved their defense. They loved their alignments. They didn't want to, bring in a Vic Fangio, a guy who would, bring in a 3-4 and really alter things. They wanted somebody who would pretty much stay the course. And Wilks admitted this week that hasn't been as easy as it looks on paper. He's a defensive secondary specialist, and he was going to come in and do some things in the secondary. He likes blitzes, all sorts of things that the marriage, at least in the last game, looked like a difficult one. So another loss, and I think that'll be scrutinized even more coming out of the bye week.
Matt, that's very interesting when you say that it is something to watch. You've been in the room with them when this is all happening. Is it your perception that if Kyle is saying that in front of a microphone, then off camera and away from microphones, this must have gotten hot a time or two so far this year?
I mean, this is a team with high expectations. I mean, they started out 5-0. They thought that they were kind of playing up to their potential, and then all of a sudden they dropped 2 winnable games. So, I mean, when that happens, there's going to be that level of scrutiny. I mean, I think Blitzgate was really interesting because if you look at that play, not only are they zero blitzing, but there's a hesitance in some of the players. Like they're not fully bought into the play. Talanoa Hufanga is on the edge there. He doesn't really blitz. If he blitzes full out, he probably gets to Cousins as he's throwing. He didn't. So I don't know if it was buy-in, if it was confusion. I don't know what it was, but I think it was obvious that the players weren't in tune, at the very least, in tune to the play enough. Because if they were, it probably would have worked. But it was such a different call, something that they're not used to, especially in that situation, that they obviously didn't execute it very well.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We're hanging with Matty Barrows of The Athletic.
So we know that Brock Purdy, if he passes protocol, is in. Deebo Samuel, it appears, is certainly out. Where are we with Trent Williams and his ankle in terms of the likelihood that he plays? Feels to me like he's maybe as important as anyone else in terms of availability.
Yeah, and especially so if Purdy does pass protocol and plays. I mean, you want the best left tackle in the game protecting Purdy's backside, blind side in that situation. So I think that he's a true question mark of that group. He barely practiced this week. For most players, he would be doubtful, I think, having barely practiced throughout a practice week. But he's Trent Williams. If he makes progress in these next 48 hours or so, I think he'll play. And that's what the 49ers are hoping. He just hasn't to this point. So, going into a bye, that might influence their decision a little bit. I would sort of lean to think that he would play, but I think it's truly up in the air at this point.
Matty, what do you think the 49ers are going to do at the deadline?
Coming out of that Vikings game, it seemed clear to me that they are lacking that second edge rusher. And I know they brought in Randy Gregory. I just don't think that he's a 50-snap-a-game guy. I think he's more of a 20-snap-a-game guy at this point. So, I mean, if there's any spot that I think that the 49ers would make a move, it's defensive end. And there's some good ones available. I mean, I think it's probably rare that so many quality edge rushers are available this season. And to me, in my eyes, that would kind of cure a lot of the ills that this team's been suffering through. You wouldn't need to blitz if you had another quality edge rusher opposite Nick Bosa. I was breaking down the numbers the other day. We all saw Drake Jackson get 3 sacks in week 1. But after week 1, all of the edge rushers on the team, not named Nick Bosa, have exactly 1 sack. And that's Randy Gregory's sack in Cleveland. And he's the newcomer. And I think he's good. But I think it's clear from the snap counts that they're not getting what they want to see from Drake Jackson. He hasn't had a sack or a quarterback hit since then. Cleveland Farrell hasn't had a sack all season. He's mostly been a base down guy, so you sort of accept that. But I would say that there's still room on this roster to add a second really good edge rusher.
What about the edge rushers who are named Nick Bosa, Matt? And I'm reading your piece in The Athletic today about Nick Bosa and him saying that he had 2 bad games and otherwise has been steady, but the numbers haven't been there. Why hasn't Nick been able to get home this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the numbers have been there in a way, as far as his pressure rates and how much he's winning in one-on-one matchups and that stuff. I think it comes down to what we were just talking about, what kind of adjustments the 49ers make vis-a-vis coverage versus pass rush. When the pass rush is there, the coverage hasn't been tight. And like I said, it's been vice versa as well. So some of it is just kind of syncing up. And sometimes all it takes is one big game. I mean, one game to sort of, what was the phrase that Jim Harbaugh used to use about the olive jar? The olives are, you're having a hard time getting the olives out of the jar. You get that one olive out, and all of a sudden they come out like an avalanche. And I think that's sort of the way the 49ers feel about their pass rush. Once they get that first game where it starts to come, then the rest of the sacks will come quickly after that.
Matt, great stuff. Appreciate it. By the way, since Brock couldn't talk, Sam did, right?
He did. It's a sort of a peculiar rule that the NFL has that a guy who's still in the concussion protocol doesn't do media, which meant that Brock Purdy practiced on Thursday and Friday, but he couldn't talk to reporters. The 49ers did make a quarterback available, and that was Sam Darnold, even though, as I said, all signs seem to be that Purdy and not Darnold is going to be starting this week.
Yeah, was it just sheepish?
So awkward.
What did he say?
Yeah, not much. I actually didn't even bother to go over that. I was doing a different interview at the time when his availability rolled around. So I wasn't part of it, but I was told that not a lot was said in the session.
I can imagine. Sam, do you prefer the new school tablet or the old school clipboard?
Exactly. That seems to be the way it's shaping up. But like I said, I mean, all it takes is one wrong answer, one headache, something on Saturday or Sunday,
right?
And Sam Darnold is starting this game.
All right. Well, we'll take a look. Hey, Matt, great work this week, and as always, thank you so much.
All right. Anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right. Matty Barrows, The Athletic, on the 49ers situation. I can tell you, based on that conversation, what the assembled in Santa Clara feel, which is that people are like, oh, Sam Darnold's talking, and we're not even going to take the time to go listen to him.
Because he's not talking about what it's going to be like to start for the Niners, because he's not, and, what he's going to prepare for as QB1, because he isn't, and all of the other Q&A that would go on normally with a backup quarterback who's getting a start, first start for a new team, a quarterback with that level of experience. I mean, there's a lot of questions you would ask him and answers you would want to get from Sam. But if Brock is progressing through the protocol like this, Sam's not playing.
Yeah, exactly right. All right, 888-957-9570. Bunch of stuff we can get into there. Obviously, with the Brock Purdy situation, are the 49ers making a mistake or not? Also, as the hour goes, love to continue getting you ready for Warriors and Kings tonight right here on 95.7. The Game Warriors Live is going to start in less than an hour. I unfortunately think that this is our first look at how much age is going to matter for the Warriors this season, and my bet is this matters to the Kings a little bit more than it matters to the Warriors. They will win. It will be adorable. People will party in the streets because the Kings will be 2-0, but it doesn't mean all that much in the big picture. So we can get to all of that. Chris and San Leandro first up. Hey, Chris, Joe Willard and Dibs, what's up?
What's good, y'all? I just want to say concussions are such a tricky injury, man. Roshan Johnson from the Bears has been out for multiple weeks with his concussion. And I just want to ask what you guys would actually do. Would you guys err on the side of caution and not start Brock and start Sam? Because we've been talking about starting Sam the whole week. And we were talking about how actually close the competition between Sam and Purdy is if Sam tears it up. Sam was at the Warriors game with McCaffrey and Kittle, and how close he is with CMC. But because I'm looking to January. Like, I could care less about Debo's injury and Trent's injury. If they get healed up, I don't care about regular season wins. We've seen all these regular season wins these past years. I care about health in January. So, what do you guys think? Thanks.
Yeah, Chris, thanks. I mean, I look at this, and I'll be honest, it's very, very difficult because as a human being, it's hard for me to sit here and say, yeah, I don't care, but I also feel like I don't have the knowledge to call BS on the concussion protocol system in the NFL, which is what I feel like I'd be doing if I said you absolutely can't play Brock, because I haven't said that about any of the other concussed players all year long.
Well, we haven't talked about any of the other concussed players.
But I watch football every single week, and it doesn't bother me when guys get cleared from the concussion protocol. The Jets' 2 top corners did today. Sauce Gardner got cleared out of the concussion protocol.
When did they get concussed?
I don't know.
Okay.
I do think it was 2 games ago, not 1.
Right.
But I actually don't really know. But they cleared, and not one time did I go, I should look into when they got that concussion. And boy, I hope it's okay that they play Sunday. I don't do that. If they're cleared, they're cleared. And if they feel great, he's QB1, they play. I don't look at this game this Sunday as no big deal. I think it's massive. Same way I felt about Monday. So you play him. Does it give me pause when I see a doctor say this would be ridiculous? Of course it does. But I'm not educated enough as a doctor would be to say the NFL concussion protocol system's not good enough, which is what I feel like I'd be saying if I said Brock shouldn't play.
I can say that it's not good enough and not need a medical degree to be able to give that opinion. But then if you look at it from a larger standpoint, the very fact that we're putting these people in harm's way in this fashion, and it took this long for us to even address concussions in the NFL, is far more ridiculous. So, yes, the concussion protocol is a bit of a sham in terms of you clearing these hurdles. And yes, you clear the hurdles and you get to play, but the hurdles are pretty low. This is not the 110-meter high hurdles. These are low hurdles. These are hurdles. I do know that.
How?
Based on reading the protocol. You don't, all you have to be is symptom-free and pass cognitive tests that you already took in terms of a baseline and, making sure that your balance is right. As long as you're not completely, wildly, obviously still concussed, you can pass the protocol.
Yeah, but
a lot of these things are, are you experiencing any symptoms? Even if you are, you could say you're not.
Okay, well, let me throw a hypothetical at you and admit that it's a terrible hypothetical. What if Brock Purdy doesn't have a concussion?
I mean, why is he in the protocol?
No, because he had symptoms.
Well,
doesn't mean he had a concussion.
Well, he got put in the protocol, so
right.
It doesn't matter if he had a concussion or not. As far as the NFL is concerned, he has a concussion.
That's what I'm saying. What if he didn't even, the way he's moved through this so quickly from Monday, I don't even know that he had a concussion. I know that he had a headache or something. Or he puked on the flight.
We don't know.
Maybe it was the food. I have no clue.
Exactly.
Maybe he was dizzy. I've gotten dizzy when I stand up. You know what I mean? Like a head rush. I have no clue how this stuff works, what put him in the protocol, or what moved him through all of this stuff so quickly. But it does feel to me like these independent neurologists, come on, they can't be that ham and egg, can they? Like they're not that gullible.
It's not about gullibility.
Well, but
it's about
they're doctors. They've got it. Like it's got to be a little. Hey, Brock, you good? Yeah, I'm good. Okay, go play. It's got to be a little bit more.
It's
than
a little bit more than that, but it's not. As elaborate as maybe you would want it to be if it was your own kid. And this is grown man football. This is professional football. I'm not pretending that they need to save the player from themselves and all the rest of that. That's Harry High School. This is a 23-year-old guy who's playing for his career. And if he doesn't play, there is a chance, it's a very small chance, but there's a chance he loses his job. Alan, you can't lose your job due to injury. Yes, you can. Ask Alex Smith.
I don't
now,
think that's...
I don't think that that's his motivation either. But if you're a pro football player, you want to play football, and if you're Brock Purdy and you're making $800,000 a year or whatever the exact number is, you realize that every game is very important in terms of you getting to where you want to get, which is the Super Bowl and one of these massive quarterback contracts.
I think that your point there at the end is totally accurate. However, when you said, that's probably not his motivation, that's not actually what I was going to say. I don't think it's possible, even a tiny bit, that he loses his job.
I agree with you.
I don't think it's even an absolute wispy possibility, tiny little bit, no chance. Sam could put up 50 and it's still Brock's job. Like, you have to be on shakier ground,
sure,
in the NFL for your job to be losable.
But you have to also be...
I don't think it's a losable job.
Well, I also think you have to be in a certain point of security to where you're not even thinking about that. Like, if you're Patrick Mahomes and you're in this exact same spot, you feel a little bit more confident about not losing your job than Brock Purdy.
I guess, but
I don't want to play the game of which quarterback would feel better about this situation.
No, but I bet Patrick would do the exact same thing. Like, this is the way they're wired.
Yeah, players want to play, no doubt.
And not only that, like, I've never had a concussion, knock on wood, but based on what we're hearing, what we're watching, what people are saying, the dude feels fine. So he's probably sitting there going, what? Like, give me a reason that I would sit out. And maybe an expert would be like, well, sit down. I'll give you all the reasons.
Right.
But through his mind, he's looking at this like, so wait a minute. Like, I had a headache on Monday. Now I don't. I've run through all of the tests, all of the motor skills. I feel 100%. And we got a game on Sunday. He's sitting there going, I can't even think of a reason why I would sit this game out. I would bet.
Right, because he's gone through all of the steps and he's cleared all the protocols, and you get to a spot where you have just one more hurdle to get through, and then you can go ahead and play. And that's great. And the system is set up so that players can get through the protocol. And all I'm saying is when you look at it, when you read the actual NFL protocols, it's not the most rigorous in terms of being able to clear these steps. If you're symptom-free, which usually has to do with headache and blurred vision and, cognitive cloudiness, if you're not experiencing that and you're not having balance issues, all right, go out there and do whatever the step calls for. And it starts out with aerobic exercise. You're on a treadmill. You run for 10 minutes and you get done. How you feeling? I feel great. All right, 24 hours will get you to the next step. You get in the next day, and it's like, how you feeling? Good. Any cloudiness, blah, blah, blah. You go through all the steps. All right, now we're going to do light football-related activities, and we'll see how you make it through that step. All I'm saying is that the testing at every level is not extremely rigorous. It's designed to allow the player to be able to come back and play.
Well, but it's designed to trigger the symptoms if there is still a concussion.
Right.
And if it doesn't, and I get that somewhere in there is simply the player's words. You know what I mean?
Right.
Do you have a headache? No, I don't. How can you prove it? Well, you can't. You can't. So I understand that part of it. But I just don't feel comfortable without having, if I had sat all week long and watched what the independent neurologists do and say and ask, and I didn't like it, I'd feel more comfortable with that opinion. But I got to think that these are professionals who care about the people they're working with, and if there are any signs whatsoever, they would be reported. I have to believe that.
Okay.
That's just me.
Yeah, and I get that.
Yeah.
And I look at it in a slightly different way, and I look at an independent neurologist, an INC, independent neurological consultant, who is assigned to each individual team. So each team has one, and they consult with the team doctor. And I'm just saying that in terms of something as nebulous and intangible as a concussion, you've got an independent neurologist who works with the team, you've got a team doctor, and you've got a player. The player wants to play because players play, and the quarterback wants to go out there and end this 2-game losing skid. The team doctor works for the team. So he understands that his employer is the team, and the team wants the player to play.
Of course.
So when in doubt, the team doctor is going to maybe nudge the independent neurological consultant who he works with the team doctor, and they come to an agreement as to the player. So if there's anything that's like, if it's close.
I know. It's a little cynical.
I think it's accurate.
It might be.
Yeah.
But not in all situations. I mean, come on.
We're talking about a guy who
it's
clearly is
2023.
But this guy is not. He was not out cold.
I know.
He didn't go in the blue tent. So I do think that in terms of this concussion, you're more likely to be like, he's fine.
I know we like to watch TNT. We do drama, but not every team doctor is like, hey, here's a deal. Let's slip you $100.
You ever see Any Given Sunday?
Of course I've seen it. And now,
James Woods plays the team doctor.
How many years ago was that? You know what I mean? A lot.
I'd say Game Show Music, but it's probably been 20 years.
I have to believe, and maybe this is my gullibility, so that I can live with myself to sit down and watch football every single weekend. But you can't tell me
24 years.
The 32 team doctors in 2023 are all still nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Let's get them out on the field. I find that hard to believe.
It's gullible and cynical here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, there you go.
Gully and Cinny. Is that going to be our new show nickname?
That would work.
Because as cynical as I am, I would say you are equally gullible.
You think?
I do, yeah.
You're telling me that all 32 team doctors are playing the wink, wink, nudge, nudge, get them on the field?
I'm telling you, if you look at all 32...
You think that's gullible to think otherwise?
Again, you called yourself gullible. I don't want to be
it's a little gullible. I do not agree that I'm as gullible as you are cynical.
Well,
because you're pretty damn cynical.
And honestly, and I'm going to say this as lovingly as I can, we've had a great run of late. You're damn gullible. If you don't look at Miami and Tua Tagovailoa couldn't make it back to the line of scrimmage, brother. He went back in the game.
That was one situation, and there has been now light shined on the issue, no pun intended. There's been light shined on this, and changes have been made. Do I buy all of them? No, the NFL is a beast. I'm fully aware.
I know you know that.
But you're telling me that 32 team doctors are playing dirty? That's what you believe?
I'm telling you.
I don't think it's gullible to say that I don't believe that.
Okay, I'm not putting a blanket statement over 32 doctors. I'm just looking at the league as a whole, and I'm looking at a culture where you go out there and you play. You play through injury. If it's a concussion, and you're QB1 and you can beat the protocol, and I'm not saying that Brock is beating the protocol because I don't believe that his concussion, and we talked about this, every concussion is different. He appears to have been less concussed based on the way he's made it through the protocol. All I'm saying is that you're dealing with a team doctor and an independent neurological consultant who works with the team and an athlete who wants to play.
Of course. I'm not saying that there aren't potholes there. There definitely are. But I'm going to stop short of saying that we've got a conspiracy theory with 32 different teams to get players back out on the field who've been concussed in 2023 when we're sitting here. We've got movies about concussions. We've got
Tell the Truth.
We've got charities based on concussions. We got people, retired players in the media talking about CTE on a daily basis. We got all that, and still 32 team doctors are like, hey, come here. You're fine, right?
You're making it more shadowy than it really is.
But you're saying that I'm that gullible, and I don't think that I am.
I'm not saying that you're that gullible.
You just did.
You called yourself gullible first.
I said a little gullible. If we agree, and I think that we do, you're a pretty damn cynical person.
Not that cynical.
You're pretty cynical.
In general or on this issue?
Oh, on issues like this.
I think, yes, you can call it cynicism. I call it reality. And you know one thing I will always do, Mark.
That's your reality.
You know what I will always do?
Be cynical?
I'm going to keep it real. I'm going to keep it cynical. I'm going to keep it real.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that all 32 teams act the same way.
Yeah,
I do believe that some teams are going to be a little bit loosey-gooseier than other teams when it comes to concussions. And Matt Barrows, who joined us earlier in the hour, he mentioned that the Niners have in the past been more conservative in terms of a return to play for their players.
We talked about it even at the beginning of the week, that based on the information we had, this is the kind of, if you really did want to be cynical, the Niners could have completely slipped this under the rug.
Absolutely.
Nobody saw it. It was on a private plane. It was mild. You know what I mean? If we wanted to do 1985, hey, Brock, go sit down. Get some water. You'll be fine.
Smelling salts.
Right. But that's not what they did. They shoved him in the protocol and came to the microphone and told everybody.
I think that you think that I'm more cynical than I really am.
Well, I think that you think I'm more gullible than I am.
And I think you and I can agree on both of those because
Perfect.
I think I'm less cynical than you think.
Good.
And I think you're more gullible than you think.
Well, I'm glad that you're seeing the rosy side of life then.
There was a book that I'm going to get you for Christmas called Gullible's Travels.
Guess what? I won't read it.
You wrote it.
Jonathan in the city.
Such a nice week, too.
I know. Just limping to the finish line.
Fighting to the line.
Hey, Jonathan, what's up?
Hey, man, I got two things. I just want to say, if Nick Bosa, Javon Hargrave, and the rest of the D-line doesn't get to Joe Burrow, they're going to be staring at third in a row. Number two, for my liking, and I'm not saying I'm smarter than the football guys, Christian McCaffrey is just getting beat up way too much. And we're not even halfway through the season. So outside of Brandon Ayuk, who else is a good route runner in this offense? The answer is Christian McCaffrey. I think it's time to put him out in space and let him do his damage. And I think he's going to be just as effective, being a slot receiver or being like, you remember Marshall Faulk in the Greatest Show on Turf, where he was doing a lot of damages on dump passes, just, 5 yards here, 8 yards there. Because, hey, we need another route runner outside of Ayuk, because that's how you beat defenses nowadays, not just brawn and muscle. Go Niners.
All right, Jonathan. I will say this. I think that they are doing what you're asking them to do. Just my opinion. Your frustration about 2 losses is what's talking right now and not anything else. You want them to get the ball to McCaffrey in space? How did they score their second touchdown on Monday night?
I think it was McCaffrey in space, Mark.
That's exactly what they're doing. This is something that we've talked about a lot, and I fully understand it, but I'm going to keep trying to sort of unlock it, if you will. This comment, Jonathan, that you just made, Christian's getting too beat up. Just my opinion. You got to let it go. You have to let it go. Christian is a National Football League running back. In my opinion, he's the best one in the entire league, and he is going to get hit after hit after hit after hit all year long. It's just not doable. I wish it was. It's not doable for the Niners to do what you want them to do, which is protect him. It's not doable. Other than, if you want them to sit him out for the rest of the year and hope that they still make the playoffs and then bring him in January, that's an option. Outside of that, make it go from 22 touches down to 19. It just doesn't make a damn difference, in my opinion.
No.
He is going to take punishment because he's a running back in the NFL.
I am off that team, that platform, because of what we saw last week.
Yep.
Christian McCaffrey was questionable with the oblique, and I said it on this show, our show, with Gully and Cinny, and I said if you're going to play him, then you play him. You play him like you always play him. And he played. And they played him more than they always play him. You mentioned it before.
Yep.
100% of the snaps, McCaffrey toted the rock. He caught the rock. He almost got 100 yards, and he scored twice. So I am officially out of the bubble wrap business. I am no longer interested in bubble wrapping CMC until you get to a spot where your playoff position is secured and you're gonna rest people across the board.
Or until he gets hurt and you come down Kyle's road because he gave him the ball.
No, I won't do that. Now, I came down his road about Trey Lance because he had Trey Lance doing running back things as a quarterback, and I didn't think that was in Trey's best interest. If Christian gets hurt like he already has, doing running back things in a league where the other team is trying to tackle you, that's football. And the Debo shoulder, football. Trent Williams' ankle, that was the epitome of football. Dude was just standing there.
That's offensive line play. That's just the deal.
Exactly.
You're 320 pounds, and there are other 320-pound people with their legs all tangled up with yours, and it happens in every single game.
Same thing with Brock Purdy. You got hurt playing football. I'm not a guy to come down the coach's road for these regular injuries.
Yeah, I don't want to call it soft because I don't feel that way. It's not a soft conversation. It's a conversation where you're trying to protect something that you love, and I get that. 49er fans love this team. 49er fans feel like this team should win a Super Bowl, will win a Super Bowl very, very soon, if not this year. That's how we feel, and so you feel like you got to protect that at all costs. You can't. I have gone through this exercise. I'll offer it to you. Like, the 49ers, you get to the start of the season, I want you to imagine you got a kid and they're going off to college. You've done this. I haven't done this yet. And it's terrifying to me. You mean I'm going to let that person not live in my house anymore? The person I love more than anything on this planet? And not feel like they're ready to do it, but send them out the door anyway?
The dorm drop-off is real.
And give them a key and money? That's what I'm supposed to do? And the answer is, yeah. You have to do it.
Yep.
It sucks and it's scary, and there's no way to protect them. They've got to go out there and make their mistakes and take their lumps. It's the same thing with the Niners, man. When they put that damn boombox on their shoulder, they're going out on the field, there's nothing you can do. You let it go. Bones are going to break. Tendons are going to twist, and let's see where we are in January. There's no other way to play this.
Yeah.
You have to play ball.
That's a good analogy, and you had me thinking about my man Pooks, who I dropped off at Santa Barbara a couple years ago. Now he's a junior.
I bet it sucks.
Well, you move all this stuff in, and you get them all in there, and you got his mom, my ex, is up there, and she's making his bed. She tucks the sheet in, and you fluff the pillow, and
exactly.
He gives you that look. It's about 5 PM now because you had a 12 o'clock move in, and he looks at you like, guys, you know what's about to happen. I'm about to kick you two out. And it's the big hug, that one last hug, and it's like, make sure you this, and make sure you that, and don't forget to this, and don't forget to that, and call me later. And the dorm door closes behind you, and you look at each other, and you're both kind of fighting back, and you realize what you're saying. It's like Christian McCaffrey, he's got to go out there and tote the rock. It's what he does. My 18-year-old, go be a freshman in college. It's what you do.
My mom used to call and make sure you brush your teeth tonight.
Oh, all that.
And guess what? There were nights I got drunk and didn't.
Oh, don't say that on the air.
Right? You know what I mean? You could tell. Oh, don't do this, don't do that. No, they're gonna do that. And Christian McCaffrey is going to go out there with a torn oblique and play all the plays. You can tell him not to all you want.
Yeah. Same thing with Brock Purdy, who might be better off sitting out a week, but if he's cleared, he's playing.
Playing off of a concussion 6 days ago. GPD, Grandpa, Daddy. What's up, GPD?
I swear to God, I freaking love you guys, man. You guys are cracking me up. No. Cindy and Gully, what's up?
What's up, Grandpa, Daddy?
What are you doing?
Hey, I got a couple gifts for you. Don't tell anybody. Oh, damn, I'm on the air. So Matt told me to come by. Before I come by, I text him. I got something for you guys. But I'm going to wait till after the Cincinnati game because I'm going to the Cincinnati game.
Look at you.
Remember? I met you, remember? My acupuncture brother, friend, he's taking, he works for the Niners, so we got family seats. We're in the family seats. 50-yard line, 100 seconds.
Oh, my gosh. It's
on, baby.
It's on you.
Baby.
It's on you, GPD. You better get him a win.
Hey, you know what? Come on. Hey, the glass is half full, bro. And you're both right, though. No, really. Dibs, you're right. But Mark, you're right.
About what?
About everything you guys talking about. Everything. I've been listening to you guys. You guys are both right, though. No, really. You know, the concussion protocol is weak. But, yeah, if you're fine, you're fine. Get out there and play. That's your JOB. Who wants to lose their job? You're totally correct. And I'm going to tell you something real quick. Man, last Friday, 1 week ago today, I got in an accident in my big old Mercedes Sprinter van with all these freaking tools in it. I'm a contractor. And they locked up their brakes, bro. And bam, I swear, I was only doing 50. Slammed on the brakes, swerved to the left, and hit somebody in the rear, hit a Honda, they hit a Tesla, and the airbags deployed, bro.
Oof.
It scared the holy bejesus out of me. The airbags hit me in the face. I think I got a concussion because of the impact. Dislocated my thumb, 2 bruised ribs, but I was totally disoriented, right? I was just like, oh, my God. And I was thinking about, like, man, do I got a concussion? Well, after a day, 2 days, I'm fine. I went to the acupuncturist. I got 2 treatments in a week. And you know what? The acupuncture, it really relieved the inflammation. I went to the hospital. You know what the hospital did? They gave me an x-ray. Says you have no broken ribs, your EKG, your heart is fine. That's it. See you later. Bye. I go to the acupuncturist. They feel on your body. I'm like, oh, those ribs hurt. 2 ribs hurt. And then they hit me with needles and treatment in the ribs. Oh, your shoulder, my neck was killing me. And they treated me with the acupuncture needles, bro. I'm telling you, the acupuncture did more for me than the damn doctors in the hospital.
So, GPD, let me take a guess here. First of all, are you okay? Is everything okay?
I'm okay, bro.
Okay.
I'm almost fully back.
And therefore, you actually just answered my question with my first question, because I guarantee you have looked at a family member within the last few days and you went, I'm fine. I can go do my job.
Dude, I said that the next day.
There you go. Because and GPD, thank you, our brother. It's always great to hear from you. Thank you so much, because that's what we do, especially dudes. It's how we're often wired, okay? So to ask NFL teams, professional athletes to act any different, you wouldn't. I wouldn't. I'm fine. I got it. I'm going to work.
Sure.
Don't worry. This is the same. Is it smart? I don't know. I mean,
GPD didn't have to clear any protocols, though.
No, but also, I do think it's fair to go down the road of when we're sitting here asking for maturity, we're asking for conservative approach, we're asking for health consciousness. These 3 things are all anti-NFL.
Yeah, I get that.
It's like if you're really worried about this stuff, then you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be here in the first place.
There is the piece of the re-injury threat that exists when you have a concussion.
Sure.
So, and if that happens and he's out for a longer period of time, then perhaps conservatism would have been the right course. But we won't know until Sunday if that happens.
Jim Mole, Super Chat, YouTube, getting face blasted by an airbag is the ultimate inflation sensation.
Yeah.
So it's not just $1, it's $4.99. And
Thank you, Jim.
Doc Pandy is in the chat.
Cha-ching!
Doc, if you're still in there, is it a good idea or a bad idea for the 49ers to play Purdy? Would love to see Doc Pandy put up something in the YouTube chat.
It's a great question.
Thank you very much, Doc. Appreciate it. How about Jacob in the city? Hi, Jacob. You're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Ain't nothing much. I just want to say this. Hey, man, I need Kyle Shanahan to utilize his 5th best player on offense, and that's Jordan Mason. He needs to not get any DNPs. He's our 5th best player. He's like a barber mixed with Marshawn Lynch 2.0. If we're not utilizing, he needs to touch the ball for McCaffrey to even do what he needs to do on the field. Mix it up a little bit. We don't want to see all our guys get hurt. man, ain't nothing wrong with smashing these linebackers in the mouth with Jordan Mason. We need him touching that rock.
Love Jordan Mason. Love Jordan Mason. Did you say he's the 5th best player on offense, Jacob?
Better than Jennings. Better than Jennings.
Better than who? Oh, Jennings.
Better than Jennings.
Well, but who are the 4 players better than him on offense?
Huh?
Who are the 4 players who are better than him if he's 5th?
You got Brandon Ayuk, you got Debo, you got Kittle, you got Brock Purdy. You're not really counting him. He's a quarterback, but he's basically our 5th best player.
All right,
he's
so
CMC,
McCaffrey, Trent Williams. But I hear you. All right, Jacob.
Kyle Shanahan doesn't agree with you, and all you have to do is look at Jordan Mason's snap count, game over game, and last game he played a grand total of 0 snaps.
Yeah.
In a game where the starter was compromised with an oblique, and the backup actually played 8 snaps alongside McCaffrey. Jordan Mason did not make it on the field other than special teams.
My guess, Christian McCaffrey is not only their best running back as a runner and as a pass catcher, he's probably their best blocker as well.
Exactly.
And in a game where Trent Williams isn't in there, that's why Christian McCaffrey didn't come off the field. It's often why Jordan Mason has not gotten on the field in the past, in times where you would think that he would. Again, Monday, October 30th, 3:30. When we talk to you next, your first chance to play Knockout at Chase Center. We got 10 slots. We'll be doing it for 2 weeks. Your first chance, 3:30, Monday, October 30th, play Knockout at Chase. We got the Defensive Player of the Week. We got more calls to get to. Oh, someone has an idea on how to protect CMC. Let's find out what it is next on Willard and Dibs.
East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With fall here.
Did you have anything else, Rocky?
That was it. I just
All right, no, that was enough.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It doesn't get old.
I hate stuff like that. God, I sound like such a jerk. There's a clip of me on our senior video. Do you remember this? You used to get a senior video after you graduate high school. And ours
was on actual film.
Yeah,
but,
right. It's like a VHS tape. I think they've all been destroyed by now. But I was really this was me back then. I was really protective of my group of friends. We're all still really close today. John Bloom is one of them, right, who was on our show, The Voice of the Suns. And so we're at one of the dances. I don't even know what, homecoming, whatever. Everybody's out in the little lobby area. And the camera's set up out there. So, high school kids, you go out there, blah, 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 yell about whatever, all your stupid inside jokes. And I got me and all my boys up there, and people kept trying to get in on the situation. And I was like, no, we're these 6 people are having a moment right now. And this one girl is like, I'm this and I'm that. And no, she's trying to say it in the camera. And I looked at her and I go, you're next. That's what you are.
Wow. Shut her down.
It lived forever because everyone's like, you are such a jerk. I actually still know the girl. It's all good. But yeah.
You're next. That's what you are. Oh, man.
Damn, that didn't come out right.
No.
I was just like, could you give us a moment?
Sure.
Is what I probably should have said.
A little bit more decorum. But high school in the moment, you were feeling it.
Yeah, I was feeling it. He was only 18. All right, it's Football Friday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. All right. I got a Rob Manfred note that you might really like, but let's go to Jose in Oakland first. Jose has learned how Christian McCaffrey is going to be protected for the rest of the year. Jose, thank you for calling. Please do tell.
Hey, guys. Look, it's nothing new, okay? When Kyle Shanahan was the offensive coordinator for the Falcons the year that they went to the Super Bowl, he played most of the season with a 2 running back tandem. Honestly, I don't think that either Mitchell or Mason are that bad that he cannot have him on the field, if he's really hell-bent on having McCaffrey also on the field. If he's only going to keep using McCaffrey, I think it's more Kyle, the one that gets distracted. I remember at the beginning of the season, they asked him about Mitchell, and he said, I forgot. I hadn't even noticed the guy hadn't played. So I don't think that they're that bad. I think he just gets so into the game that he forgets that he has these other options. At the end of the year, we're going to end up hopefully making it to the playoffs, and we're not going to have McCaffrey because the guy just keeps getting hit over and over and over again. It's like he gets a toy and he plays with it until he breaks it. I don't know. He's got to change something, honestly.
Oh, gosh.
I understand that. I understand they're football players, but I mean, come on. There has to be, like they said, there has to be an adult in the room. Okay?
Yeah.
If you ask the player, he's going to want to keep playing all the time. Something's got to be done. So as far as using just McCaffrey all the time, that's enough for me, Doug.
Okay, there it is.
Bring it home, Jose. Thank
you. It's a great call, and I totally understand the opinion. I don't agree with it at all, but that's okay. I think bell cow backs in the league are fine.
Yeah.
There aren't very many of them. He's referencing a 2-back system when Kyle was with the Falcons, right, because they didn't have a bell cow back. The 49ers do now. Eli Mitchell, I don't know what the reason is. He looks awful. He's not able to get any traction at all.
Yes.
So there is a huge downgrade from Christian to whatever is next. I'm not against bell cows, and Christian can make it through a 350-plus touch season. He's done it before.
And the real point to all this for me is that Kyle's not the one making these calls. It's Bobby T. As Larry Krueger has said to us many times, Bobby Turner, who is the running backs coach, he's the one who is putting the players on the field in terms of the substitutions. Now, when Kyle calls for a play that has 2 running backs on the field, not Kyle Juszczyk, but 2 halfbacks or tailbacks, so to speak, then Bobby T throws in the guy that he thinks is most ready. And right now, Eli Mitchell is second on the depth chart, but he's way behind Christian McCaffrey.
No question about it at all. I do like when he says Kyle keeps playing with his toys until they break. That was funny.
Yeah.
The Defensive Play of the Week is brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. When you need the best defense, you need to call the Bay Area's top criminal defense attorney. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. 49ers defensive coordinator Steve Wilks called an all-out blitz with 17 seconds left in the first half on Monday night against the Vikings, the play resulting, of course, in a 60-yard touchdown for Jordan Addison. The blame game for that play call lasted all week long, leading us to this week's Defensive Play of the Week. During today's press conference, Kyle Shanahan said that blitz call was on him, and defended his defensive coordinator.
Well, there was a time issue why we couldn't make that call, and that's without a doubt on me. I'm the one who can stop that, and that's why I hold the ultimate responsibility on everything. But when I was asked 2 days ago about the call, he knows we can't make that off of time, and I messed up not calling a timeout, so we couldn't call it. But I had no problem with the call in terms of what we do. I love all-out blitzing. It's just not something you can do at that time.
Love it. I always have loved all-out blitzing. I remember the performance where Michael Jackson had his first moonwalk. It is one of the great performances, I think, American Music Awards, one of the great performances of all time on stage. But this right here, this was Kyle Shanahan's best moonwalk of his career.
He was getting into his back pedal as if he was a DB at Texas and not a wide receiver. And he got into a big back pedal early, and he didn't go all the way full back pedal because he did add in again. You know, he knows that we're not going to do that with that much time left, but it is up to me. I should have used a timeout. So he did defend his defensive coordinator a little bit.
The Defensive Play of the Week is brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. I got two fun things on the way out the door here.
Okay.
Before we get ready for Warriors Live, the Warriors and the Adorable Ones tonight at the Golden One Center, where the beam is probably going to get lit because it matters to them more. There will be alcohol. There will be a celebration because the Kings will have won the 2-0 championship of the NBA. But you'll enjoy these things. Jesse Rogers of ESPN, he covers baseball, says MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred said today that making the starting pitcher prominent again is a priority for the league. Quote, there's a lot of fans who feel like the change from let's see who's pitching today, from that to who's the opener today, has not been a positive one. So the league is literally stepping in and prioritizing not Farhan Zaidiing the starting rotation.
And how are they doing that?
I have no idea.
Okay. Thanks, Rob, which is why I refer to him as Flaccid Rob. And the changes that were made, and I won't give him all the credit because they were slow in coming, but the pitch clock is a success. I don't like the 3-batter minimum. We need robo-umps, and I would advocate you only can declare, 5 or 6 pitchers on any given day. That would change the way you go about approaching your pitchers for that day.
You got a 3-batter minimum. What if we do a 3-inning minimum for the starter?
We get into injury questions, but
can be exceptions.
And if a guy goes out and gives up 8, like if he goes full Kershaw,
then
he gives up 6,
then there's a run max. Yeah, you get to 8 runs, you can come out.
Seriously, I don't know, but I agree with him that it is something that needs to be fixed.
And then one more thing, and this is just a question since we love game shows around here. Did you hear Jeopardy the other night? Check it out. This is what happens when sports meets brains.
Hall of Fame by position 400.
Joe Namath, Joe Montana, Mason.
What is quarterback?
Right.
Hall of Famer by position 800.
Bill Russell, Bill Walton. They are basketball centers. Mason.
Hall of Famer by